Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the wind howled. Hailu City, Li Mansion. Master. Young master is awake. When the young man opened his eyes, he found a beautiful lady sitting in front of him. She was gorgeously dressed, with hair like a waterfall of black hair, and her plain white hands were tightly grasping his shoulders. Xian Yi, you're awake. Mom was almost scared to death by you. The lady's voice was gentle, like a river of spring water surrounding the young man, exuding strong motherly love. It's good to wake up and teach you a lesson. Don't act rashly next time. The person who spoke next was a middle-aged man, tall, with a graceful appearance, and a look of helplessness on his brows. The young man's eyes were blank, and he suddenly felt a pain in his brain, and a large number of memories came flooding back. Only then did he realize that he had traveled through time. This is the Li family in Hailu City, Dongshengguo, Wanjie Continent. His name is Li Xuanye. In front of him is a beautiful lady named Bai Suiying, who is Li Xuanye's mother. The middle-aged man next to him is named Li Wuji. He is the head of the Li family and the father of Li Xuanye. He holds a pivotal position in Hailu City and is also a strong martial artist. This world is far wider than the earth, with almost no end. The vitality of heaven and earth is rich, and there are many practitioners with great supernatural powers. The practitioners are named as martial disciples, martial spirits, martial masters, martial saints, Tianyuan, transformed gods, holy spirits, divine patterns, heavenly ways. The supreme level is divided into 10 levels, and each level is divided into 10 levels. The emergence of a large number of memories made Li Xuanye mentally tired. Seeing this, Bai Suiying immediately drove Li Wuji and the servants away. She hugged Li Xuanye tenderly and coaxed Li Xuanye to sleep with her beautiful voice. 3 days later, Li Xuanye's injury improved and he could finally walk. Using these 3 days, Li Xuanye also completely adapted to this body and mastered all the memories of the original owner. Speaking of which, Li Xuanye is also a dandy. He usually bullies men and dominates women. He has offended many people in Hailu City. This time, Li Xuanye is in such a critical situation that he is not like Li Xuanye. As everyone said, it was an accident. Although his memory when he traveled through time was vague, it was very certain that Li Xuanye was plotted to death. If he hadn't happened to travel through time and possess Li Xuanye, this dandy would have been buried underground for a long time. The only son of a wealthy family, the appointed heir, and who is good at stirring up trouble. I don't know how many people will care about him. Although I am not sure who is responsible, I must have countless potential enemies at this moment. Strength is respected. Originally, although Li Xuanye's IQ was worrying, he still had the strength of a 6th-level martial artist. He was considered to be somewhat powerful among the younger generation. However, this time he encountered a disaster and it was not easy to save his life. His strength was already he fell to the 1st level of martial arts. He finally traveled to another world and was born in a good place. Compared to his previous life, where he had no father or mother, in this life he has parents who love him and has a good net worth. Li Xuanye will definitely not give up such generous conditions. If you want to keep this identity, you must seize the time to recover your strength. Just as he was thinking about his next plan, Li Xuanye suddenly felt as if he had stepped on something on the sole of his foot. He hurriedly moved away, only to see a dying white ant lying on the stone road. TCH, it turns out to be an ant. As soon as Li Xuanye finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly came from his mind. Ding! Kill the termites and explode the supreme treasure box system. Do you want to bind? Treasure box system? What the hell? Bind! Although he didn't understand why, Li Xuanye chose to accept it immediately. Even the unbelievable thing like time travel has happened, what else is impossible? The Supreme Treasure Box system was successfully bound. The host information is as follows. Li Xuanye, 1st level martial artist. Strength 15, standard for ordinary people is 10 points, endurance 9, agility 13, spirit 21, luck value? Charm value? Skill, treasure chest radar, can be used once a day, can accurately search the coordinates of nearby treasure chests. Elementary unlocking, can open all bronze treasure chests, and has a small probability of opening black iron treasure chests. If the opening fails, the treasure chest will be destroyed. Hanging Cloud Palm, a unique skill of the Li family, a primary martial skill, strength requirement is 50, agility requirement is 50, temporarily unavailable. Ding! After completing the system binding, you will be rewarded with a newbie gift pack. He closed his eyes and found that there was a grid in his mind similar to the item bar in online games, with only one gift bag item in it. Li Xuanye's consciousness was locked and he thought to himself, open the novice gift pack. As a time traveler, this seemingly unimaginable thing was very easy for Li Xuanye, and he accepted it without any obstacles. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the upgrade card. These are all good things. The system is really generous. After directly using 5 upgrade cards, Li Xuanye's aura surged, and his fallen strength was completely recovered in an instant. He returned to the 6th level of martial arts again, with all attributes increased by 50 points. Little Wushan Gong is a martial arts technique from the world of Tianlong. It is very powerful. After Li Xuanye uses it, he does not need to learn. The entire technique is directly instilled into his brain, directly cultivating Zaya Wuxiang Kung to the level of Xiaocheng. The strong internal energy brought by Xiao Wuxiang Kung circulated endlessly in his limbs and bones. Li Xuanye grunted and shot out a palm, leaving a deep palm mark on the rockery in the courtyard. Awesome, not only did I learn it, but I also mastered it, as if I had been practicing hard for more than 10 years. Li Xuanye admired the system very much. This is indeed a benefit for time travelers. As for the charm ring, Li Xuanye had no interest in studying it, but it was still a piece of equipment and must be worn. Young master, someone from the Su family has broken off the engagement. Come over and have a look. Xiao, the maid in a goose yellow dress, ran over anxiously and said breathlessly to Li Xuanye, "Cancel the engagement?" Li Xuanye looked confused. Yes, the head of the Su family brought Miss Su here in person, and specified that the engagement would be terminated today, and said something rude. That the young master has now become a useless person and is not worthy of Miss Su, and that he wants to find someone else for Miss Su. It's a marriage, Xiao said with a nervous expression. She knew Li Xuanye's temper very well, and the young master would definitely be furious when he heard the news. But unexpectedly, Li Xuanye's expression did not change. He just said lightly, "Oh, let's go and have a look." Master? The maid Xiao looked stunned, but the master did not get angry. This was still her. That young master you know? There was no time to doubt. Xiao quickly followed Li Xuanye's footsteps, and when her eyes passed over Li Xuanye's face, she couldn't help but exclaimed in her heart, "Huh? Young master. Why does he seem to have suddenly become handsome, even his temperament? Much improved than before." Li family meeting hall. Li Wuji sat high in the chief position, with 4 men and 2 women sitting on both sides, all senior members of the Li family. In the hall, there was another group of people standing. The leader was a man wearing a fire-patterned robe. He had sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, and a majestic weapon. He seemed to have the air of a general, and his whole body exuded the aura of raging flames. Next to the man, stood a beautiful young girl, dressed in white clothes and ethereal, like a fairy who could not eat the fireworks of the world. Her expression was cold and arrogant, and she had no respect for Li Wuji. "Su Jingting, do you really want to unilaterally break the engagement?" Li Wuji frowned deeply, with strong anger in his eyes. The man in the fire-patterned robe said coldly, "Do you need me to say it a second time? My Yue is the most talented person in Hailu City. She has already reached the strength of a 7th-level warrior at the age of 16. I promised you before Yue got engaged to that dude from your Li family because of his good talent, but now that Li Xuanye has fallen to the 1st level of martial arts, what qualifications do we have to be worthy of my Yue?" Li Xuanye? As soon as Yi arrived at the meeting hall, she heard such a conversation. "Are you really here to break off the engagement?" Su Yue, the first proud daughter among the younger generation in Hailu City, is also Li Xuanye's fiancée. Having said that, Li Xuanye didn't know much about Su Yue. This talented woman was very arrogant and cold, and she never had any good feelings towards people who were not as powerful as herself. When they got engaged, she told Li Xuanye in private that unless Li Xuanye can break through to the 7th level of martial arts, otherwise don't see her. As a result, as soon as the news that Li Xuanye had just recovered from his serious injury and that his strength had dropped to the level of a 1st-level martial arts disciple spread, Su Jingting came with his daughter Su Yue to break off the engagement. Isn't this a shameful slap in the face of the Li family? Li Xuanye didn't care about the engagement, but the Su family came to cancel the engagement with such great fanfare, which was really cruel and disgusting. He immediately opened the door and walked into the meeting hall. Xian Yi. Li Wuji suddenly became nervous when he saw his son, fearing that he wouldn't be able to bear the blow of being called off the engagement in person. The other uncles and elders of the Li family looked at Li Xuanye with playful expressions. If Li Xuanye's engagement was annulled, then his position as the heir would be even more unstable, and only they and other descendants would have a chance to ascend to the throne. "Uncle Su, Miss Su." Li Xuanye greeted the Su family father and daughter politely, and then changed the subject. "It is okay to break off the engagement, but it cannot affect the reputation of my Li family. It should be up to me, Li Xuanye, to it's only appropriate to divorce Su Yue with a divorce letter." "What?" Su Jingting was furious. "Good boy, I personally brought Yue to your door to break off the engagement. I've already given you the Li family enough face, but you still want to take the initiative to divorce her. Wife, what do you want to put our Su family into, and how do you want Yue to talk about marriage in the future? Your Su family took the initiative to bring up the engagement back then, wanting to seize the power of my Li family, but now my strength has temporarily declined. The Su family has begun to look down upon others, and by agreeing to divorce my wife, I have already given you enough face, so it's not a compliment. Li Xuanye frowned, and his tone became colder. You. Su Jingting puffed his beard and glared angrily. Although Li Xuanye was telling the truth, he was shy about marrying the Li family, most likely because he wanted to climb the big tree of the Li family. But these are all things behind the scenes, but at this moment, Li Xuanye openly tore them up on the stage, making it difficult for Su Jingting to step down. How could Su Jingting, the dignified head of the Su family and a third-level martial arts expert, be able to swallow such a sigh of relief? If Li Wuji hadn't been present, the strength of the 7th level of martial arts would have been intimidating. Su Jingting would have wanted to slap Li Xuanye twice on the spot to let him know the price of being disrespectful. Li Xuanye, you are already a first-level cripple. Why don't you accept your destiny? Why bother to hold on? Su Yue finally spoke. Her eyes seemed to be filled with pity and anger, but she didn't look at Li seriously at all. Xian Yi, as if it was a great shame to have Li Xuanye's figure in front of his eyes. When Li Xuanye heard what his fiancé said, he felt inexplicably angry. Although he didn't care about the engagement, he couldn't bear it when a woman who still held the title of his fiancé treated her with such a condescending attitude. Daughter, why do you have to talk so much to such a loser? You will degrade your status. Su Jingting snorted coldly, took out the marriage document, tore it into pieces in front of everyone in the Li family, and turned it into shreds of paper on the ground. He raised his head high and said to the furious Li Wuji, Brother Li, take good care of your good-for-nothing son. Don't blame me for not warning you. My Yue has made a lifelong commitment to the young city lord Hai Yunkong and is about to marry into the Hai family and become the future Mrs. City Lord. No matter how angry you are in the Li family, you should keep it in your stomach. Hai family. Li Wuji looked shocked, and quickly suppressed the anger that had erupted. Everyone in the Li family was shocked. It turned out to be the Hai family. There are many big and small families in Hailu City, but the one who really stands at the top is the city lord Hai Jia. The current city lord Hai Longue is a real strong man who is at the 10th level of martial arts and has half a foot on the threshold of martial master. Compared with the Hai family, the Li family is a bit inferior. If Su Yue wants to marry the Hai family, the Li family really doesn't dare to let it go, so they can only terminate the engagement honestly. Xian Yi. Li Wuji looked at the silent Li Xuanye and couldn't help but feel distressed in his heart. I'm afraid this child was in a very uncomfortable mood. Sea, cloud, and sky. It's actually Hai Yunkong. After Li Xuanye heard Su Jingting's words, he couldn't help but feel huge waves in his heart. Not only was he angry at his fiancée for betraying him silently, but he was also suddenly awakened by some blurred memories. That night when Li Xuanye was seriously injured and about to die, it was the people from the city lord's mansion who found Li Xuanye. When Li Xuanye's consciousness collapsed after being beaten by several masters, he vaguely heard someone's taunting voice. Hearing Hai Yunkong's name at this moment, Li Xuanye completely awakened his memory. The owner of that voice was the young city lord Hai Yunkong. Seeing the shocked expression on Li Xuanye's face, Su Jingting seemed to be greatly benefited, and laughed loudly and said, Nephew Xuanye, why don't you continue to be tough? It feels uncomfortable to recognize reality, even if you can recover. No matter your strength, compared with Master Hai, you are just a lost dog, huh? With a burst of arrogant and strange laughter, Su Jingting took Su Yue away, leaving behind a group of shocked and humiliated senior Li family members. Li Wuji was so angry that he smashed the long table in front of him to pieces with a roar. But in the end, Li Wuji calmed down his anger. He walked up behind Li Xuanye and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged. At worst, my father will help you find another marriage. The Su family girl has no discernment herself. Her loss. Thank you, father. Knowing that Li Wuji was comforting himself, Li Xuanye smiled and nodded. He thought, no matter what, let's develop our strength with peace of mind first. Only by mastering the strength can we have the right to speak. Now even if I reveal the news that I have recovered to the 6th level, it will not help. It is better to endure it for the time being. With the treasure box system in hand, it won't take long for me to your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Activate the treasure chest radar. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of invisible ripples rippled from Li Xuanye's body, almost covering the entire Li mansion. Soon Li Xuanye discovered that something appeared in his mind. A panoramic overlooking view of the Lee family mansion garden, with pavilions, waterside pavilions and corridors, all displayed clearly, and it was a real-time picture. Even the servants walking in the yard could see it clearly. On the panoramic map, there are 4 treasure chest-shaped marks that are shining brightly. 4 treasure boxes, 3 bronze and 1 black iron. Li Xuanye immediately determined the number of treasure boxes, and also discovered at the same time that the treasure boxes were divided into many grades, from low to high, bronze, black iron, silver, gold, and diamond, rainbow, supreme. In addition, there are some special treasure boxes, such as monster boxes, welfare boxes, trap boxes, mission boxes, etc. Find the 3 bronze treasure boxes first. Li Xuanye geared up and jumped up and down in Li's house, with holograms. With the help of the map, he successfully avoided the servants and opened the first bronze treasure chest in the woodshed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting healing pill injuries, recovery from internal and external injuries. Good food, just eat it. Although Li Xuanye returned to the 6th level of martial arts with the help of the upgrade card, his injuries have not fully recovered. At this moment, he swallowed half a bottle of healing pills, and his internal and external injuries quickly improved. After completely recovering, Li Xuanye couldn't help laughing, and then went to look for the second treasure box. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bronze high-level weapon Emerald Knife. Emerald Knife, made of top-grade imperial jade, very sharp and tough, suitable for chopping wood. Li Xuanye was speechless for a while. The wood-chopping knife made of imperial green jade, what a luxury. The last bronze treasure chest was a little harder to find, and it actually sank under the lotus pond in the backyard. The weather was not too cold now, so Li Xuanye, who had regained his 6th level martial arts strength, had no worries at all and jumped directly into the pond. Soon then he dug out the bronze treasure chest from the mud. Ding! Open the bronze treasure chest and get the black iron key X1 black iron key. This is good stuff. Lee Mansion, back garden. Xian Yi, you have just recovered from your injury. You should stay in the house and recuperate. Don't worry about your mother by running around and getting cold. Bai Suiying had long hair and stunning beauty. She hugged Li Xuanye tenderly, protecting her in her arms. Li Xuanye said with some embarrassment, the child's injury has recovered, mother does not need to worry. The last black iron treasure box was at the residence of his mother Bai Suiying. As soon as Li Xuanye planned to look for it, his mother discovered it and he couldn't even hide. Almost no one outside the world knows that the most powerful person in the Li family is not Li Wuji, who is at the 7th level of martial arts, but Bai Suiying. Bai Suiying's origins are mysterious. When she married into the Li family, she possessed terrifying strength of the 9th level of martial arts. Even the city lord Hai Longue was no enemy of Bai Suiying. It's just that Bai Suiying has a special constitution and it is difficult to give birth to offspring. In order to give birth to Li Xuanye, Bai Suiying took a lot of drugs and tried her best to ensure Li Xuanye's safety. As a result, after Li Xuanye was successfully born, Bai Suiying's strength was greatly reduced and her physical condition was greatly reduced. He became very weak and now only has the strength of the 9th level of martial arts. Even so, Bai Suiying's strength is better than that of Li Wuji, and she is the real support of the Li family. However, not even the other elders of the Li family knew about this, and only Li Wuji and Li Xuanye knew about it. It's true. Bai Suiying grabbed Li Xuanye's wrist and checked it. She was surprised to find that not only did Li Xuanye's injuries completely recover, but his strength had returned to the 6th level of martial arts. Suddenly, his beautiful eyes opened wide with curiosity. But she didn't ask, she just stroked Li Xuanye's hair gently and said with a smile, "This will make my mother feel at ease. My Xuanye is indeed the best. That girl from the Su family is not worthy of you at all. You wait for me, Yi, I will go back to my parents' Baihua village in a few days, and then my mother will bring a little beauty back to be Xianye's daughter-in-law. Ahem. This is really a real mother." Li Xuanye shamelessly chatted with Bai Suiying for 2 hours, and finally found the time to find the black iron treasure box hidden in the back garden. Fortunately, it is a black iron treasure chest, which looks much higher quality than a bronze treasure chest. Bless the system, let my character explode once. The elementary lockpicking skill has a high failure rate in opening a black iron treasure chest, and after one failure, the treasure chest will disappear. However, with the black iron key in hand, there is no chance of failure. It's possible, but it's unknown what the treasure chest can bring out. If you don't have good character, you'll suffer a lot if you encounter junk goods. Ding, open the black iron treasure chest and get 10 times the experience card. 10 times experience card? Li Xuanye quickly checked. 10 times experience card. After using it, you can get 10 times the experience bonus for 10 hours, and increase the monster explosion rate to a certain extent. It is a necessary buff for you to spawn monsters and level up. It's coming. As expected of a black iron treasure chest, it can actually produce a 10-fold experience card. This thing is a good thing. It is simply a must-have medicine for spawning monsters and leveling up, and can greatly save training time. But Li Xuanye was immediately dumbfounded. This is not an online game. Where can I go to kill monsters? There seem to be a lot of sea beasts in the sea, but they are too strong. If they don't have martial spirit level strength, they will die. There seem to be some monsters in the Luoying Mountains to the west, but the area close to Hailu City has long been cleared away. Unless you go deep into the mountains, after all, the beasts and monsters in reality do not refresh regularly. No more. The experience bonus only lasts for 10 hours, and it will be gone once it is used up. You must cherish every minute. Then you must find a place with dense monsters that can be used continuously for 10 hours, and the monsters must not be too strong, otherwise they will be killed. It will be more troublesome to get up. After thinking about it, Li Xuanye felt that there was a place that was very suitable for him to brush monsters. Lizard Island, 80 miles away to the southeast, is said to be home to more than millions of lizards. They are generally not very powerful because the lizard meat tastes so bad and there is nothing valuable on them. Hunters rarely visit this lizard island. I am basically in a state of isolation, which is the best place for me to gain experience. The next morning, Li Xuanye took an excuse to go out to relax, put on an inconspicuous black cloak, and went straight to the blue sky outside the south gate early in the morning. Departure from the harbor. This was the first time Li Xuanye left Li Mansion after traveling through time. Along the way, he was greatly shocked by the wonderful customs of the other world. Along the way, Li Xuanye was really shocked by the spectacular scene of Hailu City. The scale of Hailu City alone opened Li Xuanye's eyes. This city has a population of tens of millions, and there are no densely populated high-rise buildings. The land is abundant and the building materials are cheap, making Hailu City almost all residents have their own private courtyard. The urban planning is also in order. The clean and wide streets are paved with flat blue crystal stone slabs. The flower beds on the road are made of the wood of a luminous tree. In the early morning, it is not completely bright yet, and the flower beds on both sides of the road are still emitting a hazy glow. The light illuminates the street dimly. The fresh morning mist is mixed with the smell of the ocean. It is completely different from the haze in the previous life. This is breathable mist. From what Li Xuanye saw along the way, he basically concluded that the civilization level of Wanjie continent is far better than that of Earth. Although the technology here is not developed, the products are too abundant, and all kinds of energy can be used in daily life. It is very convenient and very low cost to get it done with crystal stones. What's even more amazing is that the city's infrastructure is quite impressive, with a constant supply of hot spring water 24 hours a day. Each block has a huge centralized trade area, integrating learning, shopping, entertainment, and other functions. The only thing that is not in place is the transportation facilities. Li Xuanye did not see the existence of any transportation facilities. People here basically rely on mounts to travel, which can also be regarded as domestic pets. They are mainly cats and dogs, much like on Earth, but these pets are very large and can easily carry their owners and run at high speeds. However, Li Xuanye saw that nearby residents were more willing to walk, which may be related to the relatively slow pace of life here. Li Xuanye, a 6th-level martial artist, has an agility of 63 points. Ordinary people in this world can easily run 100 meters in 10 seconds. Li Xuanye's agility is 6 times that of ordinary people. He tried his best as he ran. It felt as if there was a strong wind roaring in his ears, and his speed was close to 80 yards, as fast as a humanoid sports car. Not long after, he arrived at the Blue Sky Harbor outside the South Gate. At this time, the seaport was already quite busy. A large number of giant beasts were being driven by merchants to carry goods. Ships loaded with goods were sailing out of the port one after another, heading north, which was the direction of the imperial capital of Dongxing Kingdom. The entire east coast was trade heartland. Hello, I want to pick up the boat. Li Xuanye loosened his cloak and came to the dock outside the port. As the dandy eldest son of the Li family, Li Xuanye naturally has his own private yacht. To be precise, it is a submarine powered by magic crystal. It can freely float up and down on the sea surface and thousands of meters deep sea. It has excellent performance and super speed. Quick! Of course, the price is not cheap. A magic crystal submarine sells for 1 million crystals. Crystals are the common currency of Wanjie continent, and their purchasing power is almost equivalent to 10 million Chinese coins. After taking out the crystal card and paying for the storage and maintenance fees, Li Xuanye successfully boarded his magic crystal submarine. This submarine was shaped like a great white shark and was 12 meters long. It had a large internal space, and even placed there is a huge soft double bed, and there are several sets of women's underwear and belly bands stored in the wardrobe. Li Xuanya is not a womanizer, but because of his family background, there are always women who come to his side. Li Xuanya is also a vegetarian, so there is no reason to let go of any woman who comes to his door, and he loves to show off so much that he bought this magic crystal submarine for the sole purpose of taking women out to sea for trysts. However, there is one thing Li Xuanya does pretty well, and that is decisiveness. He will simply send away women who are tired of playing with money, and will never leave the water. Moreover, he only associates with one woman at a time, and only after they part ways will he look for other prey. I won't ride in 2 boats. Opening the waterproof cover, Li Xuanya drove the submarine slowly out of the dock. Less than an hour later, Li Xuanya drove the submarine to Lizard Island. Before landing on the island, Li Xuanya saw from a distance that there were large black spots gathering on the beach. They were all lizards that came out to bask in the sun. They were so dense that they stretched as far as the eye could see, almost covering the entire island. After docking the magic crystal submarine near the beach, Li Xin swam to the shore at night, kicked away a few lizards blocking his way, and muttered, "It stinks to death, it's disgusting." Lizards are scavengers and can eat anything. There are a lot of bacteria, and the saliva is highly poisonous. Although its strength is average, it is still quite troublesome if it gets bitten. Li Xuanya took out the jade knife from the toolbar, weighed the feel, and chopped down several lizards like a watermelon. It's okay. The strength of the lizards on the periphery is very rubbish, which is the level of first and second level warriors. As long as you are careful not to be surrounded by more than 10 at the same time, the safety factor is still very high. By the way, it's been a day. The treasure chest radar can be turned on. Let's pick up treasure chests while killing monsters. Ding, turn on the treasure chest radar and find X5 bronze treasure chests and X2 black iron treasure chests. There were actually 2 black iron treasure chests. But in the center of Lizard Island, there were overwhelming lizards there, and Li Xuanya saw through the holographic map that in the central valley of Lizard Island, there were several silver-white lizards as big as cattle, giving people a threatening feeling. Just try your best. If you can open all the bronze treasure chests, it will be considered a success. Don't think too much about black iron. Taking a deep breath, Li Xuanya took out the 10 times experience card and chose to use it. He felt like a divine help and chopped down a group of lizards with his sword. Ding, experience plus 523 ding, experience plus 667 ding. Every time a lizard fell to the ground, Li Xuanya would think of the system prompt in his mind. He checked his attributes and found that there was an additional experience bar after the level. Li Xuanya, level 6 martial artist, 5478/100000, strength 65, endurance 59, agility 63, spirit 71, luck value? Charm value? +2 skills, treasure chest radar, elementary lockpicking, hanging cloud palm, small phaseless skill. It takes 100,000 experience points to advance from level 6 to level 7, which doesn't seem to be much. He has only killed 7 or 8 lizards and has risen by 1/20th. It is estimated that Li Xuanya will be able to rise to level 7 in less than half an hour. Level. Although it is because of using the 10 times experience card, even if there is no 10 times experience card, does it only take 5 hours to upgrade from level 6 to level 7? It can't be. In other words, when using the experience bonus card, your strength is digitized, and you can upgrade by simply defeating monsters to gain experience. However, if you are in a normal state, you still have to practice according to the standards of the Wanjie continent. Is there any possibility of a breakthrough? Ding, congratulations to the host for discovering the hidden rules of the system, and the reward is Black Iron Key X1. Li Xuanya's eyes widened. Is there such a good thing? No matter, time is precious, hurry up and kill monsters first. Ding, congratulations on the host's upgrade, all attributes +10. A backspine lizard was chopped down and fell to the ground. Li Xuanya was directly promoted to the 7th level of martial arts. It was really cool. Li Xuanya looked at the attributes and found that the experience required to upgrade from level 7 to level 8 increased tenfold and required 1 million. The effect of the 10 times experience card can last for 10 hours. According to the current speed, it will definitely be no problem to break through the 8th level today, but there will be no chance of reaching the 9th level. I cut, I stab, I kick, I hit. Where is the experience? Li Xuanya waved his jade knife and chopped randomly, but suddenly with a bang, the jade knife in his hand broke. Wow, you're so useless. Li Xuanya suddenly frowned. Without weapons, the efficiency of killing monsters would be greatly reduced. Let's go find the box first. With his internal energy running, Li Xuanya used the small phaseless kung fu, and his body rose into the air like a shuttle, like an eagle striking the sky, gliding out with the wind above the island, and landed directly on a bronze on the treasure chest. Ding, open the bronze treasure chest and get the item high explosive grenade X10. Oh my god, is this okay? Looking at the string of grenades that appeared in his hand, Li Xuanya was shocked and dumbfounded. This treasure box can really open anything. Come on, come face to face with me. Li Xuanya summoned up all his inner strength and howled wildly at the group of lizards on the beach, his tone extremely mocking. With high explosive grenades and other powerful weapons, of course they cannot be used casually. The routine of flying a kite to attract monsters and then clearing the screen is something that Li Xuanya, a player, does not need to consider. However, the gap between the game and reality is still quite big. Seeing a large group of black lizards running toward him, spitting out scarlet black tongues and shaking saliva wildly, Li Xuanya was still frightened, not attracting enough attention. Lizard threw the high explosive grenade. Boom! For a moment, broken limbs flew across the beach, blood stained the beach, and the experience value skyrocketed. Ding! Kill the backthorn lizard and explode the item rejuvenation pill X10 appeared, the explosion rate of killing monsters. However, this explosion rate is really shockingly low. It took hundreds of lizards to be killed to explode a bottle of red medicine. It is estimated that the explosion rate of equipment and the like is even lower. Picking up the medicine bottle in the pool of blood, Li Xuanya checked the properties. Sure enough, it was a state-restoring elixir. It could not only restore physical strength, but also make up for the consumption of mental power. Ordinary attacks only consume physical strength, but performing skills such as Xiao Wuxian Gong requires mental energy. Moreover, Xiao Wuxian Gong, as a top-level bronze skill, consumes mental energy very quickly. This is something Li Xuanya doesn't want to do. The reason for using internal power, but now that I have the rejuvenation pill, I don't have any worries anymore. Boom, boom, boom. In the next more than half an hour, explosions were heard one after another on Lizard Island. Each explosion was accompanied by a large number of lizards being bombarded into meat paste and reduced to Li Xuanya's experience points. 10 After all the high explosive bombs were used up, the experience required to reach the 8th level had reached half. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. He killed nearly 1,000 lizards in a row and didn't even get a bottle of rejuvenation pill. See the beach on the north coast. The lizards on the bed had been almost cleaned up. Li Xuanya took a rest and walked towards the nearest bronze treasure chest. All the lizards he met on the way were punched to death. Ding, open the bronze treasure chest and get the prop full moon scimitar, intermediate bronze, original owner Ding Pang, the magic weapon of the demon cult. The blade is engraved with one night in the small house listening to the spring rain. There is another weapon. Got it. Holding the full moon scimitar, Li Xuanya felt like he was possessed by Ding Pang. He instantly became a handsome man. Even his eyes became cold. He raised the knife and cut off the head of a lizard. After drinking blood, the full moon scimitar's demonic nature exploded, and a dim red light flashed on the blade. This is a magic weapon. If used improperly, there is a possibility of being invaded by magic. But after all, this is only an intermediate bronze weapon. Li Xuanya has now entered the ranks of high-level warriors and is almost unaffected by magic. With the weapon, Li Xuanya's monster spawning speed increased again. When the sun rose above his head, his experience value reached 1 million, and he successfully broke through to the 8th level of martial arts. Among the younger generation in Hailu City, there are very few who can reach the 8th level of martial arts, but for Li Xuanya, it is far from enough. The position of the heir of the Li family is too tempting, and he must at least be promoted to the martial arts level. Level has sufficient self-protection capabilities. As expected, it takes 10 million experience to advance to the 9th level. Even if there is still a lot of time left on the 10x experience card, I can't get so much experience by farming these little lizards. With my current strength, I should be able to go to the central valley of Lizard Island. I'll give it a try, and I can just get a black iron treasure chest. After making a decision, Li Xuanya stopped attacking the lizards on the beach, put away the full moon scimitar, and used Qing Kung Fu to fly towards the valley. On the way, Li Xuanya also opened 2 bronze boxes and got a bottle of healing pills and a bronze low-level martial arts kick called Meat Kick. Although it is a low-level martial arts skill, it does not require too much in kicking skills, so Li Xuanya learned it directly. There are so many lizards. I should have known that high explosive grenades were kept here for use. Standing on the cliff outside the valley, Li Xuanya looked around and saw countless lizards gathering in the dark valley, at least dozens of them. There were thousands of lizards. He wanted to enter the valley, but he had no way to go. The roads were all occupied by lizards. Holding his nose and enduring the stench, Li Xuanye followed a vine and landed in the valley. He immediately picked up the round moon scimitar and started killing. When he was exhausted, he took out a rejuvenation pill. After taking it, if you are bitten by a lizard, you will take a healing pill. Your whole body will be like a killing machine, constantly harvesting experience. Ding, kill the leader lizard, experience plus 2564, explode the prop napalm bomb happy. Li Xuanye picked up the gasoline bomb and threw it directly in the direction where the lizards were densest. Suddenly, the fire shot into the sky and a burning smell hit his nostrils. At least more than 300 lizards were burned to death. The system prompts one after another. It rang for several minutes. However, there were also drawbacks. The 2 bottles of rejuvenation pills that exploded were also burned directly. Roar! At this moment, a 5-meter-long large lizard that looked like a diplodocus roared and ran over. Good guy, this is the little boss. Although he didn't know the level of his opponent, Li Xuanye was now very brave and not timid at all. Facing the big lizard that was charging towards him, he picked up the full moon scimitar and slashed at it. This blow even used Xiao Wuxiang, the profound inner strength of Gong. But this blow, which could cut even steel, left only a flesh wound on the big lizard, without even blood seeping out. That's awesome. I'm afraid this is a 9th-level lizard. Li Xuanye's heart pounded and he temporarily backed down a few steps, but the big lizard was completely enraged and howled crazily and charged towards him again. Li Xuanye's retreat was blocked. It had been cut off by the other lizards that had arrived, and I couldn't run away, so I had to bite the bullet and continue on. Come on, front of the... Bang! After enduring the crazy blow from the big lizard, Li Xuanye took dozens of steps back, his face turned pale, and he almost vomited blood. At this time, Li Xuanye suddenly realized that this was not a game. He was facing a real monster, and he would really lose his life if he was not careful. Either you die today or I die, let's fight. After swallowing a healing pill and a rejuvenation pill, Li Xuanye's internal strength surged, and the small phaseless skill was pushed to the extreme. The full moon scimitar burst out with a bright brilliance, heading towards the big lizard's neck was slashed across. But this is not a turn-based game. The big lizard will not wait to be chopped by Li Xuanye. It opens its mouth and spits out a large amount of dark green poisonous gas. It stinks. At the critical moment, Li Xuanye's strength was fully activated. Xiao Wuxianggong suddenly broke through to the realm of Dishang. His internal strength surged, his sword danced in the sky, he slashed out from the air, and he hit an air blast. Suddenly a strong wind roared, blowing away the poisonous mist. Li Xuanye's blade swirled and slashed towards the big lizard's mouth. With a swipe of the knife, it pierced the big lizard's lower jaw. Roar! The big lizard howled in severe pain, and a divine dragon swung its tail, sending Li Xuanye's hanging body flying more than 10 meters away. Li Xuanye felt that all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. He fell to the ground and could hardly get up. He forced himself to stuff a handful of healing pills and rejuvenation pills into his mouth, and stood up again. Come on! The big lizard, which had not yet recovered, was chased and beaten by Li Xuanye again. This time it couldn't survive, and Li Xuanye seized the opportunity and sealed its throat with a knife. Ding! Kill the lizard king by leapfrogging, the experience bonus will be 10 times, experience plus 54,508 ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the lizard king, and explode the paralysis ring. Li Xuanye forced himself to walk over and pick it up. When he saw the properties of the paralysis ring, he immediately felt that this desperate fight was worth it. Paralysis ring, black iron level, strength plus 5, mental power plus 8. There is a chance of adding paralysis when attacking. It is actually a black iron level equipment. It not only adds attributes, but also has a paralysis effect. It is simply a magical outfit. There is no requirement to wear the paralysis ring. Although Li Xuanye only has the strength of an 8th-level martial artist, he can wear it directly. Feeling the surge in strength and spiritual power, Li Xian was so happy that he almost fainted. No, at least you have to open the black iron treasure chest before you faint. Li Xuanye bit the tip of his tongue and activated his small phaseless skill to rise into the air and glide towards the location of the black iron treasure chest on the map. There were at least 3 lizard kings in the valley. They were simply far away from each other and did not notice the arrival of the uninvited guest Li Xuanye. Li Xuanye quickly cleaned up the lizards around the treasure chest, then took out the black iron key and opened the treasure chest. Ding! Open the black iron treasure chest and get the skill insight technique. Without enough time to understand the effect of the insight technique, Li Xuanye just felt exhausted. Even the rejuvenation pill was difficult to work. His eyelids kept trembling, and he was too lazy to spend the remaining 10 times of experience time. After using it, he used his last strength to fly out of Lizard Valley, returned to the magic crystal submarine, fell on the bed and fell asleep. Li Xuanye slept for more than 10 hours at a stretch, and when he woke up, it was already the next morning. He immediately checked the properties. Li Xuanye, 8th level warrior, 351645/10000000, strength 90, endurance 79, agility 83, spirit 99, luck value? Charm value? +2 skills, treasure chest radar, elementary lockpicking, cloud palm, small phaseless kung fu, flesh kick, and insight technique. Equipment, full moon scimitar, charm ring, paralysis ring. Li Xian was delighted. Apart from his lack of endurance, his strength and mental power had reached the 9th level. Especially his mental power was already close to the 10th level of a martial artist. He checked the skill introduction of insight technique again. Insight technique, the mind is subtle and can be seen to every detail. It can detect the basic attributes of all items and creatures. This skill is quite good. If you encounter the Lizard King again, you can check the attributes in advance to understand the opponent's weaknesses, so as to find a more suitable one. The attack method can also prevent some powerful opponents in advance and avoid them early. After stretching, Li Xuanye felt relaxed and started the magic crystal submarine to return home. After being missing all night, the Li family was probably in trouble. Especially by Suying. She loves her precious son so much. Once she knows that Li Xian will not come back all night, she will definitely go crazy. Hey, what is that? Not far away, Li Xuanye suddenly saw the light above his head dimming, as if it was covered by something, like a big ship. He used the insight technique on the big ship. The owner of the corsair ship Empress Manhwa. Li Xuanye couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the name of Empress Manhwa. The name of this cruel empress was very familiar to him. Manhwa was the leader of the largest pirate group entrenched in this generation of seas, and he had thousands of elite pirates, powerful enough to rival the Hai family in Hailu City. The Empress Manhwa is known for her cruelty and beauty. It is said that she was once the slave of a big man in the imperial capital of Dongxing Kingdom. Later, she got an opportunity and her strength skyrocketed and she became a powerful warrior. After escaping from the imperial capital, established her own power at sea. However, unlike other pirates, Empress Manhwa's cruelty was only for the Dongxing Kingdom. Her pirate group never accidentally harmed civilians, nor did they seize the wealth of civilian caravans. But as long as he encountered an official ship from the Dongxing Kingdom, he would never let it go. Even so, Li Xuanye would never dare to provoke a terrifying being at the level of a warrior. He quickly dived into the deep sea and stayed close to the seabed. Move forward slowly to avoid being discovered. It was not until the Empress disappeared completely that Li Xuanye surfaced in the magic crystal submarine. He saw a fire burning on the sea surface not far away, and a ship in Hailu City was burned to pieces. Ashes and floating corpses were everywhere. It was too horrible to see. She is indeed a cruel empress. Li Xuanye sighed with emotion. Out of kindness, he sailed to the place where the ship sank to see if there were any survivors. Help! It's you, Li Xuanye. A piece of broken wood floated over, with a young, pale boy lying on it. Unexpectedly, the other party actually knew him, but Li Xuanye failed to recognize him, so he simply used his insight spell. Han Dongli, a 6th level martial arts disciple, a disciple of the martial arts hall of Hailu City Martial Arts Academy. Li Xuanye was relieved. He turned out to be a classmate. As the leading dandy in Hailu City, Li Xuanye was quite famous. In addition, he was a student at the same school. Han Dongli would recognize Li Xuanye. The identity is also normal. Come up. Li Xuanye smiled, stretched out his hand to Han Dongli, and pulled him onto the boat. Phew, we're saved. Han Dongli's face turned pale and he took a deep breath. He finally calmed down, but he didn't dare to look back at the burning ship. I was so unlucky. On the first day I participated in the trial mission, I actually met the female devil Manhwa. If I hadn't jumped into the water in time to hide, I would have died in the hands of that female devil. Han Dongli, he said with lingering fear. Hailu City is the front line of Dongxing Kingdom's coastal defense. It has a strong martial arts culture. The Martial Arts Academy is the most famous school in Hailu City. Among them, the Martial Arts Hall is particularly famous. The students it trains are all elites who will be active on the battlefield in the future. When I was in school, I often accepted some trial tasks and continued to hone myself. In contrast, the elite hall where Li Xuanye was before, although it has the title of elite, is actually just a place for a group of rich second-generation people to play and entertain, and its real status is far lower than that of the main halls such as the Martial Arts Hall. Quack, luckily I was more thoughtful and stayed here to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. I was really guessed. At this moment, a strange scream suddenly came from the sky above the magic crystal submarine. It turned out to be a pirate with gray wings, a barbed nose, eyes like an eagle, and cruel eyes fell from the sky and came to kill him. Oops. Han Dongli was horrified. He didn't expect that all the members of the Empress's pirate group had not been evacuated, but there was actually a aftermath left behind. Those were ferocious pirates. For a guy like Han Dongli, who was wiped out by his team when he entered the battlefield for the first time and whose confidence was almost completely shattered, even just a pirate was enough to scare him out of his wits. Insight technique. Li Xuanye immediately issued the insight technique. Eagle Man Roddy, Martial Spirit Level 1, a combatant of the Empress Pirate Regiment. He has extremely strong eyesight, is good at flying, and is weak to water. He is actually a Martial Spirit Level pirate combatant. Although he is only a Martial Spirit Level 1, the Martial Spirit level and there is a huge difference between martial apprentices and a huge disparity in strength. This is really a problem. Escape. Li Xuanye made a judgment in an instant, started the magic crystal engine and dived frantically. However, the magic crystal submarine did not move at all. Ingman Roddy grabbed the top cover of the magic crystal submarine with a grin, and pulled the strong magic crystal glass away. They all grabbed 10-finger holes, flapped their huge wings crazily, and lifted the magic crystal submarine weighing more than 10 tons into the air. It's over. Han Dongli showed a desperate look, unable to even think of resistance. It's not time to give in yet. Li Xuanye's eyes narrowed, he grabbed the round moon scimitar and slashed at Rhodey's finger. You little ant who overestimates your capabilities, you can't hurt me at all with your weak strength. Eagleman Rhodey laughed wildly, but suddenly his laughter stopped, and he felt dizzy, as if a strong electric current was sweeping through him. His whole body and both wings were immediately paralyzed. It worked! The paralysis effect attached to the paralysis ring is really powerful, and the paralysis ring is also a black iron level equipment. It has a chance of being effective for Ingren Roddy, who is at the first level of martial arts. Plus, Li Xuanye is very lucky, triggering the paralysis effect on the first hit. Boom! The moment Eagleman Roddy was paralyzed, he lost control of the magic crystal submarine. The submarine quickly fell off and fell back to the sea. However, the top cover was also torn, making it impossible to dive at all. The situation was still worrying. The paralysis effect is very short-lived, and Ingman Roddy will catch up within a few seconds. No matter what, drowning is better than being cut into pieces by pirates. Li Xuanye forcibly drove the magic crystal submarine to the bottom of the sea. The cracked top cover was immediately filled with seawater. Seeing Han Dongli still standing there in a daze, Li Xuanye kicked him angrily. He kicked him and said, "Hurry up and stop the leak." Ha! Oh! Han Dongli finally realized what he was doing. Help! Help! Just as Li Xuanye was about to set sail at full speed, he suddenly saw a black shadow falling into the sea. It was none other than Eagleman Roddy. But unexpectedly, he did not catch up, but fell into the sea. It kept rolling and twisting, and the water splashed by its wings was like drowning. Is this weak water? It makes me laugh, martial spirit level pirates can't swim. Li Xuanye almost burst out laughing. Buddy, you are a notorious pirate, how can you live on the sea without knowing how to swim? Master Li, the entrance to the cave is too big to block. The ship is going to sink. Let's abandon the ship and run away. Han Dongli ran to Li Xuanye with a bitter look on his face and said, "You're just running away, I'm going to kill him while he's sick." Li Xuanye licked his lips, directly controlled the magic crystal submarine to float to the surface, opened the top cover and walked out. Help! Save me! Eagleman Rhodey kept flapping the sea surface, but his wings became extremely heavy after absorbing water, and Eagleman's body seemed to weaken after falling into the water. His face turned pale with panic, and he even took the initiative to ask Li Xin Yikrite for help. "I asked you to act cool and wait for the chance. Now you are stupid." Li Xuanye mocked mercilessly. If I die, Empress Manhwa will not let you go. If you save me now, I promise not to kill you." No. Li Xuanye shook his finger and said slowly, "I control your destiny now, it's not your turn to threaten me." Taking out the full moon scimitar, Li Xuanye waited. With the current state of Eagleman Roddy, he might not be able to kill him. But for the small boss of the martial spirit level, although there is no digitized effect of the experience doubling card, and the experience will not be given by killing monsters, what if the equipment can be exploded? Seeing Li Xuanye's eager expression, Han Dongli was almost scared to death. He quickly pulled Li Xuanye and persuaded him, "Master Li, let's go. Killing the brutal Empress men will cause huge trouble. You're really a coward. You're just a bird. If you kill me, you'll be remembered. It'll be an explanation to your superiors. Otherwise, in a boat with so many people, you'll be the only one to go back alive. What do you think others will think of you? This. Although Han Dongli is a little timid, his IQ is still on the level. After listening to Li Xuanye's words, he thought it was the same. Even a warship was destroyed. However, he was a rookie at the 6th level of martial arts but managed to survive. Others would definitely think that he had some shady deal with the pirates, and he might even be labeled as a spy, and then he would be completely ruined. After thinking about this, Han Dongli gritted his teeth and showed a look of death. Okay, Mr. Li, I will listen to you. That's what you say. Li Xuanye chuckled, and secretly activated the small wuxiang gong. He stepped on the void and glided out. He held up the full moon scimitar and struck the eagle man Rodi's head with a sharp knife. With more than 90 points of strength, it was not enough. Coupled with the accompanying paralysis effect, Rodi, who was in a weak state, could not stand it at all. Without the strength to fight back, he struggled a few times but couldn't even touch the soles of Li Xuanye's shoes. Even a strong martial artist couldn't last long in such a passive state. In less than half a minute, Eagleman Rodi died and his blood stained the ocean. Hiss! Han Dongli couldn't help but take a breath when he saw this scene. Although it was a trick, Li Xuanye's strength was a little too abnormal. Not only could he fly in the air, but his strength was so amazing that he almost reached the level of a 9th-level martial arts disciple. Isn't it rumored that Li Xuanye was kidnapped by pirates and severely injured? After being rescued, his strength dropped to the 1st level of martial arts. Sure enough, these are all rumors. Not only did Li Xuanye's strength not plummet, but he improved a lot, broke through and became a 9th-level master. Ding! Kill Eagle Man Rodi and explode the set of props Empress boots. Boots of the Empress, silver suit, agility plus 15, attached skill wind sprint, speed bonus 50%, duration 10 seconds, get the complete set of Empress suit, you can get the passive state Empress love. I'm going. Although he had no experience, he actually gave him a piece of equipment, and it was a silver level suit. This Empress suit is a good thing. It is a silver level suit with skills. The speed bonus is simply abnormal. Whether it is a head-on confrontation or an escape, it is a magical skill. The most important thing is that if you collect the suit together, you can also get the love of the cruel Empress. I heard that the Empress Qianhua's kingdom is as beautiful as a fairy. Wouldn't it be great if she could be included in the account? An hour later, Li Xuanye and Han Dongli parted at Lantian Harbor. Han Dongli took away the body of Ingren Rodi and went back to deliver the goods. Before leaving, he was grateful to Li Xuanye and wished he could recognize him as his brother. Li Xuanye didn't mind having a younger brother, but Han Dongli was too timid and not strong enough. Go home quickly, or you will be scolded. Li Xuanye shuddered and hurried back to Lijiafu Garden. Young master, you are back. Madam has gone crazy without seeing you all night. The maid Xiao said eagerly as soon as they met. Li Xuanye was so ashamed that he hurriedly went to the back garden and tried his best to comfort his mother by suing. Fortunately, Li Xuanye used to be an unruly prodigal, and it was common for him to stay home for 3 days or two. However, this time he disappeared just after recovering from a serious injury, which made Bai Suiying a little worried. If he explained clearly, there would be no problem. After returning to the bedroom, Li Xuanye ran to the bathroom and washed away the oyster smell. After changing his clothes, he remembered that the treasure chest radar had not been used today, so he started it directly. Ding! I found a bronze treasure chest. It can be regarded as a replenishment of strategic supplies. Master, my wife asked me to stew manatee soup to replenish your health. Eat it while it's hot. The maid Xiao came over and said. Li Xuanye nodded, thank you. Xiao looked at Li Xuanye's gentle smile and was immediately elated. She couldn't help shouting in her heart, ah! The young master looks a lot more handsome today. She was speechless all night. The next morning, Li Xuanye arrived outside the courtyard early. He was accompanied by another man and a woman. Like him, they were both students of the Zhangzhan Academy. The man was named Li Mubai, the son of the eldest elder, and the woman was named Li Mubai. Li Mengkong is the precious daughter of the second elder. Cousin Xian Yi, I heard that your engagement was broken off by Su Yue. It's such a pity. Su Yue is the daughter of Hailu City's genius. Your strength is not as good as before. If you can hug Su Yue's lap, you can be successful in this life. Go over. Li Mubai smiled, but his words contained a razor edge. The head of the Li family is elected every 20 years, and Li Wuji has been the head of the family for 15 years. According to common sense, Li Xuanye has a chance to become the next head of the family, but now he only has the strength of a first-level martial arts disciple. 5 years from now, it is definitely difficult to become the head of the family, and the lineage of the great elder has become a strong candidate, especially Li Mubai. He is similar in age to Li Xuanye, and his strength has reached the 6th level of martial arts disciple. As long as Li Xuanye steps on him if he goes down, the position of future head of the family will most likely fall into his hands. From such a standpoint, Li Mubai naturally had no good feelings towards Li Xuanye. Li Xuanye naturally understood Li Mubai's thoughts, but his strength was not what it used to be, so how could he care? Li Mubai, what are you talking about? Huh, brother Xian Yi, don't be the same as him. Let's go. Li Mengkong, acute the side, suddenly took Li Xuanye's arm and was about to go out. Before leaving, she turned around and pretended to Li Mubai made a face. Li Mengkong, a 15-year-old cute, is Li Xuanye's only cousin. In fact, her appearance is average, about 70 points, but she has big eyes, fair skin, and a very hot figure despite her young age. In addition, she is good at dressing up and has a sweet voice, which is a lot of bonus points. Being rubbed by Li Mengkong's full chest, Li Xuanye blushed slightly. Although he has a rich theoretical basis for picking up girls, he has only been in contact with a handful of opposite sexes in his 2 lifetimes. He has never even held hands with a girl. No matter how rich his theory is, his experience is basically zero. It's not that Li Xuanye is so beastly that he even fantasizes about his own cousin. It's just that this girl is too clingy. This is in public, so please move your away, okay? The Warrior Academy is located in the center of the city, only half an hour's walk away from Lijiafu Garden. With the foot strength of a bronze strongman, it is not worth mentioning. It took less than 10 minutes to walk to the door of the academy. What a big academy! The Warrior Academy has a history of more than 300 years. After several expansions, it is extremely large. Although there are only thousands of students, it has more than a dozen academic buildings, covering a huge area and supporting buildings. The perfection and high standards are unique in Hailu City. Those who can enter the Warrior Academy are either talented potential stocks with extraordinary talents, or they are second-generation young ladies from big and small families in Hailu City who come in with huge crystal stones. Li Xuanye belongs to the latter. Look, it's Su Yue and Hai Yunkong. What a handsome man and beautiful woman. They are a couple made in heaven. Before Li Xuanye entered the academy, he heard someone not far away passing by. There were bursts of exclamations, and in the crowd, Su Yue and a tall handsome man with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes were walking side by side, smiling at each other and talking about something. Li Xuanye suddenly frowned. They looked like a couple. In fact, he had to thank Hai Yunkong. If he hadn't secretly killed Li Xuanye, he would not have had the chance to possess Li Xuanye. But one coat equals the other, and Li Xuanye remembers this hatred clearly. Li Xuanye is here. I heard that his engagement has just been broken off by Su Yue, but Hai Yunkong's temper will definitely not give up. Now he is in trouble. Cousin, let's go. Li Mengkong pulled Li Xuanye's arm, as if he didn't want him to be exposed and humiliated in this situation. Li Xuanye's heart was as calm as water. He smiled and touched Li Mengkong's head and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Li Xuanye, a mere first-level martial artist, still dares to report to the Warrior Academy? He's not afraid of losing himself. It's hurting the face of your Li family. Hai Yunkong strode over with a majestic look, and looked at Li Xuanye with disdain, as if he was looking at a funny clown. Although he has doubts in his heart and doesn't understand why he failed to kill Li Xuanye last time, as long as the engagement between Su Yue and the Li family is terminated, his goal will be achieved. Even if Li Xuanye survives, he has no right to threaten him. Li Xuanye ignored Hai Yunkong's intention at all, walked towards Su Yue and said, "So this is your choice. I can only say that your taste is really bad." Li Xuanye, what do you mean? Don't you want to give up? Su Yue frowned slightly and looked at Li Xuanye with an unkind expression. Humph, you overestimate your capabilities. Even your father Li Wuji wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Hai Yunkong snorted coldly and said to Su Yue, "Yue, get out of the way. I want to give you something. This guy needs a lesson." Su Yue hesitated for a moment, but moved away after a moment. Crack! Hai Yunkong clenched his fists, and there was an explosion sound in the joints. His aura was condensed, and his whole body was covered with a hazy halo. He was clearly a strong man of the 8th level of martial arts. Awesome, Hai Yunkong deserves to be the young city lord. In the future, the head of Hailu City will have such strength at the age of 18. I am afraid that Hai Yunkong will be able to enter the martial spirit level by no more than 25 years old. Li Xuanye has hit the wall this time. His opponent this time is Hai Yunkong. Even if the Li family supports him, it will not help. Hai Yunkong is so handsome. I seem to have fallen in love with him. The passers-by started talking about it and seemed to have decided the outcome of this fight. Today I will let you know that waste is waste after all, and you are destined to be stepped on by me in this life. Hai Yunkong raised his body and slapped Li Xuanye on the cheek. How powerful is the 8th level martial artist? Shockingly, the moment his footsteps left the ground, dust rose up all over the sky, and cracks appeared on the solid marble floor. Hai family's secret skill Xiaotian Pong. This is a high-level martial skill. Hai Yunkong is indeed a genius. He actually mastered high-level martial arts with the strength of an 8th level martial arts disciple. Although he only has a superficial understanding of it, this palm the power has also reached the 9th level. Li Xuanye is in danger. A mentor who had just arrived exclaimed, but he had no intention of rescuing him. The one who took action was the young city lord of Hailu City. Who dared to disturb him? The interest of showing off one's power in front of beautiful women. Amid the exclamations, Li Xuanye remained motionless and shot out a cloud-hanging palm. Humph, even a low-level martial artist dares to show off in front of me. Hai Yunkong sneered, completely ignoring Li Xuanye's resistance. Bang! Hai Yunkong's face suddenly changed. He was hit in the chest by a powerful force from across the air. He paused in midair for a moment, then flew backwards and was thrown more than 10 meters away. Stopped in dust. Hiss! Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected such a result. Li Xuanye was not a first-level martial arts disciple. Even if his strength recovered, he would only be a 6th-order martial arts disciple at most. He could actually with a single palm strike from the air. The 8th-level Hai Yun was sent flying. What kind of weird technique is this? Li Xuanye put away his arms and showed a satisfied smile. The powerful internal strength of Xiaowu Xianggong, combined with his mental strength of 99, was close to the level of a 10th-level powerhouse. It was easy to kill Hai Yunkong in an instant. If he wasn't worried about the power of the Hai family and was afraid of causing trouble to the Li family, Li Xuanye's blow would have shattered Hai Yunkong's heart and completely reduced him to a useless person. How could it be? The coldness and arrogance on Su Yue's face suddenly disappeared. She looked at Li Xuanye with wide eyes in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that Li Xuanye actually defeated Hai Yunkong with one palm. She always believed in the principle that the strong are respected, so she left her engagement with the Li family and accepted Hai Yunkong's pursuit. After all, Hai Yunkong not only had a family background that surpassed that of the Li family, but his personal strength and potential also far exceeded that of the Li family. Xian Yi, only such a strong person is qualified to associate with him. But now, Li Xuanye defeated Hai Yunkong, whom he believed to be, with one palm. That palm not only hit Hai Yunkong, but also hit Su Yue hard on the cheek. Her face turned purple, an expression that showed her faith had been ruthlessly shattered, and she turned around and ran away. Li, Xiao, bye. Hai Yunkong struggled to get up, furious, his voice almost roaring. He was really angry. Grandpa is here. Li Xuanye chuckled. I'm going to kill you. Hai Yunkong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His image of bravery and martial arts was completely lost, and only murderous intent remained in his eyes. He ran towards Li Xuanye. The strength of the 8th-level martial arts disciple had been raised to the extreme. He just used all his strength. Hai Yunkong was careless and underestimated the enemy just now. Now he is using all his strength. Can Li Xuanye be able to withstand it? I don't see a chance. Even if Li Xuanye rises, he was only a 6th-level warrior 2 months ago. No matter how powerful he is, he can only be at the 7th-level level. Once Hai Yunkong gets serious, he will definitely lose. Even if in this way, Li Xuanye also made a lot of money today, and he was able to knock Hai Yunkong down, which is enough to brag about for a whole year. Obviously, even if Li Xuanye defeated Hai Yunkong once, everyone still didn't like him. Look good, after all, the level gap is too huge. At this moment, Hai Yunkong is exerting his full strength, and his strength is comparable to that of a 9th-level martial arts disciple. Moreover, Hai Yunkong is on guard, and it is impossible for Li Xuanye to succeed in a sneak attack. Bang! Li Xuanye kicked Hai Yunkong out with a kick in the air again. I'm so stupid. Countless people subconsciously burst into foul language. What's going on? It seems that we have all underestimated Li Xuanye. He has at least reached the strength of an 8th-level warrior, and has even broken through to the 9th level. Otherwise, there will be no danger. Maybe he could defeat Hai Yunkong at his peak so easily. 9th level. Li Xuanye is only 17 years old. He was still at level 6 2 months ago. Could it be that after surviving the last disaster, his talent awakened? An old man in his 60s said, "It is very likely that people are more likely to explode their potential in extremely dangerous environments." It is not completely impossible to break through from the 6th level to the 9th level in 2 months, but this also requires potential. It only takes an explosion. If my guess is correct, Li Xuanya is most likely a hidden peerless genius. Seeing the sudden appearance of the old man, everyone was shocked and quickly bowed to pay homage. Welcome to Dean Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu, the dean of the Warrior Academy, is one of the top 10 martial arts masters in Hailu City. Even the current lord of Hailu City was once his disciple and had a very high status. Even Dean Jiang Wu praised Li Xuanya so much, and even said that he was a peerless genius, which made everyone feel paralyzed for a moment. The dandy Li Xuanya suddenly turned into a peerless genius, killing the young city leader Hai Yunkong in 2 moves. Is this guy a monster? Surviving a catastrophe actually has such great benefits. Please treat me. Stop dreaming. Didn't you listen to what Dean Jiang said? The premise of standing up after breaking is that there is potential to break. For people like you, if it is broken, it will not be repaired. That's it. I mocked Li Xuanya before. He won't retaliate against me. At this moment, Hai Yunkong suddenly shouted and rushed over. I don't accept it. Stop it. Dean Jiangwu looked at Hai Yunkong's almost crazy appearance and shook his head angrily. With a wave of his hand, he knocked out Hai Yunkong and had people carry him to him for treatment. Jiangwu walked up to Li Xuanya again. The wrinkled old face smiled like a chrysanthemum, and said to Li Xuanya in a weird tone, "Little guy, are you interested in joining the martial arts hall? With your talent and qualifications, it is really hard to stay in the elite hall to eat and wait to die. What a waste of potential. I'm not interested. I just like to eat and wait to die." Li Xuanya refused without hesitation. Only a fool would go to the martial arts hall. It is a place where fighting madmen are trained. After 3 years of graduation, the survival rate is less than 1/10. This is completely inconsistent with Li Xuanya's survival philosophy. Think again. If you agree to join the martial arts hall, I can help you solve your current troubles. You should know the temper of the Hai family. You injured Hai Yunkong today. Even if it is a fair fight, you can ensure that the Hai family will not to take revenge on your Li family? But if I am willing to mediate, this is not a big deal. This Jiang is still very old. This old man found Li Xuanya's weakness immediately, as Jiang Wu said. In other words, Li Xuanya really didn't want to involve the Li family because of his own affairs. No matter what, just join, it's good to gain a lot of experience. Dongsheng Kingdom is not a peaceful place, and the inland area is fine. Coastal areas like Hailu City are subject to constant crises all year round, and there are only a few peaceful days a year. The threat of pirates is secondary. The real danger comes from the sea tribe entrenched in the deep sea. In Li Xuanya's memory alone, there were an average of 3 or 4 attacks by sea beasts every year in Hailu City. The most serious one occurred 2 years ago, when almost half of the Dongqing district of Hailu City was destroyed, and there were many casualties. Thousands of people, countless houses and buildings destroyed. The general strength of sea beasts is actually not too strong. Martial spirit level ones rarely appear, but there are very many of them. During the war 2 years ago, millions of sea beasts swept across the east coast like locusts. Practitioners from all over the city mobilized. After 3 days and 3 nights of forceful killing, they could not eradicate them all, and could only push the sea beast army back into the deep sea. The original purpose of the establishment of the Warrior Academy was to revitalize martial arts and cultivate powerful practitioners who can fight against sea beasts. Among them, the Martial Arts Hall is the most famous. Those who can join the Martial Arts Academy are the most talented and potential practitioners in Hailu City. Initially, Hailu City's all practitioners are proud to join the Martial Arts Hall. But glory cannot be eaten as food. Every time a sea monster attacks, the students of Wudo Hall are on the front line. The extremely high casualty rate makes the status of Wudo Hall extremely embarrassing. Over the years, Wudo Hall has become indifferent, and the old one, the batch of students are dying and leaving, and there are more and more places left, but there are fewer and fewer practitioners who are interested in joining the martial arts hall. After all, everyone is afraid of death, and geniuses are no exception. No, absolutely not. This old Jian Wu actually dares to instigate our Xian Yi to join the God of War system. I won't agree to anything. I will go to this old guy Jian Wu to argue with him. If he doesn't succeed, I'll beat him up. Back at Li Mansion, after Li Xuanya told Li Wuji and Bai Suiying about the matter, Bai Suiying erupted instantly. She was furious and fierce, and her eyes glowed strangely red. Li Xuanya blinked his eyes and was surprised to find that there was something wrong with his mother's aura. Li Wuji felt a headache and hurriedly calmed Bai Suiying down and said, "Actually, I think it would be a good thing if Xian Yi could join the martial arts hall for some training, but compared to this, Xian Yi, I'm more curious about how your strength has improved. So fast? Being stared at by his father's sharp eyes, Li Xuanye felt a little numb, scratched his head and said with a smile, actually, my child has always been very talented in cultivation. He had little potential, but he was lucky enough to break through to the 8th level, but the injury was too serious, and his strength dropped sharply. Now that the injury has recovered, he will naturally return to his peak state. Li Xuanye's words were ambiguous, half-truths, and half-falseness. No matter how smart Li Wuji was, he couldn't detect it. Any flaw, let alone a father, how could he not have the heart to hope that his son would succeed? He burst out laughing, apparently he believed it. Bai Suiying pulled Li Xuanye to sit in her arms, rubbed Li Xuanye's head and said softly, I know that my Xuanye is the best, but you still have to carefully consider joining the martial arts hall. You are the heir of the Li family, there is no need to risk your life, you can find other ways to gain experience. Li Xuanye suddenly showed a look of righteousness and concentration, and there seemed to be a look of compassion in his brows. He said categorically, Mother, my child aspires to be the supreme leader. If he can't even withstand this little hardship, how can he be able to become a leader in the future? How can you, a real man, protect the lintel of my Li family and keep you and your father safe forever? Xian Yi. Bai Suiying was moved to tears and hugged Li Xuanye tightly. Li Wuji even laughed loudly, what a great person to aspire to the supreme throne. Fortunately, he is my son, Li Wuji. If you have the guts, go ahead boldly. Our Li family will always be your strongest support. Li Xuanye also followed Li Wuji, grinning widely. In fact, Li Xuanye's thinking is very simple. He has the treasure box system in hand, and his background is very good. Although he is also willing to be a who eats and waits for death, this has nothing to do with improving his strength. On the contrary, it is very important to improve his strength. There are necessary things, otherwise how can we survive as we please in this crisis-ridden world? After all the nonsense, it's more practical to open the treasure chest. After bidding farewell to Li Wuji and Bai Suiying, Li Xuanye returned to his courtyard and turned on the treasure chest radar again. Ding, all the treasure chests in this area have been explored. Please change the map. It seems that the total number of treasure chests in each area is limited. After searching, they will be gone. At least they will not be refreshed for a while. Well, I just took the opportunity to go out for a walk. In the past few days at home, I have been eating the medicinal diet carefully prepared by Bai Suiying. Although it is very tonic, the taste is really difficult to eat. Li Xuanye has not tasted this world for a long time. As for the delicious food, he is a second-generation rich man. If he doesn't go out and have a good time, he would be sorry for his status. Master, it's getting so late, where are you going? As soon as Li Xuanye changed his clothes and was about to go out, his maid Shiro came over and asked curiously. Li Xuanye thought about it and said, you're here just in time. Let me go out for a walk with the young master. After all, he was not familiar with Hailu City. He had no one to guide him and he didn't know where to go. It would be good to have a little maid. Moreover, how can the dignified young man of the Li family go out without a woman by his side? Okay, young master. Shiro nodded unexpectedly. The young master never took her with him when he went out before. This made her feel a little flattered suddenly, and her face turned slightly red. Hailu City is wonderful at night. The flower beds on the streets exude a hazy and clear light. The shops on both sides of the road reflect colorful neon lights. When you walk into the downtown area, it is very crowded and lively. Li Xuanye holds a jade-carved folding fan and wears a brocade robe with white background and black patterns. The jade trees stand in the wind, making him full of nobility. Shiro was wearing a crisp red dress, her hair was like a waterfall of black hair, and she was looking at no one else. She was always watching Li Xuanye's back and followed him 3 steps behind. In the middle building of Tianhai Isa building, is this a restaurant? Walking to a uniquely decorated building, Li Xuanye saw the commotion inside and the aroma of fragrance coming from it, which made him whet his appetite. Shiro coughed twice and said slightly embarrassed, this is a brothel. Master, don't you come here often? Li Xuanye's old face turned red, no way, I am an upright man. How could I visit such a filthy place? After saying that, Li Xuanye strode away. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and secretly remembered this place. Location. After finally finding a restaurant that seemed to have a nice environment, Li Xuanye generously ordered a table of signature dishes and started to feast. This crispy sea dragon grass tastes good. Pack a portion and take it home. And these steamed sea scorpions, pack a few too. Just when Li Xuanye was immersed in the food from another world and couldn't help himself, a group of uninvited guests suddenly broke into the restaurant. There were more than 10 people in total, and the leader was a green-faced man with a full beard, wearing heavy armor, with a murderous look on his brows, as if he was a battle-hardened soldier. Li Xuanye recognized this man. His name was Ma San. He was a half-demon hybrid. He went crazy and broke into Hailu City and started killing. Later, he was surrendered by the city lord Hai Longbue and asked him to join the Hai family. This man was extremely loyal to the Hai family and often called himself the Hai family's eagle dog. The purpose of this aggressive killing was obvious. Li Xuanye, you dared to hurt my young city lord. You are committing a heinous crime. Today I will arrest you for treason. Do you have any objections? Mr. Ma stared at Li Xuanye with an angry look. Master Ma, a mixture of humans and monsters, a 10th level martial artist, brave and good at fighting, refractory to blood, rich in combat experience, and no obvious weaknesses. Withdrawing the insight technique, Li Xuanye frowned slightly, and it seemed that he was being tough. Stubble. He did not doubt that Jiang Wu did not help mediate, but even if the Hai family would tolerate it, after all, it was the future city lord who was beaten. Although it was fair and absolute, the Hai family would never give up. Ma Sani will appear here at this moment. It is probably because of the instructions from the senior officials of the Hai family. Putting Li Xuanye on the label of treason is nothing more than forcing Li Xuanye to resist. As long as Li Xuanye takes action, the other party has the right to exercise his official duties. If Li Xuanye does not resist, then for any crime, he will be imprisoned for a period of time and suffer. The little abacus is very good, and it is a big hat as soon as it comes up. Whether it is true or false, it is full of deterrence. His thoughts raced, thinking about how to deal with it. Ma Sani was extremely powerful, and the elite warriors he brought with him were all elite warriors from the Naval War Department. Their average strength was around the 7th level of martial arts. With Li Xuanye's current strength, it was still difficult to deal with him. But Li Xuanye was even less likely to follow them obediently. Once he fell into the Hai family's dragnet, it would be as difficult as climbing out of the sky. But how can this small crisis stump Li Xuanye? Li Xuanye was determined. He deliberately raised his voice and smiled playfully. Oh? If I heard Hai Yunkong, it would be treason? Could it be that in the eyes of the Hai family can represent the supreme imperial power of Dongxing Kingdom? This is, do you want to seek a seat in the imperial court? Hiss. The diners in the restaurant were frightened by Mr. Ma's sudden appearance. At this moment, they heard Li Xuanye's words retaliate, and they even took a breath. This dirty each hat is bigger than the other, it's amazing. Absurd. Mr. Ma didn't expect that Li Xuanye would seize this loophole and fight back. The arrogance he had just gathered was a little slack. He also realized that he had said the wrong thing and was heard by such a person. If he couldn't handle it properly, but it will cause a lot of trouble. Dongxing Kingdom has a strict hierarchy, and the supreme imperial power is unshakable. Each city and district has a royal arbitration court to safeguard the status of the imperial power. If these words are heard by the royal family, it will be quite detrimental to the Hai family. Realizing this, Ma Sani found that Li Xuanye was much more difficult to deal with than expected. He immediately changed his strategy and stopped arguing with Li Xuanye. He winked at his men and looked at Li Xuanye. Xian Yi surrounded him. Master, be careful. Xiao exclaimed and stood in front of Li Xuanye without thinking, opening her arms to protect Li Xuanye. Li Xuanye couldn't help but laugh a little when he saw Xiao's actions. This little maid was really eager to protect her master. Li Xuanye, you actually asked a maid to support you. Is this all you can do? Ma Sani snorted coldly, his fighting spirit rose. He raised his sword and slashed at Li Xuanye. How could he capture the prisoner at all? His appearance was simply aimed at Li Xuanye's life. As for Xiao, who was blocking the road, facing a master of the 10th level of martial arts, he was like paper. He was afraid that he would disappear in an instant without even a little bit of blocking effect. But even so, Xiao still looked firm and didn't even frown. Looking for death. Li Xuanye raised his brows with an angry look, and instantly passed over Xiao, raised the round moon scimitar and hit Ma Sani's sword. The impact of this blow was so powerful that it made the restaurant tremble slightly, and the surroundings were shaken. The diners were shocked to pieces. Bang! After one blow, the full moon scimitar broke. Ma Sani was too strong. His combat power was not as simple as the ordinary 10th level. His strength probably exceeded 102, which was almost enough to crush Li Xuanye. If Li Xuanye hadn't relied on the strong internal power of Xiao Wuxiankang, he might have been cut in half with this blow. Even if he blocked the blow, Li Xuanye couldn't stop the blood all over his body. His face turned pale and he almost wanted to vomit blood. Master! Seeing Li Xuanya being severely injured, Xiao couldn't help shouting, and like crazy, she picked up a large pot of hot soup on the dining table and threw it at Master Ma. This kind of attack, if it were in normal times, would not be taken seriously by Mr. Ma, and he could easily avoid it, but at this time, his eyes were dull, and he seemed to be completely unresponsive, being covered by the hot soup, and it wasn't until a moment later that he howled like a slaughtering pig. What did you do to me? Ma Sanyi looked at Li Xuanya angrily. Just now he had full confidence that he could take down Li Xuanya with one blow, but at the moment of the confrontation, he felt a strong force electric current swept through the whole body, and the body was instantly paralyzed and lost all intuition, and a little maid poured thick soup on his face. This was such a humiliation. Mr. Ma's eyes were so red that he almost turned into a demon. Li Xuanya quickly took a sip of the healing pill, worked hard to activate his internal energy, and controlled the surging blood pressure. He sneered, "You can't understand the power of the paralysis ring. You're stupid. Black iron level paralysis. The effect of the ring is so outstanding that even the martial spirit level Eagle Man Rodi will fall victim to it. No matter how powerful Mr. Ma is, he is only at the martial apprentice level, so he cannot be spared. It's a pity that the full moon scimitar, Li Xuanya, still likes this weapon. I'm going to cut you into pieces and drink your blood and eat you alive." Ma Sanyi roared and charged again. Even the beams and pillars of the restaurant were cut into two pieces when he waved his saber. "The demon is going crazy, everyone, run away." Seeing Mr. Ma's crazy posture, the diners in the restaurant were completely frightened and ran out shouting. The scene became extremely chaotic for a while. Li Xuanya knew that he was not a match for Mr. Ma, so he immediately took Shiro to escape and blended into the crowd. "Chase me." Ma Sanyi had just lifted his paralysis and was not moving quickly enough. He could only watch Li Xuanya escape and quickly gave orders to his subordinates. The news of Mr. Ma's madness spread immediately, and even the residents and businesses in the surrounding neighborhoods were frightened by the news. They closed their doors and windows and hid in their homes, not daring to come out. Although Mr. Ma has joined Hailu City for many years, many people still cannot accept his identity. Even if they don't say it on the surface, deep down they feel fear and distrust of this half-demon with demon blood flowing through him. When they heard the news that Master Ma was chasing Li Xuanya, more people instinctively chose to side with Li Xuanya, thinking that even a like Li Xuanya was much more trustworthy than a half-demon. Moreover, Ma San's words in the restaurant, as well as Li Xuanya's counterattack and misinterpretation, also spread at the same time. It is said that people's words are terrible. If it is spread from 10 to 10, a high family will rebellion. The news has spread like wildfire. Another good person revealed the news this morning that Li Xuanya defeated the young city lord Hai Yunkong at the Warrior Academy and was promoted to the 8th level of martial arts. He was hailed as a rare genius by Dean Jiangwu, which made people even more fond of Li Xuanya. Especially after the news came out that Li Xuanya was going to join the martial arts hall, more people took a firm stand and chose to support Li Xuanya. Of course, these news will take time to slowly ferment, but at this moment Li Xuanya's crisis has not been resolved. After Ma Sanyi regained his consciousness, he immediately launched a citywide roundup on him, and even mobilized a large number of elite experts from the city lord's palace. A dragnet is laid to capture Li Xuanya. Unfortunately, Li Wuji received an invitation from the city lord's mansion in advance and went to the city lord's mansion to attend the banquet with Bai Suiying. He had no idea about Li Xuanya's situation at the moment, and he couldn't even ask Li Xuanya to go home and find Li Wuji for support. It seems that I still underestimated the determination of these villains. This is a bit tricky. Li Xuanya took Shiro and ran all the way, sent her back to the Li mansion and said, "You go back and wait for the master and his wife to come back." "Master, where are you going?" Shiro shouted anxiously when she saw that Li Xuanya had no intention of returning to Li's house, but continued to run away. Li Xuanya looked back and smiled. "You can't solve the problem by hiding. If the Hai family wants to cause trouble for me, you have to measure your own abilities. So domineering. This is the young master I know." Ro looked at Li Xuanya's leaving figure and fell into obsession. The sea breeze came and dark clouds covered the sky. Treasure chest radar, turn on. With the help of the paralysis ring, Li Xuanya was confident that he had the strength to fight Ma Sanyi, but the full moon scimitar had been destroyed. Without weapons, Li Xuanya could defeat Ma Sanyi with just his fists and kicks. It was difficult to resist the attack. Now it was too late to find a suitable weapon. Li Xuanya could only place his hope on the treasure chest. Ding, found a bronze treasure chest X77 treasure chests, good luck. With the help of the radar map, Li Xuanya figured out the surrounding terrain. Perhaps because of his improved strength, the radar's coverage area also increased a lot, reaching a diameter of about 1,000 meters. He could even see Ma Sanyi pursuing him. Figure. Borrow it, borrow it. Li Xuanya ran rampant and broke into a nearby house. Under the dumbfounded eyes of a newlywed couple who were working hard on the bed, Li Xuanya brazenly got under the bed and opened a treasure box. Ding, obtained the bronze advanced skill 6 Meridians Divine Sword. 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Duan's unique skill in Dali, using the pure inner essence to inspire sword energy, kill people with a snap of your fingers. It's actually the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, so beautiful. Li Xuanya immediately learned the technique, and the memory of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword flooded into his mind like an enlightenment. Inspired by the internal power of the small Wuxian Kung Fu, he suddenly felt a sharp sword intent in his body. He flicked his fingers, the sword intent burst out from between the fingers. It was so powerful that half of the wall collapsed. Under the messy gaze of the young couple, Li Xuanya rolled up his brocade robe and rushed into the night again. Finally, I found you. Ma San also arrived as expected, wielding his sword and slashing down from the sky. Li Xuanya shot out several six-vein sword energy with a snap of his fingers. Ma San reacted quickly and waved his sword to block the sword energy. However, he lost the chance to kill Li Xuanya. Li Xuanya directly equipped the Empress's weapon. Boots, agility increased by 15 points, reaching 98 points, approaching the 10th level threshold. But it was still difficult to get rid of Mr. Ma in this way. Li Xuanya directly activated the skill Wind Sprint, which increased his speed by 50% within 10 seconds, and disappeared from under Mr. Ma's nose with a whoosh. Ma San roared angrily and chased after him again. Ding, open the bronze treasure box and get the prop pink belly band. Pink belly band, the close-fitting belly band left behind by the mysterious girl. It has a lingering fragrance and is warm to the touch. Li Xuanya rolled his eyes and yelled, wipe it. Who wants this? Ding, open the bronze treasure chest and get the prop blue and white striped fatji, the signature fatji of the singer Hatsune Miku, sealed in a vacuum, authentic. At that time, I had the urge to curse, it turns out you have such a treasure chest system. Seeing that Mr. Ma was chasing after him again, Li Xuanya took out the rejuvenation pill and took a sip to replenish his mental strength. He used Wind Sprint again to distance himself. He opened the window, jumped directly into a house, and picked up the treasure box. Ding, open the bronze treasure chest and get the prop Black Sword Knight. Black Sword Knight, top bronze, originating from the world of One Piece, the original owner of the Shichibukai Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the top 12 sharp swords, the strongest in the world, the title of Black Knife. A black knife in the shape of a cross appeared in Li Xuanya's hand, and he looked happy. This is a good thing. However, the black sword is too long. Including the handle, the sword is 2.5 meters long. It is extremely heavy. With Li Xuanya's current body, it is a bit inconvenient to use, but it is still a good weapon. You can't escape now. Ma San rushed over with high arrogance, his whole body covered with a strong demonic aura. At the same time, a large number of elite soldiers from the city lord's palace appeared, dozens of them, and they surrounded the streets in front and behind. With the black sword in hand, Li Xuanya's eyes seemed to become sharper. Without saying a word, he used the Wind Sprint again, and the human sword merged into one, like a black flame, piercing Ma San. Don't overestimate your capabilities. Ma San roared, slashing the wind and rain with his sword, and collided with the black sword knight blade, causing sparks to fly. We win! With Master Ma San's 10th level power, he is invincible among the martial arts disciples. The Li family dude is destined to die. Ha, this guy is used to being domineering and arrogant because of Li Wuji's backing. I didn't expect that he would be like this. What a genius, he's not even qualified to carry our young city master's shoes. The sky was like a gun, and the heavy rain was like a bullet. Big raindrops hit the ground, and the rain curtain became a curtain. The elites of the city lord's mansion howled excitedly, as if they had killed Li Xuanya with their own hands. You are still so arrogant when you are someone's lackey. They are just a bunch of minions. In the rain, Li Xuanya, dressed in white robes, stepped out boldly. Behind him, the tall body of Mr. Ma fell suddenly, splashing water all over the sky. It's actually Li Xuanya. Impossible, Chief Ma San was defeated. Don't be afraid, let's kill together and take down Li Xuanya. More than 10 elites from the city lord's mansion rushed over at the same time. There was a look of solemnity on his face, but he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. That was Ma San, a 10th level martial disciple. Even if he hadn't broken through to the martial arts level, Ma San's strength was ranked among the best in the entire Hailu city. Even such a master was defeated by Li Xuanya. With just a few of them, how could they defeat Li Xuanya? Buzz. The black sword rolled like a wave in Li Xuanya's hands like a king of the dark night. Even the raindrops in the air were cut off. The black sword energy slashed out with force. The elites of the city lord's mansion were no match for them. In an instant, everything was dead and the streets were stained with blood. After a moment, everything was silent, and the only sound left in the dark night was the pattering of rain. Xian Yi. In the night sky, a bright light shone, and it was Bai Suiying with flying black hair and an angry face. Li Xuanye grinned at his mother and then fell down. Fighting against the 10th level Ma Sanni with 8th level power was still too much for Li Xuanye. He squeezed out his inner strength with all his strength, brought the power of the Xiao Wuxian Gong to its ultimate peak, and used the 6 Meridians divine sword to make him black. Daoya's sword energy, combined with the effect of the paralysis ring, was able to defeat Ma Sanni, but he himself was at the end of his strength, and his physical and mental strength were exhausted to the limit. However, seeing Bai Suiying's arrival, Li Xuanye only knew that the overall situation had been decided and completely relaxed his spirit. Bai Suiying arrived in an instant, hugged Li Xuanye into her arms, looked at the body of Ma Sanni lying in a pool of blood. Her beautiful eyes were slightly horrified, but then she was shrouded in ice. Well, you Hai Longue, I, Bai Suiying, swear on my reputation as the holy maiden of the demon clan of Baihua village that I will be incompatible with you from today on. The next morning, the dark clouds dispersed and the warm sunshine enveloped the earth again. But the turmoil brewing last night was not over yet. After Bai Suiying brought Li Xuanye back to the Li mansion for treatment, Li Wuji rushed to the royal family office as soon as possible and filed a lawsuit against the Hai family to the arbitration court. On the same day, a royal arbitrator arrived at the Hai family and summoned Hai Longue and Hai Yunkong. The royal arbitrator is the spokesperson sent by the royal family to various parts of the Dongxing kingdom. He is responsible for supervising military and political affairs in various places and maintaining the stability of one party. His status is extremely high and more authoritative than the lord of a city. Li Wuji's identity was obviously not enough to alert the arbitrator. The reason why the arbitrator reacted so quickly was because of Li Xuanye's words last night, which labeled the Hai family as treason. After a night of verbal exchanges, word of mouth has spread throughout Hailu City. Needless to say, the arbitrator has naturally heard about it. At this time, the Hai family was already in dire straits and was about to be tried by a royal arbitrator. Moreover, the arbitrators were at least at the martial arts level and had the backing of the royal family. In front of such powerful figures, there was no room for maneuver. None. What's more, for such a serious crime as treason, even if the Hai family has no intention of treason, the arbitrator will make the Hai family shed a layer of skin during the trial. It is said that the city lord Hai Longue tried his best to defend himself during the arbitrator's trial that day, but he failed to get the arbitrator's attention. It was also rumored that after the arbitrator left the city lord's palace, he turned around and went to the Naval War Department to interrogate a large number of officers. When he learned that Ma Sanni was a half-demon queen with demon blood, Lei was furious and called Hai Long the wolf's ambition. It is also said that after Hai Yunkong returned home from his serious injury, he didn't even see his father Hai Longue, so he was thrown into the cold palace, facing the wall and thinking about his past. Of course, Li Xuanye didn't know these things. He consumed so much that he fell asleep for 2 days and 2 nights before waking up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Li Xuanye saw his mother Bai Suiying's gentle arms gently holding his back, holding him to sleep peacefully. There was a haggard look on her eyebrows, as if she hadn't slept for 2 days. Just fell asleep. Li Xuanye felt ashamed, thinking that Bai Suiying was overworked to protect him. He buried himself on his mother's chest, feeling Bai Suiying's slightly cold body temperature, and felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. In his previous life, he had no father or mother, and had never experienced this kind of maternal love. When he met Bai Suiying, a loving mother who doted on her son to the extreme and regarded Li Xuanye as her entire life, Li Xuanye felt that he was undoubtedly the luckiest, even luckier than getting the supreme treasure box system. 2 days later, Li Xuanye's injuries had completely recovered, and the turmoil in Hailu City came to an end because Hai Longue was temporarily dismissed. The Hai family is still undergoing a comprehensive investigation by the arbitration court, and may not be able to live in peace for quite some time. The newly appointed acting city lord is Hailu City's internal affairs chief Chu Bailang, the head of the Chu family. When Li Xuanye heard the news, he couldn't help laughing. The Hai family had suffered a big setback this time. They would definitely be out of breath for a while. When the Hai family completely escaped, Li Xuanye's the strength is probably not the same, and it will be extremely difficult to threaten him. The next day was another brand new day. Li Xuanye and Li Mengkong walked together to the warrior academy. Li Mubai's face was red and he lowered his head and did not dare to speak. He had been racking his brains thinking about how to step on Li Xuanye. He took the position of the heir of the Li family with one kick, but he didn't even have a chance to use it. When Li Xuanye defeated Hai Yunkon with thunderous means, he knew that he was completely out of luck. But Li Mubai still didn't give up on the identity of the heir. He looked at Li Xuanye's back and gritted his teeth, secretly saying, "This kid actually dares to join the martial arts hall. I don't know that it is not a place for people. But it's okay, as long as he dies, the position of heir will immediately fall to me." Arriving outside the gate of the warrior academy, Li Xuanye's figure immediately attracted a lot of attention. Although not many people knew about the battle between Li Xuanye and Ma Sanya that night, there were still some secrets. The news spread like wildfire, and the decline of the Shanghai family was also assisted by Li Xuanye. Everyone's views on this dandy young man were no longer the same. "Xian Yi, can you find a place to chat?" At this moment, Su Yue came from the crowd, with a gentle smile she had never seen before on her beautiful face. Seeing Su Yue walking towards Li Xuanye, countless male classmates heard the sound of their hearts breaking. It's over. Goddess Su actually showed such a smile. She must have fallen. It's just that Su Xuanye is too evil. He defeated Hai Yun Kong and was recruited into the martial arts hall by the dean himself. Now he is unparalleled in the limelight. It's normal for Su Yue to be tempted. Beauty is only for the strong, so we can only accept this dog food eagerly. Su Yue's appearance also surprised Li Xuanye, but it was not a surprise, but simply, how can this woman be such a scheming? Is it because she is beautiful that she is not ashamed at all? No need, just say what you want here. Li Xuanye glanced at Su Yue lightly. He had no interest in such a scheming. Su Yue was stunned, as if she saw the indifference in Li Xuanye's eyes, and felt a little disappointed for no reason, but she quickly regained her composure, and the smile on her face became even brighter. "Xian Yi, congratulations on joining the martial arts hall. Are your uncle and aunt at home today? My father wants to come to discuss marriage issues. You and I are not young anymore. If it is suitable, why not find a date to set the wedding date?" Li Xuanye almost cursed. He had lived in 2 lifetimes. Let alone meeting her, he never imagined that there was such a shameless woman in the world. "I'm sorry, you used to be indifferent to me, and now you regret it? It's too late, my Li family's family is beyond your reach." Li Xuanye said coldly, completely ignoring Su Yue's expression. He pulled Li Mengkong and walked through the crowd. Hiss! Did I hear that right? Li Xuanye actually dumped Goddess Su. Oh my god, my goddess, Li Xuanye, you. Okay, I just found out today that Li Xuanye is like this. Who would care about such a vain woman with backbone? You used to be indifferent to me, but today I have made you unable to reach your heights. That's so good. This is how you should deal with this kind of woman. Some people agree and others objecting. The 2 groups of people immediately started arguing with each other and almost staged a full-scale martial arts show at the entrance of the Zhanjiang College. When everyone calmed down, they found that Su Yue had already disappeared without a trace. At this time, Li Xuanye had already arrived in Dean Jiangwu's office. "Ha, classmate Xian Yi, you're here so early. Have you eaten yet? Sit down quickly." As soon as he saw Li Xuanye, Jiangwu's face was full of smiles and he hurriedly greeted him, but behind this smile, there is a lot of embarrassment and guilt hidden inside. He clearly promised that as long as Li Xuanye joined the God of War family, he would mediate the enmity between the Li family and the Hai family. In fact, he did so. However, Jiangwu did not expect that the Hai family would act so quickly and send Master Ma on the same day. Go after Li Xuanye. If Li Xuanye hadn't been lucky enough to defeat a powerful enemy like Mr. Ma, the result would have been unpredictable. However, this also happened to allow Jiang Wu to prove his suspicion that Li Xuanye was indeed a rare and peerless genius, which made him more and more eager to let Li Xuanye join the martial arts hall. But now, Jiang Wu was a little embarrassed to speak. "Dean, please stop being polite and take me directly to the martial arts hall to report." Li Xuanye said straight to the point. He did not complain about Jiang Wu's thoughts. Although Jiang Wu was Hai Longgui's teacher, that was a thing of the past after all. Moreover, Jiang Wu was old and would not be able to stay in Zhanjiang Academy for many years. It's normal for the Hai family not to buy his account. Ahem, okay. Old Jiang Wu blushed, impressed by Li Xuanye's broad-mindedness regardless of past grudges. This little guy is really not an ordinary person. Why didn't he notice it before? The martial arts hall is located in the core area of the innermost level of the college, with a grand courtyard stationed on the green grass beside the canal as the center. The courtyard is directly connected to the canal, and there are large ships docked on the left and right sides, ready to sail to the blue sea at any time. Along the way, Li Xuanye saw the birds chirping and the flowers fragrant, and the scenery was lush. It seemed that someone took care of it every day. He couldn't help but be curious. How could the disciples of the martial arts hall still have such a leisurely life? After walking into the courtyard and completing the formalities, Li Xuanye was assigned to a small single-family building as a dormitory. Old man Jiangwu sent him here and said, "There is another commotion of sea beasts in the Blue Sea today, and all the disciples of the martial arts hall are dispatched. You won't be able to return until at least the afternoon. You can get familiar with it here, and a dedicated martial artist will guide you in your practice." Li Xuanye nodded, and after old man Jiangwu left, he looked around in the small building. Stand up. This small building is built by the water, with gurgling water at its feet. The interior decoration is extremely unique. Although it is small in size, it has all the furniture and furnishings. However, it seems to be a double dormitory with other people living there. Li Xuanye didn't mind living in the same dormitory with others. When he was in college in his previous life, 8 men were crammed into a dormitory. The environment now was much better than before. Walking to an empty room, Li Xuanye put away his luggage and moved the bedding and other things into the yard for ventilation and drying. Then he walked around and got a rough idea of the scale of the martial arts hall. The martial arts hall is now empty at midnight, which gives me the opportunity to open a few treasure chests. Li Xuanye turned on the treasure chest radar directly and detected 3 bronze treasure chests. He received 2 bottles of elixirs and a copy of the martial arts technique Baji Collapse Fist. Although it was an intermediate bronze boxing technique, martial arts skills were what Li Xuanye currently lacked the most, so of course he learned them directly. The cultivation system of Wanjie continent emphasizes using martial arts to achieve spiritual perfection, so there is no harm in mastering a few more martial arts. Rumble. Suddenly the waves rolled on the canal. A warship made of fine iron and covered with scars emerged from the water. Young figures walked out one after another, as if they had just experienced a fierce battle, and they were all tired and listless. It's the disciples of the martial arts hall who have returned from training. Are you Li Xuanye? Walking at the head of the crowd was a handsome man wearing a cold iron robe and carrying a green cold sword. He recognized Li Xuanye at a glance and walked over with an aggressive look. Although Li Xuanye didn't recognize this person, he felt unhappy when he stared at him. Does Grandpa recognize you? You're a. Da Shuaibai raised his eyebrows and came angrily. Just when he was about to take action, he was blocked by a figure that appeared from the sky. This man was 8 feet tall and as strong as an ox. He easily grabbed Da Shuaibai's wrist, shouted, "Hai Minghui, don't mess around. Since Li Xuanye has joined the martial arts hall, you and I are fellow disciples. No matter what grievances you have, you must treat each other as guests on my territory." Humph! Hai Minghui snorted coldly, broke away from the strong man's hand and walked away, saying boldly, "The surname is Li, let's wait and see." Hai Minghui, Hai Jiai has a son, a 10th level martial arts disciple, with extraordinary talent? The information from the insight technique made Li Xuanye look a little more solemn. He was actually unable to fully detect Hai Minghui's information, but just the words unparalleled talent proved that Hai Minghui was no ordinary person. He seems to be younger than Hai Yunkong, but he already has the strength of a 10th level warrior. If it were not for the influence of his identity as an illegitimate son, I am afraid that the identity of the young city lord would not fall on Hai Yunkong at all. Li Xuanye, are you okay? The strong man shook his head, turned around and asked Li Xuanye. The strong man's name is Xiong Jian, he is the martial arts master of Wu Do Hall. He has a very powerful aura and is a strong martial artist. Is something going to happen to me? Li Xuanye smiled. Xiong Jian seemed to remember something and laughed loudly. That's right. Even Mr. Ma was defeated by you. Hai Minghui and Mr. Ma are equally powerful. Naturally, you won't take it seriously. Master Li. At this moment, Han Dongli suddenly rushed over, and Li Xuanye remembered that he was also a disciple of the martial arts hall, but judging from his strength, he was probably at the bottom. No matter what, it was a good thing to finally meet an acquaintance. After bidding farewell to Xiong Jian, Li Xuanye and Han Dongli left together. Li Xuanye took the opportunity to ask Han Dongli about the general situation of Wudo Hall. There are currently 17 disciples in the martial arts hall, and there are no martial arts masters. Their strength ranges from the 6th level to the 10th level of martial arts. There are 3 people at the 10th level, including Hai Minghui, whom I just met, and the other 2 are said to be monsters. He has already half-stepped into the martial arts threshold, and is almost invincible among the martial arts disciples. However, these 2 people are not currently in the martial arts hall. Instead, they are practicing on an isolated island overseas and rarely come back. In addition, Li Xuanye also learned some miscellaneous news, but he was obviously not interested in these. The only thing he was curious about was the daily training and tasks of the martial arts hall disciples. According to Han Dongli, the daily training tasks of the martial arts hall disciples were extremely heavy. Every time when there is a commotion from sea beasts, they are the first ones to charge into battle. Actually, it's been okay recently. There haven't been many disturbances from the sea beasts. I can only go to work a few times a month. The martial arts hall was miserable in the past 2 years. At the most cruel time, not a single disciple was left. They all sank to the bottom of the sea to feed the sea beasts. Yes, Han Dongli said with sadness. What about you? Why did you join the martial arts hall? Li Xuanye asked. Han Dongli smiled honestly. I come from a poor family. When I join the martial arts hall, I get a good reward of crystal stones for each mission trial. It is more than enough to support the whole family. This kid is sincere. The two had lunch together in the cafeteria. After returning to the dormitory, they separated. Li Xuanye returned to his dormitory and saw neatly arranged clothes in the living room. Knowing that his roommate was back, he went up and knocked on the door, intending to get to know him. Ahem! Here he comes. After waiting for a while, the door opened, and what caught Li Xuanye's eyes was a frail young man with fair skin, delicate features, and a height of less than 16 meters. The weather was obviously not hot, but his body was wrapped tightly, not even his neck was exposed, as if he was afraid that a piece of flesh would fall off if someone looked at him. Hello, I'm Li Xuanye. I'll be living next door to you starting today. Although Li Xuanye was curious about how such a weak boy could join the martial arts hall, he still said hello politely. You. Hello, my name is Tang Chuan, and I know you. The young man's voice was delicate and sounded a little strange. Something is wrong. Li Xuanye's eyes flickered and he threw out his insight technique. Tang Tang, disguised as a man, alias Tang Chuan, 9th level martial artist, unknown origin. Routine. These are all routines. In the two-person dormitory, a woman disguises herself as a man and becomes in love with the protagonist for a long time. This kind of plot even Li Xuanye thought was so cliché. He never expected that he would encounter such a cliched plot. Maybe he was too surprised, and Li Xuanye couldn't help but look at Tang Tang more. He felt a little frightened by Li Xuanye's frivolous eyes, and Tang Tang felt very confused for a moment. However, she seemed to be very confident in her disguise and did not think that Li Xuanye had seen her true gender. She pretended to be generous and said, "Brotherly, since you and I can live in the same house, we are destined in the past life. If you don't dislike it, just call me Xiaochuan. I have 2 jars of fine wine that I brought from my hometown. Please accept it." "Of course I don't mind, brother Xiaochuan," Li Xuanye said with a half-smile. However, Tang Tang still believed that he had not been exposed, and he didn't know where the confidence came from. After saying that, Tang Tang actually took out 2 jars of aged wine from the house and invited Li Xuanye to drink 3 glasses together, as if to prove that he was really a pure man. Li Xuanye was amused in his heart. Seeing how persistent she was, he didn't bother to expose her. He took out his wine glass and started drinking with a stack of peanuts. As the wine entered his stomach, Li Xuanye's eyes lit up. The taste was very unique. Although the alcoholic taste was not strong, the emphasis was on the aftertaste. Moreover, the wine had a strong sense of heaven and earth energy sealed in it. It was definitely not an ordinary product. Guanyuan wine, produced in the imperial capital of Dongxing Kingdom, aged for 300 years and worth a lot of money. Oh, it was actually a fine wine produced in the imperial capital. Tang Tang said it was a fine wine from her hometown. Could it be that she was from the imperial capital? Interesting. After drinking for 3 rounds, a blush appeared on Tang Tang's pretty face. She seemed to be overwhelmed by the power of alcohol, but she felt that as a man, it would be too embarrassing if she couldn't even withstand the power of alcohol. She gritted her teeth and held on, continued to exchange cups with Li Xuanye. The more Li Xuanye watched, the funnier she became. This girl is really interesting. Since you know you can't drink, don't pretend to be so cool in the beginning. You can't get off the stage now. Brother Xiaochuan, you know that in our Hailu city, people who meet for the first time have to drink a glass of wine. It is said that 1 cup of friendship is shallow, 2 cups of friendship are deep, and 3 cups of friendship are strong. Today, brother Xiaochuan and I hit it off. Do you want 3 glasses of wine? Ah. Tang Tang opened his mouth in surprise. How come I haven't heard of such talk? Didn't I hear it today? Fill up the glass first. Li Xuanye suppressed his bad energy, took Tang Tang's thin arm, and took the first sip. When Tang Tang saw this, he knew that he could not refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and drink with Li Xuanye. Cup, his face turned redder. After 3 cups, Li Xuanye saw that Tang Tang was already a little confused, so he stopped playing and let Tang Tang go. She hurriedly left and returned to the bedroom, closed the door, panted heavily, and looked like a frightened expression. Fortunately, I only took 3 jars of Guanyuan wine from Grandpa, otherwise I would have been drunk to death today. This Li Xuanye is really shameless. He even asked others to drink and drink together. It me off. If I weren't worried about exposing my identity, I, Tang Tang, would why suffer such humiliation? In the afternoon, Xiongjian called Li Xuanye privately and told him some rules of the martial arts hall. The martial arts hall disciples get up at the 5th watch every day and attend morning classes until the 8th watch. If there are no tasks in the morning, they will practice individually. The same is true in the afternoon, but every few days there will be a martial arts competition in the afternoon. There will be 3 days of small competitions and 10 tian de competition. Have you seen the stone tablet outside the gate? After each competition, all disciples will compete for ranking. The higher the ranking, the more crystal stones and cultivation materials will be rewarded. Follow Xiongjian's guidance. Looking over, Li Xuanye saw a stone tablet standing outside the courtyard, which showed 17 names. The first one was Xiao Dao, the second was Kong Lingxian, and the third was Hai Minghui. Tang Chuan's name was ranked 5th, and Han Dongli was at the bottom as expected, ranked 16th. Li Xuanye had just entered the martial arts hall and had not participated in the martial arts competitions. There was no mention of his name. I have to say that the martial arts hall is indeed a place where many geniuses come from. Even though it is not as popular now as it was back then, its foundation is still profound and extraordinary. A 9th-level martial arts master like Tang Tang can only be ranked 5th, and Hai Minghui is a 10th-level master. The strength is only higher than Ma Sanni, but he can only be ranked 3rd. It is hard to imagine how powerful the 1st and 2nd place would be. Li Xuanye knew his own strength very well. It was a fluke that he could defeat Mr. Ma. It could be said that he had killed 1,000 enemies and suffered 800 losses. He was currently only an 8th-level warrior, and the gap between him and 10th-level disciples was still quite big. By the way, tomorrow is the martial arts hall competition that happens every 10 days. But you have just arrived and you don't need to participate. You can just go and watch the competition. Xiao Dao and Kong Lingxian may also come back, so you can have a look. Xiongjian's attitude towards Li Xuanye was quite friendly, probably because he was warned by Jiang Wu. Li Xuanye smiled and nodded. He knew that Xiongjian was worried that Hai Minghui would deliberately cause trouble for him if he participated in the war. Soon the next day came. Li Xuanye got up very early, before the 5th watch. There were many people during the day, so he wanted to pick up all the treasure boxes as soon as possible and try his luck. Ding, I found a bronze treasure chest X1 and a black iron treasure chest X1. Only one bronze treasure chest? Too stingy. Li Xuanye complained endlessly, but mosquito legs are also meat, not to mention that opening treasure chests purely depends on character. With luck, one can open a god-defying outfit. Without luck, no matter how many he opens, it will be in vain. But the location where the treasure box was refreshed. Li Xuanye stared at the radar map and suddenly felt speechless. The only bronze treasure box was actually refreshed in Tang Tang's bedroom. Do you want me to break into a girl's boudoir in the middle of the night? Hey, that's not right. Tang Tang is now a weak boy named Tang Chuan. Everyone is a pure man, so why are they so particular? As soon as his mind moved, Li Xuanye grinned and pushed open the door of Tang Tang's room, and shouted, "Get up!" The sudden roar almost scared Yi Xiang out of Tang Tang's sleep. He hurriedly wrapped himself in a quilt and climbed up. He rubbed his eyes and stared at Li Xuanye in shock. "Brotherly, it's not even 5 o'clock. It's not even dawn yet. Why are you calling me so early?" "Ha, I just joined the martial arts hall and I'm still a little excited." "Don't be surprised, brother Xiaochuan." Li Xuanye laughed loudly and left Tang Tang's bedroom angrily. Tang Tang muttered speechlessly, "Is there something wrong with Li Xuanye's brain? I got it. The system treasure box is invisible to ordinary people." Li Xuanye opened the treasure box easily, and the props he opened where it was directly stored in the system item list and was checked immediately after leaving Tang Tang's bedroom. Double experience bonus card, but this also made Li Xuanye say that he had made a lot of money. For him, the real effect of the experience bonus card is not how much experience is added, but that his experience bar will be digitized during the use of the experience bonus card. There is no bottleneck in upgrading breakthroughs. He can break through the level by killing monsters, even if it takes 1 hour. Not much, but if used at critical moments, the effect is amazing. Just like when he killed Ingman Rodi before, if Li Xuanye had the effect of the experience bonus card at that time, he might be able to break through the 9th level of martial arts in one fell swoop. If you join the fighting hall, you will definitely have to fight powerful sea beasts in the future. Wouldn't it be great to use this experience bonus card when the time comes? After putting away the experience bonus card, Li Xuanye went to find another black iron treasure box. Without the black iron key, he can only try his best to see if his bronze-level lockpicking skills could open the black iron treasure box at once. Ding! Opening the black iron treasure chest failed and the treasure chest disappeared. Li Xuanye was not too disappointed. He was very satisfied to get an experience bonus card. The sky was getting brighter, and the morning classes of Wu Do Hall began. Li Xuanye and Tang Tang came to Wenhan Tower together. This is the place where the disciples of Wu Do Hall practice their morning classes. Every day, different teachers come to teach and explain cultivation issues, as well as some basic common sense about Wanjie continent. Li Xuanye, I will challenge you to perform in the martial arts competition this afternoon. If you don't want to suffer the consequences, just give in now and I will consider letting you go. As soon as Li Xuanye walked into the lecture hall, Hai Minghui walked over and said to Li Xuanye arrogantly, "Oh, Grandpa knows." Li Xuanye said lightly. As soon as Li Xuanye opened his mouth, the whole room burst into laughter. Hai Minghui's face suddenly turned red and purple, and he glared angrily at Li Xuanye. Trash is trash. It only knows how to fight for words. Today, it's a martial arts competition. If you don't dare to fight, get out of the martial arts hall as soon as possible. This is not a place for clowns. After that, Hai Minghui waved his sleeves and left, not even attending the morning class. Brotherly, this Hai Minghui has a good fighting ability. It would be inappropriate for you to offend him like this. Tang Tang said to Li Xuanye with some worry. Xiaoshuan, you are indeed my good brother. You have begun to worry about my safety. I am very happy for you. Li Xuanye didn't care, laughed and patted Tang Tang on the shoulder, and pulled him arm in arm. Tang Tang returned to his seat, causing Tang Tang to be embarrassed and speechless for a while, and turned red from his neck to his ears. Seeing her looking so shy, Li Xuanye felt even more amused. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. The teacher in the morning class was a fair, fat man with a big belly. He was explaining the development process of the 10,000 Realms continent. Li Xuanye was quite interested at first, but the fat teacher spoke in a refined manner and had a thick accent. Li Xuanye, after listening for a while, I felt sleepy. After finally making it to the afternoon, the martial arts hall opened and the exciting show was about to take place. The martial arts hall is located on the bank of the canal, built on a high platform. It was just afternoon, the sun was high, and it was sultry and humid. On the martial arts stage that was 100 feet square, all the 18 disciples except Xiao Tsongdao and Kong Lingxian, including the newly initiated Li Xuanye, had expired. Xiong Jian was dressed in a broad robe, with a solemn expression, and stood bowed behind Dean Jiangwu. Today's competition, the rules are still divided into 3 rounds, and the candidates are drawn by lot. A victory in the first round will add 100 points, a victory in the second round will add 1,000 points, and the loser will have the same points deducted. Xiao Tsongdao and Kong Lingxian will whoever shows up at the end and defeats them will directly receive 100,000 points, Zhang Wu said. Although he was old, his voice was still full of energy. Competitions in the martial arts hall adopt a points system. When each disciple joins the martial arts hall, he will receive 10,000 basic points. If he loses continuously in the competition held once every 10 days and his points fall to a negative number, he will be completely eliminated, expelled from the martial arts hall. This rule may seem cruel, but this is the tradition of the fighting hall, and with the dean's personal supervision, there will be no risk of life during the competition. Compared with the fierce battle with sea beasts, it is already good. Li Xuanye, are you sure you want to participate in the competition? Although you have the strength of an 8th-level warrior, your combat experience is not as rich as that of other disciples of the martial arts hall. All the disciples of the martial arts hall have outstanding talents and have the ability to fight across levels. You can adapt to it for a while and improve your combat experience before taking part in the competition, Xiong Jian advised Li Xuanye. Li Xuanye smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Since I joined the martial arts hall, I didn't do it just to be a bystander. Only by participating in actual combat can I gain experience. You can teach a kid." Hearing this, Zhang Wu looked pleased and said to Xiong Jian, "Let him participate." Okay. Xiong Jian nodded. In the first round of drawing, the 16 disciples were divided into 8 groups. The opponent Li Xuanye drew was Wei Yuan, an 8th-level martial arts disciple and the 12th-ranked disciple of the martial arts hall. Wei Yuan has an ordinary appearance and a reserved and deep aura. Although he is not ranked high, he is a veteran disciple of the martial arts hall. He has joined the martial arts hall for more than half a year. He has experienced countless battles and has been on the front line to fight against sea beasts. He has rich combat experience. Compared with Chi Yun Kong is obviously more difficult to deal with. Boy, you're lucky that you didn't draw me. I hope you can be lucky all the way, otherwise you won't even be qualified to fight with me. Hai Minghui walked past Li Xuanyi and said coldly. Li Xuanyi didn't bother to pay attention to him, and went straight to his seat to chat with Han Dongli. Han Dongli was unlucky. The first opponent he faced was a 9th level warrior, Zhao Gang, rank 6. This man was covered in tendons and as strong as an ox. He looked very difficult to deal with. That's fine. If I am eliminated in the first round, I will only deduct 100 points. With my strength, even if I am lucky enough to advance to the second round, I will definitely be eliminated. Then I will lose even more points. Han Dongli showed his face. He said happily, making Li Xuanyi feel speechless for a while. Can you be more cowardly? Brother Xiaochuan, who is your opponent? Tang Tang held the sign and said helplessly, Hai Minghui. Li Xuanyi smiled bitterly, patted her shoulder and said, just do your best. Although Tang Tang's strength is pretty good, there is still a certain gap compared with Hai Minghui. He just hopes that the loss will not be too ugly. Soon the first round of battle began. Han Dongli and Zhao Gang took the stage as the first group. There was no suspense between the 6th level and the 9th level. The winner was decided after one move. The second group was a battle between two female disciples. They were of equal strength and the fight was inextricable. In the end, one of them narrowly won. The battles between the third and fourth groups were far from exciting. The only highlight was the actual performance of various martial arts, but most of them were low-level martial arts. After all, high-level martial arts were relatively rare. Generally, only the children of big families were eligible to obtain them. It is considered good if ordinary people can use intermediate martial arts. In the fifth group, Tang Tang and Hai Minghui fought. Li Xuanyi thought that Tang Tang could not survive 3 moves at most, but Tang Tang's strength was somewhat beyond his expectation. Within a few moves, Hai Minghui was able to withstand it. Minghui's attack. Hai Minghui seemed a little angry. He mobilized the vitality in his body, his palms became as red as a soldering iron, and he blasted out with a palm, as if a billowing heat wave was coming. Hai family's secret skill, Roaring Heaven Palm, is a high-level martial skill. Hai Minghui is indeed incredibly talented. The realm of Roaring Heaven Palm is several times more powerful than that of Hai Yunkong. It even caused turbulence in the vitality of the world. Just with one palm, no one below the 10th level can be his opponent. Tang Xuan is in danger. Seeing this scene, Li Xuanyi couldn't help but sweat for Tang Tang, wondering how she would respond. Tang Tang suddenly inhaled, her clothes were dancing, and tiny ice crystals floated past her. Facing the powerful Hai Minghui, her face showed neither joy nor sadness, and she slapped it with one palm. Her white palm opened across the air, like flowing clouds and flowing water, and actually drew a trace of blue ice in the air, meeting Hai Minghui's roaring palm. With a sudden blow, ice and fire clashed, and the entire martial arts stage trembled slightly. What kind of martial skill is this? Tang Xuan looks weak, but he didn't expect to be so powerful. He could actually take Hai Minghui's howling palm. It can activate the power of the heaven and earth. This is definitely a high-level martial skill. It seems to be the ice palm. Jiang Wu, who was sitting on the high platform, nodded and said, it is indeed a high-level martial art, ice palm, and it vaguely reaches the level of spiritual art. Everyone looked shocked when they heard Jiang Wu's words. In Wanjie continent, martial arts are strong, and martial arts are only at the bottom. On top of martial arts, there are spiritual arts, magical powers, and other more powerful techniques. However, spiritual techniques are very difficult to find. The most common spiritual techniques are very valuable. Amazing. In a small place like Hailu City, high-level martial arts are already very powerful. Spiritual arts are very rare. Only strong martial arts masters are qualified to master them. Although Tang Tang's ice palm only vaguely touches the threshold of spiritual arts, it is still amazing enough. Li Xuanyi was astonished. It seemed that his roommate really had an extraordinary background. Li Xuanyi even suspected that Tang Tang had not used his trump card at all. I surrender. Just when everyone thought Tang Xuan had a chance to turn defeat into victory, she suddenly clasped her fists and bowed, turned around and walked off the martial arts stage and automatically abstained. Yes, after all, Tang Xuan is only a 9th-level martial arts disciple. It takes too much to perform spiritual arts. She is probably exhausted. Rather than being knocked off the martial arts stage, it would be more graceful to just admit defeat. This Tang Xuan looks like a mother-in-law. I'm so angry. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I underestimated him before. Returning to sit next to Li Xuanyi, Tang Tang smiled slightly and said, Brotherly, it's your turn. Li Xuanyi grinned and strode forward. Walk onto the martial arts stage. Wei Yuan, dressed in black, clasped his fists slightly. Li Xuanye, it's still too late for you to admit defeat. Wei Yuan, 8th level martial artist, cruel and aggressive by nature. He practices high-level martial arts explosive blood-burning technique. He usually suppresses his killing nature and explodes in battle. The information from the insight technique surprised Li Xuanye. I was just curious as to why Wei Yuan, who had looked so unattractive before, seemed to be a different person as soon as he stepped onto the martial arts stage, with an aggressive aura. I didn't expect that he had actually practiced the special martial arts of explosive blood-burning technique. Li Xuanye may have heard that practicing the explosive blood-burning technique requires you to constantly suppress your thoughts. Just like an ascetic, only when fighting will you completely release the beast in your heart and let killing dominate your thinking. Practicing this kind of martial arts will burn one's own blood during battle to increase strength. It is similar to the berserk state of an orc, which is cruel and bloodthirsty and difficult to deal with. However, the side effects of practicing the explosive blood-burning technique are extremely severe. Burning blood will also overdraw your life, so it needs to be suppressed continuously at ordinary times, and can only burst out during battles. Once the explosive blood-burning technique is activated, Wei Yuan's strength will be greatly improved. It seems to be the 8th level, but the actual strength may have reached the 9th or even 10th level. Stop talking nonsense, let's start the fight. What should Li Xuanye be afraid of? Even if Wei Yuan really had 10th level strength, let alone the temporary activation of 10th level strength, he would not even frown. Very good, that makes sense. Wei Yuan licked his bright red lips, moved, and took the lead in attacking. His blood was boiling, and it seemed that what was flowing in his veins was not blood but red magma. His muscles were tense to the limit, and he exerted almost 100% of the ultimate strength that his body could bear. There were no fancy tricks, and he stood straight. The punch came out like a grenade from the barrel, as fierce as a wild beast. Li Xuanye did not dare to be careless and underestimate the enemy, so he directly improved his small phaseless skill to the extreme. His inner strength was like an ocean, reaching the extreme level, and even the vitality between heaven and earth had a subtle resonance. Wei Yuan is a well-known fighting maniac. His actual combat experience is second only to Xiao Tsongdao. He is even called the person most promising to surpass him by Xiao Tsongdao. Although Li Xuanye, a dude, can defeat Hai Yunkong by luck, he is no match for Wei Yuan. I have seen Wei Yuan fight with sea beasts with my own eyes. The scene was so brutal that I felt sick in my heart just by looking at it. Li Xuanye is not bad either. There are rumors that he is an 8th level warrior. He defeated Ma Sanyu with his own strength. It's just a rumor, who can tell the truth? The disciples started talking about it, and the battle on the stage began. After the first confrontation, Li Xuanye was convinced of Wei Yuan's strength. There is a general judgment that his strength is not inferior to mine. Even if he performs the small phaseless kung fu, it is only comparable. In terms of pure strength, he has almost reached the threshold of the 10th level. Moreover, Wei Yuan has indeed rich combat experience. Every move seems to exist for killing. There is no unnecessary movement and it is concise to the extreme. It may not look aesthetically pleasing, or even a little ridiculous, but the effect in actual combat is very good. Obvious. In the 3 fights, although Li Xuanye diffused Wei Yuan's attacks with his slightly superior speed, Wei Yuan seemed to be a beast born with fighting instincts. Every time he made a move, Li Xuanye felt great pressure. Meat kick. Li Xuanye finally found the right opportunity and hit Wei Yuan hard with his whip leg. Unexpectedly, he gave up dodging and forcefully withstood Li Xuanye's blow, closing the distance with him. They all came out together, and an extremely fierce cannon punch came towards them. His fists were like iron ingots, covered with calluses and scars, and the wind from his fists roared, as if even the air was being penetrated. Get up! Li Xuanye's internal energy surged and he floated into the air, gliding backwards several meters away. Such a light movement, what kind of martial skill is this? Tang Tang's eyes flashed and he exclaimed. This boy from the Li family is not bad. Although he doesn't have much fighting experience, he is very measured and has a measured advance and retreat. Moreover, his body skills are exquisite and cannot be developed overnight. Xiong Jian nodded slightly in praise. Dean Jiangwu laughed loudly. Keep watching, this guy's strength has not been fully demonstrated yet. Everyone was surprised by Dean Jiangwu's evaluation of Li Xuanye. It is so easy for a peerless genius to appear, let alone Li Xuanye was still but at this moment, many people had changed their views. Putting themselves in his shoes, most people found that if they switched positions with Li Xuanye, it would be difficult to escape Wei Yuan's fatal blow just now. Hit! Come again! Wei Yuan screamed wildly, and his whole body glowed with a strange red light. The burning blood caused his body temperature to rise continuously, and white steam even appeared on his body. This life-extending fighting method left people speechless, but it also happened casually. As the effect of the explosive blood-burning technique increased, Wei Yuan's aura surged again, and his speed even began to surpass Li Xuanye's. The fight won't stop until the blood is cold. Wei Yuan looked like a maniac and used a big move to lock his hands at Li Xuanye's throat. His 5 fingers were as red as a soldering iron, and steam continued to emit from his pores. The entire martial arts stage even floated for a while. White mist. The explosive blood-burning technique cannot last for long, and Wei Yuan has already made serious moves to defeat Li Xuanye with one move. No, Wei Yuan has been killed. Li Xuanye is in danger. Xiong Jian was shocked. He stretched out his figure and rushed to the martial arts stage, but even the speed of a strong martial artist could not keep up at this moment. Look, Li Xuanye has accelerated. God, how can his speed be so amazing? There are so many afterimages. His speed is approaching the martial arts master in an instant. Li Xuanye launched a gale sprint, and his speed suddenly increased. 50%, a speed close to 150 points, is already equivalent to the first level of martial arts, far exceeding Wei Yuan. Boom! The white waves rolled, and Li Xuanye's figure appeared in front of Wei Yuan like a flash, and his palm seemed to fall from the sky, falling through the clouds, and landed on Wei Yuan's chest. Under the crushing speed, Wei Yuan didn't even have time to resist, and was blasted away from the martial arts platform. Li Xuanye wins! The whole audience was stunned. No one expected such a result. Li Xuanye was not much stronger than Wei Yuan, but his speed was too terrifying. When warriors fight, the advantage of speed is even more important than strength. The so-called nothing is indestructible, only speed is invincible. This is the truth. Hai Minghui frowned deeply and his eyes were solemn. He realized that he seemed to underestimate Li Xuanye. Could it be that Mr. Ma really couldn't be defeated by him? I accept. Li Xuanye walked off the martial arts stage and stretched out his hand to pull Wei Yuan up. You win. Wei Yuan's surging energy and blood returned to calm, and he nodded to Li Xuanye with a pale face. Without using the explosive blood-burning technique, his thinking was very calm and clear, and he even gave people the impression of a weak scholar. The first round of competition ended and the 8 winners were drawn again. This time Li Xuanye still didn't meet Hai Minghui, but drew a female disciple named Su Yingying, who was ranked in the middle of the martial arts hall. This time Li Xuanye easily won without any effort. In the third round, 4 people advanced, but Li Xuanye still did not draw Hai Minghui. His opponent was another master of the 9th level of martial arts. He was ranked 6th in the martial arts hall. His name was Su Chen. He had a graceful demeanor and wise eyes. I surrender. As soon as he stepped onto the martial arts stage, Su Chen chose to abstain. Li Xuanye looked strange. There will be a deduction of 10,000 points for abstention in the third round, are you sure? Su Chen smiled calmly. Su Yue is my cousin, but I really hate this woman. Please help me teach her a lesson. I should express my gratitude, and I have competed with Wei Yuan in private several times, but I couldn't beat his explosive blood-burning technique. After seeing your fight just now, I think I am no match for you, so I would rather admit defeat. Li Xuanye was dumbfounded because of this reason. Soon, Hai Minghui also successfully defeated his opponent and advanced. Now only he and Li Xuanye were left on the martial arts stage, and a big battle was inevitable. But at this moment, Hai Minghui had completely put aside his contempt. At this moment, a shabby warship sailed up the canal, with 2 magnificent figures standing on the bow. Everyone saw it and immediately greeted it. Xiao Congdao, Kong Lingxian. The 2 geniuses of the martial arts hall were extraordinary as soon as they appeared on the stage. They stepped on the stage step by step and attracted a lot of attention. Even Hai Minghui felt inferior when he saw these 2 people. Head, eyes in awe. Xiao Congdao was dressed in long black clothes, with a hint of cynical evil in his eyebrows. His eyes fell on Li Xuanye, and he said with a half-smile, "Oh? This is Li Xuanye, the young master of the Li family. He has just joined the martial arts hall and he can perform martial arts. She has been on stage so far, so she seems to have good strength. Kong Lingxian has a graceful figure and charming charm. She is dressed in white and has eyebrows as dark as smoke. She is more aloof than Su Yue, and she is different from Su Yue's deliberate aloofness. There seemed to be no waves of sorrow or joy in her eyes. Even if the world turned upside down, the mountains collapsed and the sea split, it would not make her frown even the slightest bit." Li Xuanye used his insight technique to check and found that both of them were at the top of the 10th level, half-stepping into the martial spirit level, especially Kong Lingxian. She seemed to be able to break through the martial spirit level at any time, but she just hit it and kept a low profile. Okay, very good. It seems that our martial arts hall will soon welcome two powerful martial arts masters. Jiang Wu looked at the two of them and showed a very satisfied smile. The 4 rounds of competition have begun. Hai Minghui, Li Xuanye, whoever wins among you will be eligible to choose one of Xiao Tsongdao and Kong Lingxian to challenge. If you lose, no points will be deducted. If you win, you will be directly rewarded with 100,000 points and promoted to the first place in the martial arts monument. Xiong Jian said loudly, and the battle was about to begin. Li Xuanye, you can't run away. Today I will let you understand the consequences of offending my Hai family. Hai Minghui was fierce, and his move was the Roaring Heaven Palm, which was earth-shattering in power. I haven't seen you for a few days. Xiao Hai's strength has improved again. It seems that he is about to touch the threshold of martial arts. Xiao Tsongdao leaned on the stand, surrounded by many martial arts hall disciples, all of whom were respectful to him. Like a follower, Kong Lingxian, a cold goddess, was not even interested in watching the battle. She just sat aside and closed her eyes to rest. No one dared to approach within 10 meters. As the wind roared in his palm, Hai Minghui had already arrived in front of Li Xuanye. Li Xuanye knew very well that with his 8th level strength, he was not suitable for a long-term battle with Hai Minghui. If he wanted to win, he must seize the opportunity and reverse the situation in an instant. Fortunately, the use of weapons is prohibited in the competition on the martial arts stage. Although Hai Minghui is strong, it is extremely difficult to defeat Li Xuanye in one blow. However, the effect of the paralysis ring does not require the use of weapons. Give it to me. Li Xuanye's Xiao Wuxian Gong was raised to the extreme, and his inner strength almost reached the level of being released outwards. A strange light appeared in his palm, and he blasted away with the hanging cloud palm. Release the vitality. A warrior who can sense the vitality of heaven and earth is already considered an outstanding genius, but I have never heard of a warrior who can release his vitality at the stage of martial arts. How talented a monster is to do this. Jiang Wu looked at it at this scene, his eyes lit up. His evaluation of Li Xuanye was already high enough, but at this moment Jiang Wu felt that he had not seen through Li Xuanye at all, and his potential even exceeded his prediction. Death! Hai Minghui was full of rage, roaring towards him with his roaring palm, causing a series of violent sonic booms, deafening and frightening. Boom! A loud noise like a yellow bell rose from the ground, and the solid martial arts stage could not stop shaking. A bottomless crack opened between Li Xuanye and Hai Minghui. It seemed as if the entire martial arts stage was split into two. Ha! Li Xuanye took a few steps back. His palm was almost split open and blood flowed across it. He quickly used his internal strength to suppress the injury, but his entire arm almost lost mobility and several phalanges were broken. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. The difference in strength is too huge. There is no chance of winning between the 8th level and the 10th level. The outcome has been decided. Hai Minghui is the 3rd strongest after all, but after this battle, Li Xuanye is destined to become famous. Hey, it's strange, why is Hai Minghui not moving? Shouldn't he pursue the victory? Everyone was talking, and suddenly someone noticed that Hai Minghui was in a different state, and his body seemed to be stiff and he had lost his intuition. Hiss, this Hai Minghui's strength is 3 points stronger than that of Ma San. His strength is probably about 150, but he was hit by the paralysis effect and he was completely incapacitated within 3 seconds at least. Li Xinyi took a deep breath and spent a breath to recover from his injuries and calm down his internal strength. The next moment, Li Xuanye boldly moved out, and the 6 Meridian's divine sword shot out of the air and blasted towards Hai Minghui. Wow, what kind of martial arts is this? Li Xuanye has too many trump cards. Sure enough, the vitality is released. Although the vitality is not pure enough, Li Xuanye actually thought of using sword energy to restrain the vitality. The method is to mix the vitality into the sword energy and shoot it out. How does this guy's head grow? It's so evil. Moreover, Hai Minghui is not in the right state. He doesn't know how to take precautions. It seems that he was hit by some martial arts and temporarily lost the ability to move. Everyone's eyes widened, even Xiao Tsongdao changed his casual posture and looked solemn. Looking at the battle situation, Kong Lingxian also opened her eyes slightly and looked at it emotionlessly. Get down here. After the 3rd breath, Li Xuanye barely recovered, and he sprinted towards Hai Minghui like a flash of light. At the same time, Hai Minghui also moved his fingers with difficulty, but for a moment it was too late. Li Xuanye's blast sprint combined with the meat kick, a set of combos came, directly knocking Hai Minghui out of the martial arts stage. Li Xuanye wins again. I don't accept it, Li Xuanye, you are cheating. After hearing Xiong Jian's announcement of the result, Hai Minghui finally regained consciousness. He was furious, his face was like an old sour sauce, and his eyes seemed to be able to emit flames. Roaring angrily, he wanted to charge into the martial arts stage again. Winning or losing is a common thing for soldiers. I can't bear this blow. How can I become a disciple of the martial arts hall and guard the safety of Hailu City? Jiang Wu shook his head. He no longer had any expectations for the courage of the Hai family. Minghui blasted off the martial arts stage. Xiong Jian's mind was sharp and he immediately understood Ding Zhang's plan and shouted, Hai Minghui violated the rules of the martial arts hall and was ordered to reflect behind closed doors for a month. The points of the martial arts hall will be halved. Wow! Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the academy would side with Li Xuanye and punish Hai Minghui. However, thinking about it carefully, this was normal. Li Xuanye was able to defeat Hai Minghui with 8th level strength. His talent was astonishing. Naturally, he had to do everything possible to win him over. On the other hand, although the Hai family still has strength, it will not be able to regain its strength for a period of time under the judgment of the arbitration court. Hai Minghui is just an illegitimate son of the Hai family, and his status is not high. Which one is more important and which one is less important will be judged. Congratulations to Li Shaoqi on your victory. Li Xuanye, I will give birth to a monkey for you. The Li family has a peerless genius who is destined to rise and replace the Hai family in just a few days. Han Dongli ran over with a silly smile and said, Boss, you are so powerful, even Hai Minghui is no match for you. Tang Tang couldn't help his eyes flying as he thought to himself, I thought this Li Xuanye was just a dandy with no knowledge and skills, but I didn't expect it. He actually has the strength to fight beyond the level, and his martial arts are very special. Even I can't see through the move that restrained Hai Minghui. It's interesting. Xiong Jian came over and said to Li Xuanye, Xian Yi, now you can choose to challenge one of Xiao Tsongdao and Kong Lingxian. Have you decided? Li Xuanye nodded, then choose senior sister Kong Lingxian. Although we are more than 10 meters apart. Distance, but Kong Lingxian heard Li Xuanye's words, opened her eyes suddenly, and asked in an indifferent tone, why choose me? Xiao Tsongdao couldn't help but stare at Li Xuanye curiously, waiting for his answer. Li Xuanye smiled brightly, it is happier to lose to a beautiful woman than to a man. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Tsongdao also looked stunned. Li Xuanye actually gave up the right to compete with him for such a reason. This guy is indeed an ignorant. He is the #1 strong man in the martial arts hall. With such a good opportunity to compete, smart people know that they will benefit the most from competing with themselves. Kong Lingxian was silent for a moment, seemingly speechless, but finally nodded, jumped lightly to the martial arts stage, and said with cold eyes, go ahead, I can give you 3 moves first if you can touch a piece of my clothes, even if you win. Yo, is this girl so confident? However, Kong Lingxian's confident attitude is considered normal in the eyes of others. After all, Kong Lingxian is a strong person with half a foot in the martial arts level. Although he is also at the 10th level like Hai Minghui, no matter his talent or strength, they are not on the same level at all. Li Xuanye strode back to the martial arts stage, and the insight technique was activated again, but he still couldn't detect the slightest weakness in Kong Lingxian. The insight technique's evaluation of her was frighteningly high, as if she was invincible among martial arts disciples. I still don't believe it. Li Xuanye pushed the Xiao Wuxian Kung to the extreme. The majestic internal force spread to all 4 limbs and bones, and he directly launched a gale sprint. In an instant, he came to Kong Lingxian. The 6 Meridian's divine sword came out with a flick of his finger, but went straight through Kong Lingxian's body. Through it, Kong Lingxian's body turned into a mirage and disappeared like a dream bubble. Light shifting. Kong Lingxian's movement skills are still so elusive and invisible. Although Li Xuanye is fast, it is useless to be unable to accurately capture Kong Lingxian's position. Senior sister Kong has been fighting sea beasts overseas all year round, and her martial arts and movement skills have been honed to the point where the ultimate, although it is not a spiritual skill, it is no less than a spiritual skill. It is said that she once relied on this move to move her light step and play with a martial spirit level sea beast in the middle of the applause. The sea beast could not touch senior sister Kong until her death. If Wei Yuan is crazy about fighting, then Kong Lingxian is the real fighting genius. Li Xuanye missed the target, which was quite shocking. Kong Lingxian's figure was as light as a breeze, and her explosion was unsteady. Her speed may not be as fast as Li Xuanye's in the gale sprint state, but her superb body skills make it impossible for her to lock her in the melee range, and her control over her body skills far exceeds Li Xuanye's. Come again. Li Xuanye did not give up and attacked Kong Lingxian again. This time he was extremely cautious, his eyes locked on Kong Lingxian, and then the attack failed again. He didn't even know when Kong Lingxian appeared behind him. Come again. For the last move, Li Xuanye simply closed his eyes and unleashed his inner strength, spreading throughout the entire martial arts stage, activating the vitality of the world, sensing Kong Lingxuan's true position, striking out quickly, and defeating the enemy with one move. Boom! Li Xuanye was knocked off the martial arts stage before he could even open his eyes. He didn't even know how Kong Lingxian made the move. Seeing that Li Xuanye was defeated so easily, everyone did not have the slightest intention of looking down upon him. They were just impressed by Kong Lingxuan's strength. You are very good. After you break through the 10th level, you may have a chance to challenge me again. Kong Lingxuan's figure floated in front of Li Xuanye, said a faint word, and then floated away without a trace. Li Xuanye smiled helplessly, but he was not too disappointed in his heart. It had only been a few days since he traveled to the present. It was normal for him to be less powerful than Kong Lingxian. With the treasure box system in hand, he believed that it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Kong Lingxian. With the departure of Kong Lingxian, the martial arts competition came to an end. Li Xuanye's points skyrocketed and he jumped to 7th place in the rankings. However, everyone knew that Li Xuanye's strength had reached the top 3 levels, except for Xiao Tsongdao. And Kong Lingxian, I am afraid no one can be Li Xuanye's opponent. As night falls, the lights are bright. Li Xuanye returned to the dormitory burping from wine and muttered, "These guys are really disgusting. They actually took turns trying to persuade me to drink. Fortunately, I have deep internal strength and forced most of the alcohol out of my body. I drank them all and fell down." Li Xuanye showed off his prowess in the martial arts hall today, and he has established his own status in the martial arts hall. Naturally, he will inevitably be fawned over by others. In addition, Li Xuanye has no heirs, so those disciples are even more merciless when it comes to drinking. It's a pity that they are all a bunch of scum, and Li Xuanye drank a piece of them all by himself. Even so, Li Xuanye was also a little dizzy. He returned to the dormitory and planned to take a bath before going to bed. He didn't notice that the light was still on in the bathroom, so he rushed in with a swing of his arms. Ah! The next morning, drizzle fell from the sky, nourishing everything on the earth. "Brotherly, I'm so sorry for last night." Tang Tang was dressed lightly, with red lips and white teeth, and long black hair tied into a high bun. He looked like a handsome young man and walked up to Li Xuanye with his head lowered. Li Xuanye still had a big ice pack on his forehead, and the redness and swelling under his eyes had not dissipated. He smiled helplessly. "Brother Xiaochuan, you are too violent. You attack whenever you disagree. We are all men. Don't I saw you taking a shower, so it's not a big deal if we take a shower together." Together. Tang Tang's ears suddenly glowed with red clouds, and he said quickly, "No, this is definitely not okay." Tang Tang looked flustered. With a confused look, Li Xuanye Ninja smiled and said, Okay, I have never seen such a sissy man like you. From now on, I will let you wash your clothes first, but you have to close the door, otherwise how can I do you know if there is anyone inside? Ahem. Tang Tang cursed in her heart. It was because she had lived alone for a long time and didn't realize there were outsiders in the dormitory. It's really troublesome for a woman to disguise herself as a man. She lost her temper even after she suffered a loss. I don't know if Li Xuanye saw her clearly last night, but he was so drunk that he probably forgot about it. "You go to morning class and ask for leave for me. My head is still dizzy. I have to catch up on my sleep." Li Xuanye dismissed. Tang Tang, as if he had been granted amnesty, hurriedly left the dormitory without looking back. As soon as Tang Tang left, Li Xuanye immediately threw away the ice pack and became lively again. He turned on the treasure chest radar and started picking up treasure chests on a daily basis. Ding, I found a bronze treasure chest X5. Ha, 5 big treasure chests, good luck. Li Xuanye immediately went out and opened the treasure chests one by one while everyone was attending morning classes. The harvest this time was not bad. The treasure chest opened 3 bottles of elixirs, 2 rejuvenation elixirs, and a new bottle of Yuan Nong Dan. This Yuan Nong Dan is a cultivation-type elixir that contains pure vitality and can strengthen the body. It strengthens muscles and bones, and has a very good effect on martial arts practitioners. There are also alchemists in Wanjie continent, but they are very rare. There is only one alchemist in the entire Hailu city, and the refined elixirs are in short supply. Yuan Nong Dan is the best-selling low-level elixir in Wanjie continent, although it is a low-level elixir. It is of high grade, but it is very valuable. Each grain is worth tens of thousands of crystal stones. The bottle Li Xuanye got contained 10 Yuan Nong Dan, which was worth more than 100,000 yuan. The key is that Yuan Nong Dan is rare in the market and very hard to find. You have to rely on connections to find a backdoor to have a chance to buy it. Ordinary practitioners cannot use it at all. Although the disciples of Wu Do Hall have a supply, each person only has one pill a month. Not disabled at all. With this bottle of Yuan Nong Dan, Li Xuanye's strength should be able to improve again. If you have dozens of bottles at a time, it won't be a problem to break through the 9th level. In addition to 3 bottles of pills, Li Xuanye also prescribed 2 props. Treasure map fragments comes with the skill infinite arrows, which can absorb the vitality of the world and condense infinite energy arrows to launch. I have to say that these 2 props are good things. Although the treasure map is temporarily useless, if you can collect 3 pieces, you can find a gold treasure chest. Li Xuanye has not even seen a silver treasure chest yet. Yes, let alone a golden treasure chest. Although Lingxi Wanyue is just an ordinary longbow, when paired with the magical skill of infinite arrows, it is extraordinary, and it is comparable to a pistol with unlimited bullets. Li Xuanye's current long-range attack method only has the 6 mining divine sword, but the 6 mining divine sword requires internal energy. With Lingxi Wanyue, Li Xuanye's long-range attack ability will be greatly improved. Take out Lingxi Wanyue. This is a large bow about 5 feet long. The bow is made of rhino horn. It is very thick and tough. It weighs at least 50 kilograms in your hand. It is difficult for ordinary people to lift it. The bowstring, I don't know what kind of material it was made of, but it was so straight that Li Xuanye tried to pull it, but found that it was difficult to pull it with his own strength, and it was even more difficult to draw the bow to full length. The moment he opened his bow, an arrow of condensed energy appeared across the sky. Li Xuanye united his waist and horse and shot a sword towards the sky. Hearing the roar of the wind, the arrow sank straight into the sky and disappeared. The power is pretty good, almost as powerful as a bullet. It is estimated that a 10th level warrior would be injured if he was hit by an arrow. Li Xuanye nodded with satisfaction, put away the Lingxi Moonwatcher, took out an Yuan Nong Dan, drank it, and began to practice breath regulation. This was his first serious practice after time travel, but the process went smoothly. He quickly figured out the clues and sensed the existence of the vitality of heaven and earth. The main purpose of a warrior's training is to attract the vitality of heaven and earth into his body. To put it bluntly, strengthening the body is similar to breathing, eating and drinking. It is easy to find the trick. Of course, whether the cultivation goes smoothly or not depends largely on one's personal talent. If one's talent is not good enough and one cannot even sense the existence of the vitality of heaven and earth, then it will be very difficult to absorb the vitality. Most mortals are unable to embark on the path of cultivation and become warriors because they lack the ability to sense vitality. Practitioners also have different talents. The more talented a cultivator is, the stronger the sense of vitality and the faster they can absorb vitality. Quick! During the martial arts competition, it is normal for others to mistake Li Xuanye's internal energy for vitality. After all, vitality and internal energy are both energy in nature. Li Xuanye now absorbs the vitality of heaven and earth and can also enhance his internal energy. There is no difference. After a day of practice, Li Xuanye had exhausted all the bottles of Yuanning Dan. In contrast, his strength had also improved significantly, which is particularly intuitive when presented in data. Li Xuanye, 8th level martial artist. Strength 92, endurance 85, agility 103, spirit 105, luck value? Charm value? +2 skills, treasure chest radar, elementary lockpicking, cloud palm, small phaseless kung fu, flesh kick, insight technique, 6 meridians divine sword, Baji collapse fist. Equipment, charm ring, paralysis ring, queen's boots, black blade knight, Lingxi Wanyue. As a result of just one day's training, Li Xuanye's 4 attributes have increased by 2 or 3 points on average. At this moment, his peak attributes have barely reached the 10th level standard. His endurance is somewhat lacking, but he has also reached the mid-8th level standard. However, this is the attribute of being equipped with the paralysis ring and the empress boots. If the equipment is not counted, Li Xuanye's attributes are the 9th level standard. Time passed by and it was the next day. Before daybreak, a fierce horn sound suddenly sounded outside the martial arts hall, and Xiong Jian's rich voice rang out from outside the dormitory. If you find a sea monster invasion, prepare for battle immediately. After 30 breaths, all disciples must board the ship and go to sea to fight. The sea beast is attacking? Li Xuanye stood up from the bed, immediately changed his clothes, checked the tool list, and immediately came outside the dormitory. Other martial arts hall disciples also moved out, and in less than 30 breaths, with the exception of Hai Minghui, who was facing the wall, all the members were gathered together. Xiao Songdao and Kong Lingxian were also among them. Xiong Jian's eyes were solemn, and while leading everyone to the canal port, he explained, last night, signs of a group of sea beasts were found 50 miles away from the northeast coast. The number was not large, only a few thousand. The Coast Guard was still busy defending the south. We have no time to take care of the battlefront and leave it to our martial arts hall to solve. This time, without the cooperation of the Sea Guards, our martial arts hall has to take on the responsibility alone to repel these sea beasts. The task is more difficult than before. You all must be at your best. I hope there will be the same number of people when I go there. Fighting against sea monsters is no different from war, and is even more dangerous than fighting between two armies. After all, the crazy sea monsters don't care about life or death at all, they only know how to run rampant. These 2 years are not the time when sea beasts appear frequently, but even so, a group of cultivators will die in the martial arts hall every year. Everyone quickly boarded an armored warship. This large ship was 50 meters long and very huge. The whole body was covered with thick steel plates. It had been baptized by battles for a long time. There were traces of collisions by sea beasts everywhere. There were even traces on the deck. There are remains of sea animal carcasses that were not cleaned up in time. Li Xuanye participated in the sea beast battle for the first time. Xiong Jian said to him, "You should not be allowed to participate in this mission, but you performed outstandingly in the martial arts hall the day before yesterday, and you can be considered to have the ability to take charge of your own, so I let you participate, but you still lack actual combat experience. You don't need to take the lead in this mission. You can just provide support." Okay. Li Xuanye was unambiguous and nodded immediately. He indeed had no experience in fighting sea beasts. If you go out to fight rashly, it may slow down the fighting rhythm of the entire martial arts hall, which would be bad. Although there are differences in strength among the disciples of Wudo Hall, they have basically experienced several large-scale naval battles. They cooperate with each other tacitly and have a clear division of labor. This kind of cooperation is something that Li Xuanye cannot integrate into for the time being. Only through more experience can he cultivate a sense of tacit understanding. The warship set sail and headed east along the Yun River. Soon it sailed out of Hailu City and entered the Eastern Sea. The battleship was extremely fast, riding the wind in waves. It took less than an hour to cover the distance of 50 miles. At this time, there was no trace of the mainland behind it. Looking along the waves, I saw the rapids in the sea ahead, the rolling waves, and the strange-shaped ships. The sea beasts gathered together and rushed towards him in a mighty force. Xiao Tsongdao and Kong Lingxian took the lead, and the other disciples spread out to surround the sea monster tide and swarmed away on the undulating sea surface. There were also several disciples who were proficient in water martial arts and dived directly into the seabed to attack the sea monster from below. Surround and prevent fish that slipped through the net from escaping. Everyone moved quickly and dexterously, and could perform their duties without command. Even the weakest Han Dongli played an important role in the encirclement network. Li Xuanye was amazed by the tacit understanding of the team that had been tempered over time. The sea wind was raging, and Xiao Tsongdao took the lead in attacking the sea beast tide. With his unparalleled strength, he blasted through the body of a giant sea beast with one palm. In an instant, the ocean was stained with blood, and the originally calm sea beast tide boiled up. The strength of this group of sea beasts seems to be very average. The average strength is only about level 5, and the strongest is only level 9. Although there are many in number, they do not pose a real threat. Unfortunately, I only have a double experience bonus card, otherwise I would take advantage of it. This opportunity will gain a wave of experience, and it will definitely be great. Li Xuanye stood on the charging bay at the front of the battleship, looking out at the sea and watching the battle. There was no need for him to come out to support for the time being, but he saw so many sea beasts in the waves. His body was churning, and Li Xuanye felt itchy in his heart. He always felt that these guys were wasting their natural resources. If he was allowed to kill these sea beasts, even if he had no experience, what if the explosive divine costume came out? Although the explosion rate of killing monsters is a metaphysics and cannot be judged at all, there is still some hope after all. No, I have to fight. Li Xuanye rolled his eyes, used Qing Kung Fu, climbed up into the clouds, and glided towards the tide of sea beasts. Like a god of war in the air, he descended from the sky and was destroyed with a flesh-crushing kick. A mature manatee. He tapped his toes lightly, like a dragonfly touching the water, and jumped over the sea. Every time he landed, he would trample a sea beast to death. For him, these sea beasts whose strength was only the 5th and 6th levels were almost always killed with one hit, without exception. Seeing this, Xiong Jian felt a little relieved. There were no powerful beings among these sea beasts. It would be good for Li Xuanye to take the opportunity to gain some combat experience. Ding, kill the red-headed sea ginseng and explode the First-Order Yuan Core column. First-Order Yuan Core, there is a certain probability of appearing in the body of Warcraft. It is generated by condensing the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. It contains violent yuan qi energy. It is a good training material and can also be used as a high-end currency. It is actually the yuan core of the sea beast. Of course Li Xuanye knew the value of yuan core. This thing was a rare item. It was very rare. Only one of it could appear in hundreds of sea beasts. Even a first-level yuan core was worth more than 100,000 crystals, which could be almost as much as bought a house in the suburbs of Hailu City. Li Xuanye laughed. It seemed that the explosion rate of killing sea beasts was still very impressive. Brotherly, be careful, there is a 9th-level sea beast ahead. Tang Tang's voice suddenly came from not far away. Li Xuanye's expression tightened, and he glanced forward, only to see a head of silver light shining like a long shuttle. An ordinary swordfish jumped up from the sea, cut through the sky, and stabbed towards his chest. Not good. Li Xuanye raised his eyebrows. The swordfish is an extremely dangerous existence among sea beasts. It is extremely fast and the fins on its body are sharper than swords. If it is stabbed by the swordfish, it will be no less than the full strength of a 9th-level warrior. Attack. Many 9th-level masters may pay the price with their lives because they were hit by the swordfish because they were not prepared in time. Li Xuanye's breath sank, and Black Daoi appeared out of thin air in his hand. His inner energy wrapped around the blade, and he slashed out in the air. Looking at the severed body of the swordfish, Li Xuanye showed a lingering fear. Tang Tang, who came at this moment, also stared at the black sword in Li Xuanye's hand in surprise. She was very sure that Li Xuanye took out this sword out of thin air. It was impossible for Li Xuanye to bring a large black knife nearly 3 meters long with him beforehand. You have a space treasure. Tang Tang couldn't help but ask in surprise. Li Xuanye knew that he couldn't hide it, so he nodded with a smile and said, I am the future heir of the Li family. It is not too much to have a space treasure. The equipment masters of Wanjie continent can refine space equipment, but the value is very high, and ordinary family members cannot afford it. It cannot be purchased in the entire Hailu city. It is only sold in the imperial capital. Tang Tang will naturally be surprised. However, she was surprised that the Li family was so optimistic about Li Xuanye, a dandy, that they would even give him space treasures for use. She must know that with her identity, she can only be equipped with the smallest space treasures, and at most she can use them. It only holds some daily necessities, and there is no room for larger weapons. Tang Tang felt that he could not see through Li Xuanye more and more. In her eyes, the children of the aristocratic families in Hailu City are not worth mentioning at all, and the so-called family cannot be mentioned at all. Even a big family like the Hai family has at most 3 or 4 martial arts experts sitting in charge. In the imperial capital, even second-rate families are not ranked. But the appearance of Li Xuanye subverted her idea. There were too many secrets about this guy. His martial arts were unfathomable even to herself. His strength had improved rapidly. It was said that not long ago, he was only a 6th-level martial artist. Disciple, now he can compete with 10th-level masters. She has only seen this kind of shocking potential in some 1,000-year-old wealthy families in the imperial capital. Moreover, even the peerless geniuses cultivated in the 1,000-year-old wealthy families rely on a large amount of family resources. The Li family obviously does not have the ability to support one. A peerless genius. Be careful. Li Xuanye appeared in front of Tang Tang. He looked into the void with his palm and grabbed an octopus tentacle covered with suction cups. The 6-main divine sword shot out and pierced the octopus sea beast under the sea. Thank you, brotherly. Tang Tang woke up with a start and said to Li Xuanye. Li Xuanye put his hand on Tang Tang's shoulder unceremoniously, and said with a smile, Thank you, we are good brothers who live under the same roof, and we have a friendship over a cup of wine. At this word, Tang Tang blushed subconsciously, and hurriedly left to kill sea beasts elsewhere. Li Xuanye laughed, gathered his thoughts, and started killing monsters until half of the sea beast wave had been wiped out, and finally another piece of equipment was revealed. Soft protective armor, endurance +7, can resist water and fire, and comes with the status constant temperature and water dividing. This. Li Xuanye's eyes lit up. This soft protective armor is a good thing, it just makes up for his lack of defense. Flaws, and the 2 accompanying states are very effective. Constant temperature can maintain physical problems and prevent cold and heat from entering the body. Water separation is even more powerful. It can coat the surface of his body with an air film to isolate seawater intrusion, and can survive underwater. Free activities. Li Xuanye immediately put on his protective soft armor and jumped into the water. The seawater automatically drained away from him, as if his body was covered with a layer of oil. Not a drop of seawater could touch his body, and he could move freely underwater, greatly weakening the seawater resistance. However, the water separation state is not as perfect as Li Xuanye imagined. It only isolates the seawater, but it does not provide the air for Li Xuanye to breathe. He still cannot stay underwater for too long, but it is not bad. With the protective soft armor, Li Xuanye spawned monsters much faster. He directly searched for traces of sea beasts underwater, took out Ling Wanhua, and shot out a series of vitality arrows. The sea beasts below the 5th level could hardly survive. With the lethality of 1 arrow, a 6th level and 7th level sea monster can be killed with at most 3 arrows. By the way, today's treasure chest hasn't been opened yet, so I just want to try my luck here. Li Xuanye turned on the treasure chest radar directly underwater, and with a ding, 3 bronze treasure chests were discovered. He turned around and shot out from the water like a torpedo, killing sea beasts along the way and opening a bronze treasure chest. Ding, open the bronze treasure box and get the prop, Lucky Ring X 1-inch Lucky Ring, Lucky +1. Li Xuanye was once again dazzled by happiness. It turned out to be a lucky ring that increased the luck value. The luck value is a heaven-defying attribute, which is the key to the quality of the character. The improvement of luck means a treasure chest. The increased probability of getting an artifact means that the explosion rate of killing monsters is higher. Even if it only increases a little luck, it is very powerful. Putting on the lucky ring directly, Li Xuanye started his plan to clear monsters again. I don't know if it was the effect of the lucky ring, but after a while, another big thing happened. Inferior strengthening stone can be embedded in equipped weapons, strength +1 strengthening stone. Li Xuanye used the strengthening stone on the paralysis ring, and as expected, his strength increased a little. Well, it's not equipment, but it's still better than nothing. Next, he went to open 2 other bronze treasure chests, but his luck seemed to have run out. He didn't even get the elixir. He was given an ordinary made uniform with no attribute bonus, and a pair of red high heels with agility +1. Mard, I'm not a crossdresser, why are you giving me this thing? With the fat bags and belly bands from before, I seem to have assembled a complete set of women's clothes. When they surfaced again, the sea beast tide had been almost cleared, and everyone start cleaning the battlefield and bring some useful sea beast corpses back to the battleship. Hailu City has a large population, but its agriculture is not developed. Most of its food depends on sea beasts and fishing. The carcasses of these sea beasts are very popular food. If a small amount is added up, the value is very considerable. It is ironic to say that although everyone in Hailu City hates sea beasts, they are also looking forward to their arrival, because every time a sea beast attacks, the city's meat market will experience a big price cut, and the living standard will be greatly improved. 1/5 of Hailu City's annual fiscal revenue is obtained from selling marine animal meat to the inland areas. Near noon, the battlefield was finally cleaned up, and the sea that was originally dyed red with blood also returned to its original calm blue color after several waves. Only some worthless sea beast corpses were left to tell the story of what happened here not long ago. A battle. Not bad, not bad. Today's harvest is considerable. What's even more gratifying is that everyone cooperated tacitly in this battle, and not a single disciple was injured. Xiongjian stood on the deck and said with a face filled with relief. The sails of the ship were raised, and everyone was about to return, but suddenly at this moment, a disciple pointed to the sea in the distance and shouted, "Look, what is that?" Li Xuanye looked over and saw only a thin line between the sea and the sky. A huge object like an island quickly approached. Everyone looked confused, they didn't know what it was, but Xiongjian couldn't help but frown, as if he thought of something, and exclaimed, "No, hurry up and evacuate, it's the Sea King whale." Oh no, the Neptune whale is not a giant beast in the deep sea. How can it appear in the near sea? I don't want to die. Li Xuanye couldn't help but be shocked. Everyone in the coastal area is familiar with it. To everyone, the king whale is a nightmare on the sea, a terrifying existence that is indescribable. An adult Neptune whale can reach 10 miles in length, even bigger than some islands. Even if a strong man at the peak of martial arts encounters a Neptune whale, he will have no ability to defeat it. Even if Wuzuan comes, it will be difficult for him to defeat it. Kill a Neptune whale. This guy is a giant in the ocean. He is domineering and unscrupulous. With his mouth open, he can swallow a small island directly. It's too late, disperse and escape. The battleship has accelerated to the extreme, but compared with the 10-mile-long Neptune whale, this speed is not enough at all. Seeing the sharp steel teeth of the Neptune whale shining coldly, Xiongjian knew that the battleship could not be saved, so he immediately made a judgment and asked everyone to disperse and flee. At least the whole army could not be annihilated here. This is the danger of the sea, no one can predict what will happen next moment. Let's go. Li Xuanye made a quick decision and said to Tang Tang and Han Dongli. The two of them jumped off the battleship without hesitation and ran away at full speed. Where is this place? Li Xuanye woke up from a stench. His head was extremely dizzy, as if he had drank several large jars of pure alcohol in one breath. His heart was churning and he felt like vomiting. He quickly drank a mouthful of healing pills. Now I feel better. Only then did Li Xuanye remember that he was not escaping from the mouth of the Neptune whale, so why did he suddenly appear in this ghost place? It was dark all around, he couldn't see his fingers, and there was something soft under his feet. He felt very disgusting. He quickly took out a piece of fluorite and illuminated the surrounding area. This is. Li Xuanye found that he seemed to be in a cave, but this cave was very weird. The surrounding rock walls were all soft and sticky, and they were still beating. There were things like vines all over the place. In all directions, they were squirming like giant pythons. Wait. Li Xuanye was suddenly shocked. Could this be in the belly of Neptune whale? Depend on. Li Xuanye finally remembered that he could not escape the mouth of the Neptune whale and was swallowed alive by the giant whale. The body of the Neptune whale is so huge, it is like an aircraft carrier. Human beings are as small as ants in front of it. They are probably not qualified to even squeeze between their teeth. After being swallowed by the Neptune whale, they will not die immediately, but will be eaten by the Neptune whale. The strong acid gastric juice in the abdomen is digested. However, there seemed to be no gastric juice around, and Li Xuanye didn't know where he was in the Neptune whale's body. It seemed like he was in a certain esophagus. I wonder how Tang Tang and the others are doing. They are not dead. Li Xuanye's heart tightened and he quickly searched around. Suddenly, his feet started to shake. Before Li Xuanye could react, he heard the sound of the wave. The surging sea current roared in from one end of the esophagus, like a river bursting its banks, rushing incessantly. Li Xuanye quickly took a deep breath. The water-divided state of the protective soft armor allowed him to avoid the direct impact of the current, but he was also involved in the current. Fortunately, he was fully prepared and stabilized his body as soon as possible. Is there anyone? In the chaotic sea current, Li Xuanye seemed to have touched someone. He quickly grabbed an arm and led the person to swim higher. He grabbed a thick blood vessel and climbed to an unknown place for shelter. Make waves. Con Lingxian? Li Xuanye took out the fluorite and took a photo, and surprisingly found that the person he rescued was actually Con Lingxian, and she was also swallowed by the Neptune whale. Moreover, Con Lingxian seemed to have injuries on her body. There was a lot of blood on her dress, and the blood was still spreading out. He was in a hurry, and without caring about any offense, he quickly tore open Con Lingxian's skirt, revealing his thigh. The meridians have been injured. Li Xuanye did not dare to be careless. He crushed a few healing pills and sprinkled the powder on Con Lingxian's wound. He quickly stopped the bleeding and used his internal force to temporarily connect her meridians. Ahem! Con Lingxian coughed violently for a while and vomited out a lot of seawater. Then she faintly woke up. Her face was pale and she looked very weak. Li Xuanye? You saved me? Con Lingxian didn't expect that she could survive, and looked at Li Xuanye in surprise. Don't worry about this for now. Senior sister, do you have a way to escape from the belly of the king whale? It's okay that the seawater that was sprayed out just now is good. If it turns into gastric juice later, I think we will be digested directly. Li Xuanye's expression was solemn. Even if a stunning beauty like Con Lingxian was lying in ragged clothes in front of him, he couldn't think of anything leisurely to look at her. Realizing her current situation, Con Lingxian could not help but feel powerless. She was indeed extremely talented, but in front of giant beasts like Neptune whale, she was not much stronger than an ant. Fortunately, the king whale is so huge that it won't notice the existence of the two of us at all. As long as you can go upstream along the esophagus and reach the mouth of the king whale, you can escape, but you must seize the time. The king whale is he rarely goes to the sea to hunt for food. If he is full, he will return directly to the deep sea. If we are taken there, even if we can escape by chance, we will be directly crushed into meat patties by the violent water pressure. The two looked at each other and knew the time. Urgently, wait until the wave below subsides, then quickly move upstream to find an exit. I'll carry you. Seeing that Con Lingxian's thigh was injured and her speed was greatly affected, and the wound opened again before running far, Li Xuanye simply squatted down and said to Con Lingxian. Con Lingxian was also a decisive person. Without hesitating for a moment, she took the initiative to lie on Li Xuanye's back. Her pink arms wrapped around Li Xuanye's neck. Li Xuanye hugged her thigh tightly and lifted her hard, and directly used the wind sprint. Running away. I saw the light. Li Xuanye looked happy, and led Con Lingxian to jump over many obstacles, arrived at the mouth of the Neptune whale, broke through the fangs like cold iron mountains, escaped to the sky, and dived into the sea. At the same time, the huge body of the Neptune whale suddenly plunged into the water, setting off huge waves. With the impact of the waves, Li Xuanye escaped smoothly. Although he was hit hard by the power of the waves, he finally avoided the Neptune whale. I don't know how long it took, but the churning waves finally calmed down. The Neptune whale had completely disappeared into the deep sea. Only then did Li Xuanye surface. "I'm dizzy, where are we?" Li Xuanye looked around, and all he could see was the ocean. The sky was also covered with dark clouds, and the sun couldn't be seen at all. "We seem to have been taken to the deep sea by King Neptune. The situation is not good. Kong Lingxian has been practicing overseas all year round and has rich experience. By observing the concentration and overall color of the seawater, she can tell that this is definitely a deep sea with a depth of more than 10,000 meters. The area is at least 200 miles away from Hailu City. This is indeed not good news." Li Xuanye called out bad luck. "This Neptune whale, after I break through the martial lord, I will be the first to take action on you." After regaining some strength, Li Xuanye took Kong Lingxian and wanted to swim to a distant place. Although he could not tell the distance for the time being, it was not a good thing to stop where he was. He had to find a place to stay first. The deep sea area is the nest of sea monsters. If he encounters it, a sea beast at the martial spirit level would be in trouble. Fortunately, Li Xuanye's reserves of elixirs are very rich, and he still has several bottles of rejuvenation elixirs. His mental power can be continuously replenished. Coupled with the water diversion effect of the protective soft armor, he can move forward at a pretty good speed on the sea. When it was getting dark, Li Xuanye finally saw an island and hurriedly swam there with Kong Lingxian and climbed to the shore. "Senior sister?" Just after taking a breath, Li Xuanye noticed that Kong Lingxian's face was frighteningly pale, her body temperature had dropped drastically, and she had lost too much blood, which made her a little confused. She didn't respond at all despite Li Xuanye's calls. Li Xuanye sighed, dragged Kong Lingxian to the dense jungle on the shore, lit a bonfire, and said, "Fortunately, the person you met is me. We don't have anything else, the healing medicine is enough, and having a treasure chest means you will be willful." "Papa." The dead wood was burning vigorously, swaying endlessly under the blowing of the sea breeze. There was also a crispy golden hair on the bonfire. The oil blossoms exploded when they hit the open flame, exuding the greedy aroma of meat. It was not until midnight that Kong Lingxian regained consciousness and woke up. The strong firelight reflected on her beautiful face, giving it a slight rosy luster. "Sister, wake up. I just came back from exploring the island. This is an uninhabited island. There is no danger. We can rest here temporarily," Li Xuanye said to Kong Lingxian with a smile. Kong Lingxian nodded with difficulty. She suddenly looked down and saw her damaged and messy dress. She panicked subconsciously and quickly pulled the skirt to cover her exposed long white legs. Li Xuanye felt funny in his heart. Even now, he still cares so much about his own image. A goddess is a goddess. "By the way, senior sister, I have a set of clothes here. If you don't mind, you can change into it first." Li Xuanye suddenly remembered that he also had a set of maid uniforms, took them out and put them next to Kong Lingxian. Seeing the maid uniform that Li Xuanye took out of thin air, Kong Lingxian's face was very strange. Li Xuanye actually had a spatial treasure, and he also had a set of women's clothes with him? Her heart sank. This dandy boy wouldn't have done anything bad to her while she was unconscious just now. But it was obvious that she no longer cared about this. Kong Lingxian thanked her, picked up her maid uniform, walked to the dense forest aside to change it, and soon returned to Li Xuanye. Seeing Kong Lingxian dressed as a maid, with a perfect figure and a perfect face, Li Xuanye was hooked. Moreover, Kong Lingxian was probably in a vacuum state now. Just thinking about it was exciting. Noticing Li Xuanye's scrutinizing gaze, Kong Lingxian felt a little unhappy. She had always had a high self-esteem, and she had never been seen in such an embarrassing state. But thanks to Li Xuanye, she was able to survive today. With the grace of saving her life in front of her, Kong Lingxian still couldn't bring up the slightest anger. The two sat across from each other across the bonfire. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Li Xuanye asked about the condition of the other disciples, but Kong Lingxian said that the other disciples of the martial arts hall had survived. It turned out that when the Neptune whale attacked, Kong Lingxian could have been the first to escape, but she helped other disciples and allowed them to escape safely. As a result, she was sucked by the sea current and swallowed by the Neptune whale. Among the entire martial arts hall disciples, only Li Xuanye and Kong Lingxian were swallowed by the Neptune whale. Although the condition of the others was unknown, their lives should not be in danger. "I didn't expect that senior sister would have such a kind heart," Li Xuanye said with admiration. In that kind of environment, he felt that he should not be able to achieve the level of Kong Lingxian. I am a guilty person, and I don't regret dying. If I can save some people before I die, it will be considered as atonement. Kong Lingxian said suddenly, with a hint of emotion in her eyes. Being guilty? Li Xuanye was slightly surprised, not knowing what Kong Lingxian meant. But Kong Lingxian didn't intend to explain anything. She just said, I went to the forest to retreat and recover my strength. After that, she turned around and left, disappearing. A woman with stories. Li Xuanye sighed softly, not intending to get to the bottom of it. He put away his thoughts and started to feast on the roast rabbit. In the early morning of the next day, the sky was still overcast and it was difficult to distinguish the direction. Li Xuanye planned to take the opportunity to improve his strength and turned on the treasure chest radar. Ding, I found X4 bronze treasure chests and X2 black iron treasure chests. With 2 black iron treasure chests, it seems that it's time to test one's character again. The treasure chests were all spawned on the island and were easy to find. Li Xuanye got 4 bronze treasure chests without any effort. 1 bottle of Yuan Nong pill, 2 bottles of rejuvenation pill, plus a small piece of equipment sapphire ancient hairpin, mental strength plus 3. The ancient sapphire hairpin is a female equipment and Li Xuanye has no use for it. He plans to find an opportunity to give it to Kong Lingxian. The current situation is unclear. As his only teammate, Kong Lingxian's strength will be improved, which will be very helpful to him. The next 2 black iron treasure chests are the highlight. It doesn't matter what kind of god it is, please wish me to open it successfully in one go. Boom! The black iron treasure chest turned into bubbles and exploded and disappeared. Li Xuanye was angry and came to the second black iron treasure box. It is better to ask for yourself than to ask for others. Li Xuanye, show your character. Ding, you successfully opened the black iron treasure box and received a 10-fold experience bonus. Card, and the lockpicking skills have actually been upgraded. In the future, the success rate of opening black iron treasure chests will reach 50%, which is simply invincible. If he cultivates quickly now, a bottle of Yuan Nong Dan can also improve his strength a lot. In this way, the experience required for upgrading will be reduced, and there will be more hope of breaking through to the 9th level. Ha! In the evening, Li Xuanye refined a bottle of Yuan Nong Dan, and his attributes improved again. Judging by the attribute values, his current upgrade experience should have reached 60% of the 8th level. About. Senior sister, I have a Yuan core here, do you need it? Li Xianyil ran over to find Kong Lingxian, but before he could finish speaking, Kong Lingxian grabbed his arm and covered his mouth. Ugh! Li Xuanye looked at Kong Lingxian in shock. Could it be that the senior sister has become obsessed with cultivation? Kong Lingxian lowered her voice and said, I found a cave that seems to be connected to a sea beast's lair. Sea beast's lair? Although Li Xuanye was not a good student, as a seaside practitioner, he still knew some common sense. Sea beasts are social creatures. Usually within a sea area, there will be a sea beast nest, which is equivalent to a city where humans live in groups. There are even certain class divisions. In a sea beast nest, there must be a king beast, at least a martial spirit. The level of strength, the slightly stronger ones have the strength of Wu Zun, and they command thousands of sea beasts under their command. Wait. Isn't this the perfect place to farm monsters and upgrade? It seems that there is a place for the experience bonus card to be used. Studying the sea beast's lair will be of great help in resisting the invasion of sea beasts. I am going to enter the sea beast's lair to investigate. What are your plans? Kong Lingxian asked. Of course I will work with senior sister to protect senior sister's safety, Li Xuanye said without shame. As he said that, Li Xuanye took out the ancient jade hairpin and said, Senior sister, this is for you. Is this a treasure? Equipment made of special materials that resonates with the vitality of heaven and earth can be used in thousands of people. The ancient sapphire hairpin is called a treasure in the world. It looks simple and exquisite in shape, and there is a faint fluctuation of vitality. Although it is not strong, it can be regarded as a treasure. Kong Lingxian can't help but be surprised. Even the lowest level treasures were worth a lot of money, but Li Xuanye was able to give them away easily, which made Kong Lingxian have to re-examine the ability to spend money. If Li Xuanye knew that he had been labeled a prodigal son by Kong Lingxian, he would definitely be depressed and vomit blood. This was all mine from the treasure chest based on my character. I'll keep it temporarily and return it to you after I'm out of danger. Although Kong Lingxian is not willing to accept favors from others, she is not a stickler for details. Now she is going to explore the sea beast's lair. An increase in strength is equivalent to an increase in strength. Life protection. Putting on the ancient sapphire hairpin, Kong Lingxian stepped forward and led the way to the entrance of a cave that exuded a salty and humid atmosphere. Li Xuanye followed suit, and the two of them went deep into the cave. The interior of the cave was winding and twisted, leading directly to the underground depths of the island. More than an hour later, the two of them had gone deeper into the cave for more than several miles, and were probably thousands of meters away from the surface. The air here became very humid and cool. After walking for a while, their sight suddenly became much clearer. A lot of sea beasts. After walking out of the cave entrance, the two of them were on a high cliff. Looking down, they saw a huge cave. There was a huge lake in the cave. Big red and black snakes were entangled and twisted, causing ripples in the water. Silverhorn sea python, 8th level martial artist, amphibious sea beast, currently in a dormant period, slow in movement and reduced attributes. Li Xuanye cast an insight spell on a giant python at will. At this moment, there are at least hundreds of sea pythons gathered in the cave, with average strength around the 8th level. There are even a few golden horned sea pythons, whose strength is close to the martial spirit level. However, the temperature in the cave is extremely low, and these sea pythons all seem to be in a lazy state, half asleep and half awake. Moreover, Li Xuanye and his two men have the advantage of the terrain at the moment, and the narrow entrance cannot accommodate the huge sea pythons. The body got in, which means, isn't this a perfect place to block monsters? Li Xuanye's mind moved. What's more important is that he also has Lingxi Wanyue, a weapon with unlimited arrows, occupying the area. With the right time, place and people, plus Kong Lingxuan's strength, she can protect him, and dealing with these sea pythons is not like chopping vegetables. Li Xuanye couldn't help but swallowed, pulled Kong Lingxian over and whispered, "Senior sister, I want to ask you to do a favor, cover me to kill these sea pythons." Kong Lingxian frowned slightly. Why? This although there are not many sea pythons in the group, they are still very powerful. 3 or 4 of them have even reached the threshold of half-step martial arts. With our current situation, it is not suitable to provoke them, Li Xuanye thought. After thinking for a while, he said seriously, "Actually, I have practiced a special martial skill. I need to constantly kill monsters to improve my strength. If I can clean up these sea pythons, I may have a chance to break through to the 9th level, so that we can escape from the deep sea area. The success rate will be higher." There are such martial arts? Kong Lingxian looked suspicious. Could it be some kind of spiritual skill? Although she doubted Li Xuanye's words, Kong Lingxian agreed after thinking for a moment. She also observed some carefully. Although the group of sea pythons were good in strength, they seemed to be in poor condition, and their positions were very advantageous. You will be surrounded by sea pythons. If you really can't, you can retreat quickly without being too affected. Okay, I'll help you. Li Xuanye was overjoyed when he received Kong Lingxuan's answer. He directly used the double experience bonus card, took out Lingxi Mochiyu, and shot wildly at a silverhorn sea python. Hiss! The silverhorn sea python was suddenly attacked, and it roared and ran around. However, its IQ was obviously a bit worrying. For a while, it was unable to detect the existence of Li Xuanye, and it couldn't even identify the person who attacked it. I understand, I can only run around like a headless fly. Another treasure? Seeing Li Xuanye take out the Lingxi Mochizuki, Kong Lingxian was also a little shocked despite Kong Lingxuan's calm attitude. Ding! Kill the silverhorn sea python, experience plus 12,450 inch Li Xuanye, 8th level martial artist, experience 6214549/100000000. The silverhorn sea python has good defense, but it still fell to the ground after 5 arrows. Supply to Li Xianyi has a lot of experience. Li Xuanye was overjoyed. It seemed that the silverhorn sea python itself had a lot of experience, more than the Lizard King's initial experience. Although it only had the effect of double experience bonus, based on this experience, all sea pythons could be eliminated. Finally, there is really no problem in breaking through the 9th level. However, the double experience card only lasts for 1 hour, so Li Xuanye must hurry up. Swish, swish, swish. An arrow of Dao Yuan energy shot through the air. Kong Lingxian looked numb at the rise of Li Xian's night killing. Fighting with sea beasts has always been an extremely dangerous thing, even if she was asked to eradicate it. These sea pythons would probably pay a heavy price, but Li Xuanye was extremely relaxed. He didn't even need to move, he just sat there and kept. Since when did killing sea beasts become such an easy thing? Hiss! Finally, a sea python discovered the existence of Li Xuanye. A golden-horned sea python took the lead and climbed up the rock wall. Facing these sea pythons, Kong Lingxian directly fought them off. Sister, be careful, don't kill them. As the sea pythons turned into experience, Li Xuanye's experience bar had skyrocketed, exceeding 9 million, and it would be almost the same if there were just a few dozen more. It is possible to break through the 9th level, but the effect of the experience bonus card is only more than 10 minutes left. Li Xuanye has some defeats, so it seems that he must find a few powerful ones first. Golden Horn Sea Python, Martial Disciple 10th level, Elite Sea Python, in a state of rage, with a certain probability of breaking through the Martial Spirit level. Is this okay? This Golden Horn Sea Python is probably the leader of the Sea Pythons. Li Xuanye killed too many people at once, which completely angered it. It was so angry that it could break through at any time. Focus on this guy first. Li Xuanye turned his long bow, and Yuan Nang arrows roared out, aiming at the Golden Horn Sea Python and shooting wildly. Hiss! No, it's about to break through. Well, why did it suddenly stop moving again? Seeing the Golden Horn Sea Python that was about to break through suddenly become stiff and motionless, Li Xuanye suddenly realized that it was the paralysis effect of the paralysis ring. I didn't expect that shooting an arrow would also activate the effect of the paralysis ring. What a blessing! Seizing the moment, Li Xuanye fired another random shot. He couldn't even wait for Lingxi Wangyue's energy to replenish the world, and directly mobilized the internal energy in his body to send it over. Ding! Kill the Martial Spirit level Golden Horn Sea Python by leapfrogging. The experience bonus will be 10 times, experience plus 845,621 ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 9th level of martial arts, all attributes plus 10 Li Xuanye, 9th level of martial arts, 0/200000000, strength 103 endurance 102 agility 113 spirit 115 luck value, plus 1 charm, plus 2 skills, treasure chest radar, elementary lockpicking, cloud palm, small phaseless kung fu, flesh kick, insight technique, 6 meridians divine sword, Baji collapse fist. Equipment, charm ring, paralysis ring, lucky ring, queen's boots, black blade knight, Lingxi moon watching, soft protective armor. When there were only 3 or 2 sea pythons left in the cave, the effect of the experience bonus card finally passed, and Li Xuanye took a deep breath of satisfaction. You really broke through to the 9th level? Kong Lingxian was shocked. She originally thought that Li Xuanye was just joking, but she didn't expect that he actually broke through during the process of killing monsters. The improvement of strength requires persistent practice, constantly tempering the body with the vitality of heaven and earth, and it will break through after reaching a certain stage. This is the consensus of all practitioners. Although there are some who can break through quickly, it usually consumes a lot of money, and it may not be possible smoothly. But Li Xuanye didn't practice at all, he just killed monsters and broke through. How could Kong Lingxian not be surprised? Such an incredible speed of breakthrough simply destroyed the worldview. Ha, senior sister, I didn't lie to you. Li Xuanye laughed. It's not enough to say that you are great, let's look at how beautiful you are. Kong Lingxian smiled helplessly. The moment the smile appeared, not only Li Xuanye was in a daze, but even Kong Lingxian herself felt a little incredible. Ever since the fall of the Kong family, she seemed to have never gotten along so harmoniously with someone. When she was with Li Xuanye, she always felt that she could involuntarily relax. But soon, Kong Lingxian stopped her smile and said, now that the sea beasts have been cleared away, there is no value in continuing to explore here. Let's find a way to return to the land first. Li Xuanye nodded, and the two returned together. Arrived on the island. The haze had dissipated at some point, and the warm sunshine shone on the sea. With the guidance of the sun, Li Xuanye easily figured out the direction. After the two prepared, they set foot on the sea directly and headed west. After crossing the deep sea area without any danger, Kong Lingxian could already identify the specific sea area after approaching the shallow sea area. She led Li Xuanye along the way at lightning speed. As the evening approached, she finally saw the outline of Hailu City. Year. Before logging in, Li Xuanye saw the figure of his mother by Su Ying flying over. He cried with joy and hugged Li Xuanye tightly in his arms. This made Li Xuanye very embarrassed and helplessly looked aside. Kong Lingxian smiled bitterly. Seeing this scene, Kong Lingxian looked inexplicably sad, as if it brought back some bad memories. Silly boy, you are still laughing. Do you know how sad my mother was when she heard the news that you were swallowed by the king whale? Fortunately, you came back safe and sound, otherwise my mother would have gone crazy. Bai Suiying squeezed angrily. Pinching Li Xuanye's cheek, he suddenly noticed Kong Lingxian beside him, and his eyes suddenly turned evil. Are you that girl from the Kong family? Yes, Mrs. Li. Kong Lingxian bowed slightly and saluted, and replied respectfully. Get away, don't come near my house Xiaoye again, got it? Bai Suiying said in shock. Kong Lingxuan's expression darkened, she turned and left without saying a word. Before Li Xuanye could react, Kong Lingxian could no longer be seen. He said blankly, "Mother, what's wrong with you? Has senior sister Kong ever offended you?" Bai Suiying hummed softly, "Don't ask so many questions. Anyway, from now on you don't deal with this sangmenxing." Li Xuanye returned to the Li family in confusion. He was thinking about Kong Lingxian along the way. He remembered that she said on the island that she was a guilty person. Did she really have any dark history? However, Li Xuanye had no time to investigate. As soon as he returned home, Dean Jiangwu rushed over to visit him. However, Bai Suiying didn't give Jiangwu a good look and left without letting him stay for a few minutes. Before leaving, Jiangwu said he kindly granted Li Xuanye 3 days leave to rest at home. To be honest, Li Xuanye was quite helpless towards this mother. Although she was very kind to him in every aspect, the key point was that the kindness was a little too much. It was both happiness and constraint. By the way, what happened to Senior Lingxian when she fell to the ground? Xiao, do you know? In the bedroom, Li Xian was lying on the bed at midnight, eating fresh fruits fed by his maid Xiao and enjoying her crispy cakes. He asked her while stroking his little hands. Xiao knelt down and sat aside, pinching Li Xuanye's calf and said, "Master, don't you know? Kong Lingxian was originally the eldest daughter of the Kong family. The reason why sea beasts invaded Hailu City 2 years ago was because of the Kong family." "Oh? If there is such a thing, please tell me carefully." Li Xuanye was very curious. Xiao said, "Xiao doesn't know much. Most of them are rumors in the market. It is said that the Kong family has an affair with the Sea Clan. Kong Lingxuan's father is a hybrid of human and Sea Clan, and is an existence that is not allowed by the Sea Clan. 2 years ago, the sea monsters invaded, and they came towards the Kong family. That night, the entire Kong family was wiped out, and only one Kong Lingxian survived. From then on, she was regarded as an ominous thing. If it weren't for her extraordinary talent and outstanding strength, after joining the martial arts hall, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to survive until now." Hearing this, Li Xuanye fell into deep thought. He didn't expect that Kong Lingxian had such a life experience. No wonder she had such a cold temperament and looked like she was distant from others. No wonder Bai Suiying was so rude to her. Bai Suiying probably thought that it was the Neptune whale attracted by Kong Lingxian that put Li Xuanye in danger. This matter is really difficult to handle. People in Hailu City and even Dongxing Kingdom have too much hatred for the Hai Clan. Kong Lingxian has such a family background. Even if she is innocent, it will be difficult to clear her suspicions. Li Xianyi muttered secretly, unable to think of any good way to help Kong Lingxian. A night of silence. The next morning, Li Xuanye took the excuse of going out for an outing and left Hailu City with his maid Xiao from the west gate to visit the nearby Luoying Mountains and open a treasure box. The location where the treasure chests are refreshed is a problem. In the same area, the treasure chests will basically be refreshed after 3 to 5 days. It is not known how long it will take to recover. Li Xuanye has to change the map every few days to pick up the treasure chests, which is quite troublesome. Of course, compared to the benefits, Li Xuanye can still tolerate this trouble. Ding, open the bronze treasure box and get a rare prop. Space Seed. This is the first time Li Xuanye has opened a rare item, so of course he is very curious. Space Seed, primary, can be planted, and when mature, you can obtain world fruits, which can be used to create a pocket private space. The primary world is 1,000 cubic meters in size and can be expanded. Li Xuanye read the introduction carefully. Isn't this just a large storage space? However, this storage space is large enough and seems to be qualified to grow into a real world. The volume of 1 million cubic meters may seem astonishing, but in fact it is just a large cube with a length, width, and height of 100 meters, less than the size of Li's mansion. However, the words expandable mean infinite possibilities. This thing is not bad. Maybe it can be built into a private world exclusive to me in the future. It may even evolve into a complete planet or even the universe. Even if it is used as a large logistics warehouse in the early stage, it will be very good. The Space Seed is a fruit core covered with strange patterns, translucent, and similar to crystal texture. It is the size of a fist and extremely heavy. A small one weighs several thousand kilograms. With Li Xuanye's 9th level strength, he can hold it in his hand. The hip joint is almost dislocated. He quickly put the fruit into his inventory and prepared to go back and find a place to plant it first. But are you sure this thing can be planted in soil? Or does it require other environments to grow? Master, look, there are a lot of people over there. Xiao pointed to the river bank and said, "This is the famous Xia River in the western suburbs of Hailu City. The river flows from the Luoying Mountains and flows straight through Hailu City into the Blue Sea. Now is the time when flowers in the mountains are in full bloom. The rapid river water brings a large number of petals, covering the entire river, all heavily decorated. There are also many colorful boats and boats moored on the river. Occasionally, beautiful women can be seen playing music and singing a cappella on the boats, which is quite like the fireworks in Yangzhou in March. In fact, there are indeed many gray industrial chains here, which are very popular among the literati in Hailu City. On both sides of the river, well-dressed nobles can be seen everywhere. The direction that Shiro pointed was a painting boat moored on the shore. There were many men and women gathered there. Some people were shouting loudly, as if they were selling something. Li Xuanye was slightly curious and walked over to take a look. It turns out that someone is selling fighting stones. The so-called fighting stone is similar to the gambling stone Li Xuanye knew in his previous life, but the gambling is not jadeite, but yuanjing. Yuanjing comes from the same source as the crystals used as currency, but it is more precious and rare. Only 1/10,000th of the crystals in a crystal vein can form yuanjing, and the value of yuanjing far exceeds that of crystals. Not only because it is rare, but also because the yuanqi contained in yuanjing is very rich, and yuanjing takes millions of years to form. It contains pure and flawless ancient yuan qi. This kind of yuan qi is very popular among cultivators and is beneficial to cultivators. Strength helps tremendously. Yuan jing is divided into 9 colors. One color yuan jing is the most common, but its value exceeds tens of thousands of crystals. The legendary 9-color yuan jing is extremely rare and has no value for judgment. It may not appear once in thousands of years, and even sometimes rumor has it that if you can absorb the ancient divine energy in the 9-color yuan jing, you can directly break through to the supreme and become the top powerhouse in the 10,000 realms continent. Although it is a legend that deceives people, the value of yuan jing is also evident. Another special feature of yuan jing is that, like the original jade stone, its appearance is wrapped in a thick layer of stone clothing, and even the most powerful expert cannot see through the stone clothing. Because of this, savvy businessmen saw business opportunities and widely publicized the legend of getting rich overnight through stone fighting, igniting people's desire to participate in stone fighting, and thus making a lot of money. However, there are indeed many people who make a fortune by relying on stone fighting, but there are more people who are blinded by desire and lose everything. It turns out they are a group of gamblers. Forget it, young master, let's go. When Shiro saw the group of people looking at each other with red eyes, she immediately lost interest and pulled Li Xuanye to leave. But at this moment, an oily-faced young man blocked Li Xuanye's path and said angrily, "Isn't this the eldest son of the Li family? I heard that you were seriously injured by Hai Yunkong, and your half-dead strength dropped to that of a martial arts disciple. Jia, I see that your complexion has recovered well. Don't be discouraged, young Master Li. Your father is so rich. Even if you have no way to practice cultivation in this life, you can at least stop a rich young man who is just waiting to die." A white-faced young man on the other side followed and said, "Brother Su, I can't say for sure. I heard that the Li family's auction house has been in trouble recently. The Hai family's medicinal materials store has cut off the supply of goods, and the business has plummeted. I don't know where it is." The Su family came to the house with Su Yue to cancel the engagement and dumped young Master Li. Poor me, young Master Li was so suave at the time that I always had beauties to accompany me wherever I went, but now I am reduced to taking care of myself. When his maid went out, Li Xuanye was suddenly ridiculed by a group of dudes, but he was shocked when he heard the news about the Li family auction house. He quickly turned to Shiro and asked, "It's so important. Why don't you tell me what happened?" The Li family operates a wide range of businesses, but what really supports the Li family's appearance is the entire auction house business. If something goes wrong in this area, it will be a heavy blow to the Li family. Li Shen, before that night, I was still wondering why I didn't see my father Li Wuji when I came back. I didn't expect that such a big thing happened at home. It seems that the Hai family has not given up on revenge, and they have even resorted to such dirty tricks. Shiro panicked and said, "Master, Madam didn't let me tell you. How serious is the situation?" Li Xuanye didn't mean to blame Shiro, but just raised his eyebrows and asked. Shiro lowered her head and said, "I don't know for sure, but the family's funds seem to have been almost exhausted. The master has been looking for opportunities these days, but the medicinal materials business is the main profit of the auction house, and the medicinal materials market in Hailu City, and almost entirely controlled by the Hai family." No need for Shiro to elaborate. Li Xuanye also realized that the crisis encountered by the Li family was not small. Seeing the change in Li Xuanye's expression, Su Fan laughed and said, "Young Master Li is indeed young Master Li. He doesn't even know that such a big thing has happened to his family. If I, Mr. Su, don't obey the heavens and the earth, I will obey you. Li Xuanye, I was too lazy to meet these dandy young masters, and planned to go home immediately to see what was going on. But as soon as I raised my head, I heard a burst of fierce shouts from the crowd. Master Su, congratulations, your fighting stone has opened. The two-color odd pattern crystal has gone up so much. Su Fan's eyes bulged, but he didn't bother to ridicule Li Xuanye. He immediately shouted away from the crowd and walked over, only to see the fat boss of Dishipu holding up this piece of palm-sized, the black and red yuan jing with strange texture came over, her hands trembling with excitement. Oh, hey, it's really a two-color crystal. If you get rich, the price of this must be hundreds of thousands. Congratulations to Mr. Su, congratulations to Mr. Su. This is a rare crystal with strange patterns among the two-color crystals. Although the texture is not correct, it is not the rare dragon pattern crystal or phoenix pattern crystal, but the price starts at least 1 million, which is definitely a huge increase. The stone has turned over 200 times. Everyone congratulated Su Fan one after another and praised him endlessly. Su Fan felt a little carried away. Suddenly something seemed to come to his mind and he said to the fat boss, "Take the few remaining fighting stones I have left and give them to Li as a reward." Xian Yi, Mr. Li, don't be polite, just try your luck with it. I can repay Su for helping you in the past by lending me 5,000 crystal stones. This Su Fan is really shameless. He owes me 5,000 crystal stones. 1,000 crystal stones, and a few broken fighting stones were actually thrown away. Li Xuanye suddenly looked bad. If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sick cat. But just when Li Xuanye was about to take action, he accidentally glanced at the fighting stones brought by the fat boss and immediately became happy. Sure, it looks ordinary, but it contains a three-colored dragon pattern crystal, which is valuable. The information returned by the insight technique was very simple, but it made Li Xuanye happy in his heart. Three-colored dragon pattern crystal. That was a real treasure, and its value was not comparable to that of the two-color odd pattern crystal. For so many years, the Li family auction house had only seen three-colored dragon pattern crystals once. Li Xuanye remembered that the auction caused a sensation and sold more than the terrifyingly high price of 30 million crystal stones. This idiot actually wanted to give him the fighting stone that contained a huge wealth. Li Xuanye almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Since Mr. Su is so kind, I will reluctantly accept it. Seeing Li Xuanye actually reaching out to take the fighting stone, everyone was a little unable to react for a while. This Su Fan is obviously taunting Li Xuanye. Why doesn't Li Xuanye fight back? This is not his temper. Even if Li Xuanye's strength has plummeted as rumored, he is the heir of the Li family after all. He was ridiculed and slapped in the face, but not only was he not angry at all, he even greeted Su Fan with a smile. Fraud? Su Fan's heart tightened inexplicably. Could it be that Li Xuanye had some plan? In other words, he was also optimistic about his luck and felt that he really wanted to lead him to make a fortune. Impossible, the two-color crystals will not come out at the same time. This batch of fighting stones has already produced one two-color strange crystal. The remaining 99% are junk and will not produce anything good at all. While Su Fan was thinking, Li Xuanye had already taken the remaining stones and said to the fat boss, "Boss, please cut the stones for me now." Okay. Fat boss, he also had a slanderous look on his face. The eldest son of the Li family must have been stupid. To be able to get a two-color crystal out of such a shabby stone was extremely lucky. Did he think that he could still get a good product out of it? Master. Even Xiao can't stand it anymore. You are the eldest son of the Li family. Why should you associate with such a thing? Hitting him in the face with a stone is the way you should behave, master. Stop talking and watch carefully. Li Xuanye leaned into Xiao's ear and whispered softly. Xiao's ears turned red with embarrassment when Li Xuanye's breath blew on her earlobe. Although she still had doubts in her heart, she decided to see what the young master had planned. Just as the fat boss was sharpening his knife and preparing to cut stones, Li Xuanye said to Su Fan, "Master Su, if you sell good goods later, don't regret it." Su Fan, do what I say, how many times? It's just a piece of broken stone, do I still care? Su Fan snorted. He didn't believe that these broken stones could produce anything good. He had already taken all his luck, leaving nothing for others. Looking at the two-color odd pattern crystal in his hand, Su Fan almost smiled from ear to ear. 1 million crystals. Although he was also a member of a noble family, he couldn't afford 1 million crystals. This time he really made a lot of money for his grandma's family. Is this? The fat boss cut open one side of the stone coat, and suddenly his expression became serious. What's going on? Is it really shipped? Su Fan frowned, a little unconvinced. The crowd also gathered around at the same time, and they saw cold sweat pouring from the fat boss's forehead, and he said tremblingly, 3 colors have appeared. 3-color spar. Oh my god, it's been shipped again, and it's still a 3-color spar. Su Fan's heart skipped a beat. It couldn't be such a coincidence. The fat boss stood up tremblingly, swallowed his saliva and said, no, it's not a 3-color crystal, it's a 3-colored dragon pattern crystal. As the fat boss finished speaking, Su Fan's eyes flashed. He raised his head and fell to the ground in shock. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath. 3 colors. Dragon pattern crystal? Wow, this is going to go against the grain. Li Xuanya laughed loudly. Brother Su is amazing, you are so lucky. I just lent you 5,000 spar, and you actually returned such a great gift to me. I am so ashamed and so ashamed. Li Xuanya laughed. Xianyi took a piece of red, black, and white dragon crystal with a natural dragon pattern from the trembling hands of the fat boss, and said with a smile to Su Fan, who was lying on the ground, that's mine. Su Fan suddenly jumped up like crazy and rushed towards Li Xuanya. The 3-colored dragon pattern crystal was a rare treasure worth 30 million crystals. He actually gave it to Li Xuanya for free. Su Fan's heart was bleeding. How could he care about face? He made up his mind, I have to this 3-colored dragon pattern crystal no matter what, and I must not take advantage of this kid Li Xuanya, your grandma. After this, Li Xuanya still wanted to argue with Su Fan, so he raised his foot and kicked him from this side of the river to the other side of the river. The power of this kick was so ferocious that it directly shocked the entire audience, causing everyone to shrink back in fear at it. Didn't you say that Li Xuanya's strength dropped to the first level of a martial arts disciple? Can this be the power possessed by a first-level martial arts disciple? What a huge drop in strength, your news is too backward. I heard that the young city master Hai Yunkong was defeated by Li Xuanya, and even Master Ma died at the hands of Li Xuanya. Li Xuanya had already half-stepped into the martial arts level. I thought that was a joke. Is it true? Li Xuanya ignored everyone's comments and started to return to the city with Shoro. Shoro looked at Li Xuanya with admiration. Master, you are amazing. That is a 3-colored dragon pattern crystal. Master, how did you see it? Li Xuanya chuckled and looked at Shoro up and down. Actually, Master, I have a pair of clairvoyant eyes. No matter how tightly you wrap yourself, I can still see you clearly. Yeah. Shoro hugged her chest and ran away. Li Xian was happy at night. In fact, he didn't expect that the insight technique could have such a use. It was a shortcut to make money. With the insight technique, wouldn't he become the king of the stone fighting world in the future? How many yuan crystals could he want? How many yuan crystals are there? In comparison, the little trouble the Li family is facing now is nothing. The auction of medicinal materials has to be controlled by others, and the majority of the profits have to be made by others. How can the auction of yuan jing bring in money so fast, and make a huge profit, no matter how much you earn? Back at the Li mansion, Li Xuanya inquired about his father's whereabouts, turned around and went to the Li family's main auction house, where he found Li Wuji, who was extremely busy. Xiaoye, I knew you would come back safely. You are worthy of being my son, Li Wuji. Li Wuji looked extremely haggard, but he still forced a smile to face Li Xuanya. The precious son had a hard time escaping from the mouth of Neptune whale. Li Wuji didn't even have time to go home to visit. It can be seen that the business of the Li family's auction house has indeed come to an end. As the head of the Li family, Li Wuji can carry such a heavy burden on his shoulders alone. Even an Iron Man would not be able to withstand it. Li Xuanya made up his mind to help the Li family get through their sorrow. He took Li Wuji to an uninhabited room and took out the 3-colored dragon pattern crystal. Father, is this piece of yuan jing enough to hold an auction alone? Will it save the reputation of the Li family auction house? 3-colored dragon pattern crystal. Li Wuji looked horrified. Unexpectedly, Li Xuanya silently took out such a rare treasure and asked quickly, where did you get it? Good luck, I just fought outside the city. Sure duh. Li Xuanya chuckled. Li Wuji looked at Li Xuanya suspiciously, as if he didn't believe that this boy could have such incredible luck, but the 3-colored dragon pattern crystal was genuine. He said with a happy face, this kind of treasure, use it to open it alone. A top-level auction is definitely more than enough, but there are a total of 7 auction houses in the Li family, and they are now closed. It is difficult to save them with just this 3-colored dragon pattern crystal. Then add these to it. What? Li Xuanya smiled mysteriously and shook out a bunch of medicine bottles. Top-grade healing pill. Top-grade rejuvenation pill. It's actually better than the pills refined by Master Hao Ran. Xiaoya, where did you get so many pills? Could it be that they were made by a certain alchemist? No, there is only one alchemist in Lucheng, Master Haoran, and there is no other alchemist at all. These are all Li Xuanye's stocks. In order to help the Li family survive the crisis, he is willing to go all out. Anyway, the treasure chests are opened every day. For him, pills are useless at all. Father, don't worry about it. In short, I can provide elixirs and yuanjing to our auction house on a regular basis, and our father and son will share it 250:50. What do you think? This. Taking advantage of his son, Li Wuji. Some people have a dull face, but if Li Xuanye can provide elixirs and yuanjing on a regular basis, it will be crucial for the Li family auction house to continue to operate. After thinking for a while, Li Wuji immediately made a decision. Okay, we, father and son, will work together to restore the reputation of the Li family auction house and let the Hai family learn the lesson it deserves. However, the profit sharing will still be in accordance with the rules of the auction house. The auction house, I only charge 10% of the commission, and my father can keep the remaining 40% for you temporarily, so that you can use it when necessary in the future, so as to prevent you from spending it all. Ahem, Li Xuanye was very embarrassed, it seemed. In Li Wuji's eyes, he still couldn't change his title of prodigal son. No problem. Father, hurry up and prepare the publicity for the auction. Hold the auction as soon as possible. The bigger the momentum, the better. I will take advantage of these 2 days to collect some good things. After leaving the auction house, Li Xuanye once again returning to the river bank in the western suburbs, there were even more people gathered in front of the doucher stall. It was almost completely dark. The fat boss actually built a high platform on the spot. He didn't even sell doucher. He gently shook his cattail leaf fan and opened the shop in broad daylight. After attending the brainwashing conference, he intensified his efforts and spread the story of how Li Xuanye battled wits and courage and how he was steadfast and finally won a 3-colored dragon pattern crystal. Li Xuanye listened for a while and felt a little blushing. A businessman is indeed a businessman. He can see business opportunities in everything. With this legendary experience, the fat boss's fighting stone stall will probably be popular for a long time. Li Xuanye came back here intending to continue fighting for a few stones, but the current situation is obviously not suitable for him to take action. Being too high profile is not a good thing, as it will make people jealous. By the way, there is also a stone fighting shop in the city, and it is more formal and the quality of stone fighting is better. I can disguise myself and go there for a walk. After making up his mind, Li Xuanye found a house at random after entering the city. I bought a set of very ordinary martial robes at a clothing store. Every warrior would have several sets of these robes. They have a bit of a uniform feel. Firstly, they can show their identity and make people dare not take them lightly. Secondly, they are also very good at camouflage. Wearing them, no one can recognize the wide hood. Chu family doucher shop? Li Xuanye made some inquiries and came to the largest doucher shop in Hailu City. Only then did he know that the business run by the Chu family of doucher shop, the head of the Chu family, Chu Bailang, is now a mature business. He became the acting city lord, and also established a friendship with the royal arbiter. His status rose rapidly, and even this previously tepid fighting stone shop became extremely popular. Hey, this grandson is here too. As soon as Li Xuanye entered Daoshixing, he was surprised to find Su Fan. This guy had just been kicked by Li Xuanye. His face was still pale, but he was, instead of going home to recuperate, he actually came to fight against stones again. Could it be that he felt that his character had exploded today and wanted to hurry up and continue trying his luck? But this is normal. A few low-quality fighting stones randomly selected unexpectedly produced 2-color odd pattern crystals and 3-color dragon pattern crystals in succession. This kind of luck is so unbelievable. Su Fan must have become very confident at this time, so he endured it. The pain wants to continue to witness a wave of miracles. And Li Xuanye was completely convinced when he saw the fighting stone that Su Fan was looking at. This guy's luck was really incredible. The fighting stone was actually in stock, and it was a 2-color crystal with strange patterns. Did he use all the luck he had accumulated for half his life until today? With a living European in front of him, Li Xuanye couldn't accept it. Shopkeeper, what's the price of this fighting stone? Su Fan liked it more and more as he looked at it, and he was almost determined to win this fighting stone. Chu Zhongtian, the shopkeeper of Doushi Xing, greeted him with a smile and said in a flattering manner, "Young Master Su, you have a good eye. This is a doucher produced from a 1,000-year-old pit in Shanglin County. Nowadays, the quantity is scarce and there is not much in stock. Since Mr. Su likes it, let's give him 50,000 crystals. The fraction won't count. 50,000 crystals, just go grab it." Su Fan yelled and walked away. 50,000 crystals are worth it. This is not a small amount of money. This amount of money is enough to invest dozens of ordinary electric fighting stones. There is no need to waste it here. What's more important is that he can't afford so much money for the time being. Although he just got a two-color strange crystal, it will take time to sell it. Su Fan is reluctant to sell it at a low price. He must take it to the auction house and sell it at a high price. Shopkeeper, I want this fighting stone. Li Xuanya didn't expect Su Fan to give up. He walked straight up and said angrily without even thinking about it. Chu Zhongtian was just depressed that the fat duck he had just got ran away. Unexpectedly, someone came out to take over immediately, and his face suddenly burst into laughter. Okay, boss, do you want to take it away or cut it up on the spot? Let's just do it here. I'm sorry, Li Xuanya said, directly swiping the crystal card to pay the bill. Su Fan also heard the sound and hurriedly turned his head and said to Li Xuanya, brother, you are stupid, this is not how you play fighting stones. Small and broad is the way to go. Although high-priced fighting stones have a higher probability of being shipped, big, but the cost is also too high, and there is no cost-effectiveness at all. Before he finished speaking, the shopkeeper Chu Zhongtian had already cut into the bucket stone and exclaimed, congratulations to the boss, I cut out a piece of two-color odd-pattern crystal, which weighs 1 kilogram. 2 taels, the market value is 18 million crystal stones. A huge increase. This shout, with a loud and shocking voice, immediately attracted the attention of the customers in Doshihang, who gathered to congratulate Li Xuanya. Su Fan stared blankly at the two-color strange crystal in Li Xuanya's hand, which was bigger than his own. He felt like the world was spinning and his head was empty. His face turned purple and he said with great regret, I took a fancy to that first two-color strange pattern crystal. Su Fan really wanted to vomit blood, twice in a row. Once, the three-color dragon pattern crystal was given to Li Xuanya's house by me for no reason. This time, it was obviously the fighting stone that I had chosen first, but because I was reluctant to part with the 50,000 crystal stone, someone else took advantage of it. That's terrible. It's all my luck. Su Fan was so angry that he didn't even notice that the voice of the man wearing a military robe was so similar to Li Xuanya. It's bad luck for Mater, I won't play anymore. Su Fan flicked his sleeves angrily. Then left Do Shishing. Next, Li Xuanya wandered around Doshihang again. First, he deliberately bought a few pieces of doucher that were losing money and cut them up, pretending that he had run out of luck, and dispelled Doshihang's concerns. Finally, before leaving, he packed up the batch of fighting stones were taken away, a total of 18 pieces, all of which were two-color crystals or above, and there was even a three-color odd-pattern crystal. Almost all the bullish bets were wiped out by him, leaving only scum that only lost money but never made any profit. Not long after Li Xuanya left, Su Fan returned to Daoshixing again. As expected, he was still unconvinced and went to sell the two-color strange pattern crystal for 800,000 yuan to the auction house, and came over with the crystal to prepare for a sweep. This, and this. The shopkeeper, packed them all up for me to take away. Mr. Su, I have a hunch that they are going to be shipped. Chu Zhongtian smiled from ear to ear. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll wrap them up for you. Send it to your house. Ha, no one will it from me this time. Su Fan couldn't help laughing. The next day. Ding, open the bronze treasure chest and get Millennium Purple Gold Ginseng. The 50% success rate is useless. I may have used fake lock picking skills. However, with 1,000-year-old purple ginseng and a few bottles of elixirs, the harvest is pretty good. Plus the batch of yuanjing I got yesterday, there are really a lot of good things. It seems that the scale of this auction can be greatly improved. Sooner rather than later, Li Xuanya rushed to the Li family auction house and found Li Wuji. With a numb expression on his face, he took out a total of 19 yuan crystals, several bottles of high-grade elixirs, and 1,000-year-old purple gold ginseng. Son, please tell me honestly, did you go for robbery? Li Wuji asked with a solemn expression. The Li family is going to hold a large-scale auction. The news of the auction of the three-colored dragon pattern crystals quickly spreads in Hailu City. The value and efficacy of the three-colored dragon pattern crystals are self-evident. Any cultivator who hears the news will be shocked. Not indifferent, the auction tickets were sold out in less than half a day. All the big families in the city have also made reservations to attend, and are hurriedly raising funds, waiting for the auction to begin. A three-colored dragon pattern crystal, if used on a blade, can help a 10th level warrior directly break through to the martial spirit level. Faced with such temptation, no one will remain indifferent. Money is not an issue at all, even if they lose everything. As long as if you can get this three-colored dragon pattern crystal, you will make up for your losses sooner or later. The gap between martial arts and martial arts disciples is too big. The huge Hailu city has a population of thousands, but the total number of martial arts masters will not exceed 100. Having a martial arts master means that you can be directly promoted to become a martial arts master. The first-line families in Hailu City can show their talents in the blue ocean and gain unlimited resources. There are so many benefits. When hearing the news, even the Hai family couldn't help but feel a little moved. Hai Fu. Hai Longue, the former city lord, sat at the head of the meeting hall, narrowed his eyes and asked, "Has the Li family sent an invitation letter?" "Not yet. Not yet," a Hai family steward said with his head lowered. For the top families in the city, the Li family's auction does not charge any tickets, and invitations will be sent in advance to attract more investors to participate. In the past, for large-scale auctions, the Li family would send invitation letters to the Hai family in advance. However, this time, the auction was about to be held, but there was no sign of the invitation letter from the Li family being sent. Hai Longue is a super strong man of the 10th level of martial arts. He is known as the #1 martial arts master in Hailu City. He has already half-stepped into the threshold of martial arts. If he can get this 3-colored dragon pattern crystal, he may not be able to break through the martial arts Zune level, but it will definitely greatly improve his cultivation progress. Originally, it would take 10 years to break through to Wu Zune, but with the 3-colored dragon pattern crystal, he might be able to break through in 3 to 5 years. A strong martial artist is extremely important to the future of the Hai family. But not long ago, the Hai family cut off the supply of medicinal materials to the Li family auction house, which greatly affected the Li family's business and suffered heavy losses. Taking all the old and new grudges together, Hai Longue was a little helpless. He was also from Hailu City after all. The most powerful person can't be embarrassed and apologize to the Li family in exchange for a qualification to enter the auction house. As night falls, the lanterns turn on, the much-anticipated Li family auction finally begins. Every time there is an auction, Li Wuji is fully prepared and even uses the largest auction venue in the Li family. The venue can accommodate tens of thousands of people. Originally, Li Wuji was a little worried that it would be too big, but all the tickets were sold out in less than half a day. The tickets were sold out, and the ticket fees alone made the Li family a huge profit. Everyone in the Li family, who was originally in low spirits, felt like they had been given a shot of blood. They all became extremely excited and worked hard to make this auction unique and create a sensation. The auction has not yet started. Li Xuanye has already come to the backstage and is sitting in a luxuriously decorated box. While enjoying the gentle massage from the maid Xiao, he is looking at the venue below. The crowd is getting bigger and bigger, and it has become. It was dark and bustling. Dozens of elegant seats on the second floor are already filled with elite representatives from the major families in Hailu City. They are all wealthy financial backers. They are competing against each other. They are all obviously here for the 3-colored dragon pattern crystal. Master, there are so many people here today. Among the capable big families, almost all of them are here except the Hai family. I heard that the royal arbitrator will come in person, Xiao said with expectation. Li Xuanye smiled slightly and suddenly heard exclamations coming from downstairs. He looked closely and was shocked to find that the Hai family had arrived. They actually came uninvited, and it was Hai Longue who showed up in person. The aura of the 10th level martial spirit was so strong and dazzling that it directly attracted the attention of the whole audience. The Hai family walked to the front row of the auction house and took a group of wealthy businessmen to the auction house. He drove them away directly and occupied their position. What a grandeur! Li Xuanye sneered. But Li Xuanye doesn't care. As long as the Hai family is generous enough and has the ability to win the 3-colored dragon pattern crystal, Li Xuanye doesn't mind selling it to the Hai family. He can even take this opportunity to cheat the Shanghai family. Anyway, he relies on the insight technique is enough to stand at the pinnacle of the fighting stone world. What kind of Yuan Jing can't be obtained is just a 3-colored dragon pattern crystal, not worth mentioning. The new moon is like a hook, as pretty as a charming girl. The Li family auction officially began, and the first auction item shocked the audience. It was a 1,000-year-old purple ginseng. It's strange. Didn't the Hai family cut off the supply of medicinal materials to the Li family? How could the Li family come up with such precious medicinal materials? Good things, no one should compete with me. An old man with white hair and eyebrows, who was getting stronger with age. With eyes flashing, he stood up and drank. When everyone saw him, they lowered their heads one after another. This person's name is Hao Ran, and he is the only alchemist in Hailu City. More than 80% of the elixirs in Hailu City come from his hands. Although his strength is mediocre, his status is extraordinary. Even the Hai family dare not offend him. Rumor has it that Hao Ran has an eccentric personality and lives alone deep in the Luoying Mountains on the outskirts of the country. He never interacts with the aristocratic families in Hailu City. People from all walks of life want to win over him, but they run into trouble time and time again. Unexpectedly, Master Hao Ran would also appear at today's auction. With his status, no one dared to compete with him for this 1,000-year-old purple ginseng. The auctioneer of the Li family was also surprised by the appearance of Master Hao Ran, but he was not too disappointed. Although the lack of competition would greatly reduce the transaction price of the auction items, it was worthwhile to take this opportunity to make friends with Master Hao Ran. 1,000-year-old purple ginseng weighs 1 pound and 7 taels. The starting price is 600,000 crystals. The bidding will begin below. As the auctioneer finished speaking, Hao Ran stood up and said, 1 million crystals. Hao Ran was indeed strange. Although no one was competing with him, he directly increased the price to 1 million for something that could cost 600,000 yuan. This was to show that he did not want to take advantage of the auction house and did not want to owe the Li family any favors. The auctioneer had no choice but to announce the result. The first auction item fell into the hands of Master Hao Ran. The second auction item. A 2-color strange pattern crystal, the starting price is 1 million crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man with oily hair and pink face in the audience jumped up. It was Su Fan, who looked at him blankly. The 2-color odd patterned crystal on the stage was the one he carved out. Unexpectedly, it was resold and taken to the auction house. Thinking that he came home last night with a bunch of dosher, confidently planning to make a fortune, but he only got a bunch of junk goods without even a single dosher to repay the money. It was like a loss to his grandma's house. I regretted it so much. I wish I had known that I had left that 2-color odd patterned crystal. Maybe I could get a good price at auction on today's occasion. It's just that it's too late to say anything now. This 2-color strange pattern crystal was finally sold for a high price of 13 million. After all, not everyone can spend more than 30 million to compete for the 3-color dragon pattern crystal. Some families with shallow background can only retreat. Ask for a second time to compete for the 2-color odd pattern crystal. The third auction item is still a 2-color odd pattern crystal, which is more substantial. The starting price is 18 million. Su Fan, this thing also belongs to me. The auction was in full swing, and the Li family took out one after another. He bought more than a dozen pieces of 2-color crystals, and his wealth shocked the whole audience. Double-color crystals are rare to see on weekdays. How could so many of them appear at once? Even some families who originally planned to come over to join in the fun couldn't help but get excited and tried every means to take pictures. Next one. As each product was successfully auctioned, the final highlight finally came. The 3-color odd patterned crystal took the lead and once again caused a sensation. It's not a dragon pattern crystal. Why did it turn into a strange pattern crystal? Is it possible that the Li family is playing tricks on us? Although the 3-color odd pattern crystal is also precious, it is nothing compared to the dragon pattern crystal. Auctioneer, he waved his hands and said, please be patient, everyone. This 3-color strange pattern crystal is just a warm-up. The dragon pattern crystal will appear later. Mater, how many good things have the Li family collected? Countless people are jealous and cursing in their hearts, but their eyes are staring straighter than the last. Some representatives of big families have realized that the funds may be insufficient, and they must seize the time to mobilize more funds. Such a good thing must not be allowed to be taken by others. After a fierce battle, the 3-color strange pattern crystal was successfully auctioned for a high price of 67 million, and was won by the head of a big family. The 3-color dragon pattern crystal finally appeared. When the lifelike dragon pattern appeared in front of everyone's eyes, the atmosphere at the scene was completely sensational. The bidding started without the auctioneer even opening his mouth. 30 million was just the opening price. After several bids, the price skyrocketed to 40 million crystals. A few years ago, a 3-color strange crystal appeared in Hailu City, and it was sold for a high price of 30 million. But the 3-color dragon pattern crystal that appeared this time is larger in size, more pure in texture, and the dragon pattern is lifelike. It is the top grade among dragon pattern crystals. It is very likely to contain the ancient dragon spirit energy, and its value will definitely be far higher than last time. 50 million. Haijia directly raised the price by 10 million, domineering and powerful, sweeping the audience. Hai Longue swept towards the audience with confidence, as if he believed that this 3-color dragon pattern crystal would belong to him. But this time, Hai Longue seemed to have miscalculated. 55 million. The person who spoke was Chu Bailang, the head of the Chu family and the current acting city lord. He was dressed in white robes and looked like a jade-faced young master, but his brows were full of noble temperament and he was not afraid of the authority of the Hai family. Shu Bailang. Hai Longue was furious and raised the price by another million. TSK, there are so many rich people, so I'll give you 60 million for that old man. The person who spoke this time was even more remarkable. He was a middle-aged man with a strong aura, wearing a simple green shirt. There is a special seal mark tattooed on the sleeve, a 4-color flower, which is the totem of the royal family of Dongxing Kingdom. Tang Gan. The royal arbiter, the strong warrior. As soon as the big man opened his mouth, Hai Longue was speechless and did not dare to continue to increase the price. 60 million. Sold. As the hammer struck, the 3-colored dragon-patterned crystal was successfully auctioned. Everyone had regretful expressions on their faces. No one thought that the great god Tang Xian would also take action. I murmur in my heart, you are always a strong martial artist, and these 3-colored dragon-patterned crystals are of little use, so why not leave the opportunity to us? There are many rich people, and 60 million may not be the highest price, but who would risk offending the royal arbitrator by continuing to increase the price? This old guy is out to join in the fun. In the stands, Li Xuanye was speechless. According to his estimation, as long as the competitiveness of these financial owners is aroused, this 3-colored dragon pattern crystal may be sold for 8,090 million, or even hundreds of millions of crystals. It was difficult, but because Tang Xian came out halfway, everyone's competitive mentality was instantly dispelled. Li Wuji couldn't help but laughed. That's all, 60 million is more than my expected price. Since Tang Xian likes it, let's give it to him. After all, he has a noble status and is a strong martial artist. It's impossible to have a relationship with him. Seeing his father so happy, Li Xuanye shook his head helplessly. Forget it, he didn't trick the Hai family this time, there will be another chance in the future. The Li family's auction was a great success. It not only restored their reputation, but also made a lot of money. It was considered a successful financial crisis. Li Xuanye also retired with success, and returned to the martial arts hall the next day, intending to practice quietly for a period of time in preparation for breaking through to the 10th level. People are so enthusiastic about the 3-colored dragon pattern crystal. In the final analysis, it is because of strength. No matter how the situation in Wanjie continent changes, strength is the only truth that will not change. With martial spirit level strength, you can be in a place like Hailu City, gain a superior status. With martial master level strength, one can even seek an official position in the imperial capital. If you become a martial saint, even the royal family will extend an olive branch to you, and you will even be granted the title of Marquis and Prime Minister. The Tian Yuan, Transformation God, Holy Spirit, Divine Pattern, Heavenly Tao, and Supreme above the martial saint are even more amazing. Now the most powerful Emperor Wu in Dongxing Kingdom is only the 8th level of martial saint. Who can become a strong Tian Yuan? You can be superior to the royal family, control a huge empire, and even go to the center of the 10,000 realms continent to see a broader world. In this world where strength is valued, the status that money can bring is actually quite limited. No matter how much you are worth, if you don't have enough strength to match, you will sooner or later be eaten alive by others. Brother Xiaochuan, you are safe. Brother Li, seeing Li Xuanye coming, Tang couldn't help but look happy. I hope you are safe and sound. Li Xuanye laughed loudly. It turns out that Brother Xiaochuan, you are still worried about me. I am very touched. I have to drink a few drinks tonight. Ahem. Tang ran away. Although the news of Li Xuanye's return to the martial arts hall caused some noise, it did not attract too much attention. To be precise, most of the disciples of the martial arts hall are used to seeing life and death. In order to protect their own lives, everyone spends most of their time, they are all immersed in cultivation and have very little interaction with each other. After the morning class, Li Xuanye wanted to talk to Kong Lingxian, but he learned that his senior sister had left the martial arts hall and went to Blue Sea to practice alone again. When he returned to his dormitory, Li Xuanye saw a clean-made skirt on the bed, as well as an ancient sapphire hairpin, which was obviously left by Kong Lingxian. Li Xuanye shook his head helplessly, put away the maid skirt and the ancient sapphire hairpin, and after opening the treasure box, he took out a bottle of Yuan Nung Dan and began to practice behind closed doors. Unlucky today, only 2 bottles of elixirs were opened. Li Xuanye estimated that the treasure chests here in Wudo Hall should be almost empty. He estimated that he would have to change places to find treasure chests starting tomorrow. The next morning, Li Xuanye got up early and came to a pink peach blossom forest on the other side of the canal. The scenery looked good in this place, and it was indeed a place full of outstanding people. They actually produced 8 bronze boxes and 3 black iron boxes at once, breaking the record. Does the number of refreshes in this treasure box have something to do with feng shui? It really is metaphysics. Li Xuanya happily ran to open the treasure box, and the first one won the big prize and opened a high-level skill book. Elementary Turtle-Style Qigong Wave, from the world of Dragon Ball. It compresses vitality and forms vitality bombs to produce wave attacks. It consumes a lot of energy and causes shocking damage. It can be advanced. This is so awesome, it's actually Turtle-Style Qigong. Dragon Ball was Li Xuanya's childhood in his previous life. How could he not know such classic moves as Turtle-Style Qigong? Turtle Immortal used this move to smash the moon, and the attack power was simply off the charts and a bit exaggerated. Although the skill book is only an elementary version of Turtle-Style Qigong Wave, its power is certainly not guaranteed. Li Xuanya immediately learned the skill book. As soon as he condensed his breath, the vitality was instinctively compressed and formed in his palm, turning into a ball of light. Although it was only as big as a fingernail, the fluctuations of vitality it conveyed were quite astonishing. Li Xuanya faced it. A mountain peak exploded in the distance, and a wave of light flashed. Shockingly, a huge crater with a diameter of 5 meters and a depth of more than 10 meters was blasted out. Awesome! Terrible! Li Xuanya slumped on the ground softly. Oh my god, this wave almost drained all the internal energy from his body. He quickly took out a bottle of rejuvenation pill and drank it. Feel better. The power is indeed ridiculously great, but the consumption is not guaranteed. It seems that this move can only be used as a killer. It cannot be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Once it is used up, it can only be slaughtered by others. Although it is not perfect, it is finally with a skill that is at the bottom of the box, and as his strength improves, it may not be difficult to fire a few more waves of Turtle-Style Qigong. The Turtle School Qigong seemed to have exhausted Li Xuanya's luck. The other 7 bronze treasure chests did not yield anything decent. They even gave him a bottle of elixirs. The rest were just a pair of junk, and they were all stewardess uniforms, sailor uniforms, stockings, and the like, things that Li Xuanya couldn't complain about. But there are 3 black iron treasure chests, which are the highlight. Ding, failed to open the black iron treasure chest. Ding, failed to open the black iron treasure chest. Ding, successfully opened the black iron treasure chest and obtained the prop, Cute Pet Summoning Card. Cute Pet Summoning Card, you can randomly summon an exclusive cute pets, regardless of race. Li Xuanya was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there is such a thing as a summoning card. What kind of pets can be summoned? Without thinking much, Li Xuanya directly used the Cute Pet Summoning Card. The card shattered in the next second, and a ray of light rose from the bottom. Something seemed to be coming in the light. After the light dissipated, Li Xuanya looked expectantly and saw. Oh, what the hell is this? Li Xuanya didn't see any so-called cute pets. There was only a naive emperor penguin in front of him. It was half a meter tall. It was covered with black fur, its belly was white, and its mouth and paws were yellow. There is also a red scarf hanging around his neck. Why does it look familiar? Li Xuanya was just wondering when the fat penguin suddenly walked up to Li Xuanya's feet with his head wagging, raised his head and said to Li Xuanya, "Young man, do you want to recharge Q coins? Only recharging will make you stronger." Li Xuanya opened his mouth in surprise and was completely speechless. This guy is. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the cute pet coin-selling penguin, which comes with the skill Recharge. Recharge, feed a certain amount of crystals to obtain a temporary attribute bonus state, with a maximum bonus effect of 100%. Oh my god. Li Xuanya almost couldn't help but curse, is this the so-called cute pet? I believed your evil deeds. Should I name you Brother Shioma? Li Xuanya said, looking at the fat penguin who was rubbing his head against his trouser leg. Recharging will make you stronger. You only know these 2 sentences, right? It took Li Xuanya a long time to recover. Although the flaws were too many to complain about, when he thought about it carefully, this recharging skill, it's really unbelievable. The highest attribute bonus can actually reach 100%. Wouldn't it be able to directly double the attributes? Li Xuanya immediately clicked on the detailed introduction of the recharge skills, but was dumbfounded when he saw it. This is a money trap for Chi Guogua. Recharge 10,000 crystals, and the attributes will be temporarily increased by 10%, lasting 1 minute. Recharge 1,000,000 crystals, and the attributes will be temporarily increased by 20%, lasting 2 minutes. Recharge 10 trillion crystals, and the attributes will be temporarily increased. Improved by 100% for 10 minutes. After Li Xuanya saw the detailed introduction of the skill, he had the urge to make a fire and roast Brother Ma. 10 trillion crystal stones. 10 trillion, what is this concept? The total annual economic output of Hailu City is 50 billion, which is the maximum. This is the value created by a population of 10 million. 10 trillion, that is a huge amount of assets that may not be enough for all the assets of the entire Dongxing Kingdom. Recharging 10 trillion yuan, it takes 10 minutes to make a fortune. This business is really nothing to say. If you don't recharge, what's the difference between it and salted fish? Brother Xiaoma tilted his head and said to Li Xuanye, his voice was very magical. Li Xuanye sighed, yes, you are cruel. But having said that, although the recharge skill is quite tricky, if you only spend 10,000 to temporarily improve his attributes, it is not an exaggeration. If used well, this skill may be able to help Li Xuanye become a Jedi. Fight back. Although it's a bit of a trap, I have to admit that recharging can indeed make you stronger. Li Xuanye, who couldn't refute the truth, could only accept this pet that deserved a beating with peace of mind. Returning to the academy with an ugly fat penguin, Li Xuanye aroused curiosity as soon as he showed up. A female disciple named Su Yingying asked curiously, "Junior brother, what kind of pet is this of yours? Why have I never seen it before?" Li Xuanye smiled bitterly and said, "It's called Brother Xiaoma. Rather than saying it is a pet, I think it would be more appropriate to explain it as spare rations. Girl, do you want to recharge?" Brother Xiaoma shook his head without any fear. He waddled up to Su Yingying, stared at the bottom of her skirt and said, "Perverted." Su Yingying quickly covered her skirt and ran away in fright. In less than half a day, the news that Li Xuanye had raised a perverted pet spread like wildfire. While everyone was speechless at the S-hobbies, they also realized how powerful Xiaoma was. This guy would shamelessly run to talk to anyone he met, and would ask you if you wanted to recharge, repeating those few words over and over again. He was amused at first, but soon turned into disgust. Li Xuanye had no choice but to get a pair of reins and tied Xiaoma to the door of the dormitory to guard the house. Pets are not props and cannot be stored in the props slot. However, the space seeds planted by Li Xuanye have begun to germinate, and they are growing very fast. They may bear fruit soon. If you get a private space by then, you can give them in it. Brother Ma has a new home. Attention everyone, early next month is the day when the Qianyang County 10 Sea Alliance ceremony will be held. At that time, the 10 Blue Sea cities will hold a warrior selection competition on Qianyang Island. As usual, the disciples of our martial arts hall will represent Hailu City in the battle. This time there are 5 places for the disciples to participate in the competition. These 5 places will be decided in the next martial arts competition. I hope you can work hard for it. During the afternoon class, Xiong Jian brought a message. Li Xuanye was still a little confused. He asked Han Dongli and found out that the warrior selection competition was a tradition in Qianyang County. It could be regarded as an excellent place for the younger generation in Qianyang County to compete for strength and status. It was held every 3 years, and even will receive royal attention. Dongxing Kingdom has a vast territory, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. The imperial capital is located in the center of the inland area, far away from Hailu City. The jurisdiction of Hailu City is called Shenyang County, which is the second largest county in Dongxing Kingdom. Basically, the entire East China Seacoast is under the jurisdiction of Shenyang County, and there are 9 other cities that are comparable in size to Hailu City. These 10 coastal cities are the so-called 10 Seas Alliance, and they are the front line to guard the peace and tranquility of Dongxing Country. Qianyang Island is the center of Qianyang County, located 3,000 miles north of Hailu City. It is the largest city in the 10 Seas Alliance and the first vanguard to resist the invasion of the Hai clan. In Li Xuanye's memory, he and his father Li Wuji went to Qianyang Island once when he was a child. However, Li Xuanye was still very young at that time and could not remember anything that happened. However, Li Xuanye vaguely knew that the Li family seemed there is also power on Qianyang Island, and it is quite powerful. Li Wuji broke through the martial arts level on Qianyang Island and inherited the position of head of the family after returning to Hailu City. Li Wuji also met and fell in love with Bai Suiying on Qianyang Island. Since I have the opportunity, I can go to Qianyang Island to see it. It should be quite interesting. With Li Xuanye's current strength, it will definitely not be a problem to win one of the 5 places. Brother Xiaochuan, you have to work harder. There are only 5 places. Xiao Dao and Kong Lingxian will definitely not be an exception. Apart from me, there are only 2 places left. Hai Minghui probably has no chance to participate. You have to start from the remaining ones. Fight for one of the 2 places to have the chance to travel with me. Whoever wants to travel with you, don't be ashamed. Tang Tang muttered in his heart and said, "It's good to go, but there are so many talented people in the warrior selection competition. There are many strong people, and the masters of the martial arts level are the main force. If we can't break through the martial arts level, we can only serve as foils. The important thing is to participate, even if it is a trip, it's not bad. Xian Yi smiled. Having said that, Li Xuanyi also admitted that what Tang Tang said was reasonable. Fortunately, there is still some time before the trial begins. If he works hard, it should not be a problem to break through the martial arts. He still has a tenfold experience bonus on hand. The adult card is useless. It seems that I have to take the time to go to Lizard Island to gain a wave of experience. The last time I went there, I lacked preparation and wasted a lot of experience, but now Li Xuanye's strength is not what it used to be. He is fully confident that he can wipe out the entire Lizard Island. With the experience provided by millions of lizards, he will definitely not be able to break through to the 10th level. Question. Action was better than a heartbeat, so Li Xuanye took a leave the next day, came to Sky Blue Harbor, and set sail again to Lizard Island on the repaired Magic Crystal submarine. After landing on Lizard Island with ease, Li Xuanye first turned on the treasure chest radar, and this time he found 3 bronze treasure chests and 1 black iron. After receiving 3 bottles of pills, Li Xuanye felt very calm. He had long been used to it. Ding successfully opened the black iron treasure chest and obtained the Invisibility Talisman X1 Invisibility Talisman. After use, it will enter a completely invisible state and cannot be detected. It lasts for 30 minutes. Yo, this thing is kind of interesting. Invisibility is the ultimate dream of all men. With this invisibility charm, you can do many things that you dared not think of doing before, such as hey ha ha. Unfortunately, the invisibility charm is only effective for half an hour, which seems to be less. That's right. Ding, open the 10 times experience bonus card, which lasts for 10 hours. Current experience, martial arts level 90/2000000 inch ding, kill the green-haired lizard, experience plus 2547 ding. Li Xuanye held the black knife in his hand, and the sharp blade slashed across the lizard island like cutting grass. Almost all lizards below the 8th level were treated as without a single blow. A large number of lizards died in the blink of an eye, giving Li Xuanye more than 100,000 experience points and 2 bottles of pills. Ha, my strength has improved, and the efficiency of monster spawning is indeed extraordinary. Although the explosion rate of monsters is still ridiculously low, the victory is that the base number is large enough. Even if the explosion rate is low, a lot of things can still be exploded. Li Xianyi quite cut the mess with his sword and cleared away the waves of lizards. After mastering the routine, he didn't even bother to keep a low profile and turned on all taunts, attracting the irritable lizards to come to his door. The sword angrily slashed the snow-winged eagle, the mountain soared into the sky majestically, the fire rolled and burned again. Li Xuanye even howled at the top of his lungs as he started to kill. The roar of this voice suddenly attracted a lizard king, but Li Xuanye was no longer the Li Xuanye who was forced into danger by the lizard king. Before the Lizard King could be cautious, a string of energy arrows had already penetrated and turned the Lizard King into a hornet's nest. Another 80,000 experience points were received, and a small piece of equipment was also exploded. Lizard skin gloves, wrist equipment, strength plus 3, attack speed plus 10% gloves that increase attack speed, perfect. Li Xuanye immediately equipped it, and the speed of killing monsters increased a lot. However, the whole valley was still dark. Even though he killed so many lizards, it seemed that it had no impact. I have to say that he chose here. It's really smart to farm monsters. Ding, kill the strange lizard and explode the prop flame incendiary bomb. After fighting tirelessly for more than 3 hours, his experience exceeded the 10 million mark, and all the lizards in the valley were wiped out. At this rate, it would be enough experience for Li Xuanye to reach the 10th level. Fortunately, the upgrade from level 9 to level 10 only adds 10 million experience points. If it were increased 10 times, Li Xuanye would completely lose his temper. Ding, kill the lizard queen and explode the prop Empress socks nanny? Killing the lizard can reveal the Empress suit, but why is it a pair of socks? And they're also a pair of pink cotton socks, so. Li Xuanye quickly checked the properties of the suit. The queen's socks, one of the queen's suits, endurance plus 5, spirit plus 5, additional status, lingering fragrance for thousands of years. There is no attached skill, but the attribute bonus is very good. Just a pair of socks, this is fine. Holding the pink stockings, Li Xuanye was at a loss. Should he wear this equipment or not? Forget it, it's just for the feet anyway, it doesn't matter. Li Xuanye took off his shoes directly and put on the queen's socks. Not to mention, the socks were made of who knows what kind of fabric and they fit extremely well on the skin. They are very comfortable, and the additional status is also great. The socks always smell good, and I feel like I will never need to wash them again. Ding, equip 2 pieces of the Empress suit, activate the suit effect of the Empress Love, and increase the favorability of the Empress Manhwa by +10. Li Xuanye looked dizzy. He hadn't even seen the face of Empress Manhwa, but he had gained 10 points of favorability for no reason. What's the use of this favorability point? 10 points was too little. It was probably just the level of other passersby is just a little higher. Isn't this strategy too shameless? If Li Xuanye had collected the full set of the Empress suit without anyone noticing, and directly maxed out his favorability, he would really have made the famous pirate in the blue sea as the Empress Jianhua secretly promising? No matter what, it's still important to clear the monsters first. When it was getting dark, Li Xuanye's experience bar finally reached its peak, and he killed a lizard queen again, successfully breaking through the 10th level, and his attributes were fully improved. Li Xuanye, level 10 martial artist, 0/300000000, strength 116, endurance 117, agility 123, spirit 130, luck value? +1 charm? +2 skills, treasure chest radar, elementary unlocking, cloud poem, small phaseless kung fu, meat kick, insight technique, 6 meridians divine sword, baji collapse fist, elementary turtle style qigong wave. Equipment, charm ring, paralysis ring, lucky ring, queen's boots, black knife knight, Lingxi moon, soft protective armor, lizard skin gloves, queen's socks. TSK, this attribute is nowhere near what a 10th level warrior can possess. Look at this mental power, it has reached 130 points, which is a full 30 points higher than the ordinary 10th level warrior. It is simply unbelievable. However, it is still unreliable to rely on this attribute to defeat martial arts masters. According to Li Xuanye's understanding, the gap between martial arts disciples and martial arts masters is very wide. The attributes in all aspects should double. The average attribute at least 150 or even 200 or more. However, Li Xuanye is not completely unable to fight against Wu Ling now. After all, he has many equipment and skills. Simply based on the attack power of Turtle School Qigong, it is estimated that the first level Wu Ling will not be able to easily parry. The most important thing is that Li Xuanye still has Brother Ma. As long as 1 million crystals are recharged, the attributes can be increased by 30% in all directions. The attributes can barely reach the level of the first level of martial arts. Even if there is only a 3-minute time limit, it can be of great use in critical moments. By the way, there are more than 3 hours left on the tenfold experience bonus card. We can't waste it. Let's continue to grind monsters. An hour later. The noisy lizard island all day suddenly became extremely quiet. There were only a few remaining monsters on the entire island. There were thousands of lizards, and the rotten and smell in the air was mixed together, creating a scene like an abyss in hell. There were stumps and broken arms everywhere. Even Li Xuanye felt inexplicably sick at the bottom of his heart when he saw them. Is this the result of your own doing? Before he could be shocked, Li Xuanye suddenly heard shouts from nearby. He immediately used Xiao Wuxian Kung Fu to climb up the cliff. Looking from a distance, he saw a large merchant ship sailing quickly. Li Xuanye didn't want to expose himself, immediately returned to the magic crystal submarine, dived into the seabed and left. After arriving at another small island, Li Xuanye hunted sea beasts for another 2 hours before the effect of the experience bonus card ended. By the time the experience card bonus effect ended, he had accumulated more than 3 million experience points. After returning to the dormitory of Wudo Hall late at night, Li Xuanye finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he tried his best not to think about killing, the fact that nearly 1 million creatures were exterminated by his hands would not change. After all, Li Xuanye was still an ordinary person. Today's events more or less caused a lot of psychological burden on him. However, the reproductive power of lizards is quite strong. The remaining few thousand lizards have enough territory. It is expected that the population will expand again soon. Maybe if we go to Lizard Island in a few years, the lizards there will return to the scene where they once were. Okay. Li Xuanye shook his head and took a bath before falling asleep. The next day, Li Xuanye clearly felt that the competitive atmosphere in the martial arts hall was much more intense. Every disciple practiced harder, especially Tang Tang. She didn't even attend the morning class today and was bored in her room all day. I practice in seclusion without any distractions. It seems that even though she doesn't say it, she still wants to participate in the 10 Seas Alliance's warrior trials. Perhaps infected by the atmosphere, Li Xuanye became cruel and began to rest quietly. During this period, his strength improved rapidly, but his foundation was still relatively shallow, especially his understanding of vitality, which was not even as good as a 6th-level martial arts disciple like Han Dongli. He knows the steps to attract the vitality of heaven and earth into his body, quench his physique, and strengthen his strength. He also knows how to strengthen the resonance with the vitality of heaven and earth, and purify and refine the mixed weather vitality. However, these are just instinctive experiences and can involve theoretical aspects. Li Xuanye's background is still quite insufficient. Speaking of which, Li Xuanye has not seriously understood the cultivation system of Wanjie continent until now. After practicing for most of a day, Li Xuanye accumulated a lot of confusion in his heart, so he went to Xiong Jian to discuss it. Finally, Xiong Jian recommended him to spend some time in the library of the Warrior Academy to absorb more knowledge. Li Xuanye thought it made sense. He didn't like reading, so he ran to the library patiently and began to read, record and understand each book. After several days in a row, although Li Xuanye's strength has not improved, he has greatly enriched his theoretical knowledge, and his understanding of the vitality of heaven and earth has deepened not a little bit. Of course, opening treasure chests every day is still an important task for Li Xuanye, but Li Xuanye's luck is really average these days. He hasn't opened a single item of equipment. Apart from pills, his biggest gain is a piece of endurance-increasing pill. The strengthening stone was embedded into the soft protective armor. In addition, Li Xuanye also disguised himself and visited various doucher shops in Hailu City to replenish the supply of Yuan Jing for the Li family auction house. The greatest value of Yuan Jing is to help cultivators break through the realm. This does not have much effect on Li Xuanye. He only needs experience bonus cards. There will be no barriers to his breakthrough. It does not make much difference whether he uses Yuan Jing or not. It would be better to use Yuan Jing to increase the income of the Li family. Now the Li family is prospering by relying on Yuan Jing's auction, making a lot of money. I don't know how many people are jealous, but they are helpless. It even caused a riot in Hailu City by accident. The craze for stone fighting made the Chu family's stone fighting business also become popular. In the blink of an eye, the end of the month is here. The day of another martial arts competition is also the day to decide the places to participate in the martial arts trials. The martial arts hall is once again lively. After several days of retreat and hard training, everyone's face is red, their aura is strong, and their strength is strong. All seem to have improved. Even Han Dongli has broken through to the 7th level of martial arts and is no longer at the bottom. Tang Tang faintly stepped into the threshold of the 10th step, and there seemed to be frost dancing in his breath. Everyone must be motivated to show their full strength in this martial arts competition. Li Xuanye looked around, but did not find Kong Lingxuan's figure. Logically speaking, she should be there on such a day. Why was she missing? Li Xuanye asked Xiong Jian and found out that Kong Lingxian had already won a spot in advance and had set off for Qianyang Island a few days ago. She was strong and fast, so she could go to Qianyang Island in advance to prepare. It will be much more convenient after the other disciples arrive. Li Xuanye was relieved, but despite his words, Kong Lingxian avoided everyone and walked alone, and she was still as cold as ever. Little guy, you actually broke through again? Dean Jiangwu came leisurely. His eyes nearly bulged out when he saw Li Xuanye, and he quickly grabbed Li Xuanye's arm and asked. Li Xuanye said calmly, "It's a fluke, it's just a fluke." Jiangwu was completely speechless. This kid just broke through the 9th level a few days ago. It can be said that he has once again exploded his potential because he was in a dangerous situation. But in the past few days, he has heard that this kid has never done anything, so how come he managed to make a breakthrough again? Strictly speaking, Li Xuanye was only a 6th level martial artist a month ago. In just over a month, he has become a 10th level master. This is no longer a monster. Jiangwu felt that in his whole life, he had never heard of it, let alone seen it with his own eyes. What? Li Xuanye has broken through the 10th level? It's true, or not? Why don't I believe it? Dean Jiangwu said it himself, it can be false. Li Xuanye is simply too evil. I won't accept it. No. This is the so-called peerless genius. It seems that senior brother Xiao Congdao's status is a bit dangerous. The news that Li Xuanye broke through to the 10th level spread like wildfire, and Xiao Congdao heard about it as soon as he arrived at the martial arts field. After hearing the news, he just snorted coldly, relying on Yuan Jing to break through. There is nothing worth showing off. A true warrior must go through thousands of tempers, otherwise it is just a false appearance. After all, Xiao Congdao is still the #1 person in the martial arts hall. As soon as the words came out, everyone immediately echoed them. What senior brother Xiao said is absolutely true. I heard that the Li family recently obtained a large number of Yuan crystals. Li Xuanye must have taken advantage of the family to upgrade so quickly. Li Xuanye can only rely on money to accumulate strength. After all, Dean Jiangwu was old and has poor eyesight, but he would actually regard him as some kind of peerless genius. If senior brother Xiao in the Warrior Academy thinks he is second in talent, Who dares to say that he is the first in talent? Everyone was talking. He kept talking, and his voice was louder than the other. It was obvious that he was talking to Li Xuanya. Before Li Xuanya had time to get angry, Han Dongli started to fight Li Xuanya's injustice. He was furious, pointed at everyone and yelled, "It's nothing to hide behind someone's back and say bad things about people. Xiao Tsongdao, I, Han Dongli, originally respected you 3 points, but now it seems that you are just a red-eyed little boy who is jealous of others' power. He's just a human being. I don't know how much taller Mr. Li is than you. Little beast, you're looking for death." When Xiao Tsongdao was pointed at his nose and scolded by a 7th-level martial artist, he suddenly became furious with thunder and power, as powerful as a dragon. Attack! Han Dong stood face to face with Xiao Tsongdao's arrogance. His body trembled with instinctive fear, but he still held his head high and showed no regrets. If Li Xuanya hadn't helped him, Han Dongli would have died at the hands of Ingman Rodi. Although he was usually very timid, he knew what it meant to be grateful. Every drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring. Not to mention a life-saving grace. Even if he died in Xiao Tsongdao's hands today, he would never take a step back. Unexpectedly, Han Dongli could withstand the pressure of his own momentum. Xiao Kando's expression became even colder. He raised his hand and waved his energy like an arrow, whizzing towards him. However, he was caught in the air by a white palm and swatted away at will. Li Xuanya's eyes were calm, and he said calmly, "Senior brother Xiao is too substandard to fight against a junior who only has 7th-level strength. You'd better let me be your opponent." On the martial arts stage, dark clouds cover the head and a heavy rain is coming. Dean Jiangwu looked at Li Xuanya and Xiao Tsongdao on the stage, and sighed helplessly, "You two are both outstanding disciples of our martial arts hall. Today, allowing you two to compete in advance is not to let you two compete against each other. It's life and death, do you understand?" As he said that, Jiangwu glanced at Li Xuanya, with a hint of admonishment in his eyes. Although he is very optimistic about Li Xuanya's potential, after all, Li Xuanya has just broken through the 10th level. However, Xiao Tsongdao is different. He has stayed at the 10th level for nearly half a year, and his strength has reached the peak of the 10th level. You can enter the martial arts stage with just one kick. Regardless of his level, actual combat experience, or confidence, Xiao Tsongdao is far better than Li Xuanya. He is not comparable to Hai Minghui. He can become the #1 person in the martial arts hall and even the martial arts academy, so he naturally has his support. Jiang Wu didn't want to see Li Xuanya injured, so he said this in a more serious tone. He could have stopped such a fight, but Jiang Wu was also a man. He also realized that Li Xuanya's progress in cultivation was too fast, which may not be a good thing. If anything is as good as the forest wind, it will be destroyed. Li Xuanya's foundation is unstable and he cannot. If you can't withstand the strong winds and waves, it's better to go with the flow and take this opportunity to let Xiao Tsongdao frustrate Li Xuanya's energy so that he can calm down. What the dean said is absolutely true. Li Xuanya, feel free to take action. Senior brother, I will be careful in my actions. Xiao Tsongdao's black clothes fluttered, and his handsome and upright figure combined with his evil smile attracted many girls. Good impression. In contrast, although Li Xuanya's rise is now fierce, his reputation as is still deeply rooted in him. Most of the disciples of the martial arts hall don't actually have much favorable impressions of him. At this moment, the only people who chose to stand behind Li Xuanya were Han Dongli and Tang Tang. They were incomparable to the opponent's large number of people. Senior brother Xiao, it's better to attack with all your strength, otherwise I'm afraid you will lose badly. Li Xuanya still looked carefree, as if he didn't care about this battle at all. Such a frivolous attitude made Xiao Tsongdao furious, but in just one breath, Xiao Tsongdao suppressed his anger, and his eyes were replaced by indifference and solemnity. To be able to reach this point today, Xiao Tsongdao's skill is definitely not comparable to that of Hai Minghui and others. Someone once said that only those who can control their emotions can be called the real strong. Xiao Tsongdao is one of them. He can be furious 1 second, but as long as he enters the state, he can regain his absolute calm in an instant. Xiao Tsongdao was the first to attack. He took one step, like thunder from a flat bottom, and the sound was astonishing. It was as if he was inducing the pulse of the earth's surface with his own breath. The vitality of heaven and earth was like a white swimming dragon, revealing its true form around him. Boom! Xiao Tsongdao struck out with an unparalleled punch. White mist surged in an instant. It was the surging vitality compressed by the fist. Under Xiao Tsongdao's control, it formed a great boost and pushed the fist forward. The strength of Jin is concentrated in a straight line, and the power surges. This punch was like a dragon cannon, roaring towards Li Xuanya. Just the force of the fist that was unleashed shook the martial arts stage to pieces. What a terrifying punch that was, which took advantage of the position of heaven and earth to evolve into a true martial arts strike. At this moment, Xiao Tsonggao was as if the god of martial arts had descended to educate all living beings. Zhenwu Shen Fist. Spiritual skills. This is real spiritual skills, not half-baked martial arts. Senior brother Xiao is a descendant of the Zhenwu Pavilion. This punch is truly worthy of its reputation. With senior brother Zhao's talent and potential, after breaking through the martial arts level, he will definitely be qualified to join the Zhenwu Pavilion. From then on, he will leap over the Dragon Gate and reach the top. Li Xuanye was defeated. He had no way to stop this punch. He can still admit defeat now. Suffer less pain. Everyone looked at Xiao Tsonggao with admiration in their eyes. Even Dean Jianwu nodded repeatedly when faced with the power of this punch, and his praise was self-evident. This is the martial art inherited from the high-ranking Zhenwu Pavilion. I never thought that Xiao Tsonggao could perform the Zhenwu Divine Fist before he entered the martial arts world. This child's talent is astonishing. Maybe it won't be long before the small Hailu city can't accommodate this future statue. It's a great god. Only a sacred place like Zhenwu Pavilion has the ability to cultivate such outstanding geniuses. It's a pity for Li Xuanye. He underestimated Xiao Tsonggao's pride and offended such a person. Xiao Tsonggao would never give him the slightest chance to fight back. After this defeat, Li Xuanye's confidence will definitely increase. After suffering a blow, I hope he won't sink into it, otherwise it will be a waste of his potential. It turns out that Xiao Tsonggao is a descendant of Zhenwu Pavilion, and his surname is Xiao. Does it have anything to do with Xiao Jingyun? Thinking of the legendary figure who dominated the imperial capital, Tang Tang felt a little depressed for no reason, and looked at Li Xuanye as there was a bit of regret in his eyes. Although this guy was a bit glib, he was still an interesting person. I might as well come out to comfort him later. What a true martial arts master. Just when no one was optimistic about Li Xuanye, he casually put up a posture, crossed his arms on his chest, touched his wrist slightly, and spread his fingers, as if he was brewing something. That's so irritable. The vitality is fluctuating. What does Li Xuanye want to do? Does he still want to fight to the death? Xiao Tsonggao also noticed Li Xuanye's actions, but he didn't care at all. Under the crazy stimulation of his fist force, it had enveloped the entire martial arts stage. In just a moment, he could easily blast Li Xuanye away. For himself, Xiao Tsonggao has great confidence in the Zhenwu Xingquan, turtle, pi, qi, gong, wave. The dazzling light condensed and took shape in Li Xuanye's palm in an instant. What a shining light it was! The weather was obviously densely covered with haze, but it was illuminated by this light rising from the sky. The vitality was roiling like a sea. The clouds in the sky were shattered. Come on! Li Xuanye pushed his arms forward, and the light waves were like a dragon coming out of the abyss, like a meteor falling to the ground, bursting out with more dazzling brilliance, blasting forward. Wherever it went, it seemed that even the space was crushed, and like the world, the general trend is so vast that those who follow it will prosper and those who go against it will perish. At that moment, everything in the world became eclipsed. The overwhelming power of Xiao Tsonggao's Zhenwu Xingquan was like a wave in the sea when faced with this vast blow. A small boat is insignificant. This is impossible. Xiao Tsonggao's eyebrows were twisted and his face was full of horror. His vitality had been raised to the extreme, but he still could not stop the power of Li Xuanye's powerful wave. He was blasted out of the martial arts stage with a snap of his fingers, flew all the way out, even crossed the canal, and was blasted all the way to the peach blossom forest on the other side. The smoke and dust dispersed, and Li Xuanye walked down the martial arts stage without a trace of dust, clapped his hands and said, like an ant, "The whole place is silent." In the martial arts arena, everyone had their mouths opened, but they couldn't make any sound. As strong as Xiao Tsonggao, he was defeated? Defeated by Li Xuanye's blow, so completely defeated that there was no room for maneuver? This. Old Jiangwu's face was also full of uproar, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Li Xuanye wins. Xiong Jian swallowed and announced the result with difficulty. It was only then that everyone calmed down and looked at Li Xuanye not only in surprise, but also in confusion and even fear. 10 days ago, Li Xuanye showed off his prowess on the martial arts stage and defeated Hai Minghui. Although he won the applause of the whole house, no one was too optimistic about Li Xuanye. The fact is that Li Xuanye was completely indifferent when facing Kong Lingxian. The power of parry. Xiao Tsonggao's strength is still higher than Kong Lingxian's. It is obvious that Li Xuanye cannot be Xiao Tsonggao's opponent. But just 10 days later, Li Xuanye defeated Xiao Tsonggao with one move? 10 days? Even if ordinary people practice hard for 10 years, it would be difficult for them to achieve this level. Is Li Xuanye equal to a monster? No, this concept will probably change from now on. Li Xuanye is not a monster, and the monster is not as good as 1/10,000th of Li Xuanye. He has become a myth and a legend. No one can fail to realize that from now on, the three words Li Xuanye will bloom with such brilliance. This is only 10 days. What if Li Xuanye is given 1 year or 10 years? In the 7,000 years of Dongxing Kingdom's history, there has never been such a person who defies heaven. Why are you so dazed? Let's go have a drink. I'll treat you. Li Xuanye patted Tang Tang and Han Dongli on the shoulders and said to them with a smile. The two of them swallowed at the same time and looked at Li Xuanye with numb faces. Tang Tang was still more determined. He quickly recovered and said to Li Xuanye, "Do you know what you just did? Isn't it just a lesson for a pretender? What's all the fuss about?" Li Xuanye, he said casually, full of energy, and seemed to have the strength to fight again. He has broken through to the 10th level, and his attributes are not what they used to be. 113's mental power is almost comparable to that of an average martial arts master. Now that he can release one blow of turtle-style qigong, he will not drain himself. Of course, if he wants to use turtle style again in a short time, it is impossible to do qigong without taking drugs. I'm sorry. Tang Tang couldn't help but cursed regardless of his image. This guy must be too ambitious. Boss, I have decided to hang out with you for the rest of my life, and I will go through fire and water without any hesitation. Han Dongli looked excited and grabbed Li Xuanye's arm. Li Xuanye shook this guy off with a disgusting look on his face. Go away, I don't want to be gay. After saying that, Li Xuanye suddenly laughed and put his arms around Tang Tang's shoulders. But it's brother Xiaochuan's, I can still think about it. Oh. Li Xuanye, you are this kind of person. Tang Tang ran away in fright. The results of the martial arts competition were announced. Li Xuanye deservedly ranked first and won the next spot. Xiao Tsongdao disappeared after being beaten away. He hid somewhere to add wounds. Automatically exited and gave up the quota. In addition to Li Xuanye and Kong Lingxian, the remaining 3 spots are divided between Tang Tang, Wei Yuan, and Su Yingying. The 5 people will represent the Hailu City Warrior Academy and go to Qianyan Island to participate in the warrior selection competition today. This should have shocked the whole city. However, due to the news that Li Xuanye killed Xiao Congrudo with one move, it became a bit overshadowed and lost attention. But Li Xuanye became popular in the city overnight. It is said that the threshold of the Li family courtyard was flattened overnight. Countless people came to congratulate him, which made Bai Suing almost go crazy. She pointed at the guests and said, "You guys, you are all blind. Do you still need to tell me if my Xinyi has any potential?" Along with Li Xuanye's fame, Mrs. Li's reputation has also spread. The next day, before setting off, Li Xuanye made a low-key trip back to Li's mansion. Naturally, he was inevitably going to be questioned. Fortunately, Li Xuanye had already prepared his words and was able to deal with it easily. After saying goodbye to his parents, Li Xuanye returned to Wudo Hall again, packed his bags, and took Xiaoma on the road. Boarding the Academy's battleship, Li Xuanye took the opportunity to open a wave of treasure boxes, but gained very little. The leader of the team is Xiong Jian. He is arranging for handymen to carry food. He said, it takes 7 days to get to Qianyang Island by sea. The Academy has specially prepared a large amount of training materials for you. Each person will be rewarded with 10 bottles of Yuan Nong Dan and 5 Yuan Jing. Just practice peacefully and improve your strength these days. The Academy is finally being generous, Li Xuanye sighed. Xiong Jian was ashamed. The warship slowly set sail, sailed out of the canal, and soon entered the blue sea. The clear blue ocean was magnificent, but Li Xuanye had no idea of admiring it. He was currently exchanging feelings in Tang Tang's single bedroom. Tang Tang looked very helpless, but he was too embarrassed to drive Li Xuanye away, so he could only chat with him. After dark. Brother Xiaochuan, I might as well sleep here tonight. We can continue chatting and pass the time. Li Xuanye, get out of here. Tang Tang finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted at him. Li Xuanye roared. Li Xuanye touched his nose before leaving angrily. It wasn't until Li Xuanye left completely that Tang Tang breathed a sigh of relief. A blush appeared on his cheeks. He patted his chest and muttered, I thought that women could avoid a lot of trouble by disguising themselves as men. I didn't expect that the world would change so quickly. Even then it's inevitable that the body will attract bees and butterflies. What a failure. Ding, the space seeds are ripe, and the space fruits can be activated. Li Xuanye heard the system prompts as soon as he came back from the wind on the deck. He immediately opened the toolbar and took out the space seed planted in the bonsai. Sure enough, he saw a shining fruit. This space fruit was not big, only the size of a fingernail. It was completely transparent and crystal clear, just like if you look closely at a water drop, you will find that it contains many magical textures, which seem to be filled with endless mysteries. After picking off the space fruit, Li Xuanye said, "Bind." The next moment, the space fruit penetrated directly into Li Xuanye's body, melted and disappeared in his blood, and at the same time, the system prompt came again. Ding, the private space is successfully bound and the private space is opened. Private space, a parasitic subspace, which cannot be removed after binding and can be expanded. The body cannot enter the private space, but can enter it through the soul ideology. It has primary spacetime laws, constant temperature and humidity. See the private space with the introduction. Li Xuanye roughly understood the nature of this private space. It was similar to what he predicted. It was just a large storage ring. It was just bound to his body and could accommodate living creatures. Unlike the storage space is the same, not suitable for life to enter. Enter the private space. Li Xuanye was about to go in for an inspection. Ding, welcome the host to enter the private space for the first time. The reward is Basic Material X10, the reward is Photosynthetic Module X1, the reward is Infinite Spring Water X1, and the reward is Air Circulation Module X1. Li Xuanye just entered the private space. A series of prompts sounded. The space he was in was dark, cold, and void. It was a completely empty void, not even air. Li Xuanye knew that this was probably the initial form of private space. If he wanted to turn this place into a place suitable for life, there are areas that need to be improved. Originally, Li Xuanye thought that he would have to work hard for a while, but he didn't expect that the system would directly provide him with all these survival elements. Basic substance, a metamorphic substance formed by concentrating dense atomic nuclei and can be transformed into any elemental substance. Photosynthetic module, contains a pocket star that can continuously provide light and heat for 1 million years. It can adjust the temperature and set the opening time. Infinite spring water rich in minerals and trace elements, which never dries up and is inexhaustible. Air circulation module, it can continuously create air, adjust air circulation, automatically spread pollen through airflow, and create environmental elements suitable for plant survival and reproduction. Li Xuanye still needs to study what the basic substances are, but the next 3 rewards are really useful. It can be said that with these 3 pieces of equipment, his personal space can immediately become a place suitable for life. After working for a while, Li Xuanye quickly installed these 3 sets of equipment in his private space. The entire space suddenly became brighter, with gurgling spring water and warm wind blowing freely. Although the entire space was still monotonous and empty, there was only one pavilion. Add soil, transplant some animals and plants, and it can become a paradise in minutes. With an experimental mentality, Li Xuanye sent Brother Ma into his private space, and Brother Ma immediately seemed to be having fun and running around. Nodding with satisfaction, Li Xuanye walked to a pile of black cubes. Each of the 10 black cubes with a volume of 1 cubic meter was the so-called basic substance. Li Xuanye explained the detoxification in detail, and then he understood its purpose. This basic substance is probably the most valuable existence in a person's private space. Although I don't quite understand how it is formed, this basic substance is really powerful and can be used to create all substances, including metals, plants, and even life. Well, it's actually very simple to put it bluntly. The essence of everything in the world is made up of tiny atoms. Whether it's a big tree, a living person, or a gold mine, everything is traced back to the most minute level. They are atoms, but the types of these atoms are different. But these basic materials in front of Li Xuanye have the ability to transform into any atomic form. Li Xuanye can turn it into gold, water, soil, and rocks, no problem. However, these things are obviously of little value. Even if it is gold, it can only be converted into 10 tons at most, and Li Xuanye does not like it. Can it turn into the legendary 9-colored dragon pattern crystal? Li Xuanye was overflowing with curiosity and wanted to give it a try. The moment the idea came up, the system voice sounded again. Would you choose to transform the basic material into a 9-colored dragon pattern crystal? It is expected to cost 10 pieces of basic material and can be fused into 0.000000001 grams of 9-colored dragon pattern crystal. Still it works, but the conversion efficiency is too deceptive. Even if I hold a high-power magnifying glass, I probably won't be able to find 1/1000th of a gram of the 9-colored dragon pattern crystal. It's useless. However, this also proves the power of basic materials. As long as there is a sufficient amount of basic materials, it is not impossible to create a complete 9-colored dragon pattern crystal. If it is fused into 3-colored dragon pattern crystals, how many can be produced? It is estimated that 12,536 grams of three-colored dragon pattern crystals can be fused. Li Xuanya lowered his head and pondered for a moment, and probably made a judgment on the value of the basic material. But for the time being, Li Xuanya didn't know how to use it, so he simply decided to keep it until he needed it later. Leaving his private space, Li Xuanya took advantage of the darkness and went to the sea to catch a bunch of fish, shrimp, and shells, and threw them into his private space for Brother Ma to use as food. He also picked up some seaweed, coral, and the like, and simply decorated his private space. The area of 1,000 square meters is not very large, but it is not easy to decorate it all. Li Xuanya does not plan to bother with it for the time being. After landing, he can just find a place to put a bunch of soil plants in it. The next day, the ship has moved away from Hailu City and entered the sea area of Shanghai City. Shanghai City is also one of the 10 sea alliances and is famous for being close to the core of Luoying mountain range. Compared with Hailu City, the terrain and environment here are more dangerous. Not only are there people from the sea the threat from the tribe, and even the wild ancient beasts in the Luoying mountains are eyeing them. Because of this, the folk customs of Shanghai City are more sturdy and martial arts are stronger than those of Hailu City, which has created batches of talented masters. It is said that there are 2 powerful martial arts masters under the age of 20. The total number of masters far exceeds that of Hailu City. The warriors of Shanghai City have always been tough and domineering, and it is not suitable to get along with them. We now have sufficient supplies and there is no need to go to the shore to replenish them. Let's just leave, Xiong Jian said. Everyone nodded in agreement. In fact, the comprehensive strength of Hailu City has always been at the bottom of the 10 Seas Alliance. In front of other alliance members, it has a natural inferiority complex. It would rather live in peace and contentment than have anything to do with other city-states. Intersection. Boom. Unexpectedly, just as the ship started to accelerate, there was suddenly a violent impact from the bow. The huge impact made the entire ship shake and almost sink. Drink! At the critical moment, Xiong Jian stood up bravely, his muscles all over his body seemed to grow explosively, he opened his clothes and turned into a little giant nearly 3 meters tall. He jumped into the sea, his vitality exploded, and he was hard. Shengshan used his own strength to stabilize the ship. It's amazing. Is this the strength of a true martial arts master? Li Xuanya marveled in his heart. Although Xiong Jian's strength is only at the 3rd level of martial arts, it is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary martial arts. This brute force is so amazing. Moreover, he practiced spiritual arts, which were extremely powerful. With a full burst, Li Xuanya estimated that his peak strength could even exceed 300 points. Li Xuanya had a clear understanding in his heart. After a warrior breaks through the martial arts level, every time his strength increases, the increase in attributes will be far greater than that of the martial arts apprentice. Xiong Jian cannot reach the 3rd martial spirit level, and he has 300 points of power when he explodes at full strength, even in a normal state. It won't be less than 205. In this way, every time a martial arts master breaks through a level, all attributes will increase by about 50 points. Just when everyone was amazed, they suddenly saw a figure leaping up from the sea, landing on the deck and saying with contempt, "Are you the representative of Hailu City? Thank you, I have been looking forward to it for 2 days, but I didn't expect it to be like this. A bunch of weak chickens." This man was dressed in a raincoat, with black hair and a body of bronzed muscles baked by the scorching sun. He was strong and toned. His feet did not even touch the deck, but floated an inch in the air. However, this hand was not that of a martial artist. For what can be done? Hearing the man's extremely taunting words, Li Xuanya and the others were furious. At this time, Xiong Jian returned to the deck shirtless and looked at the man with a look of horror. "Yang Pejuan, what do you want to do?" The number 1 genius of the younger generation in Shanghai City is actually him. Wei Yuan couldn't help but look shocked. Although he had never seen this person, his name was very special. Loud. Nothing to do. Yang Pejuan strolled leisurely on the deck and said condescendingly, "The warrior trials of the 10 Seas Alliance are about to be held. I expected that the elites of Hailu City would also show up. Shinshen has always been there. It's just a meeting, but what I see now makes me very disappointed. Hailu City sent you weaklings out. Is there no one in Hailu City? Don't be arrogant." Xiong Jian was furious. A punch was thrown out. This punch was simple and unpretentious, but its power was astonishing through sheer power alone, far surpassing Shao Tsungdao's Jinwu Xinquan. But Yang Pejuan didn't pay attention at all. He made a casual move, and ripples like water waves appeared in the void. Before Xiong Jian could get close, his body was twisted into a twist, and he was thrown directly into the sea, causing a wave of waves. Clusters of water flowers. Xiong Jian, who was as strong as the third-level martial spirit, was completely defeated without even touching Yang Pujuan's sleeve. For a moment, Wei Yuan and the others retreated as if facing a formidable enemy. Li Xuanye also became serious. Yang Pujuan's strength was quite terrifying. He had at least reached the 5th level of martial arts. Such a strong man would be considered one of the top 10 masters in Hailu City. He was actually a young genius under the age of 20. In comparison, Xiao Tsongdao, who was well known in Hailu City, was probably not worth mentioning in front of Yang Pujuan. Seeing that Li Xuanye remained motionless and seemed to be ignoring his own momentum, Yang Pujuan showed a curious look and said to Li Xuanye, "Are you Xiao Tsongdao? I am your biological father Li Xuanye." Li Xuanye exploded without warning. He pushed his arms forward suddenly, and without thinking, he blasted out a turtle-style qigong. Even Yang Pujuan couldn't react in an instant. He had a look of disbelief on his face, as if he couldn't figure out what happened to Li Xuanye. He dared to attack him directly. Didn't he know how huge the gap in strength between the two was? But when the light wave hit, Yang Pujuan couldn't help but feel shaken. Even he couldn't turn a blind eye to this terrifying fluctuation of vitality. He forcibly withstood a blow of turtle-style qigong. Although he could barely parry it, his body was blown away directly. Xiong Jian also jumped back to the deck. He couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. He immediately shouted, "Speed up and leave here immediately." After being blown away for thousands of meters, Yang Pujuan stabilized his figure. Falling on a rock, he looked at his hands in astonishment. Under the impact of the power of the vitality bullet, his palms were almost burnt. If the power of the vitality bullet were any stronger, I am afraid that even with his strength, it's hard to resist. Looking at the Hailu City ship that was sailing away at a rapid speed, Yang Pujuan looked uncertain, but he did not catch up after all. He just murmured to himself, "What a Li Xuanye, I will remember you. I hope you won't leave during the warrior selection competition. It would be nice if you meet me. It's so surprising, I didn't expect that Yang Pujuan is so powerful." Wei Yuan said with lingering fear, and couldn't help but glance at Li Xuanye, his expression inexplicably sad. During the first martial arts competition, he used the explosive blood-burning technique and was able to compete with Li Xuanye. But only more than 10 days have passed, and Li Xuanye has grown to such a terrifying level. First he defeated Xiao Tsongdao with one move, and now with the same attack, he blasted away Yang Pujuan, who was at the 5th level of the martial arts. How terrifying is this guy's strength? Although flying away does not mean defeat, he is a strong man of the 5th level of martial arts. In front of such a strong man, any martial disciple can hold on for a few seconds under the strong momentum, let alone a counterattack. It is already quite good. Not only Wei Yuan, but also several other people had the same idea. Li Xuanye's attack really ruined the three views. Although it is not a rare thing in Wanjie continent for a martial disciple to defeat a martial spirit, someone who can do this can do it. After all, it was still a very small number, not to mention that Yang Pujuan was still at the 5th level of martial arts, not the 1st level of martial arts whose strength was not stable just after the breakthrough. Don't look at me like that. I still know myself. The blow just now only caused a little skin injury to Yang Pujuan, and it was only because he was too careless to underestimate the enemy that I could succeed in the sneak attack. If I try it again, I won't be hurt at all. It doesn't matter to him, Li Xuanye said with a wry smile. Although Li Xuanye said this, it was still difficult for everyone to calm down. This guy was not only powerful, but also bold and thoughtful, and his reaction speed was extremely fast. Facing the pressure of Yang Pujuan, no one thought about resisting, but Li Xuanye launched a counterattack without thinking, and the sneak attack was successful, repelling Yang Pujuan and resolving the big crisis for the group. Could Xiao Tsongdao or Con Lingxian have accomplished this? I'm afraid it's simply impossible. Facing a strong man like Yang Pujuan, the thought of resisting is already extraordinary. Being able to cause a little skin injury is even more outrageous. If it is publicized, I'm afraid it will cause the cultivation world of Dongxing Kingdom was shocked. Anyway, Li Xuanye has made great contributions this time, but you must be more careful. Yang Pujuan will definitely participate in the warrior selection competition. You may have the opportunity to meet him again. You must protect your life. Seriously, a proud person like Yang Pujuan will not tolerate your existence, Xiong Jian said in a serious tone. Li Xuanye nodded and kept it in mind. However, there will still be some time before the warrior trials start. If Li Xuanye can break through the martial arts level before then, there is no need to worry too much even if he meets Yang Pujuan on the field. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and Li Xuanyi and his party had arrived at the sea area of Qianyang County. From a distance, they could see the outline of a huge island between the sea and the sky. Qianyang Island is very huge. To be precise, it is an archipelago, consisting of hundreds of divided islands. As the core of Qianyang County, its population, economy, culture, and heritage are definitely not comparable to those of Hailu City. In this area, the vast sea has begun to become lively. Ships and submarines, large or small, can be seen rushing in everywhere. The warrior selection competition is the most watched event in the Ten Seas Alliance. Every time at this time, there will be countless people gathered on Qianyang Island to watch this grand battle. Before the ship docked, Li Xuanyi saw from a distance this magnificent figure standing on the port. It was Kong Lingxian. She had arrived at Qianyang Island in advance, made arrangements for food and accommodation, and introduced Li Xuanyi and others. Senior sister Kong. Before Li Xuanyi could speak, Su Yingying jumped off the ship first and came to Kong Lingxian's side with a smile on her face. Although Kong Lingxian has a special status and is even known as an ominous person, in the martial arts hall, the disciples still treat Kong Lingxian with respect. In the martial arts hall, birth is not considered, only strength. Kong Lingxian has outstanding strength and talent, so she will naturally be popular. Tang Tang and Li Xuanyi walked side by side. Looking at Kong Lingxian's peerless figure, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Senior sister Kong is really a fairy-like figure, which is admirable." Li Xuanyi laughed and said, "Brother Xiaochuan, it's not bad. She dresses up and puts on women's clothes. She must be a beautiful girl." "What are you talking about? How could I, a man of Tang Xuan, do such a despicable thing?" Tang Tang quibbled hurriedly. Amusing Tang Tang has become an indispensable daily activity for Li Xuanyi. After getting off the ship, Li Xuanyi walked towards Kong Lingxian with a smile. "Senior sister, long time no see. You broke through again?" Kong Lingxian noticed that Li Xuanyi's aura had improved again, and he reached the 10th level in one fell swoop. This incredible breakthrough speed made her feel very speechless. "It's just a fluke." Li Xuanyi smiled, and everyone followed Kong Lingxian along the way. After leaving the port, they entered Qianyang City. Qianyang City is located on the largest island in the archipelago. This island is very huge, stretching for hundreds of miles vertically and horizontally. It has dense vegetation and a suitable climate. There are more than 30 million people living in the entire Qianyang City. There are 3 times as many buildings as the city. However, because the population is too dense, Qianyang City gives Li Xuanyi a feeling that the comfort of living in Qianyang City is actually not as good as that of Hailu City. However, the vitality of heaven and earth here is obviously much richer than that in Hailu City, almost multiple times. The difference is precisely because of this unique vitality condition that has created the status of the leader of the Ten Seas Alliance. This Qianyang Island is indeed a land of outstanding people. If you live here for a long time, your life will be increased by a few years. For us cultivators, the efficiency of cultivating here will also be greatly improved. After Su Yingying entered the city, she looked at the things around her. I felt very curious and said enviously, "Xiong Jiandao, there is no need to belittle oneself. Although the strong vitality of heaven and earth is good for cultivators, the key is to see whether one has worked hard. In terms of the amount of vitality of heaven and earth, Qianyang Island is only slightly better than Hailu City, but compared with the imperial capital it's nothing. Even the imperial capital is nothing compared to the great Zhou dynasty in the north and Dayu state in the south. The path of cultivation must be down to earth, and it will not work to aim too high." "Xiong. That's what the master said." Su Yingying stuck out her tongue playfully. After the group entered the city, they were led by Kong Lingxian and stayed at an inn in Dongchang. As soon as they put down their luggage, Su Yingying couldn't wait to take Wei Yuan out to play. The two people got together quietly and had a heated fight. Xiong Jian went to the Ten Seas Alliance office to register, and soon left. Li Xuanyi, Tang Tang, and Kong Lingxian were the only 3 people left in the inn. Li Xuanyi wanted to talk to Kong Lingxian, but she locked herself away directly. "In the room, retreat and meditate." "Okay, there are only 2 of us left now, why don't we form a team and go out for a walk together?" Li Xuanyi said to Tang Tang. "So you couldn't find senior sister Kong to accompany you, so you just used me to make up for it?" Tang Tang said with an unkind look on his face. "Brother Xiaochuan, you actually put yourself on the same level as senior sister Kong. This kind of thinking is very dangerous. In fact, there is not much worth visiting in Qianyang City. The main front line of the Hai Clan's invasion is not a livable place, as Su Yingying said. The frequency of Hai Clan invasion here is much higher than that of Hailu City. Within 1,000 years, the city-state has been completely destroyed by catastrophes more than once. People here pay more attention to safety than their living environment. Almost every household has a deep cellar. Whenever the sea tribe invades, most civilians will hide directly and wait for the crisis to pass before reappearing. This anxious atmosphere makes the pace of life in Shenyang City become very fast. Everyone seems to be tightening up, working tirelessly, practicing, and always preparing for the battle that may come at any time. However, it is precisely because of this environment that the cultivation community in Shenyang City is very strong. Young talents emerge in large numbers. There are as many as 10 martial arts masters under the age of 20. Based on this alone, Hailu is really going to be thrown away. A few streets away from the city, Tang Tang was going to stay at the inn and practice hard like Kong Lingxian. In the end, Li Xuanye could only go to the street and wander around alone. Li Xuanye's first goal was the nearby Do Shixing. He didn't bring much money with him this time. The most important thing is to get some yuan crystals and exchange them for some pocket money. It's gone up big. Congratulations to the boss for getting a 2-color dragon crystal. As soon as he walked into Do Shixing, Li Xuanye heard a burst of cheers from the crowd not far away, and someone actually opened his mouth. A 2-colored dragon pattern crystal came out. The scale of this fighting stone store is very large, covering an area of thousands of square meters. There are piles of fighting stones on the shelves in all directions, and there are beautiful waitresses wearing red dresses and gorgeous looks everywhere. With a bright smile, he patiently introduced the origin and appearance of Do Shi to the guests. Li Xuanye inexplicably felt like he was in a nightclub in his previous life. Rejecting the waitress's recommendation, Li Xuanye strolled outside the Do Stone store, using his insight technique to continuously scan out the Do Stones. He soon discovered several Do Stones of good value, and one contained 3-color strange pattern crystals. However, the price of this fighting stone is too high. It would cost millions of crystal stones to win. Li Xuanye didn't bring that much money. He only has a cost of more than 1,000 crystals, so he might as well choose some cheap ones to earn some startup capital. After some selection, Li Xuanye finally found a suitable target and took down a palm-sized fighting stone full of cracks. Although it looked ugly, it contained a 1-color dragon pattern crystal. Although it is a single color, as long as the crystal pattern becomes a dragon, it is not ordinary. The value of a single-color dragon pattern crystal is as high as hundreds of thousands of crystals. Li Xuanye easily took down the Do Shi. Instead of cutting it open on the spot, Li Xuanye took it out of the Do Shi store. After cutting it privately, he sold it to an additional auction house for 800,000 yuan crystals. On the first day when he arrived in Shenyang City, Li Xuanye thought it would be better to keep a low profile. After all, making a fortune quietly is the best thing. Ding, I successfully opened the black iron treasure chest and obtained the item Ichi pill, and the pills were prescribed. The bronze treasure chest can only produce the most basic healing pills and rejuvenation pills, but the black iron treasure chest is obviously different. The pills it can produce are higher grade and more effective pills. Li Xuanye has heard of this qi replenishing pill. It's worth a lot of money. 1 crystal costs millions of crystals, and the supply is scarce, so you can't buy it without connections. Ichi pill strengthens the heart and condenses qi, which can increase the practitioner's sensitivity to the vitality of heaven and earth and improve the efficiency of cultivation. Li Xuanye has always been worthy of his reputation as a genius. Although he seems to be upgrading quickly, the speed of cultivation is actually not very fast, and it is probably below the average level in the martial arts hall. It is precisely because of this that Li Xuanye has always lacked the motivation to practice. With this time, he might as well think about how to open more treasure boxes and how to increase the success rate of opening treasure boxes. But the appearance of the Qi Dan resolved Li Xuanye's embarrassment in one fell swoop. A whole bottle of Qi Dan was enough to raise his cultivation qualifications to a big level. Even if he was still far from being a genius, it was still better. Previous level. Li Xuanye felt a Qi Dan in his lower abdomen carefully, and soon he felt that the meridians all over his body were a little numb and tingling. The pores all over his body seemed to be open. His induction of the vitality of heaven and earth became much clearer. Originally, the energy that seemed to be erratic suddenly materialized, as if it was within reach. The Ichi pill had no side effects, and Li Xuanye was also unambiguous. He swallowed the remaining 9 pills in one breath, and his sense of the vitality of heaven and earth surged again. He opened his eyes wide, as if he could see many flickers floating in the air. The brilliance is like mist and rainbow, especially enchanting. The vitality of heaven and earth is visible to the naked eye. Only cultivators who have a strong sense of the vitality of heaven and earth can achieve this step, and now Li Xuanye can also do it easily. Li Xuanya is very sure that the Qi-Dan produced by the system is much more effective than the Qi-Dan refined by the alchemists of Wanjie continent. It does not have any side effects, the medicine is pure and can stimulate 100% of the energy. However, the Ichi pills available on the market are not bad, but the utilization rate can reach 50%. Moreover, any elixir has side effects. If taken in large quantities, it will cause more harm than good. However, the elixir produced by the system does not have this problem. It can be eaten as jelly beans for 24 hours without any problem. In a good mood, Li Xuanya went to Daoshixing again and made a few million yuan crystals. Several days passed without realizing it, and it was finally the day when the warrior trials began. In the past few days, Li Xuanya has been practicing day and night in the inn, and his strength has improved greatly. However, he is still far away from the martial spirit level. In fact, he only lacks an experience bonus card. Unfortunately, his luck has not been there these days. The treasure chest, not many good things were released. Forget it, the trials won't end in a day or two. There will always be a chance. If it doesn't work out, there is no pressure at all to get the first place in the martial arts group. Breaking through the martial arts level may not necessarily lead to a ranking. The martial arts trials of the 10 Seas Alliance are conducted in groups. The groups are divided according to different strength levels. Warriors and martial arts will not compete in the same field at first. With Li Xuanya's current strength, it is absolutely impossible to win the first place in the martial arts group. There is no pressure, but there are too many masters in the martial arts group, and there are even masters of the 10th level of martial arts. Even if Li Xuanya breaks through now, he will have no chance of winning against a strong man of this level. Representative of Hailu City, Kong Lingxian, a 10th level martial artist, Li Xuanya, a 10th level martial artist, Tang Xuan, a 9th level martial artist, Wei Yuan, a 9th level martial artist, Su Yingying, an 8th level martial artist. All joined the martial arts group. The trial was held in the arena in the center of Qianyang City. Today was not an official start, but a formality for the elite representatives from each city to meet and get to know each other. The atmosphere seemed harmonious, but overt and covert fights were taking place everywhere. However, when the leader reported the details of the 5 disciples in Hailu City, the scene suddenly became quiet. After a moment of silence, bursts of laughter broke out all around. Did you hear that? Hailu City can't even get a single martial spirit this time. It's really ridiculous. He dares to send even 8th level martial arts disciples to participate in the warrior trials. Hailu City is just here to make fun of it. Why don't you go home and feed yourself as soon as possible? Don't stay here and be an eyesore. He is worthy of being the bottom of the 10 Seas Alliance. It's scary to have 5 martial arts disciples at once. I heard that there is one in Hailu City. The successor of Jinwu Pavilion, named Xiaocong Dao, is rumored to be one of the dark horses in this selection. Why is he not among the names? Is Hailu City so used to being at the bottom that he doesn't even have any desire to compete? Faced with the constant ridicule from everyone, even Xiong Jian felt his face was dull and wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl in. Except for Kong Lingxian and Li Xuanya, Tang Tang also looked embarrassed and ashamed. In this kind of competition, each city will bring out its top trump cards to compete. The martial apprentice level practitioners are just a foil. The real highlight is the martial arts genius, but Hailu City didn't even win a martial arts level disciple this time. If you don't take action, this is indeed a bit undesirable. But at this moment, a group of handsome men and beautiful women arrived and diverted everyone's attention in time. Li Xuanye also took a quick look and saw that at the head of the crowd was a handsome man with eyes like blue waves on a cold pool, the most handsome man in the world. What a handsome man! Li Xuanye exclaimed. When Xiong Jian saw this person, he said with a complicated expression, "This person's name is Lin Xiaoshan, a descendant of the Lin family of Tianwang Mountain, the number 1 genius of the 10 Seas Alliance, with the blood of the Holy King, and at only 19 years old, he is already a super strong person at the 10th level of the martial arts. He is like a dragon and a phoenix in the sky. It is said that the royal family has selected him as the future prince-in-law and wants to betroth Princess Haitang to him. Isn't he just a pretty boy? What's so impressive about him? Look at his pretentiousness. His appearance is really asking for beatings," Tang Tang said with a look of displeasure. Li Xuanya had a strange look on his face. Tang Tang came from the imperial capital. Was unhappy with Lin Xiaoshan. Princess Haitang. Engagement? Li Xuanya seemed to be possessed by a famous detective, and he almost shouted out the wise words, "There is only one truth. Tang Tang is Princess Haitang." Even if he is not 100% sure, Li Xuanye is sure that there is at least 80% chance that it is true. It's amazing, my roommate is actually a princess. Li Xuanya chuckled, hooked Tang Tang's shoulder, pointed at Lin Xiaoshan in the distance, and said as if he was an enemy, "Brother Xiachuan is so discerning, I also think Lin Xiaoshan really deserves a beating. Princess Haitang, she is the most beautiful woman in our Dongsheng kingdom. How can she be matched by Lin Xiaoshan? Have you seen Princess Haitang?" Tang Tang asked with a tight expression. "Although I have never seen it, I have been fascinated by it for a long time." On the first day of the selection competition, everyone in Hailu City was looked down upon. They couldn't raise their heads wherever they went. Their ears were almost calloused after hearing countless taunting words, and they were tortured. After finally participating in various ceremonies and memorial activities, Xiongjian immediately led everyone back to the inn and said in a solemn tone, "There are still 3 days before the start of the first game. You must adjust to the best condition, especially Li Xuanya, you are our killer. As long as you can win the title of first place in the martial arts group, you can help us win back a victory and save some face." "It's easy to talk," Li Xuanya laughed. "There is no sense of crisis at all." When Xiongjian saw this, he originally wanted to say a few more words, but when he thought of the blow that Li Xuanya had used to kill Xiao Tsongdao instantly, he couldn't help but settle down. This boy's strength was already incredible enough. As long as nothing unexpected happened, it's really not a problem to win the first place in the martial arts group. But Kong Lingxian, Xiongjian didn't know how to arrange it for a while. This female disciple was so cold and aloof. He didn't even say a few words to Kong Lingxian, and he never saw the details of her strength with his own eyes, so it was difficult to arrange her. At this time, Kong Lingxian raised her head slightly and said calmly, "I can break through the martial arts level within 3 days. Master Xiong, please arrange for me to enter the martial arts group for a competition." "Really? That's great." Xiongjian was overjoyed, although it was a temporary breakthrough, but finally there was a martial spirit level person in charge. After a feast of eating and drinking, everyone dispersed one after another. Li Xuanye ran to Daoshixing again at night, preparing to get the 3-color dragon pattern crystal that he had been promising before. Li Xuanye was not immune to people's attention to the $1 million fighting stone, so he was definitely not suitable to take it directly. After all, those who could take millions of crystal stones and smash them into the fighting stone were all rich or noble people, and it was difficult to maintain it. Low profile. Walking to the selected fighting stone, Li Xuanye unexpectedly found that there were 2 people watching the fighting stone. One was a dandy, arrogant, and looked like he was afraid of someone if he was rich, and the other was a young man. He was small, with hair all over his head and sunken eye sockets. He looked like he was overindulging in, and he was pointing at the fighting stone. Someone next to him whispered, "Song Xiao paid a high price to hire Master Tian Buwen. Could it be that he wants to deal with this ancient pit fighting stone?" This ancient pit fighting stone was produced in a 10,000-year-old pit. It is in good quality. As long as if you can get 3-color yuan jing, you will never lose money. What a calf! The appearance is pretty good. Look at the pattern, the trend. It's just a piece of garbage. I don't want it for free. Tian Buwen looked at the fighting stone carefully for a while, and finally said to Song Zijing on the side, "Master Song, this fighting stone is the sign of defeating the enemy. It is not worth buying at a high price. It is better to try the one I recommended before. Although the price of an imperial fighting stone is higher, once it is shipped, it is very likely to be a rare imperial crystal. There are many types of yuan jing, which can be roughly divided into 2 categories. One is the common yuan crystal. Strange pattern crystals and dragon pattern crystals are both types of elemental pattern crystals. There is also an even rarer type called anomaly crystals. This kind of elemental crystals are very rare, but once they are found, they are accompanied by anomalies. It can be sold for a sky-high price. Li Xuanye couldn't help laughing when he heard the words of this so-called master of Guanshi. He dared to call himself a master at this level. If Song Zijing believed in him, he would probably lose all his pants. But that's okay, otherwise Li Xuanye would suffer a big loss if this fighting stone was taken by someone else. Now that Master Tian has said so, it seems that this fighting stone is indeed not worthy of a gamble. "Let's go and see the imperial fighting stone you mentioned," Song Zijing said with a smile. Fortunately, Master Tian was invited today, otherwise he would I really can't help but attack this fighting stone. Although the Song family can only send second-rate wealthy families in Qianyang City, and although the family fortune is not small, he is not the heir after all. He has lost most of his savings in the past few days. If he continues to lose, he will not be able to go back. Easy to explain. As soon as Song Zijing and Tian Buwen left, Li Xuanye strode forward and said, "Manager, I want this fighting stone. Come out and collect the money." Everyone thought there was no excitement to see and were about to disperse, but was frightened by Li Xuanye, who suddenly came out. This was a fighting stone worth millions, and he actually bought it as soon as he asked. This is the son of that family, so wealthy. Ha! Song Zijing paused and turned to look at Li Xuanye curiously. The boss of Doshihang also came over in time and said to Li Xuanye with a flattering smile, "Young master, you are really discerning. This Doshih is the one I worked so hard to get." Li Xuanye interrupted directly. In response to the other party's words, he took out a shiny crystal card and said, "Where's all this nonsense? Go and transfer the money. Boss, I'll give you a 10% discount privately and charge you 900,000 crystals." The boss was smiling from ear to ear. When doing business, he likes to deal with such stupid and happy people with lots of money. Song Zijing frowned and walked over. "Dare you ask your surname, brother? Didn't you hear what Master Tian said just now? This fighting stone is of very poor quality. Even if it comes from a 1,000-year-old pit, it is definitely not a good product. Why go there? I'm just throwing money here. Boy, are you stupid? I, Tian Buwen, have been immersed in the art of observing stones for many years. If a fighting stone of this quality can be shipped, I will wash my hands of it in a golden basin and never set foot on a fighting stone again." "Half a step around," Tian Buwen said confidently. Although everyone was dissatisfied with Tian Buwen's arrogant attitude, they still nodded in agreement. "Indeed, although this fighting stone is very heavy, it is all in vain if it cannot be shipped. Even if some rubbish yuanjing is sold, the loss cannot be recovered at all. It will still fall sharply. Young people these days, it's really getting more and more frivolous, and you can only wake up after suffering a big loss." Li Xuanye was pointed and preached by these people, but he didn't take it seriously at all. After getting the Doshih, he said directly to the boss, "Find someone to explain the stone, immediately." "Okay." The boss of Doshihang also felt quite unhappy after hearing everyone's gossip. "You stingy people just want to mess with my business." However, when he heard that Li Xuanye was going to dismantle the stone on the spot, the boss's mood suddenly became subtle. Although he also hoped that the stone would rise sharply and slap the faces of these onlookers, from his own perspective, it was not "I really don't have any hope for this fighting stone. No matter what, the thing has been sold anyway. If it goes up, you are a blessing. If it goes down, you have to accept your fate." "Humph, that's unreasonable." Seeing Li Xuanye's resolute attitude, Tian Buwen sneered and left. Song Zijing also shook his head slightly. There were not many young people who could easily take out millions of crystal stones. Song Zijing was willing to make friends just now, but now it seems that there is no need. He only likes to make friends with smart people. Such people with low IQs just skip it. Just when the two of them turned around, the master in charge of dissolving the stone had already walked over. Ordinary fighting stones can be unlocked by the cultivator's skills. However, this fighting stone is huge, more than half a person tall. If it is cut randomly, it may affect the yuan jing inside. "Little brother, you have a good eye," the lame stone unlocking master said to Li Xuanye with a smile but not a smile, and then sat down and started to unblock the stone. As soon as he took action, the light of the carbide stone overflowed from the palm of his hand, and the solid energy burst out of the body, like a saw blade, buzzing and cutting. Everyone was shocked that this humble-looking master Jieshir was actually a martial arts master. Zhou Nu, the chief stone uncovering master of Yage Doshihang, actually came out to solve the stone himself. Someone recognized the identity of the lame uncle. Zhou Nu? Song Zijing and Tian Buwen, who had not gone far, were shocked when they heard Zhou Nu's name, and quickly turned around and came back. Zhou Nu was a legendary figure in the stone fighting circle of Chenyang City. He started to unravel stones for others when he was 10 years old. In half his life, he has unpicked countless strange stones with his hands. The legendary 5-color heavenly vein once caused a sensation. Jing, it was this person who solved it with his own hands. Now the priceless Yuan Jing has fallen into the hands of His Majesty the Emperor of Dongxing Kingdom. With Zhou Nu's current status, there was no need for him to take action personally. Why would he appear? Not to mention everyone present, even the boss of Yage Doshihang was confused. He just asked someone to call a stone solver. How could he alert this senior? Although Zhou Nu is dressed in ordinary clothes and has a stooped figure, in fact, his net worth is not comparable to that of the owner of the Accord Stone Fighting Shop. He is the honorary president of the Stone Fighting Club of the 10 Seas Alliance, and he is also the stone master appointed by the royal family. If Zhou Nu hadn't been indifferent to fame and fortune and only loved dissolving stones in his life, with his past experience, it would have been easy for him to be promoted to the upper class of Chenyang City. Nowadays, Zhou Nu travels around the major stone fighting shops every day, and most of the time he just looks around. There are not many opportunities that can attract him to personally solve the stones. Now Master Zhou Nu has personally come forward to unravel the stone, could it be? Thinking of this, everyone was inexplicably looking forward to it, while Tian Buwen on the side had a pale face, thinking that it couldn't be such a coincidence. It's shining, has it risen? Zhou Nu's movements were so nimble. The half-man-high fighting stone twirled and spun in his hands, and soon a layer of stone clothing was peeled off, and there was a faint light coming out of it. Seeing this scene, Song Zijing looked shocked and glared at Tian Buwen. Didn't you say that this fighting stone will never be shipped? What is this now? Tian Buwen hesitated and wanted to explain, but the halo from the fighting stone would not be valuable. At this stage, even a fool can see that this fighting stone is not only valuable, but also ruthless. Goods. You, get away from me. I would actually believe your lies and let go of a sacred stone. Song Zijing was furious and put his foot on Tian Buwen. This guy was actually a martial arts master. With his feet out, Tian Buwen flew dozens of meters away with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, hunched over and ran away with a gloomy expression. Song Zijing took a deep breath, suddenly put on a spring-like smile, walked up to Li Xuanye and said, "Brother, although this fighting stone has risen sharply, there will inevitably be risks if you continue to cut it. I am willing to pay 3. What do you think of buying this dosher for tens of millions of yuan? 30 million. Everyone was shocked, with greed all over their faces. This kid is so prosperous. The 1 million crystals he just spent were only cut off with a knife, and the value increased by 30 times. He still hasn't sold it yet. What are you thinking about? Not for sale. Li Xuanye said calmly. You. Song Zijing didn't expect Li Xuanye to be so stubborn. That was 30 million, which was already the limit of what he could afford. He didn't expect Li Xuanye to even think about it. He was so sure that this fighting stone was worth more than 30 million? Very good, I will remember you. In front of so many people, especially with seniors like Zhou Nu present, Song Zijing did not dare to make a mistake, but he still said harsh words to Li Xuanye. Li Xuanye didn't care and said, "Master Zhou, please continue to unravel the stone." Young man, you are very wise. Zhou Nu smiled at Li Xuanye, and with the wind of his palm like a blade, he cut off large pieces of stone clothing with one knife after another. Soon the light of dosher became stronger and stronger. When the last layer of stone clothing was peeled off, a piece of crystal clear texture, which was the size of a head, came into view. Just the moment the Yuan Jing appeared, the surrounding vitality seemed to become several times stronger. Hiss! What a handsome dragon pattern! What a 3-colored dragon pattern crystal! It has grown so big. Such a big 3-colored dragon pattern crystal is worth hundreds of millions at least. I can't stop looking at it. A piece of 3-colored dragon patterned crystal that was sold last year was less than half the size of this piece and sold for a high price of 70 million. This piece is in better condition and its value will definitely skyrocket. Zhou Nu held up the 3-colored dragon patterned crystal. Turning around and walking towards Li Xuanye, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, young man. This is a top-quality 3-colored dragon pattern crystal. The dragon pattern is clear and full. It has reached the highest level among dragon pattern crystals. Its value should not be less than 200 million crystals." Stone, he won 200 million with 1 million. His luck is commendable, and his bravery is even more admirable. Senior, this is a great award. After receiving the 3-colored dragon pattern crystal, Li Xuanye ignored everyone's envious eyes and left directly from the door. Dou Shixing, seeing Li Xuanye's careless look, Zhou Nu couldn't help but was speechless for a while, and said to himself, "This little guy is really bold. He is rich but has no intention of being low-key at all. Couldn't he notice him? How many people have already taken notice of you? Well, it's a rare chance that I'll take care of this little youngster." After a stick of incense. Turtle-style qigong wave. The flash of light went out, and Zhou Nu stared blankly at Li Xuanye walking out of the alley with a relaxed expression on his face. He walked into the alley and saw a bunch of people lying in a mess, even those at the martial arts level. Song Zijing was also among them. He was the most seriously injured and passed out directly. After being stunned for a long time, Zhou Nu came back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect that I was wrong. Why does this kid need protection from a bad old man like me?" When Li Xuanye walked up to when he was at the door of the auction house, he suddenly changed his attention. "I'm not short of money for the time being, so why do I keep thinking about exchanging money? The small farmer mentality is not advisable. The real value of the 3-colored dragon pattern crystal is not to be exchanged for crystals, but to be used for cultivation." After making up his mind, Li Xuanye turned around and went directly to the beach, crossed the ocean, came to a coral reef and sat cross-legged, bit by bit extracting the ancient pure energy contained in the 3-colored dragon pattern crystal, and integrating it into among the limbs and bones. What a powerful ancient vitality! Although the three-colored dragon pattern crystal is valuable, it is worthy of its name. This ancient vitality is domineering and fierce. It is amazingly efficient when used for cultivation. It can also have a strengthening effect on the vitality in one's body. Li Xuanye began to practice with great concentration, and his strength improved dramatically. 3 days later, thousands of people gathered in Shenyang City Arena, with a huge momentum. The Warrior Selection Tournament is a grand event for the young generation of cultivators from the 10 Seas Alliance. It is held every 3 years. Every time it is held, it attracts a lot of attention. This is just the beginning of the selection. There are more than 100,000 people who come to watch the competition, and there are even more people outside the venue. Thousands of spectators gathered, and the surrounding major gambling houses were crowded with crowds. Each contestant set high odds to attract gamblers. Why hasn't Li Xuanye come yet? He will be playing in our Hailu city soon. Xiong Jian was extremely anxious. Seeing that the selection race was about to begin, Hailu City was unlucky and was actually chosen to play first, and the opponent was the Shaoguang City, which ranked third in the 10 Seas Alliance. There were 7 10th level martial arts masters and 3 martial arts masters. Xiong Jian has completely given up hope in the Wuling level trials. Although Kong Lingxian successfully broke through the Wuling level last night, with 1 against 3, there is no chance of victory. Now he can only put all his hopes on Li Xuanye. As long as he can qualify in the martial arts group, Hailu City will not fall into disgrace. The rules of the selection competition are city-state battles, the 10 Sea Alliance, and the 10 major cities. The opponents are first determined by drawing lots. Only after selection through number theory can they be qualified to enter the finals. Only a few people can enter the finals. Before that, most of them will be reduced to cannon fodder. But as long as they survive a few rounds, they can still get a ranking. But if they are wiped out in the first round, there is no hope at all. In the last trial, Hailu City had not yet suffered an invasion from the Hai Clan, and the Wudou Hall was full of talents. Although the record was not good, it still got 7th place overall. It would be too troublesome if it finished last in this round. People laughed. It's too late, let's go on stage first. Wei Yuan breathed out. His whole body was red, his breath was heavy, and white mist came out of his nostrils, like a crazed bull. This was the effect of the explosive blood-burning technique being fully activated. Su Ying said with firm eyes, "Brother Yuan, you and I don't want to be born in the same year and the same month, but we want to die in the same year and the same month. Once this is over, I will agree to marry you." Both Xiong Jian and Tang Tang couldn't help but roll their eyes, and then it's not like we're going into battle, so it's necessary to be so serious. I won't wait any longer. Tang Tang looked determined and walked onto the arena with Wei Yuan and Su Ying. The audience waited for a long time and saw that the trials finally started, letting out bursts of excited howls. For most of the audience, they didn't care who was on the stage. Maybe they didn't know them at all, but as long as they saw someone fighting and competing, then there must be cheers. Just like watching the Olympic Games, most viewers don't understand the rules at all, and they don't even know how winning or losing is determined, but this can't stop people's passion for watching the excitement. On the side of Yaoguang City, 7 10th level warriors walked side by side. Their overwhelming momentum immediately overwhelmed Tang Tang and the others by more than one margin. A white-faced scholar smiled contemptuously and said, "You don't even have a 10th level person who is qualified to fight with our Yaoguang? Brothers and sisters, there is no need to take action. Let me go into battle and deal with them immediately." The strength of Yaoguang City ranks third in the 10 Seas Alliance, and the cultivators who can take the field are definitely not ordinary people. Although this white-faced scholar has an unruly demeanor, his aura is extraordinary. Even no less than Xiao Xiao Tsongdao seemed to contain an ancient beast within his body, emitting bursts of dragon roars and tiger roars. Arrogant! Wei Yuan roared loudly, and used the explosive blood-burning technique to the extreme. His whole body was filled with white smoke, and he ran out roaring. However, he didn't even touch the opponent's body, and was casually slapped by the white-faced scholar. He was slapped and abruptly pulled out of the arena. "Brother Yuan!" Su Ying screamed and rushed forward. She was as light as a swallow and extremely fast. Her clothes were like blades, passing by with the wind. However, she also failed to withstand a single move and was slapped away by a palm. Faint exit. As soon as the two disciples came on the stage, they were defeated one after another, unable to survive even one of the opponent's moves. Xiong Jian's face was filled with sadness. He helped Wei Yuan and Su Ying up, and said with difficulty with a smile on his face, "Don't be discouraged, try your best. That's all." Tang Tang shook his head helplessly, his expression immediately became solemn, her breath was like lotus, and the frost was clear, and she flew a palm, bringing a piece of ice and snow towards the white-faced scholar. Only then did the white-faced scholar pay attention, stomped his feet, flew into the air, and dropped a powerful palm from the sky, crashing into Tang Tang. Originally I didn't want to reveal too much of my strength, but I had to defeat at least 2 opponents so that the loss wouldn't be too ugly. Tang Tang thought to himself, and suddenly raised his palm. In an instant, the wind and snow began to blow, and there was a heavy snowfall on the arena. It was a blizzard. Among them, there seemed to be a goddess of ice and snow covering Tang Tang. Like swatting a fly, she crushed the white-faced scholar to the ground with one palm and was blasted out of the field. What an amazing little brother! What a handsome young man, I'm a little in love with him. Come and show your love to me, big sister. There were cheers on the field, all of which were young women. Senior brother. A female disciple from Yaoguang City rushed forward angrily, slashed in the air, and slashed out a bright sword energy with her body. Boom! Under the bombardment of the invisible sword energy, the goddess of ice and snow only supported for a breath before collapsing and disintegrating. Tang Tang seemed to have been hit hard, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She groaned, and punched out with a white fist, and the punch was like a strong wind and rain, and kicked the female disciple out of the field. After consuming so much energy all at once, Tang Tang's figure swayed and his steps could not be steady. Why isn't this Li Xuanye coming? I've been delaying him for so long. Tang Tang kept yelling in her heart. Seeing that the third opponent's attack was coming, she took several steps back, intending to focus on defense and delay time. I'm sorry for being late. At this moment, Li Xuanye appeared in the arena covered in dust. Tang Tang immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but he cursed, You have to wait until the critical moment to come on stage. This can only highlight your importance, right? Nothing, I'm really late. Li Xuanye smiled bitterly. He underestimated the dominance of the 3-colored dragon pattern crystal. The vitality contained in the inner power seemed to be inexhaustible. Li Xuanye had already tried his best to absorb and refine it, but he still couldn't. It is difficult to absorb it all within 3 days. However, Li Xuanye's current strength has reached the peak of the 10th level. If calculated according to the experience bar, it is 9,999%. He can level up by killing any wild monster. Stop making noise. An elite disciple from Yaoguang City roared over with a murderous look on his face. His aura was even stronger than that of the white-faced scholar before, and his speed was even infinitely close to that of a powerful martial artist. He appeared in Tang Dynasty in just a few seconds. In front of Tang, a punch hit him. No matter how excellent martial arts and spiritual skills are, nothing can be more domineering and fierce than a straightforward punch. Get down here. Lu Guang shouted loudly, concentrated his energy on his fist, and struck out with one blow, like the earth cracking and the sky collapsing. The sound was extremely mammoth, and the dust in the arena was covered with dust. Tang Tang was at the end of his strength. He fought 3 people in a row and consumed most of his energy. Facing this domineering punch, it was difficult for him to parry it. Around the venue, many older sisters were sweating for little brother Tang Xuan, wishing they could stand up and block the punch for him. You, brother Xiaochuan, you can bully me too. Li Xuanye took a big leap and appeared in front of Tang Tang as if teleporting. He raised his foot and kicked Lu Guang dozens of meters into the air. With an incredible expression on his face, Wang suddenly fell out of the arena. After the dust cleared, Li Xuanye stood with his hands behind his hands, and said to the remaining 4 disciples of Yaoguang City in a masterful manner, "Stop inking, and come on together. Bold. Things that don't overestimate your own capabilities. Look for death." The 4 of them had never been provoked like this before. They were immediately furious and attacked wildly. Li Xuanye's expression didn't change, and he stepped out with a strong sprint. He didn't even use any moves. He directly used his body as a weapon and crashed towards the 4 people. Like a tiger descending from a mountain or a flying dragon rising out of the sea, his body made of iron and steel was incomparable. Wherever it went, the ground cracked and there were bursts of roaring and shaking sounds. After taking only 4 steps, the 4 remaining disciples in Yaoguang City were all knocked away. 3 disciples flew directly out of the arena, and the remaining 1 fainted and lost consciousness. There was an exclamation from the stands. No one expected that such a strong man would emerge from Hailu City halfway. Li Xuanye's name suddenly fell into the sight of many people, especially Yao Guang. The leader of the city looked at Li Xuanye with murderous eyes. Although the competition of the martial arts group can only be regarded as a foil and has little impact on the final results, the defeat was so complete with 7 against 4, which made everyone in Yaoguang City feel extremely angry and a little unbelievable. This Li Xuanye is a freak. His physical body is so powerful and terrifying. How strong should his physical fitness be? Li Xuanye glanced at the audience and laughed. This titanium body was really powerful. Titanium golden body, a low-level spiritual technique, using titanium as bones, steel as tendons, and iron body. After activation, endurance increases by 50%. Speed decreases by 50%. This is what Li Xuanye learned from a black iron treasure box the day before yesterday. The martial arts skill is also the first spiritual skill that Li Xuanye has mastered. Although the effect is simple, it is extremely practical. Li Xuanye's endurance points were already far higher than the equivalent level of a 10th level martial artist, but now they have increased by 50%. Even the first level martial arts might be inferior to him. Although the speed will decrease when using the titanium body, it can be completely offset by the skill effect of Gale Sprint. However, the titanium body also has a shortcoming. Although it does not consume much energy and can be used for a long time, if it is not coupled with the effect of the blast, the speed will be greatly slowed down. Even with the indestructible body, it will be of no help and can only become a target. Being beaten. Returning to the audience, Xiong Jian hurriedly came over and said with a smile on his face, Li Xuanye, you did a great job. This really dampened the spirit of Yaoguang City. That is the ranking of the 10 Seas Alliance. The third place to Shang. If we win this game, it will be of great help to improve the overall score. As long as we win another game tomorrow, we are destined not to be at the bottom. Li Xuanye was speechless, Xiong Jian said. The goal was too trivial. For him, if Hailu City could not finish last, it would be a great victory. But for Li Xuanye, this trial had just begun. Tang Tang looked at Li Xuanye suspiciously. I haven't seen you for a few days, and your strength has improved a lot. I don't know what words to use to describe you. Everyone nodded in agreement. Li Xuanye is really too evil. The key point is that the speed of his strength improvement is so fast that people can't react, as if they will make new discoveries every time they see him. Facing such a monster, no one can judge it with normal eyes. Li Xuanye disagreed, and took Tang Tang to sit down and start watching the battle. The second batch was Shanghai City versus Yunlu City. Li Xuanye did not find young Pujuan. He was a member of the Wuling group, and he was not a normal person today. Won't show up. However, the strength of Shanghai City's martial arts group is also extraordinary. There are many talented masters on the field, and there are only one or two who are better than Xiao Tsongdao. The opposite Yunlu City is slightly inferior, but the overall level is also better than Hailu City. Of course, this comparison is made apart from the monster Li Xuanye. At the end of the day, the preliminary round of the 10 Seas Alliance martial arts group is basically over. Tomorrow there will be a competition for the top 5 and the top 10. Regardless of winning or losing, everyone will be eligible to participate in the second round to compete for the final ranking. In 3 days, all the events of the martial arts group will be resolved, and then the main event will take place. To put it bluntly, the greatest significance of the martial arts competition is to warm up the martial arts trials and serve as green leaves to accompany the flowers. As night fell, the grand party came to an end. Xiong Jian was in a good mood. He spent his own money to treat everyone to a feast. He even got drunk at the dining table. He hooked up with Li Xuanye and wanted to call him brother. No leadership style. Hiccup. Back at the inn, Li Xuanye burped and got into Tang Tang's room with ease. Tang Tang seemed to be used to this and couldn't bear to lose his temper. Brother Li, Tang Xuan, have some discernment. In terms of talent, I think you are not inferior to Lin Xiushan at all. If you can surpass his myth, you will be the best in the world. How great would it be to break through to the level of martial master before the age of 20? Li Xuanye laughed and said, Wu Zun is nothing, 3 years is enough for me to break through to martial saint. Tang Tang rolled his eyes, say. There is a limit to big words. A 20-year-old martial saint has never appeared in the entire Dongxing Kingdom's 7,000 years of history. In the huge Dongxing Kingdom, there are only a handful of martial saints still alive today. Even those who became saints at 100 years old, he's a peerless talent. I don't believe it. Li Xuanye turned over and fell asleep directly on Tang Tang's bed. Tang Tang looked at it and shook his head. 20-year-old martial saint. If you can really make it this far, so what if I treat you like a cow and a horse? Ding, I found X2 bronze treasure chests, X1 black iron treasure chests, and X1 silver treasure chests. Wow! Li Xuanye was shocked by the message returned by the treasure chest radar. There was actually a silver treasure chest. This is the first time he has discovered a silver treasure chest. But Li Xuanye was instantly disappointed again, and found out that so what with the silver treasure chest, he now only had a 50% chance of opening the black iron treasure chest, and the success rate of opening the silver treasure chest was only 1%. A locked pie fell from the sky. I can't eat either. After 3 times, 5 and 2, Li Xuanye opened all 3 treasure chests, 2 bronze and 1 black iron. The black iron treasure box revealed a piece of junk equipment, which was of no use. There is only 1 silver treasure chest left. Li Xuanye was happy and sad at the same time. When he encountered a silver treasure chest for the first time, he should be lucky, but it was useless if he couldn't open it. There was a 99% chance of failure. How sad it is. With such a complicated mood, Li Xuanye slowly came to the silver treasure chest, wishing he could build an altar here, pray to heaven first, and improve his luck. By the way, Xiaoma's recharge skill is to improve attributes in all aspects, so the luck value should also be improved. Why not spend 1,000,000 crystals to try the water, and also verify the effect of the recharge skill? Li Xuanye thought to himself, and used the recharge skill directly on Brother Ma, who was lying in the sun in his private space. Millions of crystals fell into Brother Ma's mouth, and he chewed them. Fan, showing a very satisfied smile. Ding, the recharge is successful, all attributes are increased by 30%, lasting 3 minutes. As long as you recharge, you will definitely become stronger. Li Xuanye checked the attributes. The 30% improvement effect was actually incredible. The average attributes had exceeded 180 points and were close to 200 points. This was almost reaching the level of the second level of martial arts. Everything is ready, all it takes is luck. Li Xuanye was eager to use the unlocking skills on the silver treasure chest. Ding, successfully opened the silver treasure chest and obtained the prop skill advancement card X1-inch success. At this moment, Li Xuanye was like the goddess of luck, feeling more elegant and comfortable than the goddess next door borrowing the bathroom in his own home. He quickly picked up the skill advancement card and checked its attributes. Skill advancement card, it can be used on any primary skill to increase the skill level, it cannot be used on the system's own skills. This is a good thing. Although Li Xuanye's first thought was to use the lockpicking skill so that he would be 100% successful in opening the black iron treasure chest and the success rate in opening the silver treasure chest would be greatly improved, the rule that he could not use the system's own skills made Li Xuanye's fantasy was shattered, but even so, this skill upgrade card was really important. Li Xuanye currently has 3 main skills, the small phaseless kung fu, the turtle-style qigong wave and the titanium golden body. The levels of the 3 skills are almost the same. They are all the ultimate skills that can be mastered in the martial arts stage, but the most worthy of improvement are yes, it is indeed turtle-style qigong. Those who have not experienced it personally cannot understand the joyful and refreshing feeling when making waves. Moreover, the attack power of turtle school qigong is very terrifying. At the basic level, it has the lethality to kill martial arts masters. If it is upgraded to another level, it will be better. Low-level martial arts masters cannot be killed instantly. But just when Li Xuanye was about to use the skill advancement card, he suddenly stared again. The basic turtle-style qigong would consume most of his energy once fired. Even if he could enter the martial spirit stage immediately, who knows the intermediate level? The consumption of turtle-style qigong is terrifying. If it consumes too much, wouldn't he be stunned? After careful consideration, Li Xuanye decided to advance to the Xiao Wuxian Gong. This basic skill may not seem to have much effect, but in fact it is particularly critical to improving the overall strength. Once the Xiao Wuxian Gong is advanced, it will definitely reach the spiritual level. The standard of magic is even higher than that of ordinary spiritual arts, and internal strength and vitality are essentially the same existence. Once the internal strength is greatly improved, the vitality he can use will be larger, more powerful, and purer. Advanced turtle-style qigong has a high probability of making this skill unusable in a short period of time. The advanced version of small phaseless kung fu is different. If his internal strength can be doubled, then he can perform 2 or even 3 times of turtle-style qigong at one time without exhaustion. Even if the power is not as good as the advanced version of turtle-style qigong, practicality is what counts. As for the titanium golden body, this skill is enough for now, and after advancing to the little Wuxian Kung Fu, the titanium golden body's ability to withstand beatings will definitely increase accordingly. After all calculations, it is better to advance to the little Wuxian Kung Fu. The most cost-effective work. Advance the small phaseless skill. After making up his mind, Li Xuanye did not hesitate and directly used the skill advancement card on the small phaseless skill. Ding, the skill upgrade card was used successfully. The small phaseless skill has been upgraded to advanced spiritual skills, with a 20% attribute bonus. Wow! Li Xuanye's attributes skyrocketed again. Li Xuanye, level 10 warrior strength, 153, endurance, 151, agility, 157, spirit, 158. Luck value? +1 charm? +2 skills, treasure chest radar, junior lock opening, cloud palm, small phaseless kung fu, meat kick, insight technique, 6 meridians divine sword, baji collapse fist, junior turtle style qigong wave, titanium extreme golden body. Equipment, charm ring, paralysis ring, lucky ring, queen's boots, black knife knight, lynxy moon, soft protective armor, lizard skin gloves, queen's socks. Including equipment bonus attributes, Li Xuanye's attributes have reached an average level of 155. What is this concept? It would be difficult for a cultivator who has just broken through the first level of martial arts to achieve his attributes. Even without using skills, Li Xuanye has the ability to fight with the first level of martial arts based on his physical fitness. Once the firepower is fully unleashed, he will be able to fight again. Coupled with Xiaoma's recharge skills, his attributes can temporarily exceed 200 points without any pressure. Even if he encounters him at the second level of martial arts, he has to kneel down and call daddy. It is indeed right to choose the advanced small phaseless skill. The attribute bonus is really awesome. Moreover, the advanced Xiao Wuxian Gong has left the ranks of martial arts and been promoted to high-level spiritual skills. High-level spiritual skills are difficult to obtain. The entire Li family does not have them. There are only Haijia and a few in Hailu City. Talents can cultivate it. High-level spiritual arts are theoretically among the top skills in the entire Dongxing Kingdom. Even strong men like Wu Zun and Wuxing dare not completely give up on high-level spiritual arts and more advanced skills. It is monopolized by those huge forces. Dongxing Kingdom is too small. In the Wanjie continent with hundreds of millions of years of history, it has only been established for a mere 7,000 years. It is similar to Xiamengsan, and its heritage is much worse than those established countries. The next day, the selection competition started again. Yesterday, in the 10 Seas Alliance Martial Arts Group competition, 5 advanced groups were selected in the finals. Hailu City temporarily ranked first with the first overall score. Although the competition of the martial arts group did not receive much attention, after all, in this situation, Hailu City's arrogance has attracted the silent attention of many people. Today's competition is all the strongest in the 10 Seas Alliance. City, Shanghai City is among them. Almost all of them have set their sights on Hailu City, and they are eager to step down this guy who was once at the bottom. When Li Xuanye and his party first entered the arena, they received many malicious looks. Don't worry, just keep a normal mind. Xiong Jian was in a very good mood after yesterday's victory in the battle. Even in the face of so many unkind eyes, he turned a blind eye and whispered to Li Xuanye with a kind face. In today's battle, no matter which city is chosen, the opponent will definitely focus on you first. Su Ying, Tang Chuan and I will try our best to cover you and try to hold you back as many opponents as possible. I have investigated the other 4 cities. The number of representatives of the martial arts group should not exceed 9. Which means that in the worst case, you may need to fight 1 against 6. Wei Yuan said with a worried look, although Li Xuanye's explosive strength in yesterday's battle was impressive. They were amazed, but at best it was 1 versus 4. If it were to be 1 versus 6, and even if the opponent was already alert in advance, there would still be a big crisis. It doesn't matter, you don't have to play, Li Xuanye said confidently. Wei Yuan looked stunned. This guy must be too arrogant. Tang echoed, I think it's right. I spent too much energy yesterday and I haven't recovered yet. I might as well just be a spectator today. She was amused. This guy's aura obviously improved again today. It is estimated that his strength has improved a lot. Although Tang does not understand how this evildoer can achieve such rapid progress, but since he wants to challenge the opponent alone, why not make it happen? Even you are fooling around. Wei Yuan was even more speechless. He glanced at Xiong Jian again and saw that he didn't seem to have any objection, and he couldn't help but feel a touch of sadness in his heart. Is Li Xuanye really so powerful? Not long after, the trials officially started. Xiong Jian represented Hailu City and was the first to draw lots. Among the opponents from all directions, he won Longkong City. Although Longkong City is not as powerful as Qianyang City, it is the largest city in the 10 Seas Alliance after Qianyang City. It is located further north of Dongxing Kingdom and borders Donlin County, where the imperial capital belongs. It is the largest city in the 10 Seas Alliance that has the most connections with the imperial capital. The close-knit city-state has produced many amazing and unique geniuses, all of whom now hold important positions in the imperial capital. Longkong City may not be as powerful as Qianyang City, but it has not suffered many attacks from the Sea Clan. This has allowed Longkong City to retain more talented cultivators. These cultivators have grown up generation after generation and accumulated a profound foundation. It is incomparable to Qianyang City. The opponents sent 7 10th level martial arts masters to the field. Just looking at their aura, they were very different from the warriors from other city-states. Each one seemed to have an innate aristocratic temperament. Even when they entered the competition, they also gave people a sense of it felt like the crown prince was paying a private visit incognito, with a look of aloof and domineering pride between his brows. Seeing that Li Xuanye was the only one on the field in Hailu City, the 7 people in Longkong City looked disdainfully, but they did not look careless and underestimated the enemy at all. They were also watching the battle yesterday. The strength shown by Li Xuanye was amazing. To deal with such a strong enemy, even if there is only one, you must go all out. Li Xuanye, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Mr. Xuanye, come and sit in my Chunman building when you have time. The price of the night is only 500. When the audience saw Li Xuanye come on stage, they burst into laughter. Cheers! Li Xuanye fought 1 against 4 in yesterday's battle. He had the momentum of one man standing in front of 10,000 others. In addition, he had red lips and white teeth, and his good looks naturally earned him a large number of fans. And he also took advantage of the opportunity to fight. The madam of advertising. At the same time, the first pair of eyes from the VIP table were also looking at Li Xuanye's figure. In the special seat of Tianzi number 1, a young man with an extraordinary appearance was sitting at the head of the table. He squinted his eyes and glanced at the arena casually, and asked casually, Master Yuchi, this Li Xuanye, what is the origin and why is the voice so loud? This person is one of the representatives sent by Hailu City to participate in the competition. He should be a newly emerged rookie. Yesterday, he single-handedly defeated 4 strong enemies of the 10th level of martial arts, so he became famous and was hailed as the number 1 genius in Hailu City. The man who explained was a rough-skinned man, 9 feet tall, wearing a pair of red iron mail, who was domineering and powerful, like a god of war, but at this moment, in front of the young man, he showed great respect and humility. Yuchi Weilong, the lord of Qianyang City, the Yuchi clan has a prominent reputation in Dongxing and has made countless achievements. Among them, Yuchi Weilong has the highest reputation. Especially after breaking through to the martial master realm 7 years ago, he has rarely seen an opponent in the country. There is no one other than a member of the royal family who can make him have such a humble attitude. A borderland like Hailu City can actually produce young talents with amazing talents. Not bad, not bad. Write this person down for me. If he can win another game today, I will give him an invitation. I obey. Yuchi Weilong agreed immediately, but he couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. His Highness, the 3rd Prince, has always been extremely mediocre. He only wanted to play and have fun when he was born. If it weren't for the 2nd Prince's rapid growth and strength in recent years and the deep love of His Majesty the Emperor, how could he care about these things if he had the intention of establishing a reserve? This time, he worked hard to obtain the identity of an inspector of the 10 Seas Alliance. Using this as an excuse to come and watch, he also organized a large-scale banquet and invited elite warriors from various cities to participate. This was not to attract the potential of the 10 Seas Alliance. Genius, give yourself a strong backing, and you will be able to gain more leverage in the battle for the right to inherit the throne in the future. Although there are constant slanders in his heart, Yuchi Weilong is well aware of the internal affairs of the royal family. The martial arts family like them cannot avoid the relationship. His Majesty the Emperor will abdicate sooner or later. No matter which prince he is, he has to hug him. Although these 3 princes not good at all, but at least there is still a little bit of ambition, and lack of ability is not entirely a bad thing. The Yuchi family's foundation in the 10 Seas Alliance is unbreakable. If a weakling can be supported to the top, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. It wasn't until Yuchi Weilong resigned and left that the 3rd Prince gradually opened his eyes and hummed softly. Everyone thought it was the 2nd brother I was afraid of, but they didn't know that a martial artist was the least worthy of vigilance. Instead, it was Sister Haitang. The background is too far-reaching, if there is any trouble in the Zhou dynasty. Yang Yi from Longkong City is coming to fight. Du Kaitao from Longkong City is coming to fight. Longkong City. The sound of drums and gladiatorial combat. The situation on the field changed instantly. 7 10th level masters from Longkong City erupted at the same time. The sky flames overlapped one after another, like a huge wave. A tsunami came and swarmed in. Li Xuanye was like a giant on Mount Tai, motionless in all 8 winds, majestic. Facing the strong attack of 7 masters, he remained unmoved. With a flick of his finger, the six-veined sword energy shot out like a divine light, and he charged head-on into the forefront. A master of Dragon Sky City, like a flying dragon riding on his face, with a big avalanche on his head, he threw himself into the street with a roar. I'll shoot, I'll shoot, I'll shoot. The six-pulse divine sword was like a long laser cannon, flying all over the sky, firing continuously. In the blink of an eye, the arena fell to pieces. Among the 7 10th level warriors in Longkong City, none of them could even set foot within 10 meters of Li Xuanye's body, so none of them could stand up again. The whole place was in an uproar. There were many people who were looking forward to this battle. There were also some people who thought that Li Xuanye would be victorious and continue the glory of yesterday. However, the reality had a heavy impact on everyone's eyes and hearts. No one would have expected that Li Xuanye would win like this, so effortlessly, so lightly, so incredible and shocking. Especially the people in Longkong City who were originally full of confidence. They were originally full of confidence in the strength of their own representatives, and they were even a little ashamed of being 7 against 1 at the beginning, but in the end they were brutally taught how to behave. How could Li Xuanye be so strong? Isn't this true? I want to report that Li Xuanye is not a 10th level martial artist at all. This is definitely an ability that only martial arts have. He deliberately lied about his strength to join the martial arts group. His heart is to be punished. That's right. It is impossible for a martial disciple to have such strength. Li Xuanye must be a martial spirit. I will guarantee it with my head and ask City Lord Yuchi to uphold justice and make sure Li Xuanye is correct. Before Li Xuanye left the arena, loud shouts rang out around the venue. The boos were originally shouted by the warriors of Hailu City, but later many people followed suit, and the noise was louder and louder. Even the organizer of the trial could not stand it, and hurriedly went to ask Yuchi Weilong for instructions. Yuchi Weilong frowned slightly. He also felt that this battle was a bit too exaggerated. Although he had seen many amazing martial arts masters, 1 against 7 or even 1 against 10 was nothing, but it is a bit shocking to resolve the battle so lightly. This kind of crushing that completely ignores the opponent's strength can only be achieved by at least 2 or 3 realms. Although there will be a big gap in strength between 10th level warrior practitioners due to talent differences, no matter how big the gap is, it is almost impossible. It is impossible to create this crushing effect. Moreover, Li Xuanye's martial arts skill of shooting sword energy through the air is really domineering and fierce, and it is difficult for a martial artist to display it. Quiet, bring Li Xuanye to see me. Seeing the increasingly chaotic order in the arena, Yuchi Weilong knew that he had to stand up. He waved his arms and his deep voice echoed throughout the audience, even over the tens of thousands. People speak at the same time, which shows how strong the energy is. A strong martial artist who uses his strength to kill people. As soon as Yuchi Weilong opened his mouth, the whole place suddenly became silent. Everyone sat down obediently and waited for Yuchi Weilong to judge him personally. Li Xuanye was slightly startled. I wonder, did I go too far? But I have tried my best to lower my fighting power. How can you doubt an innocent person like me? It is obvious that these opponents are too scumbag. Slander, this is slander. Xiong Jian's face was full of anger, and he rushed to the arena, but was directly trampled under his feet by a strong martial artist who fell from the sky. Xiong Jian was also a strong martial artist, but in front of this person, he seemed like a weak child. Without the slightest resistance, he was stepped on and blood started to flow from the corner of his mouth, causing him to faint. Li Xuanye was immediately angry. Xiong Jian was both a teacher and a friend to him. Although he was twice as old as him, he could talk about anything over the wine table. He was a friendly person and wouldn't mind even if his disciples called him brothers. At this moment, he was helpless seeing Xiong Jian being stepped on until he vomited blood and fainted to death. How could he restrain himself? Asshole! Li Xuanye's momentum surged, and he closed his arms, but before he had time to mobilize his energy, the martial arts master instantly approached him and slapped him on the chest with just one palm. Li Xuanye felt that the sea of qi was churning, and his internal organs seemed to be shaking. Stir together. Tang Tang didn't expect that such a scene would be staged. His expression condensed. After a moment of hesitation, he held out a token as red as blood jade in his palm and was about to run into the arena. But at this moment, Yuchi Weilong suddenly appeared in the arena and grabbed the wrist of the martial arts expert to stop him from continuing. Yuchi Weilong looked at the martial arts expert with a calm expression. Zhang Ruhua, you came from Longkong City. You are from the same roots as your fellow countrymen. You are angry with Li Xuanye. I don't blame you, but I let you lead people. Come to see me, not to force me to do so. You probably don't understand the meaning of my words. Do you have any objections to me punishing you by resigning and living in seclusion for a month? Zhang Ruo's expression darkened, and when faced with Yuchi Weilong's terrifying aura, he spoke again. How dare you feel the intention to resist? He immediately let go of Li Xuanya's arm, bowed to the side, and knelt down to Yuchi Weilong. This subordinate has lost his temper and is willing to accept the punishment. Yuchi Weilong nodded and stopped talking, but took a step forward and walked in front of Li Xuanya. At this moment, Li Xuanya's face was still pale. Wu Ling's palm was extremely fierce. If he hadn't activated the titanium body in time, his endurance would increase by 50%, reaching a level close to Wu Ling's. At the level of the third level, Zhang Ruo's palm could completely kill Li Xuanya. He was frantically mobilizing his internal energy to repair the damaged ribs and tendons in his chest, stabilize his internal organs, and soothe the churning blood. At the same time, he glared at Yuchi Weilong. You are so pampering your subordinates? You almost killed me, but it was just punishment. Just think about it for a month. Li Xuanya has never been so angry in his 2 lives. He participated in the competition openly, but because of an unfounded suspicion, he was almost beaten to death in public. If it weren't for his many trump cards, I'm afraid it's hard to save this life. When Zhang Ruo heard this, his expression changed slightly, and he realized that he had struck too hard just now. But when he saw that Li Xuanya only spit out blood and could barely support his body with his own strength, he suddenly sneered. The palm was definitely not something that a martial artist could hold, but Li Xuanya held on, paying attention to witness that he was actually a martial spirit, but he just hid his strength. Hiding his strength, assigning himself to the martial arts group, relying on the strong to bully the weak and beat up the elite disciples of Shaoguang City and Longkong City. This is a huge crime. If Li Xuanya died on the spot, he might still bear some responsibility. But since he is not dead, he can rest easy. Not only does he have no faults, he also has merit. Yuchi Weilong obviously knew what Zhang Ruo could guess. Hearing Li Xuanya's scolding and feeling his angry eyes, Yuchi Weilong's face turned cold. Li Xuanya, you are obviously a martial arts spirit level, but you have to hide your strength, sneak into the martial arts group to participate in competitions, bully the weak, and win by unfair means. What else do you have the dignity and qualifications to say? If I don't give you the death penalty today, it is already a leniency. What else do you have to say? Under the stage, Xiong Jian and others looked shocked when they heard Yuchi Weilong's words. How is this possible? City Lord Yuchi must have seen it wrong. Wei Yuan also looked shocked, but unconsciously raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I'm just talking about why Li Xuanya is so powerful. I didn't expect him to hide it so deeply. It's a pity that he was too ostentatious and insisted on showing off his amazing talent, but he ended up exposing himself. He thought he could hide it in front of powerful people like City Lord Yuchi. Impossible. I believe Li Xuanya is definitely not that cunning person. There is definitely something hidden here. Tang Tang frowned and looked extremely solemn. Although she didn't get along with Li Xuanya for a long time, she was the closest to him. 1. His progress can be seen almost day and night. This guy's talent is definitely the most evil one he has ever seen in his life. How could he deliberately hide his strength for this kind of competition? Something moved in her heart. I can't just sit idly by and ignore it. I need to help this guy. Tang Tang disappeared silently into the crowd. I'm quibbling? It's really ridiculous. Li Xuanya, do you need to quibble? City Lord Yuchi, you are the one who doesn't know the difference between right and wrong. Just because I can take Zhang Ruo's palm and not die, do you think that I have already broken through to the martial spirit level? It's really ridiculous. It turns out that Qian Yang is the leader of the Ten Seas Alliance. The lord of the city, a powerful martial artist, has only this kind of vision. Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect that Li Xuanya would dare to be so rebellious and speak rudely to a famous person like Yuchi Weilong. Is he looking for death? Yuchi Weilong frowned slightly. With his current status, who would dare to be so presumptuous in front of him? This Li Xuanya is really frivolous. If it weren't for the occasion, he would definitely slap him to death with one palm without hesitation. Little ant. But at this time, after all, there is still a royal family that is lofty and authoritative. If he goes on a killing spree in front of everyone, once he falls into the eyes of an interested person, he will definitely intensify his efforts to smear himself and bring negative impact to the Yuchi family. To be able to reach the position he is in today, Yuchi Weilong is not only superior in strength, but also cunning and astounding. Even though his heart is filled with murderous intent, his face remains unmoved. He even shakes his head and smiles. Li Xuanya, yours. The matter will be handed over to the Criminal Law Department. The Criminal Law Department is fully responsible for how to deal with it. If you have any objections, you can tell the Criminal Law Department. Someone, take Li Xuanye away and send him to the criminal law department for investigation. Cancel his license temporarily. Qualification for the trial, wait. Yuchi Weilong ordered, but before he could finish his words, he heard the crowd burst into exclamation again. Yuchi Weilong's frown deepened. He looked up and was suddenly startled. What was this guy doing out here? Although he was unhappy in his heart, the other party's identity was in front of him, and Yuchi Weilong couldn't help but hesitate at all. He hurriedly bowed to greet him. His Royal Highness, the third prince is attending. I wonder what His Highness's orders are. Well, no courtesy. The third prince crossed his arms over his chest, followed closely by the royal arbitrator, and was surrounded by countless light and dark guards, one person like a crowd. Star holding the moon, high above, facing Yuchi Weilong, he just nodded lightly. He walked straight up to Li Xuanye, looked him up and down, and then stretched out his hand, and someone immediately handed him a brilliant pearl. Even under the scorching sun at noon, it exuded a thrilling and magnificent brilliance. Xantong magic bead. Someone recognized this treasure and immediately understood the third prince's intention. This magic weapon is not a precious thing, but it is very difficult to refine. Only the royal weapon refiner has the ability to refine it. Its function is also very simple. It can only be used to measure the strength level of the cultivator. Basically, there is one in the Cultivator Academy, which is specially used to evaluate the strength and progress of the Academy's disciples. The third prince took out the Tongshan magic bead at this time, and his purpose was obviously very clear. He wanted to personally verify Li Xuanye's identity and evaluate Li Xuanye's strength level. Things are very normal. Even if the third prince doesn't do much, after Li Xuanye is transferred to the criminal law department, he will conduct a thorough investigation into Li Xuanye's strength. But it was the third prince who made the move, and it was only after Yuchi Weilong announced his arrangements for Li Xuanye that the third prince came out at the right time, which is a bit intriguing. Outsiders watching the excitement marveled at the fact that they were lucky enough to see the true appearance of the third prince today. They felt that although the third prince was rich in wealth, he was only a human being and was not a divine figure. But the hearts of experts are filled with turmoil. What the hell is going on? Doesn't the third prince intend to win over the Ten Seas Alliance? Doesn't the third prince get very close to the Yuchi family? How could he get involved at this time? I don't understand. Are you questioning Yuchi Weilong? Doesn't this clearly mean that Yuchi Weilong will not be able to step down, which will also affect the entire Yuchi family? He is the third prince, and his every word and deed is watched by thousands of people. Every move represents the authoritative thought of the royal family. Does he know what consequences his actions will have? Oh my god, how could I have the urge to hug such a person's thigh? Yuchi Weilong lowered his head and his face was livid, and anger seemed to be spurting out from his nostrils. Of course, he would not think that the aloof third prince would follow him. Li Xuanye is related to him. This guy is most likely hungry for talent. Seeing that Li Xuanye is young but powerful, he wants to take this opportunity to win over people's hearts and express his determination to cherish talents as the third prince. But you also have to look at the timing, which makes it difficult for me to step down. After labeling the third prince 10,000 wine bags and rice bags from the bottom of his heart, Yuchi Weilong had to smile, bowed and walked over and said, "How dare you trouble the third prince to do such a trivial matter personally? It's better for me to handle it for you." Right. The third prince glanced sideways at Yuchi Weilong. Are you sure? His voice was so low that only Yuchi Weilong could hear it. Yuchi Weilong had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Why did he feel that the third prince was reminding him of something? Same. This is weird. Why has everyone become abnormal since this guy Li Xuanye appeared? After much deliberation, Yuchi Weilong could not confirm what key point he had missed. He finally nodded and accepted the Shintong magic bead handed over by the third prince. Walking in front of Li Xuanye again, Yuchi Weilong said, "Li Xuanye, the third prince cherishes talents and gives you a chance to prove whether his strength is fake. You only have one chance. If you are caught by the Shintong magic pearl, it is found out that your strength has indeed exceeded the martial spirit level, so it is not as simple as handing over to the criminal law department. You must seize the opportunity. It is not too late to admit your mistake now." Li Xuanye saw all this and felt very sad. He was surprised why the third prince suddenly appeared to help him. He had nothing to do with the royal family. Could it be that the Li family of Qianyang City took action? No, although the Li family in Qianyang City is very powerful, it is still far from being able to have a relationship with the royal family. Moreover, the Li family is a business family. If they are rich, they are still far from powerful. Could it be? Li Xuanye suddenly glanced out of the corner of his eye, and sure enough, he didn't see Tang Tang's figure. Could it be that I really guessed it right, that this little girl Tang Tang is really Princess Haitang? In this situation, except for Princess Haitang who could mobilize the third prince to take action, Li Xuanye really couldn't think of anyone else. Liar Li Xuanye, it is useless for me to support you so much. I will use all my wealth to suppress you and you will win. Not to mention your hundreds of crystals, I have invested tens of thousands of crystals on this guy. Sure, that's my wife. You shameless, Li Xuanye, come to my wife's house for a night without giving me any money. The test here hasn't even started yet, but there's someone else at the venue. People started a wave of rhythm, and countless gamblers kept wailing, thinking that once Li Xuanye was confirmed to have broken through the martial arts level, he would definitely be deprived of the qualifications for the trial, and the crystals he had bet on him would turn into bubble. Countless people sighed in disappointment. They thought they could witness the birth of a peerless genius, but they didn't expect this result. Although the test has not yet started, Yuchi Weilong's words are full of authority. He is the most powerful person in the field. Could it be that the vision of a powerful martial master is fake? Li Xuanye was pointed at by thousands of people, but he still remained motionless. Taking advantage of this gap, he had already circulated his inner blood in his body for several days, barely suppressing the injury, and his face was no longer so pale. Facing Yuchi Weilong's unparalleled majesty, Li Xuanye said without changing his expression, "Then come on. I, Li Xuanye, will not change my surname when I walk or sit down. I have nothing to be afraid of." Yuchi Weilong snorted lightly and was too lazy to do so. After following the whereabouts of this kid Luosuo, he immediately sacrificed the Xiantong Dharma bead and activated it with Wu Zun's vitality. The Dharma bead suddenly burst out with a burst of bright brilliance, completely covering Li Xuanye's figure under the light curtain. The light curtain changes color, undulates, and finally turns into transparent white. Everyone inside and outside the arena suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Li Xuanye with different thoughts, waiting for the evaluation results. The Xiantong magic bead can absorb the vitality of a cultivator and convert the vitality into colorful vitality visible to the naked eye. The vitality of a martial artist is cyan, while the vitality of a martial spirit is silver. There is a huge difference. It can judge your true strength level at a glance. No treasure can be concealed. Jiang Ruo stood aside and sneered, believing that Li Xuanye could never be a martial artist. The third prince also opened his eyes slightly and nodded to Yuchi Weilong who was looking at him. Yuchi Weilong waved his hand, and the Xiantong magic pearl immediately sent out a strong suction force. Li Xuanye felt that the vitality in his body was restless, as if being pulled out of the body by a pair of invisible hands. Gurgling, gurgling. Like boiling water churning, the condensed vitality seeped out of Li Xuanye's body through the pores of his body, churning. It was transparent and colorless at first. After blending into the light curtain, it gradually began to show a trace of colorful colors, and then the color began to become pure, and there was a hint of green light. How could it be? Yuchi Weilong seemed to be in control of the situation a second ago, but when he saw the green light emerging, he couldn't help but look shocked. Even with his state of mind as a strong martial artist, he couldn't help but be shaken. Jiang Ruo's eyes seemed to be bulging out. This is impossible. Why is the vitality blue? Li Xuanye has definitely broken through the martial arts level. Shouldn't his vitality be silver? Everyone at the scene held their breath and stared blankly at the green light that continued to radiate from Li Xuanye's body. What a dazzling blue color this is, like the green buds that grow everywhere after a heavy rain, like the green ink whistling in the north wind and thousands of miles of mountains and forests, pure and transparent, without any impurities. It is very common to use Xiantong magic beads to test the strength of cultivators. Basically every martial arts disciple has been tested and has seen the color of his own vitality, but the green light that is full of impurities and has a dim tone is nothing like Li Xuanye's. Comparing the flawless green light, it simply doesn't look like the same kind of vitality. But that's not all. As more and more cyan energy dissipated from Li Xuanye's body, the entire light curtain turned into a green color. The light curtain began to surge and surround Li Xuanye's body, gradually condensing into a shadow. Like a green dragon, entrenched on Li Xuanye's body. This is the Yuanling Dharma appearance. Only the purest and flawless Yuan Qi is qualified to evolve into the Yuanling Dharma appearance. This is the decisive talent that practitioners dream of. This is the last time a cultivator with the Yuanling Dharma appearance appeared in our Dongxing kingdom, or when? 3,000 years ago, the ancestor of the Lin family, the martial saint Lin Chanmo. At that time, Lin Chanmo condensed the Yuanling Dharma, and he was already at the peak of the martial arts, and he was invincible in the country, but Li Xuanye was only a martial arts disciple. Why, could it be said that his talent is even more amazing than Lin Chanmo? On the viewing platform, Lin Xiaoshan, a handsome young man in white clothes, stared at Li Xuanye, who was surrounded by green dragons in the arena. This is my ancestor of the Lin family. He actually condensed the Yuan spirit Dharma before me. Before this, everyone praised Lin Xiaoshan as the #1 genius in the Ten Seas Alliance and even the young area of Dongxing Kingdom, but Lin Xiaoshan knew that when Li Xuanye condensed Yuan, from the moment he took the spiritual Dharma appearance, this honor was destined to be taken away by him. Yuchi Weilong felt as if his chest was suffocating. This was really a wave of ups and downs. Before he could recover from the fact that Li Xuanye was really a martial arts disciple, Li Xuanye suddenly felt the condensed phantom of the green dragon made him feel dizzy again. As a powerful warrior, Yuchi Weilong didn't know how long it had been since he had lost his temper like this. But that is the Yuanling Dharma appearance. It is the dream of all cultivators, but looking at the entire Dongxing Kingdom, over the course of 7,000 years, there are no more than 10 cultivators who can condense the Yuanling Dharma. Each one of them is not an astonishing and complete big shot, like a legend. Zhang Ruo's face was ashen, he could hardly breathe, and he looked at Li Xuanye with a look of disbelief on his face. He was greatly shocked by the rolling pressure brought by the Qinglong Dharma appearance. He almost accidentally killed a peerless genius, and even accused him of fraud and lying about his strength. God knows how such a rare genius could appear in a small place like Hailu City. It's unreasonable. The third prince smiled and said to Yuchi Weilong, City Lord Yuchi, I admire your strength very much, but when it comes to your eyesight, you have to admit that I am slightly better. Yuchi Weilong's face was gloomy. Xing was uncertain, lowered his head and let out a bitter smile. His Royal Highness the Third Prince is wise. The light of the Xiantong magic pearl gradually faded away, and the Qinglong Yuanqi returned to Li Xuanye's body again. Li Xuanye slowly opened his eyes. He had just heard people talking about it, but he didn't know what this Yuanling magical appearance was, and he didn't know what it was. Don't have this skill? However, judging from the expressions and exclamation of the crowd, this Yuanling method should represent some kind of extraordinary qualification, and it rarely appears. The last time it appeared was 3,000 years ago. This may be related to his super high attribute points, and the absorption of 3. The colored dragon pattern crystal is related to ancient vitality. Li Xuanye originally wanted to keep a low profile, but he accidentally pretended to be cool in front of tens of thousands of people. He was really ashamed. The farce of twists and turns has not yet come to an end. The Xiantong magic bead proved that Li Xuanye's strength was not fake, and allowed Li Xuanye to inspire the Yuanling Dharma in front of tens of thousands of spectators, revealing a rare evil talent in 1,000 years. Now, Li Xuanye can fight 1 against 7, and the 7 warriors in Dragon Sky City will not arouse any suspicion in an instant. A genius practitioner who can even inspire the Yuanling Dharma, if he can do even this little thing. If you can't do it, it would be too insulting to the value of the 4 words Yuanling Fei Xiang. Since Li Xuanye did not violate the regulations and hide his strength, the previous doubts of Yuchi Weilong and Zhang Ruo became groundless charges. If the third prince was not present, this matter would not be a big deal. With Yuchi Weilong's strength and status, even if he offended Li Xuanye, it would not be a big deal. The Yuanling Dharma appearance certainly proved that Li Xuanye had extraordinary potential, but after all, potential does not mean future achievements, but the Yuchi family's status in Dongxing Kingdom is unshakable. But with a key figure like the third prince present, it's hard to say how things will develop. Zhang Ruo almost killed Li Xuanye just now. With Li Xuanye's temper, it was impossible not to avenge this revenge. Yuchi Weilong was also quite irritable. Zhang Ruo was his confidant and his future son-in-law. He said you have to protect him no matter what, but will Li Xuanye just give up? If things were going well in the past, it would have been impossible for the third prince to fall out with the Yuchi family over Li Xuanye, but the situation is different now. The third prince has shown his ambition and intends to compete for the throne. Now is the time when he is short of people. At this time, a man appears. It is very difficult to judge how the third prince will choose Li Xuanye, who possesses Yuanling Dharma and extremely powerful talents. It is true that the Yuchi family is huge, but as long as the third prince is not stupid, he will know that the Yuchi family is a power that he cannot truly control. But Li Xuanye is different. He is still young, not deeply involved in the world, and has such an extraordinary talent. As long as they are cultivated, their future achievements will surely be astonishing. 10 years later, they may not be unable to become a strong martial artist. One is a towering tree that cannot be controlled, and the other is a seedling that grows so strong that it can reach the sky sooner or later. If the third prince insists on choosing the latter, there is nothing wrong with it. Yuchi Weilong figured this out, and for a moment he felt like he was riding a tiger. He glared angrily at Zhang Ruo. This man, who was immature and exposed, how could he have fallen into such an embarrassing situation if he hadn't made such an unnecessary move? In fact, Yuchi Weilong has not completely recovered until now. How is this possible? How could Li Xuanya have such amazing talents and qualifications? That was the Yuanling Dharma that even he dreamed of but couldn't ask for. Now it's my turn to speak. Li Xuanya coughed lightly, breaking the peaceful and strange atmosphere in the arena. Yuchi Weilong's expression was complicated. Li Xuanya, since the Xiantong magic pearl proves that your strength is real, then according to the rules, your competition results are still valid. In this match, Hailu City is judged to be the winner. If you have anything else to say, wait until you step down. Let's talk about it later, don't delay the next competition. There's no rush at this moment. The third prince narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Yuchi City Lord, why don't you listen to what Li Xuanya wants to say? This. Yuchi Weilong's face hesitated. Could it be that the third prince has already made a decision? Having decided, he asked Li Xuanya to speak. Didn't he make it clear that he would not be able to step down? Is he so sure that Li Xuanya will help him more than the Yuchi family? If you have anything to say, just say it. Yuchi Weilong said to Li Xuanya, his brows slightly raised, as if he was threatening. But Li Xuanya didn't buy it at all. So what if the lord of Chenyang City, no matter how powerful the martial master was, if he was too timid, there would be no point in trying to win the supreme title? Li Xuanya straightened his expression, raised his voice, and used his inner strength to say, first, Jiang Ruwa attacked me indiscriminately and deliberately suppressed the rookies. If I hadn't been tenacious, I would have died today. A month's punishment is too much to dwell on. No, I suggest that Jiang Ruwa be sent to the criminal law department for a new trial on the charge of murder. As soon as Li Xuanya finished speaking, there was an uproar on the court. Murder! Li Xuanya really dared to speak. Who didn't know that Jiang Ruwa was Yuchi Weilong's confidant, and even Yuchi Weilong's future son-in-law? It was a big deal that Li Xuanya was slapped with a big label by the public. But Li Xuanya had just revealed his extraordinary qualifications. Even the royal family would think twice about treating such a young rookie. After what he said, even if Yuchi Weilong had the intention to protect him, he would have to endure it. Jiang Ruwa is finished. Everyone was shocked. The criminal law department was not a good place to go. If you were not guilty, your skin would peel off if you went in. What's more, Jiang Ruwa dealt a heavy hand to Li Xuanya in front of tens of thousands of people. In front of everyone, he couldn't defend himself at all. At this time, Jiang Ruwa's eyes darkened, and he could hardly stand still. He could only look at Yuchi Weilong with pleading eyes. Yuchi Weilong's heart was weeping, but in front of the third prince, what else could he say? The third prince was not scary, but the supreme imperial power behind him was unquestionable. The supremacy of imperial power is a deep-rooted idea in Dongxing Kingdom, not only because the royal family's heritage that has been passed down for 7,000 years is terrifying, but also because the current saint is the most powerful person in the country, an 8th-level martial saint. There are only 7 martial saints in Dongxing Kingdom, and 5 of them are from the royal family. This is the fundamental reason why the royal family can stand firm in Dongxing Kingdom. Yuchi Weilong endured the pain and said, "Come here, take Jiang Ruwa to the criminal law department for a thorough investigation." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ruwa's face turned ashen and he collapsed to the ground. Even Yuchi Weilong seemed to have aged several years in an instant. His eyes, the suppressed anger deep down, seemed to be ready to explode at any time. But Li Xuanya still turned a blind eye and said again, "Secondly, City Lord Yuchi did not distinguish right from wrong, condoned and protected his subordinates, and determined that I violated the rules of the trial without investigation. If the third prince had not been aware of everything, it would have almost caused a catastrophe. I, Li Xuanya, hereby request that the third prince remove Yuchi Weilong from his position as city lord as a warning to others." Oh my god, is Li Xuanya crazy? Did I hear wrongly, Li Xuanya? Xianyi actually wants city lord Yuchi to be dismissed. Where does he have the courage? Li Xuanya knows what he is talking about. Even if he possesses the Yuanling Dharma, which is rare in thousands of years, and is the #1 genius in Dongxing Kingdom, what kind of person is Yuchi Weilong? He belongs to the Yuchi family. Doesn't he want to live? There was a commotion inside and outside, and everyone was frightened by Li Xuanya's words. Even the third prince was stunned for a moment by Li Xuanya's words, and then he couldn't restrain himself and burst into laughter. Ha ha! Li Xuanya, you have really opened my eyes to this prince. The Yuchi family has made outstanding contributions, and the Lord of Weilong City is the pillar of our Dongxing Kingdom. You actually dare to ask me to dismiss the Lord of Weilong City from his position. Now it's not too late to take back this sentence. I can treat you as Tong Yen Wuji. Hai Tang, you have really opened my eyes. No wonder you would not hesitate to expose your whereabouts to intercede for Li Xuanya. You are such a weirdo, it's a good thing you can meet her. Even if you don't say anything, you will be shocked to death. At this moment, Li Xuanya, relying on his aura of invincible genius, had nothing to fear. However, Li Xuanya is not stupid. It is almost impossible to threaten a strong martial artist like Yuqi Weilong with his words. Abandoning an insignificant Zhang Ruhua is nothing to the third prince, but it would definitely be unrealistic for him to really offend the Yuqi family. What the third prince said is, let's change it. Li Xuanya frowned and thought for a moment. His expression seemed to be very distressed, as if he didn't want to let Yuqi Weilong off easily, but also didn't want to offend him too deeply. The word tangle is written all over his face. Everyone was sweating profusely when they saw it, and they wanted to shout, Uncle Li, please take away your magical powers quickly. Can't you see how scary Yuqi Weilong's expression is now? Ever since Yuqi Weilong broke through to the martial lord level, no one in the huge Dongxing kingdom dared to make things difficult for him like this. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of the third prince. You can't play like this if you are talented and arrogant. Ah! At this moment, Li Xuanya looked calm and said to Yuqi Weilong, that's all, Yuqi City Lord made an unintentional mistake, and Xian Yi is not an unreasonable person. Yuqi City Lord apologized to me in front of everyone. What happened today is a stroke of luck. Well, although this request is still too much, Li Xuanya has made great progress compared to before. When the third prince heard this, he couldn't help but snicker in his heart. This little guy is really interesting. Although he is extremely talented, he doesn't have the stubbornness and rigidity of a martial arts idiot. He is also a genius, unlike him. The second brother is completely different. If Li Xuanya asked Yuqi Weilong to apologize first, he would definitely not succeed. With Yuqi Weilong's status, how could he tolerate himself apologizing to a junior martial arts disciple? But Li Xuanya's calculation was so good that he knew this was impossible to succeed, so he first slapped a big hat on Yuqi Weilong, clamoring to have Yuqi Weilong dismissed in full view of the public, and then used his own words to step back and do the next best thing and offered to ask Yuqi Weilong to apologize. Condition. This big turning point made Yuqi Weilong completely unable to step down. After all, the other party had made such a big concession. If he still maintained his identity and refused to bow his head, he would lose not only the hearts of the people, but also the face of the Yuqi family. It is conceivable that if Yuqi Weilong refuses again at this time, everyone will label him as irresponsible. Ha, this little guy is really cunning. Yuqi Weilong would obviously not be able to detect things that the third prince could understand. He wished he could eat Li Xuanya alive on the spot, but under the spotlight, even if he was a strong martial artist, he could not ignore it. After a moment, Yuqi Weilong took half a step forward and bowed his head slightly to Li Xuanya with a stiff old face. Today, I, Yuqi Weilong, was blind and wrongly judged Li Xuanya. I am indeed suspected of dereliction of duty. Please forgive me. My friend Li Xuanya, please bear with me. I, Yuqi Weilong, will come to visit you in person one day and apologize again. Comfortable. Li Xuanya felt as if he had eaten a flat peach, and his face was filled with happiness. But he did not speak for a long time, just letting Yuqi Weilong stand in front of him with his body slightly hunched, and waited for 7 or 8 breaths, and then nodded casually. City Lord Yuqi really has the spirit of a general. Xian Yi admires him. Yuqi Weilong's words, which were neither salty nor bland, fell on his ears. He tried hard to suppress the urge to slap this guy to death, raised his hand and walked away. If he continues to stay here, he will lose all his dignity. Inside and outside the arena, countless pairs of eyes stared blankly at Li Xuanya. This guy actually made Yuqi Weilong bow his head and apologize. That was Yuqi Weilong, Yuqi Weilong. Xiongjian picked up Li Xuanya with excitement on his face, helped him sit down on the player bench, took out a bottle of healing pill and gave it to Li Xuanya to drink. Li Xuanya, you are hiding too much, actually condensed the Yuanling Dharma without saying a word. If this news is spread back to Hailu City, it will shock the whole city. Wei Yuan looked at Li Xuanya in astonishment, his face turned blue. How could it be possible? How is this possible? Not only was Li Xuanya proven to have no hidden strength, he was also proven to possess the Yuanling Dharma, a peerless genius that is rare to see in 1,000 years. Even big figures like Yuqi Weilong had to bow to him. How domineering this is. Crazy. In comparison, who was he who was gloating about Li Xuanya's misfortune when he was in trouble? Su Ying walked over silently, took Wei Yuan's arm and said, Brother Yuan, stop thinking so much. People are born different. We just need to be ourselves. On Li Xuanya's side, a man who came just sent away the Qianyang city official who sent the invitation. A banquet of heroes? Li Xuanya opened the invitation and was slightly surprised, but he didn't take it seriously. He was not interested in the royal family at all, and he had no idea of taking on the dragon and the phoenix. If he had that spare time, he might as well open a few more treasure boxes. The third prince convened a banquet of heroes to entertain the talented and powerful people in the Ten Seas Alliance. This is a big event. Li Xuanya, you'd better go and see it as much as possible. Besides, the third prince is helping you out today, so you should also go and deal with him in person. Express your gratitude, but you must remember that people in the royal family are not kind. Although the third prince is rumored to be a prince born in the royal family will never be so stupid as long as he is not born with dementia. You must be careful when dealing with such people, Xiong Jian warned Li Xuanya earnestly. Li Xuanya nodded, and suddenly saw Tang Tang coming over. He immediately took her arm and complained, "Brother Xiaoxuan, you were so unjust. Seeing your brother suffer, you actually disappeared without a trace. You didn't even come up to help me. My heart aches, brother. Who said I didn't help you? I just went out to help you buy a coffin. I customized a small leaf rosewood coffin with a seamless sliding cover." "Yes," Tang Tang said angrily. "Why didn't I realize that this girl had such a venomous side?" In the slanting light of dusk, the glazed tiles reflected a bright golden luster. The tired-looking spectators were like a school of sardines, pouring out of the arena, excitedly discussing today's battle situation, and most of the topics revolved around Li Xuanya. On a tiger roar car with the roller blind lowered, the lazy big cat pulled the car and squeezed through the crowd to leave. Li Xuanya sat on a soft and furry cushion. From time to time, he could hear others talking about him outside the window. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "People are afraid of being famous, but people are afraid of being strong. The sudden idol halo made me panic. I'm afraid my plan to visit the flower house tonight will be cancelled. Brother Ogawa, I'm really sorry. I pity you for waiting for so long. Who would look forward to visiting the flower house?" Tang Tang has completely lost his temper with Li Xuanya. He is so glib and annoying all day long. The next day, Li Xuanya once again won a battle alone. Perhaps they were too shocked by this guy yesterday, but today's competition was less ups and downs. Watching Li Xuanya kill the talented masters of Qianyang City with 1 against 5 seconds, everyone just thought this was too normal. No, the instant kill is incredible. After all, that is the legendary Yuanling Dharma. After the show ended yesterday, countless people flocked to the National Library in search of clues about Yuanling's Dharma. After looking up the information, countless people began to worship Li Xuanya. In fact, it is not difficult to activate the Yuanling Dharma appearance. Whether it is a martial arts disciple, Wuling, or a martial master, it is possible to activate the Yuanling Dharma appearance when you are in the stage of martial arts training and practice in any major realm to the great perfection. But the simple words "great perfection" have discouraged countless practitioners. Ever since Lin Chanmo, the ancestor of the Lin family, no one in the past 3,000 years has been able to truly cultivate a realm to the level of great perfection. What is Dzogchen? If the realm of cultivation is compared to a barrel, and strength is compared to water, filling half of the barrel with water is equivalent to reaching the peak of this realm. Filling the barrel with water or even overflowing is considered complete. And Dzogchen is to raise the horizontal line above the top of the barrel without spilling or overflowing, then it is Dzogchen. The first two types, cultivators with innate qualifications, after years of hard training, constantly working hard and condensing their vitality, are theoretically capable of achieving it, and being able to reach a state of perfection is also a key factor in evaluating a practitioner's innate qualifications. But Dzogchen, theoretically speaking, is something that is almost impossible to achieve. How to make the water overflow the barrel without overflowing? Genius monks from generation to generation will think about this problem, but except for Lin Chanmo and a few peerless geniuses, no one can understand this. And now, Li Xuanya is the peerless genius who has understood this, so he qualified to condense Yuanling Dharma. This boy is so terrifying. He is a genius from heaven. We ordinary people can only look up to him. I don't know how many people have expressed such emotion in their hearts, and have regarded Li Xuanya as a heavenly being. It is no exaggeration to say that Li Xuanya's fans have spread all over Qianyang City in just one night. Countless young warriors who are obsessed with cultivation regard him as their idol, and his popularity even overwhelms the former #1 genius of the Ten Seas Alliance, Lin Qiushan. Therefore, there are even more people who are jealous of Li Xuanya, but these people dare not speak ill of Li Xuanya in public, not to mention that his supporters are all over the streets, and because Li Xuanya is his strength was there, and he couldn't surpass him. No matter how much he said, it would only make people laugh and disdain him. Very good, after winning today's battle, our Hailu City's points have firmly ranked first in the martial arts group. Even if the martial arts group's competition starts tomorrow and Kon Lingxian loses a game, we can still keep our total points from being at the bottom. If you're lucky, you might be able to advance to the top 5, Xiongjian said excitedly. Top 5. That was the best ranking Hailu City had achieved in these years, and it was enough to make Hailu City feel proud for a while. Li Xuanya suddenly said, Old Xiong, please help me register for the martial arts competition tomorrow. What? Xiongjian was shocked. You broke through again? Tang Tang and others also looked at him in horror. Li Xuanya, I know you are a monster, but you can't go too far. It only took a few days for this guy to reach the 8th level of martial arts. How can he break through the martial arts level again? Li Xuanya shook his head. Not yet, but soon. I want to try to see if I can break through during the battle. He still underestimated the difficulty of breaking through the realm. Although he absorbed all the ancient vitality of the 3-colored dragon pattern crystal, but Li Xuanya still hasn't completely reached the threshold of breakthrough. This has a lot to do with the fact that his attribute points are too high. The comprehensive attributes of other 10th level warriors are only about 100, but he has reached an average of 150. The difficulty of breakthrough has also been improved. Others have absorbed a piece of it. The 3-colored dragon pattern crystal has definitely broken through, but he is still a little bit behind. At the moment, there is no experience bonus card that can help him break through monsters, so Li Xuanya wants to try a battle breakthrough. Motivation comes from pressure. Li Xuanya wanted to use the powerful genius martial arts masters in the 10 Seas Alliance as stepping stones to help him achieve a breakthrough. Xiongjian thought for a moment and finally nodded. There is no rule that stipulates that martial arts disciples cannot participate in the martial arts competition. I can help you declare it. If the superiors agree, you can indeed try out. Try, but if you encounter powerful opponents like Yang Pujuan and Lin Xiushan, I will help you give up. Li Xuanya was stunned, but he could also understand Xiongjian's thoughts. With his current strength, he would encounter Wu Ling. If you are at the 1st or 2nd level, you are capable of fighting, but at the 3rd or higher level, it is more dangerous. Fortunately, there are not many martial arts geniuses competing this time. Except for Yang Pujuan and Lin Xiushan, there are no others whose strength exceeds the 5th martial spirit level. Most of them are hovering around the 2nd and 3rd levels. At the end of today's competition, Li Xuanya ranked 1st in the martial arts group and defeated the 2nd place by a large score. He once again entered the arena. The 3rd prince personally came forward and awarded him a medal of the 10 Seas, and a reward of 1 million crystal stones and a bottle of chi-enhancing pill. Li Xuanya shouted in his heart that he was stingy, so he accepted the reward without any difficulty. After taking the Tiger Roar car to leave the arena again, Li Xuanya planned to go back early and open today's treasure chest. This Tiger Roar cart is similar to a carriage, but it is not pulled by horses, but by a striking blueskin tiger. It is nearly 2 meters tall and more than 5 meters long. It moves quickly and vigorously, and its roar is extremely loud. It can be heard for several miles in the wild, far away, and this eye-catching blueskin tiger is different from other tiger beasts. It has a docile personality and is easy to tame. It is a common means of transportation in Shenyang City. The ferocious beast opened the way, and the group quickly returned to the hotel. Li Xuanya excused himself to drink flower wine, and came to the street alone under Tang Tang's disdainful eyes. He found a fairly open area and turned on the treasure chest radar. Ding, I found the welfare treasure box X 1 inch. What is this? Actually detected a welfare treasure box? There are many special treasure boxes in the treasure box system, but this is the first time Li Xuanya has encountered them, and they are not trap boxes and monster boxes, but welfare treasure boxes. Is this the rhythm of giving out benefits? Moreover, the location of the treasure chest is good, just a few meters in front of him, so there is no need to waste time looking for it. Ding, open the welfare treasure box and get the maid summoning card ability, and clear all memories before summoning, leaving only the maid ability, summon a maid? Li Xuanya looked overjoyed. It was indeed a welfare. You must know that a maid is a better existence than a secretary. She is completely loyal and will never resist any of her master's orders. She is simply a human being. But the information in the note made Li Xuanya's heart light up. What is this? It can only be summoned in a private space and cannot be brought out. That is a woolly benefit. He can only enter the private space in the state of soul consciousness. But having said that, there is only one little pony living in his private space now. This guy makes trouble in there all day long and makes the private space a mess. Li Xuanya he also had to find time to feed him every day and clean up his feces, which was very troublesome. It would be nice to have a maid to help him take care of his private space. Thinking of this, Li Xuanye was already looking forward to what kind of maid he would summon. He quickly entered his private space and used the maid's summoning card. As soon as the light flashed, Xiao Ma, who had just rushed towards him, was frightened and rolled away. Li Xuanye saw the light gradually solidifying, and a girl with blonde hair and double ponytails, a petite and gentle figure, wearing a well-made dark blue maid. A beautiful girl in a short skirt appeared in front of him. But there seems to be something wrong with this maid. Why does she have 4 slender cylindrical horns on her head and a thick green tail trailing under her skirt? Moreover, the girl maid also has a pair of red vertical pupils, which are cold and terrifying, like the eyes of a western dragon. Li Xuanye was suddenly startled. I wonder, could this be? He quickly opened the maid's attributes to check. Thor, from the anime Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, his original form is a western fire-breathing dragon. He possesses powerful world-destroying magic that can destroy the world. He can freely switch between maid form and dragon form. He lacks common sense and is lively and cheerful. Sure enough, it's her. Dragon Maid Thor. Li Xuanye was immediately overjoyed. He didn't ask too much. He was satisfied when he summoned a good-looking and delicious little maid, but the welfare treasure box was indeed a welfare treasure box. Summoned a domineering dragon maid for him. Thor can be regarded as an alternative in the world of maids. He is a dragon from the mythical world. He has powerful magic and can easily destroy the world. However, in order to repay his kindness, he came to the heroine Xiaolan's house to become a maid, washing and cooking, and working hard without complaint. Just when Li Xuanye was extremely surprised, Thor's eyes gradually became brighter, and her expression was slightly confused. Because of the summons, her memory had been completely erased, and she could not even remember her own name. But the moment he saw Li Xuanye, Thor's eyes burst out with a strong light, and he rushed over and shouted, Master, Master, do you have any work for Thor to do today? Washing and cooking. It's Thor's special skill, especially Thor's dragon tail cuisine. I guarantee that the owner will never forget it once he eats it. Li Xuanye was speechless as he looked at the thick tail swinging around at the hem of Thor's skirt. According to the setting in the anime, Thor is very confident in the taste of his tail, and regards his tail as his best delicacy. In fact, the taste is indeed very good, and it can be regarded as one of the best in the world. But it is her own tail after all. Although it can grow again after being chopped off, is it really okay to make her own tail into delicacies? But having said that, Li Xuanye really wanted to try it. Walking behind Thor, Li Xuanye squatted down and wanted to touch Thor's tail, but his palm penetrated directly through her body. Only then did he remember that he was still in a soul state and could not touch matter. On the other hand, Mama, although he started to panic after discovering Thor, he quickly rushed over, rubbed Thor's thigh, and said in a standard broadcasting voice, Girl, do you want to add Q coins? Wow, okay. Cute Mr. Penguin, you are also a Warcraft, your voice is so magnetic, you must be a gentleman. Thor's eyes shone as he knelt down and said to little Ma, Ponyboy, only recharging can make you stronger. Really? But I don't have money, Thor said distressfully. Brother Ma, if you don't have money, just rob or cheat. You don't even dare to do this. How can you embark on the road of becoming stronger? Life is full of ups and downs, but as long as you recharge, the future will be bright. Come and reward, come monthly ticket, use a small amount of money to slap the author in the face, don't hesitate anymore. Thor, wow, what Mr. Penguin said is so profound, but Thor seems to understand something. Master, when will I send Thor a message? Salary? Li Xuanye. I may encounter fake pets and fake maids. The arrival of Thor has added a lot of vitality to Li Xuanye's private space. The space of 10,000 square meters is not big or small, but for the time being, only Thor and Xiao Ma live there, which is more than enough, but the inside is a bit drab and the living facilities are not complete enough. After leaving his private space, Li Xuanye came to the commercial district of the city in line with the consciousness of a conscientious owner. He first went to the building materials market to purchase a batch of construction supplies so that Thor could build a small house for himself. In addition, Li Xuanye also purchased a large number of daily necessities, food, clothes, kitchen utensils, lava eggs for making fires, and even a large number of books, comics and other entertainment supplies for Thor to relieve his loneliness. With these things, Li Xuanye's personal space will be complete in a few days. Then he can get a few pet mounts to keep in it, and even catch some mermaids, leopard girls, snake spirits, etc. Wouldn't it be nice to keep it in your private space for collection and viewing? Why am I not allowed to enter my private space? It's unreasonable. When he thought about the promising future development of his private space, but he could only see it but not use it, Li Xuanye beat his chest and felt heartbroken. It was already late at night when he returned to the inn. When Li Xuanye looked at the time, he saw that the treasure chest radar could be turned on again just after midnight. He simply did not sleep. He asked the waiter at the inn for a pot of fruit wine and a plate of sauce-flavored shrimp crackers, and ran there alone. Go up to the roof and enjoy the moon. Unexpectedly, when Li Xuanye arrived at the top of the building, he found that the place was already occupied. A closer look revealed that the ethereal figure on the back was none other than Kong Lingxian. Senior sister, what are you doing here? You are going to compete tomorrow. Why don't you seize the last moment to recuperate your energy? Li Xuanye coughed lightly, walked up, and said to Kong Lingxian. Kong Lingxian has been practicing in seclusion these days, completely ignoring the outside world and not even visiting Li Xuanye's games. Kong Lingxian smiled and turned around. With you here, why should I work so hard? Ahem, I'm ashamed. It seemed that Kong Lingxian had heard about his achievements in the past few days. Kong Lingxian walked over and sat down on the stone bench opposite Kong Lingxian. Li Xuanye shook the wine bottle in his hand. Seeing that Kong Lingxian didn't refuse, he took an extra cup and poured a glass for her. Kong Lingxian opened Yin Tao's small mouth, took a shallow taste, and said, "Last time in the sea dragon's lair, I knew that you were extremely talented and made rapid progress, but today I heard the news that you had understood the essence of Yuanling. It exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect you to catch up with me so quickly. It's really amazing. Senior sister, I will blush if I say that again." Wait, what do you mean by this, senior sister? Under Li Xuanye's astonished eyes, Kong Lingxuan's aura rose slightly, and a shadow visible to the naked eye slowly enveloped her figure. The shadow looked like a phoenix at first glance, but when Li Xuanye took a closer look, I was shocked to find that it was a white peacock as white as snow. Yuanling Dharma appearance. Kong Lingxian also condensed the Yuanling Dharma. This is such shocking news. If it spreads out, wouldn't it shake the entire Dongxing kingdom? Two Yuanling Dharma images that had not been produced for 3,000 years actually appeared at once, and they were both produced by cultivators in Hailu City. Once this news comes out, the martial arts hall in Hailu City will definitely be regarded as a holy place by the cultivators. Kong Lingxuan's red lips slightly opened and she said, "You should have heard about my life experience, but the world only knows one part but not the other. My Kong family is not a mixed blood of the sea race, but the descendants of the ancient saints, the Peacock King Ming." In Li Xuanye's incredulous expression, Kong Lingxian slowly told some things about the Kong family. The Kong family is not a local family in Hailu City, but migrated to Hailu City hundreds of years ago. The Kong family is the most powerful person in ancient times, descendants of the ancient sage Peacock and the Ming dynasty King Kongxian. There are many propagandists of Kongxian, but after years of changes, the number has become increasingly rare after being passed down from generation to generation. Today, tens of thousands of years later, only Kong Lingxuan's family is left, and the bloodline has been diluted through generations, has long lost its past purity, and the Kong family has not enjoyed the benefits of the ancient saints' heritage. At most, their talents are slightly stronger than ordinary people, but because of this blood, they have been burdened with too many disasters. The bloodline of the ancient saint is too tempting for the Sea Clan orcs who rely on blood to cultivate. The Kong family moved to Hailu City to avoid the greed of the orcs. But what they didn't expect was that Anqing's life would not be the same. It didn't take long before he was noticed by the Sea Clan. 2 years ago, Hailu City was invaded by the Hai Clan, which was not caused by the Kong family. However, during the Hai Clan invasion, the Kong family's bloodline of the ancient saint was exposed, causing the space to be besieged by the Hai Clan. In order to protect Kong Lingxian, the Kong family mobilized all the strength of the family and launched a desperate battle with the masters of the Sea Clan. The battle 2 years ago was actually far more tragic than most people imagined. The Sea Clan even sent powerful warriors at the level of Wuzun. It was the masters of the Kong family who did not hesitate to burn their blood, stimulate the power of the ancient saint's bloodline, and exchange their lives for lives to kill the powerful martial master of the Hai Clan, thus saving the lives of Kong Lingxian and tens of millions of people in the entire Hailu City. But except for Kong Lingxian, no one knew about this. Instead, most of the masters of the Hai Clan gathered in the Kong family, making the world mistakenly believe that the Hai Clan was attracted to Hailu City to kill and survive because of the Kong family. Kong Lingxian, who came down, became a disaster star in people's eyes and became a guilty person. After listening to Kong Lingxuan's story, Li Xuanye came to his senses after a long time. He looked at Kong Lingxian blankly. "Why are senior sisters telling me these things?" For such a long time, Kong Lingxian never mentioned this matter to anyone. It is obvious that she does not intend to reveal her identity. After all, the bloodline of the ancient saint is too tempting. Moreover, Kong Lingxian also inspired the Yuanling Dharma. She is extremely talented. Once the news spreads, it will inevitably be attacked by the Sea Tribe and the beasts. The family's covetousness caused unnecessary trouble for her. But Kong Lingxian told him so lightly, which made Li Xuanya feel very puzzled. It's nothing, it's just that I've been holding some things in for too long. It would be good for my mentality to find someone to talk to. Besides, you are also the Yuanling Dharma phantasm and have extraordinary talents. Telling you this matter will not seem too shocking. Listen. Li Xuanye was speechless when he heard Kong Lingxuan's indifferent words. He thought it was because he had a different status in Kong Lingxuan's heart. The relationship was because he also possessed the Yuanling Dharma and was a practitioner on the same level as Kong Lingxian, nothing more. However, it is normal for Kong Lingxian to think this way. If others find out about this matter, they may have some evil thoughts towards Kong Lingxian. If this piece of information is sold to some forces, I am afraid it can be exchanged for a lot of money. Wealth, but Gao Li Xuanya has no such worries, and with his current status, he will not care about these benefits. On the contrary, if two cultivation geniuses with Yuanling Dharma come together and form a certain alliance, a lot of pressure and obstacles will be reduced in the future. If a tree is beautiful in the forest, the wind will destroy it. It is a single sapling. But if there are two towering trees relying on each other and working together to block the wind and rain, the result will be very different. Senior sister Kong, since you are homeless, why not come to my Li family and let my father adopt you as a goddaughter? From now on, you will be my sister, Li Xuanya. I will help those mediocre people who have done evil to you. You blocked it. Li Xuanya looked at Kong Lingxian seriously and said seriously. Kong Lingxuan's experience was really pitiful. The entire Kong family was exterminated to protect her in Hailu City, but such a heroic family was crowned. The title of High Clan Spy and the culprit, together with Kong Lingxian, has become the target of public criticism and has been criticized by thousands of people. This makes Li Xuanya really unable to stand it anymore. Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need to bother. Kong Lingxuan's beautiful eyes seemed to twinkle, but she still shook her head and refused. Li Xuanya's mind darkened. It seemed that his mother by Su Ying's words last time left a bad feeling on Kong Lingxian. It was indeed a bit difficult for her to enter the Li mansion. But Li Xuanya was not going to give up yet. If senior sister is worried about my mother, then I will definitely persuade her after I go back. She was worried about my safety last time and said harsh words, but my mother is very kind in her heart. Li Xuanya's persistence surprised Kong Lingxian. She wanted to refuse again, but when the words came to her lips, she couldn't say them out for some reason. Looking at Li Xuanya's sincere expression, she couldn't help but nodded. If I can get Mrs. Li's nod, I will agree. For Kong Lingxian, who has no desires, the only feeling she hopes to experience again is the feeling of being alone. Li Xuanya was overjoyed. It's settled then, senior sister Kong. No, I'm going to change my name to you Sister Xian now. My brother doesn't have anything good, so just give this to Sister Xian as a gift. Then, Li Xuanya took out the ancient jade hairpin that Kong Lingxian returned last time and presented it to Kong Lingxian with both hands. After several hesitations, Kong Lingxian did not refuse Li Xuanya's kindness this time, but at the same time she took out a peacock feather as white as snow. Among the delicate white texture, there was a spot like a wise eye, revealing a mysterious and profound atmosphere. This is it? Li Xuanya asked. Kong Lingxian said, this is a treasure made from my Dharma. It has my spiritual mark imprinted on it. As long as you carry it with you, I can sense your position at any time through it. Li Xuanya was ashamed. It turned out to be a position. However, being able to give away these peacock feathers shows that Kong Lingxian has regarded Li Xuanya as one of her own, which is very happy for Li Xuanya. This cold young lady seems to have a warm heart. She is indeed cold. It was just a cover-up on the outside, but her inner fire was still waiting for Li Xuanya to explore and develop it bit by bit. At this point, the relationship between the two has become much closer. They started drinking and chatting in front of the bright moon hanging high above their heads. Although they didn't talk much, their tacit understanding was growing rapidly. After midnight, Kong Lingxian went back to her room to rest, recuperate her energy, and make final preparations for tomorrow's battle. Li Xuanyi also found a deserted place and turned on the treasure chest radar again. Ding! Found a bronze treasure chest onto the Empress boots. Returning to the room with a happy mood, when he fell asleep, Li Xuanyi also went to the private space to take a look. The dragon-made Thor was building a house with the building materials he purchased. However, what surprised Li Xuanyi was that what they built was not an ordinary house. Instead, they first piled up a hill with soil, then dug the hill into a hollow and settled in the cave. It's very scientific to like the giant dragon living in the cave. Thor also helped Ponyboy dig a small swimming pool next to the cave, and used magic to freeze the pool. Ponyboy was gliding back and forth on the ice, wearing a red scarf, flying in the wind, very happy. Li Xuanya smiled bitterly for a while, then left his private space and fell asleep with his feet in the air. The much-anticipated selection competition for the martial arts group finally officially started on the second day. It has to be said that the martial arts group's events attracted much more attention. The original arena could no longer meet the needs of the audience. The organizers replaced it with a larger martial arts arena, and more than 500,000 spectators crowded together, blocking roads in all directions. Because there were so many people, a large screen made by Zhang Mojing was even hung outside the martial arts venue, which broadcast the scenes in the martial arts venue to the outside in real time, so that more people could watch the event. Li Xuanya and his entourage entered the martial arts arena through the contestants' tunnel, which immediately attracted a roar of cheers. He is now famous and has more and more fans. Some people even pulled up conspicuous banners for him, with the words. Even Li Xuanya couldn't help but blush in his heartbeat after reading the words. Things like, the most talented Li Xuanya's concubine group came to help, brother Xuanya, come here, the slave's house will not be closed tonight, etc. are already relatively implicit, and some more explicit remarks are not uncommon. They are all liars. They say they love me and support me, but I slept all night last night and no one came to attack me at night. What's the use of just saying it but not doing it? If you like me, you can molest me, Li Xuanya said fiercely. Looked down upon. Tang Tang and others had a tacit understanding to stay away from Li Xuanya. It would be too embarrassing to be with this guy. At this moment, representatives of Shanghai City also came one after another. Yang Pujuan, who had never appeared before, was walking at the head of the crowd. He walked towards Li Xuanya with a playful smile. Boy, no wonder you are so arrogant, you are actually a legend. But do you really think that with your current strength, you are qualified to participate in the martial arts competition? Arrogant. If you meet me on the martial arts stage today, I will teach you how to behave. Whether I am qualified or not, it's not your turn to tell me, Li Xuanya snorted disdainfully. Thinking of the previous scene where he was knocked away by Li Xuanya's light wave on the sea, Yang Pujuan suddenly became furious and wanted to avenge his shame immediately, but in full view of the public, he could not take any action after all. Li Xuanya's identity is different from what it used to be. The words Yuan Ling Dharma Xiang made his status jump 1,000 feet and attracted much attention. If Yang Pujuan dared to attack Li Xuanya now, he would definitely be instantly attacked by those around him. The big shot intercepted. Yang Pujuan. The monster of the Yang family in Shanghai City already possesses the powerful strength of the 5th level of martial arts when he is less than 20. Before Li Xuanya appeared, he was the biggest dark horse in this trial, second only to Lin Xiaoshan in strength. I didn't expect that Yang Pujuan actually knew Li Xuanya, and the two seemed to have a feud. Now there is something good to watch. Think too much, Li Xuanya is not a fool. Even if Yang Pujuan is drawn by lot, he will definitely not. Even a peerless genius has no chance of winning against such a disparity in strength. I heard that Li Xuanya wanted to take advantage of this competition to put pressure on himself and try it in the battle. I don't think Li Xuanya will be timid after breaking through to the martial spirit level. Anyway, there are so many big figures watching, and there are no casualties in the trial. Since we are looking for someone to be a whetstone, of course we have to choose someone stronger. That's it. To be honest, I am more looking forward to a fight between Li Xuanya and Lin Xiaoshan. Li Xuanya has snatched the title of the #1 genius from Lin Xiaoshan. If there is a fight between these two people, it will definitely be exciting. Everyone was talking. While everyone was talking, Li Xuanya had already returned to the players' table and started preparing to draw lots. There were 27 contestants in the martial arts group. In the first round, lots were drawn to determine the opponent. Kong Lingxian drew a Manchu master named Chang Tao from Black Rock City. He was nearly 9 feet tall, as strong as a bull and as agile as a leopard. The second-level martial spirit has good combat power. Li Xuanya drew a master from Yaoguang City named Tai Long. His strength was only at the first level of martial arts, but he was actually quite good and he was only 15 years old. Although a 15-year-old martial arts master is not unique, it is also very rare in Dongsheng Kingdom. It seems that according to historical records, the youngest martial arts master in Dongsheng Kingdom broke through at the age of 13. However, there is one regret. It seems that all the young monks who broke through the martial spirit level prematurely and burst out their genius potential will not be able to achieve much success in the future. Most of them will be lost to everyone and can truly follow the path of cultivation. In fact, not many people go down. Compared with many cultivation geniuses who bloom early, there are more late bloomers who catch up from behind. The martial arts group selection competition kicked off amidst the cheers of the crowd. The first person to take the stage was Shanghai City Yang Pejuan. His opponent was a third-level martial arts expert with strong vitality. He was also considered a dark horse among all the contestants. Unfortunately, he met a monster strongman like Yang Pejuan. He was overwhelmed with moves and was eliminated without even a chance to take action. The second pair of first-level martial arts masters who came on stage were of similar strength, and they fought hard. In the end, the winner was decided by one move. Lin Xiaoshan came up next, and his battle was obviously without any suspense. Like Yang Pejuan, he solved the battle with one move. He played for less than half a minute, but even so he still won a wave of applause. After all, he is the #1 genius of the old brand. Even though he was robbed of the limelight by Li Xuanye, his background is still profound. He has a large number of fans at the scene, and there are more girls. Everyone covets Lin Xiaoshan's elegant demeanor and looks like Panan's beauty, screaming the sounds come and go, deafening and deafening. After a few more exciting battles, Kong Lingxian walked onto the martial arts stage. Kong Lingxian was quite tall. She stood there like a holy snow lotus with her white clothes fluttering like a reviled fairy. However, her opponent Chang Tao was too tall and mighty. Compared with him, Kong Lingxian looked a little bit taller. I feel so weak. Without any extra words, Kong Lingxian attacked directly. Her footsteps swirled lightly, like a breeze blowing by, and she disappeared without a trace in an instant. What a powerful light-shifting step. Being able to perform the light-shifting step to such a level with a first-level martial arts cultivation level is extraordinary. Kong Lingxian is such an aloof beauty. It seems like she is being trampled and ravaged by her long legs. This was Kong Lingxian's first appearance on stage. No one expected that Hailu City would actually hide such a strong man, with a stunning appearance and a temperament that resembled a saint from the Tianshan Mountains. They instantly attracted a large number of fans to Kong Lingxian. This time, the martial arts trials were mostly dominated by men. There were not many women participating, and the quality varied. It was a surprise to suddenly meet such a strong and beautiful beauty like Kong Lingxian. Drink! As a member of the barbarian tribe, Chang Tao was not interested in women. He roared, and his energy gathered between his mouthpieces and sent out a sound wave-like attack, causing slight ripples in the surrounding void. Chang Tao's strength is also quite good, and his level exceeds that of Kong Lingxian. It seems that this will be a difficult battle for Kong Lingxian. Just when everyone thought that Chang Tao's sonic attack would threaten Kong Lingxian, an ethereal fairy-like figure suddenly appearing behind Chang Tao. Kong Lingxian's face showed no sadness or joy, and she was calm. She just slapped a beautiful arm out of thin air. In an instant, it seemed that even the space was shaken. The unparalleled palm force exploded, and Chang Tao exploded. He didn't even have a chance to fight back, and was blasted high into the air, flying hundreds of meters away and falling onto the stage. Hiss! There were exclamations from around the venue, all shocked by Kong Lingxian's powerful attack power. I was wrong. I thought Beauty Kong was good at speed and hiding. I didn't expect her power to be so terrifying. This palm can instantly kill Chang Tao of the second level of martial arts with just pure power. It's so powerful. What's going on in Hailu City? It doesn't matter if there's a monster like Li Xuanye, but he actually hides a genius goddess who can leapfrog and fight so easily. This qualification is considered top-notch among the Ten Seas Alliance, right? Xiong Jian in the audience couldn't help laughing, as if he had eaten a flat peach, and he felt very happy. Now Hailu City was really proud of himself. Let's see if anyone will say that Hailu City is very good in the future. Wanyan is at the bottom of the Sea Alliance. However, Xiong Jian was also a little surprised. Although he was very optimistic about Kong Lingxian, this girl's progress was really fast. She had just broken through the martial arts level and had the strength to fight beyond the level. This evil spirit could almost catch up with Li Xuanye. Well, no, in the last martial arts competition, Li Xuanye was defeated by Kong Lingxian in 3 moves. He couldn't even touch her sleeves. But now Li Xuanye's strength may not be lower than Kong Lingxian's. The speed of progress is that Li Xuanye is even more evil. There will probably be no second one in the entire Dongxing Kingdom. Seeing Kong Lingxian's exit, Li Xuanye stood up and greeted her with a smile. Congratulations to Sister Xian, this battle has attracted fans. Countless, destined to become famous. It's just a false name. Kong Lingxian smiled slightly at Li Xuanye from an angle that no one else could see. It could be seen that although she didn't say it, she was still very happy in her heart. Li Xuanye's mind flashed, and he was almost fascinated by Kong Lingxian's beauty. As expected, contrast can bring about shocking effects. When the cold and unsmiling beauty smiled, the effect was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Li Xuanye also unexpectedly discovered that the ancient sapphire hairpin he gave was stuck in Kong Lingxuan's hair. Strange, when did this guy have such a good relationship with Kong Lingxian? Tang Tang saw the two of them coming side by side, whispering, feeling a little unhappy for no reason. After having a luncheon hosted by the organizer at noon, it was Li Xuanye's turn to play the first game in the afternoon. This was not the first time Li Xuanye had fought against a martial arts master, but neither the previous Ingman Roti nor the newly encountered young Pujuan had ever had a real battle with him. But this time is different. Li Xuanye will actually fight against a martial spirit with the strength of a martial apprentice. Even though he is burdened with the title of Peerless Genius and Yuanling Dharma Prime, the gap in strength is still there. A martial apprentice versus a martial spirit, judging by anyone's common sense, this is an almost impossible thing to accomplish. If it had been a few days ago, when everyone saw that Li Xuanye was going to fight Tai Long, they would have scoffed, thinking that Li Xuanye was arrogant and overestimated his capabilities. But now, when Li Xuanye walked onto the martial arts stage with the title of a peerless genius, everyone expressed their cheers and expectations without hesitation. This battle may not be as exciting as the battles of Young Pujuan, Lin Xiushan and others, but this is definitely a big event that will go down in the history of the 10 Seas Alliance Warrior Trials. It is the first time in history that someone has challenged martial arts with a warrior level. Moreover, both of them are young rookies, and one is a 17-year-old peerless genius. Awakening the Dharma of the Yuanling, one person through the ages. One is a martial artist who is only 15 years old. He is a model representative of outstanding talent, extraordinary understanding, and early achievement. The battle between geniuses and geniuses is just a gimmick, which is enough to attract countless eyeballs. Li Xuanye, you are really unlucky. You met me, Tai Long, in the first battle. Maybe you are full of confidence in your own strength and qualifications, but in front of me, you are still a younger brother after all. Tai Long has red lips and white teeth, a thin figure, and the appearance of a young boy, but he is aggressive when he opens his mouth, almost as if he is provoking Li Xuanye. He started practicing martial arts at the age of 3. When other children were still curled up in the arms of their parents, he was immersed in practice day after day. He finally broke through the martial arts level 6 months ago. Such talent and perseverance are worthy of his pride, but if you are too proud, you become unruly. Li Xuanye looked at the little guy in front of him who was a lot shorter than himself, and couldn't help but feel a little funny in his heart. He seemed to see a swollen puffer fish showing off his power to him. He was a young genius who had no sorrows and had not experienced any hardships. You will always be full of arrogant confidence in your own strength, but you don't know that the flowers cultivated in the greenhouse are more likely to die when exposed to cold wind. But as an opponent, Tai Long is still qualified. Tai Long, first level of martial arts, born martial arts idiot, with extraordinary potential, but lack of tempering of mentality, flammable and explosive. The information from the insight technique also confirmed Li Xuanye's guess. At the beginning of the game, falling down on the martial arts stage is considered a loss. After one party voluntarily admits defeat, the other party must stop immediately and is prohibited from attacking vital parts. With the referee's order, this battle of geniuses officially began. Tai Long was as powerful as a tiger, his vitality surged up, like whirlpools whistling around him. He took the lead in launching an offensive, his feet were filled with light, sparks of electric stone struck from his hands, and his fair and delicate palms turned into sharp blades, with a huge slash. A posture that breaks the sky and shatters the stars. Li Xuanye felt awe-inspiring in his heart. This Tai Long was indeed a genius. His vitality was quite powerful and abundant. Although he felt a little impetuous, his power was truly extraordinary. With this vitality alone, he might have reached the peak of the first level of martial arts, not even the level of martial arts. Inferior to second-level masters. Li Xuanye roughly judged that Tai Long's comprehensive attributes should reach 190 and close to 200. Without Li Xuanye using recharge skills, all aspects of the data are enough to crush Li Xuanye. This is the difference between Wu Ling and Wu Ling. The difference between disciples. If it were any martial disciple, facing Tai Lung's powerful force, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to parry for a breath. Even an ordinary first-level martial arts master would probably have difficulty resisting Tai Lung. It was a pity that he met Li Xuanye. Wind sprint. In an instant, Li Xuanye's speed soared and he steadily overwhelmed Tai Long. His body was like a stream of fire, crashing towards Tai Long. Titanium golden body. The moment he approached Tai Long, Li Xuanye activated his titanium golden body again, and his endurance increased dramatically. Like a berserker holding a backing, he knocked Tai Long's thin body high into the air with a roar. How is that possible? Tai Long looked horrified, as if he couldn't understand why Li Xuanye's power was so amazing, even surpassing him. Is this guy really only a 10th level warrior? The pride of the genius was completely aroused. Tai Long's figure suddenly paused in midair, and a silver light appeared under his feet. The vortex-like vitality turned his body back, and fell from the sky like a cannonball, roaring and rushing towards Li Xuanye again. Boom! Li Xuanye didn't care, so he used his body as a shield again and slammed into it. Ah! Tai Long was hit so badly that he fell to the ground and rolled around, screaming in pain. After 2 consecutive collisions, he felt as if all the bones in his body were about to burst. The high pressure he endured made his internal organs tremble, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his blood boiled. But Tai Long was still unconvinced, struggled to get up again, and rushed towards Li Xuanye like crazy. Li Xuanye shook his head indifferently. This little guy was really flammable and explosive. He just failed twice and failed to seize the opportunity to attack, so his mentality completely collapsed. Boom! Before the end of the blast sprint time, Li Xuanye made another brutal charge and knocked Tai Long off the martial arts stage. No! The little guy knelt on the ground and beat the ground hard, with tears and runny nose streaming down his face. What a naughty kid! Li Xuanye walked down the martial arts stage calmly, but at this moment, the surroundings of the venue were still in a state of confusion. Although most people are very optimistic about Li Xuanye's strength and feel that even if he fights against Wu Ling as a 10th level warrior, he should have a slight chance of winning, but the actual result once again stunned everyone. Li Xuanye not only won, and won so easily and calmly, with just 3 attacks, Tai Long was completely defeated. In this battle, Li Xuanye didn't even use any martial arts skills, and just relied on pure speed and strength to crush a first-level martial arts genius. It's not that Tai Long is too weak, but that Li Xuanye is too evil. The Yuanling Dharma is extremely terrifying. We have all underestimated Li Xuanye. Not only can he fight against the first level of martial arts, I am afraid that even the second level of martial arts is no match for him. When did cross-level battles change? So relaxed? Is this the real genius? All the so-called geniuses we have seen before are all fake. You underestimated the power of Yuanling. Even in the center of the 10,000 worlds continent, the Protoss wherever the descendants are, Yuanling Dharma also has very high-level talents. You must know that there is a big gap between geniuses. Today's battle opened everyone's eyes and amazed them, so that the next battle changed. It was as tasteless as chicken ribs. Although Li Xuanye's battle was not as gorgeous as that of Yang Pujuan, Lin Xiushan and others, this was a battle destined to be recorded in history. In the 7,000-year history of Dongsheng Kingdom, this was the first time that someone defeated a martial spirit in public with martial arts strength. More than 100,000 pairs of eyes witnessed this scene happening, and there was no possibility of fraud. At this time, people suddenly realized that genius was not just a simple code name, but also meant that no one could guess the future. Li Xuanye, who was only 17 years old, could already reach this level. 10 years later, 100 years later, woolen cloth? The future of Dongsheng Kingdom, starting from the appearance of Li Xuanye, is destined not to be lonely or boring. What a surprise to you, you have made a big splash this time. From now on, you will probably be unable to keep a low profile wherever you go. Tang Tang said to Li Xuanye with a wry smile on the Tiger Roar car. Xiong Jian also laughed. Li Xuanye is now famous, and the security work has indeed kept up. I have contacted an inn with higher standards and tighter defense. I have found someone to move everything there. Our current hotel, the inn where we stayed, was already blocked by people in the morning. Tomorrow the selection competition will be completely over, and Li Xuanye probably won't have a chance to meet Yang Pujuan and Lin Xiushan. After all, this is just a selection competition, not a real finals match. The rules set by the 10 Seas Alliance are relatively friendly. To guide the warriors' competitive spirit, everyone must fight for their scalps and win a championship title. Each city used to judge its ranking based on points. Due to its shallow foundation, Hailu City has the smallest number of participants. Even if its results are good, it is destined to not be ranked first in points. However, with today's 2 wins, it is possible to get into the top 5, or even the top 3. But this trip to Qianyang City is not over yet. The real highlight is the banquet of heroes that follows after the game. Fangfei Pavilion, one of the top inns in Qianyang City, is built near the sea. The interior decoration is magnificent, just like a royal garden. Xiong Jian hired this place without spending a penny. It was completely sponsored by the boss of Fangfei Pavilion. For no other reason than because the name Li Xuanye is now so popular, the boss even specially prepared it for Li Xuanye. A top-notch room was built and renamed Xuanye Pavilion. When Li Xuanye and his party leave in a few days, the value of this Xuanye pavilion will rise sharply, and even if the rent increases tenfold, it will be a small amount. The celebrity effect of this world is no less than that of the earth where Li Xuanye lived in his previous life. At night, Li Xian was sitting peacefully in the splendid mansion, with a pair of exquisite porcelain dinner plates in front of him. On the dinner plate, there is a piece of plump barbecue. The meat is golden and oily. Under the crispy exterior, there is a steak with a strange texture. At first glance, it seems to be the tail meat of some evil monster, exuding a strange charm. Aromatic. Master, try the dragon tail cuisine prepared by Thor himself. This is Thor's confident creation. Thor's words just now echoed in Li Xuanye's mind. Obviously, the raw material for this plate of barbecue is the dragon made Thor's own tail. According to her original words, her tail meat is very tender and delicious, but the meat contains some toxins, and it must be cooked by herself to remove the toxins and make it safe and practical. Li Xuanye agreed after careful consideration. After all, he was really curious about what dragon meat tasted like. A gentleman picked up the knife and fork, cut off a small piece of meat with crispy skin and put it into his mouth. Li Xuanye squinted his eyes and chewed delicately, as if a ball of colorful luster exploded in his mouth and tongue, with sparks flying and light flowing out. Color, every taste bud seems to be filled with rolling waves, from tongue to teeth, from body and mind to soul, everyone is bursting with joy. The delicious food will explode. Li Xuanye put down his knife and fork, and after being silent for a long time, he let out an exclamation that echoed through his soul. And not only is it delicious, the nutritional value of this dragon tail barbecue surprised Li Xuanye. The meat contains a strange power, similar to the vitality of heaven and earth, but more subtle. This power seems to be differentiated. It has become countless attributes, with a feeling of natural elements. It is based on the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire and earth, and has derived attributes such as light, darkness, wind and thunder. Is this elemental magic? Thinking of Thor's identity, Li Xuanye suddenly realized that as a powerful magic dragon, Thor has absorbed the magic energy of the magic world all year round, and it is normal for his body to contain magic power. Moreover, Thor is very powerful. According to the standards of Wanjie continent, she is at least a peak-level martial saint. After this mouthful of dragon meat, Li Xuanye's strength seems to have taken a step forward, and he is even closer to breaking through the martial arts level. Close. Looking at the majority of the dragon meat left on the plate, Li Xuanye was even very sure that after finishing this plate of dragon meat, he would be able to break through to the martial spirit level without any hindrance. He never imagined that instead of breaking through against adversity in battle, he would rely on a plate of barbecued dragon to break through, and the meat grilled was the meat of his own made. It's so hard to spit out. Although his mood was extremely complicated, Li Xuanye was not satisfied with the speed of his hands. He put the cut pieces of dragon meat into his mouth. At first, he would chew it slowly and taste it carefully, but then he wolfed it down out of control. Thor's tail is so big that even if only a part is cut off for cooking, a plate weighs at least 3 or 4 kilograms, which is definitely enough. When Li Xuanye swallowed the last bite of dragon meat, the system prompts also came randomly. Taking Tian Yuan level dragon meat, all attributes plus 20, and obtaining the negative status dragon's rival. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the first level of martial arts, all attributes plus 50 ding. Given that the host has completed the binding within 50 days of this system, a big breakthrough, reward upgrade gift pack. Tian Yuan level. Unexpectedly, Li Xuanye still underestimated Thor's strength. She was actually a Tian Yuan level dragon maid. But yes, Thor itself was a product of the mythical world, and he was also a powerful magic dragon. He was powerful enough to be dispatched to the Tian Yuan level dragon maid. Very normal. But why does eating Thor's flesh increase the negative status dragon's nemesis? Li Xuanye didn't even have time to check the upgrade gift package, so he quickly checked the status of dragon's nemesis. Dragon's nemesis, negative status. The hatred towards dragons increases by 100%. If exposed to the sight of dragon creatures, they will be hunted endlessly. The status cannot be eliminated and can be reversed. Looking at the status introduction, Li Xuanye suddenly fell into a trap. Speechless. This is not good news. The Dragon Clan is a very powerful group in the 10,000 Realms continent. It is huge in power and terrifying in strength. With the state of being the dragon's old enemy, wouldn't it be bad luck for Li Xuanye to meet the Dragon Clan in the future? Fortunately, although this state cannot be eliminated, it can be reversed, which means there is a solution. Moreover, the Dragon Clan is too far away. At least there is no Dragon Clan in Dongsheng. This kind of powerful species is usually entrenched in the center of the Wanjie continent, or in some geomantic treasures with extremely strong heaven and earth energy. Most people want to encounter it. It's also very difficult. Sighing, Li Xuanye then checked his current attributes. Li Xuanye, level 1 martial spirit, strength 223, endurance 221, agility 228, spirit 228, luck value? +1 charm? +2 skills, treasure chest radar, junior lock opening, cloud palm, small phaseless kung fu, flesh kick, insight technique, 6 meridians divine sword, baji collapse fist, junior turtle style qigong wave, titanium golden body, diamond finger. Equipment, charm ring, paralysis ring, lucky ring, queen's boots, black knife knight, lynxy moon, soft protective armor, lizard skin gloves, queen's socks, invisibility talisman. Attributes increase dramatically. After breaking through the martial spirit level, the comprehensive attributes will increase by 50 points each time you upgrade. With the effect of dragon meat, all attributes will increase by another 20 points. The average attribute of the ordinary first level martial spirit is 150, but his is as high as 220. This is already the middle level of the second level of martial arts. If another 10 million crystals are spent to recharge, then Li Xuanye's peak attributes can exceed 310, which is equivalent to the fourth level of martial arts. Powerful. Unbelievable. By the way, there is also an upgrade gift pack. I don't know what rewards the system will give, so take a look. Ding, open the upgrade gift package. Ding, get the prop 20 times experience bonus card X1. Ding, get the prop silver key hiss. Li Xuanye couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This reward is too domineering. The upgrade rewards are indeed overbearing. The 20-fold experience bonus card is here. This thing is a powerful tool for leveling up, and the time is doubled compared to the 10-fold experience bonus card, which is a full 20 hours. But Li Xuanye is too full of ambition but not strong enough, not to mention whether he could find a suitable place to slay wild monsters for 20 hours continuously. Li Xuanye's own strength could not last for such a long time. Continuously slaying monsters for 20 hours would also slay him. What went in? But the things are indeed good things. When Li Xuanye's strength improves a little, or he can find a suitable place to spawn monsters, he can still be of great use. 3 silver keys are no more than enough. Although after the lockpicking skill is upgraded, the success rate of opening the silver treasure chest has increased a lot, but it is not enough after all. But with the keys, it is different. That is a 100% success rate. As for this blessing ring, it initially has 100 blessing points, and comes with the skill god's blessing. It can be activated by consuming blessing points, and has a certain probability of triggering the state good luck falls from heaven. Li Xuanye looked at it carefully. After half a day of introduction, I still didn't understand the effect of this instruction ring. Is it called equipment without attribute bonus? It must be garbage. However, the system should not be so stingy, so let's try it and see the effect before making a judgment. Just after midnight, Li Xuanye planned to go to the night market and open today's treasure box. After changing his clothes, Li Xuanye wrapped himself tightly and put on half a mask on his face. He was sure that his biological father would not be able to recognize him when he saw him. There was no way. People were more afraid of being famous than pigs were afraid of being strong. Li Xuanye was now famous far and wide. If he walked onto the street without any disguise, he wouldn't have to do anything and would be watched by everyone. Ding, found a bronze treasure chest with the mentality that mosquito legs are also meat. Li Xuanye still found the location of the bronze treasure chest after all the troubles. This place is called Lufeng City, which is quite famous in Xianyang City. It is roughly equivalent to an aristocratic women's academy, which specializes in training aristocrats. The place where the rich lady is located is highly sought after by the majority of gentlemen. However, the gates of Lufeng City were tightly guarded and all men were prohibited from entering. Li Xuanye still managed to sneak in with a lot of effort. I wanted to leave after finding the bronze treasure chest, but after entering, Li Xuanye was dumbfounded. The interior space of Lufeng City was huge and decorated like a maze. There were corridors and corridors everywhere. Even with the help of the treasure chest radar, Li Xuanye was blind. After wandering around for a long time, I was surprised to find that I was lost. In desperation, Li Xuanye could only take the risk of being exposed and use Qinggong to fly over the wall and fall from the sky to the location of the treasure chest. There was mist here, and the sound of gurgling streams could be heard in his ears. He could also faintly hear the sounds of girls playing and playing. Li Xuanye curiously pushed aside the clouds and mist, and was shocked to find that this place was actually a hot spring bathhouse, with hundreds of people with graceful bodies. The girl Yin Yin Yin, who was dressed in light gauze, walked over, unpreparedly began to take off her clothes, and stepped into the hot spring to take a bath. I'm going to die. Li Xuanya's eyes almost bulged out. How could he still have such benefits? Could it be the effect of the blessing ring? But I obviously haven't used the skill of God's blessing yet. Xiaonan, did you watch today's martial arts competition? Li Xuanye is so handsome. I have signed up to join his support club. I will ask my father to propose marriage tomorrow. With my beauty, he will definitely like me. Chanqian, please stop daydreaming. What kind of person is Mr. Li? He is a rare genius in 1,000 years. His future achievements are destined to be extraordinary. He may become a strong martial artist and become the leader of our Dongxing kingdom. The top master, with our family background, I am afraid we are not qualified to be his concubine. Just when Li Xuanye was confused, two beautiful figures suddenly walked over hand in hand, and Li Xuanye was frightened. Well, what if this was discovered? The news that Li Xuanye, the #1 genius of Dongxing Kingdom, sneaked into the women's college to spy on girls taking a bath for half a day, would probably have become a hot topic in the whole city overnight before tomorrow morning. Li Xuanye couldn't afford to lose that person. This. It's too late to run now. Once a movement is caused, the master guards in Lufang City are not vegetarians. That's right. Li Xuanye thought and quickly used the skill of God's blessing, using all 100 blessing points. Ding, the blessing is successful and triggers the state of good luck. As soon as the prompt came, Li Xuanye noticed that his body had undergone tremendous changes. His chest bulged inexplicably, and his head started to dance like crazy. It grows, and the face seems to have been rubbed hard. Before Li Xuanye had time to react, the two girls had already walked up to Li Xuanye with laughter, but they showed no signs of surprise. Instead, one girl naturally stepped forward and grabbed Li Xuanye's hand. Pom, yay, why are you alone here in a daze? Bathing time is about to pass, hurry up. As he said that, under Li Xuanye's dumbfounded gaze, the two beauties began to take off their clothes. Bring your clothes. I'll choke you. At this moment, Li Xuanye suddenly realized that he had turned into a girl. And she is also a beautiful woman with a hot body and stunning appearance. Li Xuanye's mentality in his two lives collapsed involuntarily at this moment. He didn't even know how his clothes slipped off, and how he was dragged into the hot spring pool and was surrounded by hundreds of noble ladies from all directions. Surrounded. Yay, your skin is so good, I'm so envious. Yay, what are you eating so good? Why are you getting bigger and bigger? I can't hold them with one hand. Xiaoye, can you help me wipe my sister's lower back? I'll wipe it for you later. When Li Xuanye left Lufang City, he didn't know when it was. Good luck fell from the sky. It was over, and he once again returned to his male form, but he still had a look of despair on his face, and in the end he didn't even open the treasure chest. Despite this, it's not a loss. Li Xuanye screamed in his heart. It turns out that this is how the blessing ring is used. This is definitely an artifact. Hey, try again. Ding, the blessing points are exhausted and the skill failed. By the way, there are no blessing points left. By the way, how should I get this blessing spot? God favors kind-hearted people and helps others. You can get blessing points by helping others. The system immediately explained to Li Xuanye. In the early morning, it was misty and slightly cool, but the bed was warm and sticky. Tang Tang stretched out comfortably and got up from the fragrant bed. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was scared to death. Holy! Why are you in my room? Looking at Li Xuanye sitting on the bedside, Tang Tang couldn't help but curse. If he hadn't weighed his own strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat Li Xuanye. Tang Tang would definitely have the intention to kill someone now. Just came in. Li Xuanye chuckled, took out a dinner plate, and handed a carefully prepared sumptuous breakfast to the sleepy Tang Tang. Come on, eat quickly. Have you been poisoned? Tang Tang looked at Li Xuanye with a wary face, completely unable to guess what this guy was thinking. Li Xuanye smiled and said, how could it be? I was just in a good mood and prepared a little breakfast, but found that I couldn't eat it, so I gave it to my brother Xiaochuan to satisfy his appetite. How about it, brother is good to you, right? Nervous. Tang Tang cursed in his heart. In order to get rid of this guy as soon as possible, he took the breakfast, swallowed it wholeheartedly, and then watched Li Xuanye leave. Why don't you leave? Li Xuanye, thank me, and I'll leave after thanking you. Tang Tang held back a murderous aura and gritted his teeth and said, I thank you. You're welcome. Li Xuanye shook his head and left. Ding, I am happy to help others, and I will be rewarded with 1 blessing point. Shaking his head, Li Xuanye was troubled. Why was it that just a little was not enough? Only then did Li Xuanye realize that it was not easy to do good deeds. Not only were the opportunities to do good deeds hard to come by, but even if you did, you might not get much gratitude. Forget it, it seems that accumulating blessing points has to be done slowly and cannot be forced. Today is the last day of the martial arts competition. Li Xuanye's appearance still attracts much attention, but the real focus is not on him, but on the final competition between Yang Pujuan and Lin Xiushan. According to the standings, although Li Xuanye was also at the forefront, due to the small number of participants in Hailu City, the total points dropped a lot. Coupled with the limitations of the realm, he ultimately missed the finals. Li Xuanye's final opponent was named Feng Jin, a third-level martial artist. He was the strongest man in Stormwind City. Although he was low-key and his battles had been unknown so far, Li Xuanye had observed his battles and almost every battle he had failed. Even so, the opponent will definitely be defeated within 3 moves in every battle. If Yang Pujuan and Lin Xiushan weren't so powerful, and if Li Xuanye, a rising star, hadn't attracted so much attention, Feng Jin would have been considered a dark horse. Stormwind City's overall strength ranks 5th among the 10 Seas Alliance. It is neither ahead nor behind, more than above or below. To describe it in one word, it is mediocre. But this is by no means a reason for Li Xuanye to despise the other party. He knows the truth well. The more low-key a person is, the more dangerous he is. Never showing off his talent means that he doesn't care about false fame at all. Only the truly strong can have such a good reputation. Mentality. Please enlighten me. On the martial arts stage, Feng Jin was dressed in a simple green shirt and cloth shoes. His messy long hair was casually curled behind his head with a hairband. He had sparse stubble and slightly turned-up fish eyes. He looked like a down-and-out man. The wandering warrior reveals a bit of indifference to the common people in his frivolity, and a carefree and open-mindedness. Li Xuanye responded with a smile, and the 6 Meridian's divine sword flicked out. Feng Jin waved his long shirt in a nonchalant manner. No one could see clearly what he did. When the sword light penetrated under his green shirt, it dissipated directly into the invisible. Li Xuanye raised his brows, and instantly accelerated his sprint to the extreme. His 5 fingers were clenched, and his diamond fingers cooperated with the 6 Meridian's divine sword to stir up a beam of divine light sword energy and slash out angrily. Broken. Feng Jin danced with his long sleeves again, and his body posture and footwork were exquisite and extraordinary. He was obviously a man with dead eyes, but he swam like a dragon, like a handsome young man swimming south to the lake, and easily neutralized Li Xuanye's attack. Li Xuanye's momentum was overwhelming, and he resumed his offensive. The Baji Benquin shook the mountains. His pure martial arts were displayed with his super speed and powerful strength. He then used the powerful internal force of Shao Wuxian Gong to stimulate his energy. The power was comparable to top martial arts. Feng Jin looked slightly stern, waved his long sleeves, and punched in the air. In an instant, his momentum changed dramatically, like a warrior who had been on the battlefield for a long time. He had long looked down on life and death, and there was no one else in the world. This was such a powerful collision. It was a complete competition of strength and momentum. A circle of dust rose up on the entire martial arts stage. Only 2 people were left between heaven and earth. What a great Feng Jin! This single punch shows how rich his fighting experience is. He is worthy of being the number 1 genius in Stormwind City. It is said that Feng Jin is a super fighting maniac. He has been deep in the Blue Sea for the past few years. With combat experience, I have killed countless strong men of the Sea Clan. I once single-handedly wiped out a sea beast's lair, and my fighting power was frightening. Humph, a first-level reckless man, how can he compare to my young master Xian Yi, young master Xian Yi? Come on, I will give birth to a bunch of little monkeys for you. The woman who rolled up her sleeves and shouted like a shrew, the real Miss Qian Shen from Lufang City. The girl Shan'an next to her was lowering her head and covering her face, so ashamed that she wanted to find her. Drill into a hole in the ground. Breaking, breaking, breaking. Feng Jin shouted repeatedly, his long sleeves billowing, and his fists shot out after images all over the sky. He seemed to realize that Li Xuanye's strength was extraordinary, and began to use offense as defense, launching a strong counterattack. Li Xuanye's pressure suddenly surged. Although he could temporarily suppress Feng Jin with the effect of the rushing wind, his opponent's combat experience was too rich. As long as there was a flaw in his offensive, Feng Jin would be able to find a gap and launch a crazy counterattack. Moreover, every move he makes seems to have been refined thousands of times. It is extremely concise and powerful. It is a pure killing move without any unnecessary movements. Moreover, his attack speed is extremely fast. Although the part he attacks is not a vital part, it is it can restrict Li Xuanye's movements and affect his defensive joints. So despicable. But I have to admit that this is a real battle, a real killing technique, not a show to impress. 10 breaths later. Li Xuanye stepped back in confusion, cupped his hands and said, I lost. As if he didn't expect Li Xuanye to admit defeat so simply, Feng Jin seemed to be a little unsatisfied. He shook his head and said, you can obviously fight again. With his sharp eyesight, he could naturally tell that Li Xuanye did not use all his strength, as if he was deliberately doing so. Same as suppression. Li Xuanye smiled and said, if you are not as skilled as others, you are not as skilled as others. There is no need to make any excuses. This battle rarely allowed Li Xuanye to experience what it means to feel full and hearty. The violence from fist to flesh is the most exciting thing, and even made Li Xuanye realize for the first time that the process of fighting is so worth enjoying. With his strength, it would be easy to defeat Feng Jin with just one use of turtle-style qigong, but Li Xuanye felt that it would be an insult to his opponent and a shame to himself. Of course, the more important thing is that Li Xuanye feels that he has been too high-profile these days. It is not a good thing to attract too much attention, and it will cause too much trouble to his life. He is now regarded as a monster in the eyes of others. As the saying goes, everything must be reversed. Now he must have become a thorn in the side of many people. They can't wait to get rid of him quickly. Li Xuanye must also retain some strength appropriately, but he cannot in this situation. All the cards are exposed. Li Xuanye's resignation came too suddenly. Although many supporters couldn't accept it, more people felt relieved. Li Xuanye's performance was indeed so monstrous that many people were not sure how terrifying this guy's potential was. Now that he saw that Li Xuanye was not completely omnipotent, he immediately felt relieved. Can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter how evil the genius is, he is still a human being. No matter how great his potential is, he will eventually have an end. Li Xuanye has created a myth, but he is not a god after all. He still has his limit, although this limit is destined to be the majority. It's something that people can't touch in their lifetime, but at least they saw Li Xuanye's limit today and their understanding of him has deepened a lot. The unknown is the scariest thing and the easiest thing to be mythologized, but now Li Xuanye is no longer an elusive existence. He seems to have stepped down from the altar and turned into a flesh and blood existence. It was only at this moment that the image of Li Xuanye became real in the minds of many people, rather than an illusory image. In a corner of the venue, an inconspicuous man breathed a sigh of relief, and his brows seemed to relax a bit. It seems that we can set off back to the great Zhou dynasty. Although Li Xuanye has amazing talents, he is not the son of God after all. There is still a big gap between me and His Highness the son of God of the great Zhou dynasty. Although it deserves special attention, it will not have a profound impact on the overall situation. Influence. On the other side, a man with a greenwood totem printed on his body and a deep and distant aura also turned around and left the crowd, disappearing without a trace. The greenwood totem glowing with dark green light comes from Dayu State in the far south. Li Xuanye didn't know how many disasters he had avoided by deliberately keeping a low profile. In fact, that was not what he really cared about. He deliberately admitted defeat to keep a low profile, but more for Feng Jin. Respect. This is a golden age when heroes emerge. With the invasion of the Sea clan and the raging of the Beast clan, the Dongxing kingdom can survive for 7,000 years in an environment of enemies from both sides. It relies on many heroes like Feng Jin. His talent may be far less than Li Xuanye's martial arts skills were all honed bit by bit through actual combat, which made Li Xuanye admire him very much. Just be normal. Even if we lose this game, our Hailu city's total points are enough to rank 4th. This result is enough to make us proud. Li Xuanye, this is all your credit. When Xiong Jian saw Li Xuanye walking down the martial arts stage, he immediately stepped forward to comfort him. He seemed to be worried that Li Xuanye's first failure would damage his mentality. Li Xuanye smiled indifferently, didn't say anything in detail, and returned to his seat to continue watching the game. In the afternoon, the main event took place, and the peak battle between Yang Pujuan and Lin Xiushan officially began. There were a lot of people inside and outside the venue, but it was unusually quiet. Everyone was full of expectations for this battle, especially Lin Xiushan. Because of Li Xuanye's defeat, Lin Xiushan's reputation as the #1 genius seemed to have been restored, and the strength itself is stronger, and the strength of the 8th level martial spirit is rare even among middle-aged practitioners. In addition, Lin Xiushan is a descendant of the martial saint Lin Chan Mo, with orthodox aristocratic blood, young and extremely handsome. In comparison, Li Xuanye's birth is a bit inconspicuous. The only person who can surpass Lin Xiushan is a Yuanling Dharma Prime, but what exactly the Yuanling Dharma appearance means, most people don't know very well. If Li Xuanye is a young star who has just debuted, then Lin Xiaoshan is the real superstar, and his background is not on the same level. This point can be judged from the moment Lin Xiaoshan appeared on the field and the roar of the audience. Look at his virtuous attitude of a villain. I'm really not ashamed. Tang Tang muttered with disdain. Li Xuanye was happy. He didn't know what immoral things Lin Xiaoshan had done to make Tang Tang dislike him so much. Although Li Xuanye also hated all the guys who were handsomer than him, even he had to admit it, no matter in terms of appearance or strength, Lin Xiaoshan's height makes people lose their temper. Although Yang Pujuan is not a vegetarian, if he encounters Lin Xiaoshan, he probably won't be able to survive 3 moves. Jinshan gambling house is open. Yang Pujuan survives 5 moves, and the odds are 1 to 2. If you can, I will give you odds of 1 to 10. Give me 100,000 crystals, and bet that Lin Xiaoshan will win within 3 moves. It doesn't matter if the odds are low, you can't give up the crystals for free. Just when the major gambling houses were competing for business, the competition between Yang Pujuan and Lin Xiaoshan also officially began. Yang Pujuan, who was not favored, struck first, with an extremely fierce momentum. His fighting spirit seemed to be about to turn into substance, and his surging vitality it's like a huge wave, looking at everything in its direction. However, the results were extremely surprising. Just 1 move. Lin Xiaoshan did not move, and with 1 palm strike, he easily neutralized all Yang Pujuan's efforts. With just 1 palm, he crushed Yang Pujuan under him, unable to move at all, or even breathe, and he fell. Defeat. This is such a powerful palm. Xiao Congdao's Jinwu Xingquan is as powerful as a rainbow, but in front of Lin Xiaoshan's palm, it is not worth mentioning at all. It is like a baby punching or a drunk monkey acting recklessly. After 1 palm strike, the vitality of heaven and earth seemed to disappear without a trace, and a vacuum of vitality appeared on the huge martial arts stage. Lin Xiaoshan's palm directly drained the vitality of heaven and earth, and absorbed the power of heaven and earth into his palm. This is no longer a power that can be produced by spiritual arts. Only true Shen Gong can have such power. Martial arts, spiritual arts, mysterious skills, and holy methods. These are the levels of martial arts corresponding to the 4 realms of martial arts: Wu Ling, Wu Zun, and Wu Shang. With the 8th level of Wu Ling, Lin Xiaoshan can master the use of Xian Gong, even if it is only a superficial use. There is no way to enter. Essentials, showing the true strength of Xian Gong, can already be called a heaven-defying talent. Yang Pujuan was not unjustly defeated. No matter in terms of strength or talent, he was crushed by Lin Xiaoshan in all aspects. In this battle, he became a stepping stone for Lin Xiaoshan. Lin Xiaoshan was using his strength to swear to the world that he would rise to the east. No one can take away the identity of the number 1 genius. The scene was filled with cheers, but Lin Xiaoshan proudly walked off the martial arts stage as if he had just done a trivial thing. At the moment of exit, he glanced at Li Xuanye vaguely from the corner of his eye. Xiaoshan, you are too high profile. It is not worth your exposure to the Lin family's mysterious skills to deal with a mere Yang Pujuan. If a tree is as good as Lin Feng, it will be destroyed. Even if no one in Dongsheng can threaten my Lin family, the wolves outside are. But everyone is eyeing our Dongsheng kingdom. In the contestants' tunnel, an old man in black followed Lin Xiaoshan and said, his tone seemed a bit unhappy. Lin Xiaoshan just replied calmly, so what? Sooner or later, Dongsheng kingdom will belong to my Lin family. After I marry Princess Haitang, sooner or later I will enter the Golden Palace and lead Dongsheng kingdom to glory. If I don't show some strength, I won't be able to ascend the throne in the future. How can the throne of God convince the public, and how can it deter the tigers and wolves of the north and the south? The martial arts trials of the 10 Seas Alliance have finally come to an end, but for many talented experts, the event has not really begun. The banquet of heroes 3 days later is the focus of most attention. The third prince invites heroes to discuss important matters of family and country. Everyone who is lucky enough to receive an invitation is proud of it. Although Li Xuanye was not interested in this kind of banquet, the third prince was kind to him no matter what. It would be impossible not to participate, and there was nothing wrong with waiting for a few days. Moreover, Kong Lingxian also received an invitation to the gathering of heroes, and Li Xuanye even wanted to accompany her. In Fengfei Pavilion, Xiong Jian said, the rewards for the trial have been distributed. In addition to the crystal stones, there are also some elixirs. The points can also be exchanged for martial arts and martial arts in the Alliance's Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. With that, Xiong Jian said to Li Xuanye alone said, Li Xuanye, you'd better not leave Fengfei Pavilion in the past 3 days. I heard rumors that people from the city lord's mansion have been investigating your news recently. You made Yuqi Weilong's face that day, even though it was obvious. It is impossible for Yuqi Weilong to do anything to a junior like you, but there is no guarantee that there will not be some secret tricks. Fangfei Pavilion is well known in Shenyang City. If you stay here, at least your safety will be guaranteed. Li Xuanye responded, "It's okay, I just broke through the martial arts level, and I just need some time to stabilize my strength." Ever since Jiang Ruo was taken down by the criminal law department, Li Xuanye knew that he must have been targeted by Yuqi Weilong, and he was still the kind who would not stop fighting. However, Li Xuanye now has a halo, and the Yuanling Dharma is him. The biggest talisman. Faced with the qualifications of a monster like Li Xuanye, even Yuqi Weilong would not dare to cause trouble for Li Xuanye openly. However, it was difficult to defend against open guns and hidden arrows, so Li Xuanye had to be careful. To avoid overturning. Ding, turn on the treasure chest radar and find the trap box X1. Li Xuanye was suddenly surprised. Are the trap boxes here? He immediately found the location of the trap box. This trap box was no different from an ordinary bronze treasure box. They looked exactly the same, but since it was named a trap, it obviously couldn't be opened casually. But if it couldn't be opened, what was the use of this trap box? Li Xuanye was really confused and walked around the trap box for a long time, still testing it. I knocked it a few times, but it didn't elicit any reaction. Speaking of which, this trap box is weird. It actually tells you that there is a trap here, so what's the point of being fascinated by curiosity? Unable to bear the itch, Li Xuanye decided to open the trap box to try the effect. A bronze-level trap box should not be too powerful even if it has traps. Moreover, the system must have its own meaning to set up such a trap box. If it is left no matter, it is impossible to know what the trap box actually does. In the face of the unknown, it is necessary to be adventurous. However, taking risks is an adventure, but Li Xuanye did not dare to be careless. Xiang Gong has been improved to the extreme, and his whole body is enveloped by a layer of strong internal power. He even uses the wind sprint and tops up 1,000,000 spiritual stones to increase his attribute points to deal with emergencies. Ding, open the bronze trap box, enter the trap maze. Before the system prompts ended, Li Xuanye felt his eyes go dark, and his feet seemed to step on the air, and he quickly fell into the black screen and disappeared. What kind of trap is this? Li Xuanye covered his head and climbed up, spilling a piece of fluorite to illuminate the surroundings. He saw that there were towering walls all around, and the walls were covered with blue grapevines. There were even more roars of beasts coming from behind the distant wall, which was so intimidating that Li Xuanye's goosebumps could not help but stand up. Ding, the maze trap is open. Please find the exit of the maze within 30 minutes. If you pass the maze, you will get a reward. If you fail, you will be wiped out. Li Xuanye's eyes widened. I thought, this is a trap. He couldn't help but slap the back of his hand hard. Why can't I control this hand? I opened it stupidly even though I knew it was a trap box. This is a big deal. If it fails, it will be erased. The system prompts. Li Xuanye felt regretful. He rushed into the maze without saying a word. He had no choice but to come to this point, so he had to find the exit of the maze. Fortunately, this is just the lowest level bronze trap box, and it shouldn't be too difficult. With Li Xuanye's martial spirit level strength, there is still a chance to get through the maze. Now I just pray that the maze won't be too big, otherwise he will no matter how strong you are, it's useless if you can't find an exit. Hiss, what the hell is this? As soon as he turned to the intersection, Li Xuanye noticed a group of skeleton soldiers holding swords and shields approaching. Is this a maze monster? Li Xuanye quickly threw out his insight technique. Skeleton soldiers, individually weak, but huge in number. Without further discussion, Li Xuanye took out the black knife from the toolbar, charged forward with the knife in hand, and slashed across with one strike. At least 7 or 8 skeleton soldiers were blocked. Cut off, Li Xuanye sprinted at full speed, the blade danced wildly, and quickly cut a path. Fortunately, although this skeleton soldier looks eerie and terrifying, it is really weak. No matter how many there are, it cannot pose a threat to him. Soon they encountered a fork in the road, and Li Xuanye hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to choose. Along the way, he had roughly figured out the state of the maze. The walls were very solid and almost indestructible. Moreover, the height of the walls was astonishing. It was impossible to fly up with light skills. He had no other choice but to find a way out honestly. Li Xuanye suddenly remembered that the best way to encounter a maze is to always move forward against a wall. Although there may be more detours, it can at least guarantee that a way out will be found, and Li Xuanye is very confident about his own speed. Be confident. As long as the maze is not too big, it shouldn't be difficult to find the exit within half an hour. After taking a sip of the rejuvenation pill, Li Xuanye accelerated his charge again, running wildly along the right wall. During the cooldown time of the wind sprint skill, he used Qinggong to keep his speed at its peak. During this period, Li Xuanye encountered several attacks from maze monsters, but they were all weak and easily defeated by him. Roar! 10 minutes later, Li Xuanye finally encountered a powerful labyrinth monster. It was a crustacean monster covered in an exoskeleton. It looked a bit like an interstellar Zerg. Its defense was amazing. It is also very destructive, and the blood has a corrosive effect. But after all, he didn't reach the martial spirit level, and Li Xuanye exploded him with a single shot of the 6 Meridian's divine sword. Next, Li Xuanye encountered many bugs, some of which even reached the martial spirit level. Their bodies were as if made of iron, extremely strong, and their limbs were like blades. 1 or 2 could be said, but at the same time he encountered 10. If there were just a few of them, Li Xuanye would have to put a lot of effort into getting rid of them. There's light. We're at the exit. After running out of the maze in one breath, Li Xuanye finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed completely on the ground, unable to move. Ding! If you successfully challenge the maze trap, you will be rewarded with a martial arts upgrade card X1, a silver key X1, and a spiritual skill book Unified Fist X1. His eyes lit up, and Li Xuanye returned to Fengfei Pavilion again, standing there as if he had never been there before. Same as leaving. The reward prompted by the system surprised Li Xuanye. This is too rich. Upgrade the card. Of course Li Xuanye knew how difficult it was to upgrade to the martial spirit level, but an upgrade card could directly upgrade his level to the 2nd martial spirit level. This reward was simply unbelievable. Not to mention the silver key, the key is that it also rewards a spiritual skill book. He finally understood. To put it bluntly, this trap box is actually a separate small copy. As long as you can clear the level, the rewards are guaranteed to be extraordinary. Although the risk is extremely high, as long as you are strong enough, you can still give it a try. The upgrade card has a time-limited effect and must be used immediately. Li Xuanye didn't think much about it and directly chose to use it. Ding! Use the martial spirit upgrade card to increase the level. Li Xuanye, martial spirit level 2, strength 273, endurance 271, agility 278, spirit 278, luck value +1 charm, +2 skills, treasure chest radar, junior lock opening, cloud palm, small phaseless kung fu, flesh kick, insight technique, 6 meridians divine sword, baji collapse fist, junior turtle style qigong wave, titanium golden body, diamond finger. Equipment, charm ring, paralysis ring, lucky ring, blessing ring, queen's boots, black knife knight, lynxy moon, soft protective armor, lizard skin gloves, queen's socks, invisibility talisman. Ding! The skill book has been used successfully and you have mastered the spiritual art Unification Fist. Unification Fist, an advanced spiritual art. When used, the strength and speed of the arm are greatly increased. It also has a status destruction effect and is extremely lethal. Swallowed, Li Xuanye was so happy. He was currently lacking a powerful attack method. Although the turtle-style qigong was powerful, it could not be used frequently, but this unified fist was different. It was a purely physical move that consumed very little energy. As long as you have enough energy, you can use it indefinitely. Moreover, the unified fist is still a high-level spiritual art, which is even more incredible. You must know that even the upgraded Xiao Wuxian Gong can only be regarded as a low-level spiritual art. The gap between low-level and high-level is simply clear. Dongsheng Kingdom is not a developed place. Although martial arts is popular, its foundation is very shallow. Not all martial spirit level practitioners are qualified to have access to real advanced spiritual arts, that is, the Yuchi family and the Lin family have long-standing traditions. Only a big family can take action. However, this kind of advanced spiritual art will be treasured by all major families and will not be spread to the outside world at all. If you are a practitioner with no background, you may not be able to master an advanced spiritual technique even if you reach the martial master level. Trap boxes are a good thing. Risks and opportunities coexist, but you must also act within your ability. With my current strength, I can at most try a bronze level trap box. If I encounter a black iron level trap box this time, it will pass so smoothly. Li Xuanye had already made up his mind, but having said that, special treasure chests are not so easy to encounter. In a good mood, Li Xuanye returned to his room, took a bottle of Qi Dan and started practicing. For 2 days in a row, Fengfei Pavilion was very quiet. Although many people from the outside wanted to meet Li Xuanye, they were all ignored by Xiong Jian. After 2 days, Xiong Jian had to deal with all kinds of people, and Xiong Jian was also a little bit dumbfounded. Did you know? In the past 2 days, hundreds of people have come to your door to propose marriage to you. Some even brought their own daughters here to let you screen them. Some even preferred to be concubines or maids. They all want to enter your Li family, and there are countless others who give gifts and make connections, and there are even some who pretend to be relatives of your Li family, but I have all driven them away. Li Xuanye was ashamed, suddenly stunned. Wait, you are pretending to be a relative of my Li family? The Li family does have relatives in Shenyang City. In fact, the Li family in Hailu City branched out from Shenyang City. Xiong Jian, after being stunned for a long time, he said, "No, I drove everyone away." Li Xuanye smiled bitterly. "Forget it, I'm not familiar with the Li family in Shenyang City, and there's nothing worth interacting with. Just drive away, it doesn't matter." Li Xuanye didn't care about this. In fact, the Li family in Hailu City were basically the poor relatives of the Li family in Shenyang City, and they were the most disliked ones. The reason why they moved away to Hailu City to take root is probably because they suffered a lot of bad temper here, and they separated in anger. The Li family refused to stay back then, but now that Li Xuanye has become rich and powerful, it seems that they have come to regain their love, so Li Xuanye naturally doesn't want to talk to her anymore. Anyway, he will leave Shenyang City tomorrow after the Banquet of Heroes, and he doesn't bother to have anything to do with it. If the Li family in Shenyang City is really serious, they will set off to visit Hailu City in person, so that Li Xuanye will recognize these relatives. If he couldn't lose face and was unwilling to let go of this little bit of face, then Li Xuanye would have nothing to say. Another day passed. At night, dusk enveloped the place. Li Xuanye and Kong Lingshan walked side by side and were escorted by a special person to the East Palace. It was the Royal Palace and Garden in Shenyang City, a place specifically for the royal family to live. It was also the place where the third prince organized the banquet for heroes. Before entering the palace, Li Xuanye saw many familiar faces. During this martial arts trial, almost all the top players have arrived. In addition, there are also some local young talents, with their youthful faces filled with the glory of self-confidence. Li Xuanye's arrival naturally attracted much attention, and people came out to greet him immediately. The leader is an old man wearing a long robe and a goatee. His name is Fu Hongdao. Although he is not handsome in appearance, he is the imperial tutor of the third prince. He was responsible for teaching the third prince when he was young. Now Fu Hongdao he is 170 years old, but he is still as strong as ever and his face is radiant. Li Xuanye had heard someone mention it before. Fu Hongdao was also a legendary figure. In his heyday, he seemed to be a powerful warrior. However, when he was responsible for guarding the imperial city, he fought with a powerful enemy from Dayu province and protected him. He killed the young third prince and was seriously injured. His Majesty the Emperor praised him highly and granted Fu Hongdao the title of Emperor's Master. Although the Emperor's Master has no real power, his status is extremely high. If the third prince inherits the throne in the future, the status of this Emperor's Master will be even more extraordinary. Being greeted personally by Fu Hongdao shows how important Li Xuanye's status is in the eyes of the third prince. Green gardens and waterside pavilions. Fu Hongdao walked like wind, leading Li Xuanye to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the garden, while chatting endlessly with him. Although most of what he said was a set of official words, such as how the third prince valued the growth of young cultivators, and what kind of mechanism he had formulated to encouraging people to practice, how to get close to practitioners, etc., but these words were spoken by Fu Hongdao himself, which is enough to witness the intentions of the third prince. Buying people's hearts? It seems that I will receive gifts next. Li Xuanye muttered secretly as if he had a clear mind. As expected, before walking very far, Fu Hongdao stopped, took out a Yuan Jing orb as bright as a star from the space treasure, and said to Li Xuanye, "Master Li, this is a meeting gift given to you by the third prince. Please be sure to accept it. This is the four-color strange pattern crystal?" Li Xuanye couldn't help being shocked when he saw the treasure Fu Hongdao took out. This third prince was really generous. Four-color crystals are very rare in the fighting stone world. Dongsheng country is not a place with a high yield of crystals, and Yuan Jing ore is even more scarce. Even three-color Yuan Jing is rare on the market, the four-color Yuan Jing almost never appears, and even if it does, it is secretly hidden by a large family and regarded as a treasure. Li Xuanye also wanted to use the insight technique to confirm, but unexpectedly discovered that the insight technique could not detect the properties of the four-color Yuan Jing at all, and the information transmitted was full of question marks. Li Xuanye suddenly realized it this time. No wonder he had looked at so many fighting stones, but there was no trace of four-color Yuan Jing. It turned out that the level of insight technique was not enough to detect Yuan Jing of 3 or more colors. Yes, the third prince is very optimistic about young Master Li's potential. This four-color strange pattern crystal is a reward given to you by the third prince. Mr. Li does not need to worry about anything. With your talents, you are fully worthy of this four-color strange pattern crystal. Jing's value, the third prince will not ask you to do anything because of it, it is just a reward. Looking at the smile on Fu Hongdao's face, Li Xuanye felt complicated for a moment. Is this possible to ask for something in return? As long as Li Xuanye accepts this four-color strange pattern crystal, it means that he has joined the third prince's camp to seize the heir. This does not require him to do anything, but just this position requires Li Xuanye to pay a lot. In the future, the third prince intends to seize the legitimate heir. How can Li Xuanye sit idly by and ignore this favor? The four-color odd pattern crystal is a good thing, but it has a price but no market. Even if the entire Li family is sold out now, they may not be able to exchange for this small piece of crystal. But at the same time, it is also a hot potato. If you can afford it, you may not be able to put it down. Gotta get it down. But that's just for other people. As for Li Xuanye, then thank the third prince for me. Without any hesitation, Li Xuanye accepted the four-color strange crystal, with a fox-like smile on his slightly green face. Fu Hongdao was secretly surprised by Li Xuanye's straightforward attitude. He thought that this little guy was really interesting. Although he still looked young, he had a character that was different from ordinary people. To others, the battle for the right of inheritance was a secret, but to him it seemed as if it was not worth mentioning at all. There were only two possibilities. One was that Li Xuanye did not know how risky the battle for the right of inheritance was. Or, he has absolute confidence in his own strength. I hope it's the latter. I've already stepped halfway into the coffin board. Maybe I won't be able to see the moment when the third prince moves into the Golden Palace in this life, but this little guy in front of me, although his foundation is still very weak at present, has yuan. An extraordinary talent like the spiritual technique may bring unexpectedly rich returns to the third prince's investment 10 years from now. Whoever becomes the emperor has nothing to do with me? But if I can get some benefits from it, I won't mind getting involved. An old man and a young man, each with their own thoughts, looked at each other and smiled. The banquet of heroes officially started when night fell. Surprisingly, Lin Xiaoshan and Yang Pejuan, two high-profile geniuses, were not present. Even the Yuchi family only sent 2 juniors, neither important nor important. After all, the reputation of the third prince is still too bad. He is in his 30s and has not made any achievements in his life. Compared with his brothers, his foundation is far behind. Not everyone is like Li Xuanye. With confidence, I can pick a good-for-nothing prince to join the team without any pressure. Although the Yuchi family wanted to support the third prince, on that day in the arena, the third prince came forward to help Li Xuanye, thus offending Yuchi Weilong. Although the relationship would not be too tense, the Yuchi family would definitely be dissatisfied with the 3 princes in the short term. The prince became distant. No one can predict the future situation. Even a big family like the Yuchi family must be cautious when standing in line. Don't seek no success but seek no fault. It wasn't until late at night that the banquet of heroes that was not worthy of the name came to an end. It didn't matter that geniuses like Yang Pejuan and Lin Xiaoshan were not present, but without the help of the Yuchi family, I'm afraid the third prince was in a bad mood now. Looking at Li Xuanye's leaving figure, the third prince sighed suddenly. Sister Haitang, do you really think so highly of this young man? Although Yuanling Dharma is rare, he will become a martial saint within 20 years, but 20 years is too long. Even if you can wait, those guys probably can't wait. Under the dim light, a figure of extraordinary youth swayed over and said with a smile, Yuanling Dharma appearance? What does that mean? His potential is definitely not there. Words can describe it. If my guess is correct, he should be the legendary son of God. Ding, I successfully opened the silver treasure chest and got X1 cute pet summoning card. Li Xianyi was stunned. Another pet summoning card? Last time, a pony boy appeared. Although he was not cute at all, his recharging skills were quite incredible. I don't know what he can summon this time. Entering the private space, Li Xuanye greeted Thor and immediately used the cute pet summoning card. The light disappeared in a flash, and what appeared in front of Li Xuanye was Era? Fu. The husky sitting on the ground tilted his neck and kept sticking out his tongue and exhaling at Li Xuanye, with a feeling of I think I am cute, so you must also think that I am cute, but Li Xuanye's Xianyi only saw stupidity. Why just Era? Is there anything unusual about this Era? Li Xuanye quickly used the insight technique. Platinum Husky, the king of huskies, with the purest and most excellent husky genes. It can be said that it is the second husky among the 2 huskies. If it has any speciality, it is that it is stupider than the average husky. What the hell? Li Xuanye was shocked. He was really just an ordinary husky. He had no special abilities at all. What do you mean by being extremely stupid? Is this considered cute? Although Xiaomago has a bad personality, he can at least provide some humor. Call. Era called to Li Xuanye a few times and rolled around him, exposing his gray belly in front of Li Xuanye. Why is he a male? What are you showing off? Li Xuanye was so angry that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He called Thor over and asked her to take away the Era. In any case, with the addition of a lively and noisy Era, his private space can be more lively. Thor usually gets bored staying here alone, so it would be nice to have a Era to accompany him to relieve his boredom. Master, do you want to eat dog meat tonight? Thor asked Li Xuanye, holding the dog leash around Era's neck and performing a standard maid ceremony. Li Xuanye. Pets are like this, and so are maids. Why can't you meet someone more reliable? With the sails raised high, the warship left the port through wind and waves and returned to the embrace of the blue sea again. The day after the Banquet of Heroes, Xiong Jian organized everyone to leave Qianyang Island. His original intention was to stay for a while and lead his disciples to study everywhere, but considering that the Yuchi family might not give up, it would be unavoidable for Li Xian. Even though we were in danger at night, we still led the team to leave early. Actually, it's okay to stay in Qianyang City. No matter how much Yuchi Weilong hates Li Xuanye, he can't attack in the city. Otherwise, everyone will know that it is his Yuchi family who is behind the revenge. On the contrary, I feel that there are many interesting people these days. There are people who want to attack Li Xuanye, but there are people behind the scenes who are secretly protecting Li Xuanye. This is most likely what the Yuchi family did. Tang Tang analyzed it with prejudice. When Xiong Jin heard this, he seemed to think it made some sense, and said slightly worriedly, "Then we left Qianyang City, wouldn't we be exposed to danger?" That's not the case, the sea is vast, we only need to change the route a little, it will be very difficult for others to find us. What I am most worried about is that if someone sets an ambush in advance after returning to Hailu City, it will be difficult to tell. Tang Tang's analysis is reasonable, even Li Xuanye thinks. This girl has a high profile, and her vision is unparalleled by ordinary people. She is even more certain in her heart that she is Princess Haitang. There is no need to worry about this. Hailu City is our territory after all. I will notify the college in advance and send more people to go to sea in advance to us. Li Xuanye is now worth much more than gold. We must ensure his safety. It can't be affected in the slightest. Li Xuanye shook his head helplessly. It seems that his trip was too high profile. Sooner or later he will be kept in captivity like a giant panda. It's night. Cool. I don't know when heavy snow fell on the sea, staining the deck white and weighing down the mast. The weather in the blue sea is unpredictable, and snow is normal in June. I'm afraid the temperature will drop too fast and the sea will freeze, which will be troublesome. Xiong Jian walked out wrapped in a fur coat and said, "Wei Yuandao, I heard that there was an experience of ice sealing the sea, which lasted for several years, so there was almost a famine in Dongsheng Kingdom." Xiong Jian smiled bitterly and nodded. That happened hundreds of years ago. It is ironic that the sea, which everyone regards as the source of danger, also feeds most of the Dongsheng Kingdom. Without the gifts of this ocean, how could the small Dongsheng Kingdom support its billions of people? When everyone wanted to talk, the snow was getting heavier and heavier, the sky and the earth became gray, and some ice floes were floating on the sea. This made everyone feel a surge in pressure. Could it really be that the sea was frozen? As the snow fell heavily, less than half an hour later, the snow on the surface of the warship was more than 3 feet thick. The thick snow was difficult to clean. As soon as part of it was removed, it piled up again, and the hull became heavier and heavier. The waterline was getting deeper and deeper, making it impossible to continue sailing. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiong Jian took out the chart and looked at it for a while and said, "We can't continue sailing. There is a small island more than 10 miles ahead. Let's go and stay there for a while, and wait for the snow to pass before setting sail." There are many islands near Qianyang Island, some of which are also home to islanders. Xiong Jian chose a small island that is home to many fishermen. Before he even landed, he could see the bright lights on the island, home to at least 1,000 households. People. When the ship docked, Xiong Jian went directly to negotiate with the residents of the island. Li Xuanye and others also packed their luggage and stepped off the ship. Under the leadership of the island owner, they came to stay temporarily in an empty villa in the south of the island. This villa is the residence of a wealthy businessman on the island. The wealthy businessman moved to Qianyang City last year to settle the matter. The manor was left waiting for sale because no one took it over for the time being and it was left idle. Although it had accumulated a layer of dust, staying temporarily for a few days is not a problem. My lords, the meals will be delivered soon. If you have any orders, just ask me. I will do my best to do it. the island owner said with an earnest look. For ordinary people, the status of cultivators is very high. Xiong Jian didn't even need to reveal his identity, just showing his martial arts level strength was enough to make the isolated people on this small island worship him. The most powerful fisherman on the island is only a 4th level warrior. Let's just stay here tonight and find someone to clean it up tomorrow, Xiong Jian ordered, and everyone chose a room to stay in. As the night passed, heavy snow almost completely submerged the first floor. Li Xuanye pushed open the window, and the biting cold wind roared in, cutting his face like a blade. He quickly closed the window and said to Tang Tang, who was warming up by the fire behind him, "The snow is so weird, is it really okay?" Tang Tang said with disdain, "There's nothing to make a fuss about. This kind of weather is really normal at sea. It happens every year. Several times, unless it lasts for the first half of the year, the entire sea area may be frozen, otherwise it will return to normal as soon as the sun comes out. Indeed, the weather in the blue sea is the most fickle, and there may be heavy snow today, the sun will be shining brightly tomorrow. When I was practicing at sea, I encountered even more terrifying acid rain. The rain was extremely corrosive. After a heavy rain, the entire island was completely melted. There are also worse, boulders, hail, and fire, even if a powerful martial artist is trapped in them, may injure their lives." Kong Lingxian also said. As for why Tang Tang and Kong Lingxian appeared in Li Xuanye's room early in the morning, the reason is also very simple. The room they live in downstairs has been flooded by heavy snow. Near noon, Xiong Jian came out of the heavy snow after crossing over. He shook off the snow on his body, picked up the hot water on the table, took a big gulp of water, and said, "I went to the surrounding sea area to check, and the snow is still very heavy. It is estimated that it will take at least 3 to 5 days to end, but we are lucky. There is a natural hot spring vein behind the villa. If anyone has nothing to do in the afternoon, I will dig through it and introduce the hot spring into the villa to ward off the cold." When they heard about the hot spring, everyone became interested. Anyway, they were free. With nothing to do, they all ran over with Xiong Jian after lunch. With the strength of several practitioners, it was not a problem to open up the water veins. Soon, a hot spring water vein came straight to the inside of the villa, and a dense stream of water rose up. The water mist brought enough warmth that the snow in the villa melted a lot. "It's so comfortable." Li Xuanye felt so happy physically and mentally as his whole body was soaked in the hot spring water. He was so happy that he almost couldn't help shouting, "Brother Xiaochuan, what are you doing standing still? Come down and take a hot spring bath with me." Li Xuanye said to Tang Tang, who was standing aside, "Ahem, I'm not cold, so I don't need it." Tang Tang blushed and turned away, cursing Li Xuanye in his heart for being so shameless and taking off his clothes too fast, which made my eyes dirty. The snow kept falling and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. It was promised to be over in 3 to 5 days, but it's been raining for more than 10 days. Li Xuanye said helplessly. He soaked in hot springs and ate grilled fish every day. Li Xuanye put all the rain on the island 5 days ago. The treasure chests were opened until they stopped being refreshed, but instead of showing signs of stopping, the snow was getting heavier and heavier. Covered by thick snow, the island has completely changed its appearance. Even the fishing village has disappeared. It is covered under at least tens of meters of snow. All the fishermen are huddled at home and dare not go out. If the snow continues, if so, someone will definitely die. Xiong Jian also had a solemn expression on his face and said, "This is indeed a big problem, but natural disasters are inevitable. With our strength, we can't fight against natural disasters. There is nothing we can do except wait." Tang Tang also looked helpless and said, "I just hope the heavy snow can stop as soon as possible. If it comes next month, there may be a catastrophe in Dongxing Kingdom, and I don't know how many innocent people will die by then." Li Xuanye felt for the first time that in the face of the power of God, the power of mortals could be possible. Small. It's good for cultivators like them. No matter how bad the environment is, they can at least save their lives, but ordinary people who don't have the strength can do nothing except wait for death. No, we can't sit back and wait for death. We must find out the origin of this heavy snow. Li Xuanye secretly decided in his heart to leave the villa alone after nightfall and patrol around the island. At this time, the sea's surface has been firmly frozen, and it looks like an icy blue sandbank. The wind is howling, and the temperature is around -70 or 80 degrees. Without martial arts level cultivation, let alone walking on the sea, there is no one left. Everyone will be frozen. Li Xuanye was wrapped in a thick windbreaker, with strong internal energy covering his whole body to resist the invasion of cold wind, and explored everywhere on the vast ice field. However, there is nothing else in this world except ice and snow. Li Xuanye raised his head involuntarily, looked at the thick ink-like sky and muttered, "Is it in the sky?" But he couldn't fly, so how could he get to the sky? Li Xuanye sighed helplessly. He had more than enough ambition but not enough power. After walking further and further away from the island, the treasure chest radar was activated again. Perhaps it was due to the luck that had accumulated for several days, but this time the treasure chest radar actually detected 3 silver treasure chests at once, which really surprised Li Xuanye. Ding! Open the silver treasure chest and get the 10 times experience bonus card. The flowing fire covers the surface of the body, resisting attacks. Ding! Open the silver treasure chest and get the air control talisman. You can't fly anymore, but you actually opened a sky controlling talisman. You are really good at the system. Equipped with a top-notch fire pendant, Li Xuanye thought for a moment before using the air control talisman. He suddenly felt as light as a swallow, and his whole body was lifted up by the strong wind. He quickly controlled his body and mind and got used to the process of flying in the air. After the rhythm, I rushed up to the clouds to see what happened. What a manic airflow! Before he entered the clouds, Li Xuanye was swept away by the turbulent airflow in the sky. Only then did he realize that with his current strength, even with the sky control talisman, it would be very difficult to reach the sky. Difficult. But having already reached this point, Li Xuanye had no reason to give up. He gritted his teeth and activated the small phaseless kung fu with all his strength, and at the same time activated the skill flowing fire armor attached to the flowing fire pendant, and his body was suddenly covered in a thick flame. Not to mention, the influence of the airflow was immediately reduced a lot. Li Xuanye shot straight into the sky with all his strength. After crashing in the clouds for several minutes, his vision suddenly opened up and he came to the world above the clouds. The sun shone on his body once again. Li Xuanye took off his flowing fire armor and took a comfortable breath. The sky and the earth were simply 2 different worlds. At this moment, Li Xuanye suddenly heard a sad cry. He was shocked and quickly searched in the direction of the cry. What is that? After a while, Li Xuanye was shocked to see a hollow boat carved from white jade floating above the dark clouds in the distance. On the small boat, there was a girl in a pink skirt lying on her back. She was sobbing and crying. Tears fell from her face and turned into white snow, which merged into the clouds. It was she who created this snowstorm that lasted for half a month. There are thousands of races in the Wanjie continent, and any magical moment may happen, but the scene before him is still a bit beyond the scope of Li Xuanye's common sense. Could this girl in the pink skirt be the little dragon girl? Does she have another pig brother? Throw out the insight skill. Yunling clan girl? This insight revealed too little information. She didn't even have a name. It seems that the strength of this girl in pink skirt is very extraordinary. After hesitating for a moment, Li Xuanye didn't have much time left to see the royal talisman. He gritted his teeth and flew over, shouting to the girl in the pink skirt, "Little sister, what are you crying for?" The girl in the pink skirt subconsciously raised her head. After taking a look at Li Xuanye, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat, and his face was as white as snow, and his hair was as white as snow, and he was as beautiful as a goddess. Who are you? Don't get close to me. Get away. However, as soon as the girl in the pink skirt spoke, Li Xuanye was completely disappointed. What a naughty and willful little girl. Li Xuanye suddenly lost his good temper and said, "Of course I can't control why you're crying, but can you please go further away before you cry? You don't even look down, you're almost freezing because of your crying." Ha! The girl in the pink skirt was slightly stunned, lying on the hollow boat and looking down. Her sight seemed to be able to penetrate the thick clouds, and exclaimed, "I have been here for so long. Brother Zhu, you didn't even know to come to me. I'm so angry, woo-woo." Li Xuanye just thought that the girl in the pink skirt would reflect, but unexpectedly she burst into tears again, her tears flowing down like a waterfall, and even turned into streaks of black ice, freezing the surrounding dark clouds, and countless ice shards swished falling into the netherworld. "Oh, my little ancestor, please take back your magical powers. How come the people below have offended you? Why do you want to kill them all like this?" Li Xuanye was frightened and shouted quickly. If only she could continue to cry for a few minutes. However, the girl in the pink skirt didn't listen to Li Xuanye's dissuasion at all, and still kept sobbing loudly. Li Xuanye looked really angry, so he simply ignored the girl in the pink skirt and flew forward to firmly grasp the girl under her body. The hollow boat pushed towards the deep sea with all its strength. Fortunately, the boat was not heavy. The girl in the pink skirt was so drunk that she cried and ignored Li Xuanye's intentions. Li Xuanye used all his strength to activate Xiao Wuxian Kung, and even gave Brother Ma 1,000,000 crystals to increase his strength. Increased flight speed to the extreme. In less than 10 minutes, Li Xuanye finally pushed the hollow boat out of the range of dark clouds. The view below became clear, and he could already see the blue ocean below. But the time did not last long. Following the girl's high-pitched cry, the surrounding clouds quickly began to gather, the cold wind raged, and it started to snow heavily. However, this generation is in the deep sea area, which is quite far away from the coast of Dongxing Kingdom, so there should not be any major problems for the time being. Ha! Li Xuanya wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the time for the royal talisman was over. Li Xuanya's body was heavy and he almost fell. With quick eyesight and hands, he lay directly on the hollow boat, thus avoiding the danger of falling into the deep sea. Although he would not die if he fell into the sea due to his strength, this was a deep sea area and there were many dangerous sea creatures. Sitting on the boat, Li Xuanya didn't know what to do for a while. Seeing that the girl in pink skirt was still crying, and ignored his plans at all, Li Xuanya could only sit alone and look at the sky quietly. The sun is in a daze. Woo woo. Hoo hoo. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly the crying turned into weak snoring. Li Xuanya walked over and took a look, and was speechless to find that the girl in pink skirt actually cried until she fell asleep. God, how can this girl be a little defensive? There is a strong and vigorous man beside her. Or is Li Xuanya not a threat at all in her eyes? Hey, wake up! Li Xuanya pushed the girl hard a few times, but there was no response at all. Li Xuanya was completely dumbfounded. He wanted to leave, but he was thousands of meters high in the sky. He couldn't go, so he could only stare at the girl in a daze who kept mumbling in her sleep, with no way to deal with it. I don't believe in evil yet. Li Xuanya shook the boat vigorously, but he didn't know what kind of material the boat was made of. It seemed light, but in fact it was extremely heavy, floating motionless in the sky. It's strange, it was so easy to push just now, why did it become so stable all of a sudden? Li Xuanya completely lost his temper and slumped down on the boat. Su was too tired, or was affected by the light snoring of the girl in pink skirt. He felt his eyelids rolling, raised his head and fell asleep. When he woke up, Li Xuanya opened his eyes and saw an extremely bright starry sky. Countless dazzling stars seemed to be hanging above his head, within reach. Blinking, Li Xuanya suddenly felt a unique fragrance of a girl coming into his nose. He turned around and saw that the little goddess-like face of the pink-skirted girl was very close at hand, barely 3 feet away from him, a distance of 4 centimeters. It turned out that when he was sleeping, the girl in the pink skirt rolled to his side at some point. At this moment, the girl's arms were hugging Li Xuanya's body comfortably, and her long and straight thighs under the pink skirt were also resting on Li Xuanya's body. Yi was sleeping soundly, and from time to time he would hit his little mouth and make a grunting sound. Li Xuanya was in a daze. I didn't mean to eat tofu, you girl did it on your own. Just as he was about to pull away, Li Xuanya was surprised to find that the girl's seemingly fragile arms were extremely powerful, locking Li Xuanya to her side like steel. Li Xuanya tried hard to pull, but his arms did not move at all. What a strange girl! Li Xuanya estimated that the strength of this Yunling tribe girl was probably stronger than he expected. She might have reached the level of a martial saint, or even be stronger. Well, let's go back to sleep again. Father, my daughter misses you. Just as he closed his eyes, a girl's scream suddenly came to his ears. Li Xuanya turned around and saw that the girl was talking in her sleep. As she murmured, the girl burst into tears again, and pieces of sparkling ice and snow fell out. The tears were like ice that had not melted for thousands of years, freezing extremely hard. Li Xuanya felt the coldness invade his body, and a layer of coldness quickly formed on his body. Layer of frost. He quickly activated the flowing fire armor and used the hot flames to drive away the chill. The girl in the pink skirt was not affected by the flames at all. Even her skirt was made of unknown material, and the flames could not penetrate it at all. Father, please come back quickly. The Yunling clan cannot live without you. Although Brother Zhu is extremely talented, his brain is too stupid and he is completely incapable of inheriting your position. Without your guidance, what will happen to the Yunling clan in the future? How to protect the Tower of Babel and resist the invasion of the Sea Clan? Listening to the girl's murmur in her dream, Li Xuanya probably understood why she was crying sadly. But this has nothing to do with me, so just cry if you want, don't hurt other people. Miss Shuling, why are you here? Suddenly, a stream of light flew quickly from the sky and landed near the hollow boat. He was a young man wearing azure blue armor, and he was an extraordinary warrior. His brows seemed to have a look of arrogance looking down on the world. When he saw Li Xuanya sleeping next to the girl in pink skirt, he suddenly became furious. He was shaking with anger and yelled angrily, "Little thief, what have you done to my Royal Highness the Princess of the Yunlong tribe? I'll kill you." After that, before Li Xuanya could react, the man sacrificed a knife out of thin air. Blue and transparent, like a sharp sword carved from ice crystals, it suddenly slashed at Li Xuanya. Li Xuanya yelled, In desperation, he directly picked up the girl in pink skirt who had just woken up next to him and still had a confused look on his face. He lifted her whole body on top of him and used her as a shield to resist this attack. Sword, it. Seeing that the sword was about to fall on the girl in the pink skirt, the heroic man hurriedly withdrew his sword and shouted, "Miss, get out of the way and let me kill this prodigal." "Brother Zhu Fan? Why are you here?" The girl in pink skirt lay on top of Li Xuanye, and she didn't recover for a while. She raised her head and looked at the furious man in front of her. "It was the great elder who asked me to come to you and take you back. The emperor of Dongxing Kingdom came to our Yunling tribe for help, otherwise we wouldn't have known that you had actually come here." Xu Fan replied subconsciously, seeing the girl in the skirt was still lying on Li Xuanye's body without moving away. She was shocked for a moment, as if she had guessed something bad, and she was as stunned as if she had been struck by lightning. Ah! Only then did the girl in the pink skirt realize that there was someone under her. She lowered her head and glanced at Li Xuanye's helpless eyes, with a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Instead of getting up, she intensified her actions and took the initiative to kill him. Li Xuanye hugged her and rubbed Li Xuanye's forehead with her pretty face. She then raised her head and said to Zhu Fan, "Okay, I understand. Please step aside. Xiao Tian and I will chat for a while. I'll go back in a while." But Mississippi Zhu Fan's eyes were as white as a copper bell, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if they were stuck in his throat, and his voice became a little trembling when he spoke. "Are you deaf? Can't you understand what I'm saying?" The girl in pink skirt snorted coldly, her brows full of majesty. "Yes." Xu Fan almost wanted to vomit blood, but in the end he jumped away and disappeared into the sky. Looking at Xu Fan's leaving figure, the girl in the pink skirt hummed, "You are such a lump, if I don't put any pressure on you, it seems you won't make any progress." With that said, the girl in the pink skirt was Feng Qinjiundan. He reluctantly left Li Xuanye's arms, sat down alone on the boat, and said to Li Xuanye in a neutral tone, "You can go." "How to go? Jump off?" Li Xuanye said angrily, "Just now after eating other people's tofu and calling them Xiao Tian, now they have turned against each other and refused to recognize them." Li Xuanye felt aggrieved. "How did you get here and how do you go? And you need me to teach you?" "No, you are only at the second level of martial arts, how can you come to my cloud boat?" The girl in the pink skirt suddenly discovered the problem. With a strange look on her face he looked at Li Xuanye curiously. "Flying in the air, at least, can only be accomplished by martial master level practitioners, and if you want to fly through thick clouds to an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters, it is difficult for even martial master to do it. How did this guy find himself? So strange. Of course I flew up with the sky control talisman. I risked my life to find you. At least you have to send me down." Li Xuanye could tell from just now that this girl was not an easy person to get along with. "Now I just want to go back as soon as possible and don't want to have anything to do with her." "The Sky Royal Talisman? You are really willing to do so?" The girl in pink skirt sighed and touched the air with her palm, and the hollow boat began to sink at an extremely fast speed, and soon it landed on the sea. She suddenly grabbed Li Xuanye's arm and led him quickly to the west. Li Xuanye felt the cold wind blowing constantly on his face. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the island where he came from. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky were gradually dispersing, and wisps of sunlight shone on the earth again, falling on the thick ice and snow, reflecting colorful brilliance. Seeing such thick snow, the girl in pink skirt couldn't help but playfully stuck out her tongue. "It seems that I have gone too far. That's all, I owe you a favor today, remember my name. It's the princess of the Yunling tribe, Yun Shuling. If you have any trouble in the future, please report my name. Even your emperor will give me some face." As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Shuling flew away. Li Xuanye was stunned and speechless. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he saw Yun Shuling's figure flying over again, smiling at him and saying, "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet, and what happened today? Don't tell anyone about it. You are just a mortal, and nothing good will happen if you get involved with our Yunling clan. Don't tell me my name casually unless you have to." Li Xuanye. After asking Li Xuanye's name, Yun Shuling flew away again, this time completely disappearing without a trace. The Yunling clan? It seems to have a big background, and it seems to have some relationship with the royal family of Dongxing Kingdom. Go back and check. Shaking his head, Li Xuanye returned to the villa again. The heavy snow dissipated, and under the sunshine, the snow began to melt rapidly. 2 days later, the frozen sea completely melted, and the warships of the fighting hall set sail again. Yunling tribe? Why are you suddenly interested in this? Tang Tang looked at Li Xuanye curiously and asked. She really knew about the Yunling clan. Li Xuanye said, "I heard about it by chance. I was just curious." Tang Tang was not suspicious and explained, there are many races in the Wanjie continent. Our Dongxing kingdom is a remote place, but there are also many foreign races nearby, including those from Lan Hai. The Hai clan and the Beast clan in the 100,000 mountains of western Xinjiang are the most commonly heard. Apart from that, the Yunling clan is the closest to us. Their tribe is quite rare, but their strength is no less than that of the Sea clan orcs. Moreover, the Yunling clan is very mysterious. They live in the sky. It is said that they are born from eating mist. They are born with extraordinary powers. Their appearance is similar to that of our human race. But as long as he reaches adulthood, his strength can reach the martial master level. According to legend, the king of the Yunling tribe even has super strength at the Yuanling level. The holy land of the Yunling tribe is a place called Tongtian Tower, located deep in the Blue Sea, very mysterious. It is rumored that one can reach the divine realm of heaven through the Babel Tower. The Yunling clan has been guarding the Babel Tower there for generations and resisting the invasion of the Sea clan. Because they have a common enemy with our Dongxing kingdom, they concluded an alliance thousands of years ago. The Hai clan has never dared to launch a large-scale invasion of the Dongxing kingdom, and it was largely restricted by the Yunling clan. After listening to Tang Tang's explanation, Li Xuanye had a general understanding of the Yunling clan. From Yun Shuling's sleep talk, Li Xuanye quickly deduced that something happened within the Yunling clan, which caused the king of the Yunling clan to run away. As for whether this will have an impact on Dongxing kingdom, Li Xuanye is not sure yet, but it is definitely not a good thing. Brother Xiaochuan, you really know a lot. It seems that these things have never been recorded in books. Where did you know about it? Li Xuanye asked with a smile. Tang Tang immediately hesitated, not knowing how to explain, and said, nonsense, that's because you have read too few books. You have the nerve to accuse others of your lack of knowledge. I'm not ashamed. After saying this, Tang Tang shook his head and left. 3 days later, the warship returned to Hailu City. Before entering the harbor, a large number of ships and warships came to meet them. Xiong Jian had already sent people back to Hailu City in advance to send back the news. Li Xuanye shined in the trial. The news also began to spread. A once-in-a-lifetime genius was born in Hailu City. As soon as the news came out, it could be said that it shocked everyone. No one could ignore it. Although everyone had their own agendas, ordinary people didn't care about it. A peerless genius appeared in their hometown. This is definitely a happy event that needs to be celebrated. It is said that one person can ascend to heaven. If Li Xuanye becomes a powerful person in the future, Hailu City will definitely benefit a lot from it. This is like having a champion in his hometown. Except for those who are related to the Li family, the aristocratic family that has a festival will be very upbeat, but others are still very welcoming. From a distance, Li Xuanye saw his parents and senior elders of the Li family, as well as Dean Jiangwu, the new city lord Chu Bailang, the royal arbitrator Tang Qian, and many other important people in Hailu City who were all rushing there. Even Hai Longgui, the head of the Hai family, was not absent. He was standing next to his father Li Wuji with a humble look on his face and a smile on his face. Li Xuanye's status is not what it used to be, and the entire Li family is very proud. The Hai family originally regarded the Li family as their enemies, but now they don't dare to think about it. A person who has awakened the Yuanling Dharma. No one knows what it means to be a peerless genius. Even if Li Xuanye's potential ends here, he is destined to be qualified to become a strong martial artist in this life. Although that was many years later, and no one could guarantee whether Li Xuanye would survive until that day. But just with this possibility, the Hai family is bound to not dare to covet the Li family in the slightest. No one can bear the wrath of a powerful martial saint, let alone martial saint. Even if Li Xuanye stops at the martial lord level, he can still be invincible in Hailu City. With him one day, the Li family is destined to become the leader of Hailu City. No force can compete with the first family. Soon, the warship was surrounded by people shouting from the front and back. Li Wuji and Bai Suiying came first. Li Xuanye strode forward and hugged his parents. Son, you really surprised my father. I didn't expect that there would be a peerless genius who awakened the Yuanling Dharma in our Li family. It's amazing, it's amazing. Li Wuji's face was filled with glory and a look of relief. Bai Suiying held Li Xuanye's cheek with a doting look on her face, hugged him and said softly, Xuanye, mother knows that you are the best. Originally, mother planned to introduce you to a little sister from Baihua village. As for being a daughter-in-law, it seems that it is no longer necessary. If our family wants to get married now, it must be at least the level of princess and princess, otherwise there is no need to talk about it. Li Xuanye's face collapsed, and the daughter-in-law he got actually flew away. Gone, little sister far away in Baihua village, we are destined to miss each other. Congratulations, Mr. Li. Congratulations, Mr. Li. Then everyone came to congratulate them one after another. They even prepared gifts and presented them with both hands. And they were not just ordinary gifts. They were almost all good things of great value. Each one was more attentive than the other, which made him feel proud. Li Wuji smiled so hard that he almost couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. Master Li, today I come to apologize on behalf of my family, Hai Yunkong. The Hai family deeply apologizes for the unpleasantness that happened before and is willing to invest 50 million crystal stones to build a garden for Mr. Li. At this time, Hai Longgui also left in person. Come here, a dignified 10th level warrior, but his face is full of flattery at this moment, and there is no trace of the arrogance he had before. Li Wuji did not speak, but gave full power to Li Xuanye to handle the Hai family. Li Xuanye glanced at Hai Longgui indifferently. A Hai family master's ability to adapt to the wind is also first class, but do you think that a mere 50 million can kill me, Li Xuanye? Back then, you sent Master Ma to chase me down in the street. When I was a child, didn't I ever think that I would be here one day? Hai Longgui didn't expect that Li Xuanye would bring up the old matter again, and his face suddenly turned pale and ashamed. He knew that he was in the wrong and wanted to let the Li family let it go. I'm afraid it's not something that can be settled with just 50 million, and I'm afraid he's going to bleed heavily. Just walk away? Hai Longgui never thought about it, but he didn't dare. Today's Li family is different from what it used to be. What the Yuanling Dharma image means is very clear to him. Lin Chanmo was so arrogant back then. Even the emperor saw it. Courtesy is also required, and Li Xuanye has the same qualifications as Lin Chanmo. For this reason alone, the Hai family is destined not to be Li Xuanye's opponent. Unless they dare to kill Li Xuanye before he fully grows up, the Hai family will be destined to be suppressed by the Li family and unable to resist in this life. However, how difficult it is to assassinate Li Xuanye and how high his current status is. Thousands of favors in one body, and there is also news that Li Xuanye has a close relationship with His Highness the Third Prince, and seems to have joined the Third Prince's campaign to seize the rightful son. No matter how capable the Third Prince is and whether he has the ability to win the throne and enter the Golden Palace, from the moment Li Xuanye got involved with the Third Prince, Li Xuanye was no longer alone. Behind him was the Third Prince. The lineage of heirloom factions is the layer closest to the core of the entire empire. With such an identity in front of you, what does the mere Hai family mean? Why would a powerful martial artist like Tang Qian appear today, even preparing big gifts to curry favor with the Li family? It's not because of Li Xuanye's important status. Even members of the royal family like Tang Qian wanted to fawn over Li Xuanye, let alone him. What Mr. Li taught me is that it was Hai Longgui who was deceived by Lard and almost made a big mistake. As long as it can make Mr. Li happy, please give me your orders. From now on, our Hai family will follow the lead of the Li family and be willing to do so. Become a subordinate. Hai Longgui's words were a sign of great determination. Although many people around him felt sad and helpless in their hearts, Li Xuanye was so evil that even the Hai family had to bow their heads. From now on, Hailu City will probably become the domain of the Li family. Li Xuanye smiled lightly, nodded with satisfaction and left. Li Wuji said loudly, "The Li mansion is hosting a banquet tonight. Everyone is welcome to come and celebrate together. Please be sure to be there." Yes, definitely. You must go. Master Li, go slowly. Master Li, madam, go slowly. Amidst the warm farewell, Li Xuanye and his family returned to Li Mansion. Li Xuanye originally wanted to take Kong Lingxian with him, but considering that Kong Lingxian could not adapt to such a crowded occasion, he held back for the time being, preparing to find a suitable opportunity to mention his sister-in-law's matter to his parents again. When he returned home, the celebration banquet had been prepared. Li Xuanye took a bath and changed clothes under the service of his maid Xiao, and burned incense to worship his ancestors to thank his ancestors for their kindness. Of course, Li Xuanye didn't like to engage in this old feudal routine, but in the big family we still attach great importance to these rules, and at least we have to follow a formality. Master, Xiao really admires you. The Li family has you as a blessing from the gods. One day, under your leadership, the Li family may become an invincible wealthy family like the Lin family. Xiao, he said to Li Xuanye with stars in his eyes. His tone was extremely exciting. Li Xuanye pinched her tender cheeks and said with a smile, "The Lin family is nothing. If the Li family has a young master, I will become the #1 family in the continent sooner or later. You, this little maid, will also become the continent sooner or later. First maid, in comparison, these are nothing now. First maid in Wanjie continent." Xiao shouted, almost fainting from happiness. Li Xuanye smiled bitterly and shook his head. This girl was only good at this. After a night of feasting, almost all the prominent people in Hailu City were present. The congratulations lasted from sunset to midnight. Li Xuanya drank a lot, left early, and went back to his room to sleep with Shiro's support. The young master is so handsome. I really want to kiss you secretly. No, Shiro, you have to restrain yourself. This is not what you should do. It feels so good. It's so comfortable to sleep in my own bed. Li Xuanya stretched himself out under the sun. Before he could sit down, Shiro came over with a basin of hot water. She smiled sweetly and started to help Li Xuanya wash up. I have to say that it is good to have a considerate little maid. You don't have to do anything by yourself. Even breakfast was fed by Shiro one bite at a time. The life of this second-generation ancestor is really addictive and cannot be extricated. With a thought, Li Xuanya took out the maid uniform stored in the props bar, paired it with white stockings and red high heels and handed it to Miss Shiro, saying, "You can work in this outfit from now on, it will be more convenient. It looks better." Although Shiro wondered why Li Xuanya had women's clothes on him, young Master Li's nature was not a fault after all. Although he had restrained himself a lot recently, it almost made people forget about his past. After taking the maid uniform, Shiro said softly, "Okay, young master, Shiro will go put it on now." After a while, Shiro, a girl in a sky blue maid skirt, returned to Li Xuanya and watched her being raped by. With the slender legs wrapped in silk and the just right high heels under his feet, Li Xuanya breathed out a sigh of satisfaction. This is a qualified maid. Master, these shoes are so high. It's hard to walk, and it's even more difficult to do heavy work. Shiro complained in distress. Li Xuanya said, "From now on, you don't need to do other work in the house. You can just concentrate on being a good maid for me. I will be responsible for being arrogant and domineering, and you will be responsible for maintaining your beauty. Remember, no matter how hard the broken porcelain is, it is not as beautiful as a beautiful one. The vase is more valuable." Shiro nodded in understanding, but Shiro doesn't have much to do at ordinary times. "Master, you are not at home often. When you are not around, I always accompany my wife. It doesn't seem right to follow madam like this." "Ahem. That's up to you, but you must wear this when you are around me," Li Xuanya said, even he felt a little blushing. Well, there is no way to be thin-skinned. It seems that he is still not suitable to be an orthodox. After breakfast, Li Xuanya went to greet his parents, and then came to the Warrior Academy and reported in the martial arts hall. First, he was to receive the winning rewards of the martial arts trials, some crystal stone skills, elixirs, and the like. Although there is no shortage, but you can also take it back and give it to your family. Secondly, Li Xuanya wanted to find Kong Lingxian and take her back to the Li family to confirm her identity. He hasn't figured out how to explain Kong Lingxian's identity to his parents, especially his mother, but it doesn't matter anymore. With Li Xuanya's current status in the Li family and by Su Ying's doting on him, even if Li Xuanya wants to going up to the sky to pluck the moon. Ahem, that's obviously unrealistic, but Bai Suying will still consider some ordinary requests, not to mention Kong Lingxuan's qualifications. As long as it is shown that she is also a Yuanling Dharma Prime Minister, the Li family will never mind accepting this goddaughter. When he found Kong Lingxian, she was practicing alone in the dormitory. Li Xuanya did not disturb her, but waited patiently. I don't know how much time passed before Kong Lingxian opened her eyes. When she saw Li Xuanya, she knew the reason for his visit. She seemed to be looking forward to it, but also a little worried. She hesitated and said, "Why don't you forget it? You and I understand each other well. That's fine. I have a bad reputation. If I drag down the Li family and get criticized." Before he finished speaking, Li Xuanya grabbed Kong Lingxuan's arm. "Sister Xian, don't think so much. It's not like we have a shady relationship, so it doesn't matter if others find out. With my current status in the Li family, no one dares to gossip. That's okay." Kong Lingxian smiled, not expecting this younger brother to be like this. Tough sighed. But it doesn't feel bad either. At noon, Li Xuanya returned to Li Mansion with Kong Lingxian, and found his parents in private to explain the facts. Is this true? Is Kong Lingxian really a descendant of the Ming Dynasty King Kong Xian? Li Wuji was shocked. Kong Xian's name was not only famous in Dongsheng Kingdom, but also in other places. After all, this was a powerful man from ancient times. How could his descendants be just ordinary people? During the Hai Clan invasion 2 years ago, if the Kong family really fought to the death to defend Hailu City, then I would apologize for my previous attitude. But you know people but don't know what they know. Just based on this girl's family words, are you sure? Bai Suying looked moved, but she was still a little wary. Li Xuanya signaled Kong Lingxian with his eyes. Kong Lingxian nodded helplessly, her aura revealed, and a peacock shadow appeared around her, with white feathers flying across it, creating an astonishing momentum. Li Wuji and Bai Suiying both looked shocked. Yuan Ling Dharma Prime Minister. Li Xuanya nodded, Mom and Dad, you don't have any objections now. Li Wuji nodded immediately, I have no objections. It is a great blessing for the Li family to have another peerless genius. You two are the best geniuses of this generation. It would be a great thing if we could join forces. How could I refuse? After Bai Suiying was silent for a moment, she seemed to let go of her prejudices and suddenly said to Li Xuanya, asked, in that case, why don't you just get married? I really want to see what kind of heaven-defying offspring will be born from the combination of Yuanling Dharma and Yuanling Dharma. Li Xuanya. This mother's mind is really not that big. Not only Li Xuanya, but also Kong Lingxian looked a little embarrassed when they heard this. It was Li Wuji who came out to smooth things over and said with a laugh, we who have come here should not get involved in the younger generation's affairs. Let Lingxian girl join us first. Li family, there is nothing wrong with being a godsister to Xian Yi. As for what happens in the future, it depends on their own ideas. Dad is also a good trick. Li Xuanya tugged on Kong Lingxian, Xian. Sister, don't be stunned. Kong Lingxian finally came to her senses, stepped forward to serve tea to the two elders, and said shyly, Godfather, Godmother, my daughter is serving tea to you. Okay. Li Wuji smiled. From ear to ear, this is really a blessing. Even the Lin family, which was once powerful, had never had two Yuanling Dharma men at the same time. Now that the Li family has one, doesn't this mean that the Li family and even the Lin family will be able to surpass them in the future? Bai Suiying drank the tea, held Kong Lingxuan's hand and smiled kindly, daughter, my godmother was wrong last time and misunderstood you. Don't mind it. From now on, I will get along well with Year and support each other. I understand. Mom. Kong Lingxian lowered her head and became even more embarrassed. The family affection she had not experienced for a long time made the ice in her heart seem to melt a little. Kong Lingxian belongs to the kind of woman who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. She may seem complicated, but she is actually very pure and kind at heart. 2 years ago, the Kong family was exterminated by the strong men of the Hai clan. The Kong family, who should have been hailed as heroes, instead became demon traders who were condemned by everyone. Kong Lingxian, the only survivor, was also regarded as a disaster star. This kind of thing is ridiculous. The development of a sociopath is not unexpected in anyone. But Kong Lingxian just covered herself up with a cold coat. She was grateful for Dean Jiangwu's protection and joined the Wudo Hall. Despite the pressure of being criticized by people, she resolutely chose to stay in Hailu City. This was a kind act of gratitude. She cultivates hard, is neither arrogant nor impetuous, strictly adheres to her own identity, and does not want to drag others down. This is kindness in her heart. She longs for family affection and is willing to come to the Li family under pressure and prove her determination with actions. This is the kindness of filial piety. The more he got to know Kong Lingxian, the more Li Xuanya fell in love with this young lady. In fact, Kong Lingxian seemed mature, but she was not much older than Li Xuanya. In the wealthy families in Hailu City, most women of this age were still waiting for words. In her boudoir, she lived a life like a well-dressed and well-fed baby, but Kong Lingxuan's mind had matured and she no longer looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Li Xuanya's love is more about appreciation, so he is willing to integrate into Kong Lingxuan's world, willing to bring her the warmth of home, and willing to show her the more mature side of his two lives in front of her. On the other hand, to sympathize with the ice in her heart and share her restless soul. But not everyone understands Li Xuanya's good intentions. As soon as the news of Kong Lingxian joining the Li family came out, before the outside world made waves, there were many voices of opposition within the Li family. Several family elders came to see Li Wuji immediately. With a righteous attitude, they dismissed Kong Lingxuan's family background as worthless. They felt that allowing such a woman to join the Li family was an insult to the Li family. In this regard, Li Xuanya's attitude was also very simple. Kong Lingxian must enter the Li family. No one can object. Anyone who objects will get out of the Li family. If it were the previous Li Xuanya who said such words, it would definitely trigger civil strife in the family. But today is different from the past. Li Xuanya's status in the Li family even surpasses that of the head of the family, Li Wuji. After what he said, no one dared to answer, and they could only accept Li Xuanya's decision. The right to speak brought by strong strength is unbreakable, not to mention that the Li family is not a well-established wealthy family after all. There are not many martial arts masters in the family. Not to mention Li Xuanya's future potential, just his current second-level martial arts cultivation strength is enough to make people fear him. It was a few days later when everything settled. After a few days of living the life of the second generation of Xiaoyao, Li Xuanye felt that it was time for him to do something serious. Early that morning, he was ready to go, left Hailu City alone, and entered the Luoying Mountains to the west. Although the Luoying mountain range is not as dangerous as the deep sea, the further you go into the mountains, the more powerful monsters you will encounter. Many accomplished warriors, after breaking through to the martial spirit level, will go deep into the Luoying mountain range to practice and hone their combat abilities. What Li Xuanye lacks most now is combat skills. He is very strong, but that is purely relying on powerful skills and super high attribute points. In fact, Li Xuanye cannot show his true strength at all now. He was upgrading too quickly. It had only been 2 months since he traveled through time. Within 2 months, he had soared from the first level of martial arts to the second level of martial arts. This could easily cause his foundation to be unstable. That's why Li Xuanye came up with the idea of going to the Luoying Mountains to practice. If he compared himself to a sharp sword, then he was still in a state of not using it yet, and there was still a lot of room for him to explore. Another point is that almost all the treasure chests in Hailu City have been opened by Li Xuanye. The number of treasure chests detected every day in the past few days has been pitiful. Even the black iron treasure chest has not been encountered in several days, which had a fatal impact on Li Xuanye. The treasure chest system is his biggest trump card. If he doesn't have a treasure chest to open, he's still in trouble. With the treasure chest system, Li Xuanye is destined to be unable to stay in one place. In order to find more treasure chests to improve his strength, he must keep traveling and moving forward, so that he has a chance of encountering more and better treasure chests. Whoosh! A black figure moved rapidly in the dense jungle. It was Li Xuanye, who had been in the Luoying Mountains for 2 days. After 2 days of non-stop driving, he was completely far away from Hailu City, came to the hinterland of Luoying Mountain Range. Li Xuanye also encountered many magical beasts in the past 2 days, but most of them were of average strength. He had never encountered even a martial spirit level monster, so he was unable to sharpen his combat experience. His target is the core area of the Luoying Mountains, a place called the Giant Beast Plains. It is said that there is a lair of monsters there, which is home to many powerful monsters, and even strong beasts. Ding, good luck comes from the sky, I found a silver treasure chest, that's okay. Li Xuanye was speechless. It turned out that in addition to using treasure chest radar to detect treasure chests, there was also this random refresh method to reveal treasure chests. It seemed that he had made the right choice to go out and stay at the sea. You will never encounter such good things in Lucheng. And just in time, Li Xuanye still had the last silver key left in his hand. Ding, open the silver treasure chest and get the exquisite strengthening stone X1. The exquisite strengthening stone? Li Xuanye checked the attributes and was immediately happy. This exquisite strengthening stone was much better than ordinary strengthening stones. It could not only be embedded in equipment, but could even be directly integrated into his own body to increase an attribute. Li Xuanye chose to integrate his mental power without hesitation, directly increasing his mental power by 10 points. Mental power is the most important of the 4 attributes. The use of almost all skills requires the consumption of mental power. Although most cultivators are of the double cultivation of magic and martial arts type, in the long run, the attribute value of mental power is the most important. Value for money. Li Xuanye, level 2 martial spirit strength 275 endurance 274 agility 282 spirit 290 luck value? +1 charm? +2 skills, treasure chest radar, junior lockpicking, cloud palm, small phaseless kung fu, meat kick, insight technique, 6 meridians divine sword, baji collapse fist, junior turtle style qigong wave, titanium golden body, vajra finger, unified fist, flowing fire armor. Equipment, charm ring, paralysis ring, lucky ring, blessing ring, queen's boots, black blade knight, lynxy moon watching, soft protective armor, lizard skin gloves, queen's socks, invisibility talisman, flowing fire pendant. Judging purely from attributes, Li Xuanye's current strength is close to the 4th level of martial arts. His skills and equipment are also very complete. His overall strength is estimated to reach the 5th level. Boom! With a punch like a heavy cannon and sparks flying everywhere, Li Xuanye killed a 3rd-level martial beast white bone silver wolf with 1 punch. Holding the black knife in hand, Li Xuanye skinned and deboned the wolf meat, threw hundreds of kilograms of wolf meat into his private space, and gave it to Thor as materials for practicing cooking skills, as well as food for Era and Xiao Ma. These 2 little foodies plus Thor, a big foodie, must consume at least hundreds of kilograms of meat a day. What makes people even more speechless is Thor. She recently opened a small garden. In order to take care of her flowers and plants, she has a cruel personality. The dragon mate actually uses minced meat as fertilizer to fertilize the land in the garden. Li Xuanye clearly remembered that Thor in the anime was not so cruel. Could it be that his temperament was also affected by following him as his master? Maybe Thor can't leave his private space, and being alone in a closed environment all day will have some impact on his character. Maybe he should collect more pets and put them in. The power of the unified fist is really good. Even a third-level monster can't block one punch. A fourth-level monster can only withstand 3 or 4 punches. It seems that I have to find at least a 5th-level and 6th-level monster to be effective. The effect of honing your combat power. It's not a good thing to be too strong. It's hard to find someone to practice with. Hey, is there someone there? Li Xuanye suddenly noticed a black dot on the radar map. When he zoomed in, he found a man in black sneakily approaching him. Coming for me? Li Xuanye frowned and threw his insight technique at the black spot. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. Ding Quang, 9th level martial spirit, professional assassin, good at concealment, assassination, and poisoning. It is impossible for an assassin to go to the Luoying Mountains for an outing out of boredom, and judging from his sneaky movements, he is probably targeting Li Kame and Xianyi. The killer at the 9th level of Wuling was definitely not from Hailu City. Could it be that he was sent by the Yuchi family? Li Xuanye shined in the martial arts trials, and offended many people overtly and covertly. It is normal for people to worry about him, but there are not many people who have the ability to shoot the 9th level martial arts killer. The one who is most suspected is Yuchi Home. Okay, just give me a hand practice. The 9th level of martial arts is very powerful, but the most important thing for a killer is not combat power, but concealment and one-hit kill. Now the killer's figure has been exposed to the radar range, Li Xuanye can keep track of his movements at all times, and the threat to him is greatly reduced. What's more, Li Xuanye's own strength is not timid. Under normal conditions, he is close to the 5th level. With his powerful skills and Xiao Ma's recharging skills, he may not be without the ability to fight. If there were no recharge skills, Li Xuanye would most likely choose to run away. After all, even at level 5, there was a huge gap compared to level 9. The difference in attribute points was almost a multiple. However, Li Xuanye was fully prepared for this trip. He carries hundreds of millions of yuan crystals with him. If you have money, you can become stronger. Brother Ma will never lie. The only thing that makes Li Xuanye feel uncertain is that the other party is a master of poisoning, and Li Xuanye doesn't know much about poison. He is afraid that the other party will not take the initiative to attack, but will adopt a secret poisoning strategy to assassinate him. Then it's more troublesome. To be on the safe side, Li Xuanye first took a bottle of detoxification pill, and then activated the Xiao Wushan Gong to seal the surface of the body with internal force to prevent outside air from entering the body. With his strength, he could survive even half an hour without breathing. But in order to confuse the other party, although Li Xuanye held his breath, his chest was already rising and falling, simulating breathing. Ordinary practitioners may not notice this kind of detail at all, but if you are facing an experienced and powerful assassin, you cannot be careless in the slightest. Seeing that the other party was getting closer and closer to him, Li Xuanye continued to cut the wolf meat without showing a word. The assassin Ding Quan was already close to 200 meters behind him. This distance was already within Li Xuanye's attack range. But Li Xuanye showed no reaction, as if he didn't know anything. Humph, you are such a genius. You are unlucky to meet me. In the grass, Ding Quan sneered in his heart. He was sent to Hailu City to ambush. His primary goal was not to assassinate Li Xuanye. After all, Li Xuanye now had an astonishing identity. He would definitely receive heavy protection, but Ding Quan didn't expect that this kid would dare to enter the wild alone, so he couldn't blame himself for being rude. Ding Quan looked at Li Xuanye's unprepared and flawless figure with disdain in his heart. It didn't matter what the Yuanling Dharma looked like or the peerless genius. No one could survive being exposed to his own blade. His eyes were shining with coldness and excitement. He couldn't help but feel extremely excited when he thought that he had the opportunity to kill a peerless genius. As long as this assassination was successful, it would be the most important moment in his assassination career. A success, because what he killed was not a novice who had just broken through the martial arts level, but a rising star who had the potential to become a martial saint. His qualifications are mediocre. Being able to reach the 9th level of martial arts is almost the limit of his potential. He is destined to miss the martial arts level in this life. Ding Quang hates those geniuses with unparalleled talents the most. Now he has the opportunity to kill a super genius with his own hands. How exciting this is! Ding Quang is a professional assassin after all. Even if the opponent's strength is far inferior to his own, he will not make any careless move to underestimate the enemy. Just like every time he assassinates, Ding Quang concentrates on it and sees through Li Xuanye's every move. Observe every detail of him and look for the most suitable moment to kill him with one strike. Viewing angle, terrain environment, wind direction, noise, and even the light in the jungle. All aspects of information were gathered in Ding Quang's brain and continuously calculated. In his mind, he even simulated the angle at which he would draw the knife and the direction in which it would land, to ensure that the blow was successful and not give Li Xuanye any breathing space, even a chance to call for help. The time has come. When the clouds in the sky passed by and the light in the jungle gradually dimmed, Ding Quang's aura increased to the extreme in an instant. The blade came out of his waist. He was shaped like a sword and dexterous like a fish swimming in the water. In half a breath, the blade passed 100 meters away, and the moment the blade was completely out of the body, the blade stained with poison was already close to Li Xuanye's back, heading straight for his heart. Ding Quang was overjoyed. When the tip of the knife pierced Li Xuanye's back and cut through his ribs and through his heart, his name was destined to be spread throughout the assassination world, creating a myth and legend. Turtle. Sect. Qi. Gong. The moment Ding Quang confidently slashed out with his sword, Li Xuanye, who was defenseless in his eyes, suddenly lay down on his side in an extremely subtle gesture, crossed his palms, and remembered that the light waves brewing in the darkness roared up. Ding Quang was so shocked that he didn't even have time to react before he was directly blasted into the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. It is obviously unrealistic to kill a strong man of the 9th level of martial arts with Ifa Gui Qigong. But Li Xuanye has a plan. The first turtle sent Qigong to knock Ding Quang into the air in order to restrict his ability to move. Wuling-level monks could not fly. Being in the air was very restrictive. The target was completely exposed and it was too late to escape. Under this situation, Ding Quang became a target in Li Xuanye's eyes. No matter how strong he was, he could withstand one shot of turtle-style Qigong, but what about 5 shots? What about 10 shots? No discussion, just a wild shot. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Seeing Ding Quang's body falling down, Li Xuanye mustered up his energy again, and another beam of light shot up from the ground and hit the sky. Every time Ding Quang fell, Li Xuanye's turtle-style Qigong would follow closely. The first 3 times, Ding Quang was still struggling, trying to get rid of Li Xuanye's attacks, but after 3 times, this guy became completely honest. After coming down, he huddled up into a ball and used all his strength to defend himself. He no longer had any intention of escaping. Ding Quang was like a huge sandbag, being toyed with by Li Xuanye in the midst of applause. After 10 light waves, Li Xuanye spent a lot of mental energy and took the opportunity to drink a mouthful of rejuvenation pills. At this moment, Ding Quang's whole body turned into a ball of black, almost burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, exuding a strange smell. Barbecue aroma. Thumping. Ding Quang fell to the ground, kicking his legs, but he was not dead yet. As expected of a master of the 9th level of martial arts, he could still survive after eating so many Qigong from the Hair Turtle School. However, even if Ding Quang is not dead, he has completely lost his ability to move. He is lying on the ground with more air coming out and less air coming in. It seems that he will not live long. After Li Xuanye confirmed that there was no danger, he slowly walked forward, stepped on Ding Quang's chest, and said slowly, "Tell me, who ordered you to come here? And I can give you a good time after you finish talking. The strong man from Yuzhou, will not let you go." Bang! Li Xuanye crushed Ding Quang's throat with his foot, and the latter whimpered and died. "I'm not from the Yuchi family. Why did Daizu want to assassinate me?" Shaking his head, Li Xuanye felt a little surprised, but it was not incomprehensible. Geniuses are more likely to be envied by others. The appearance of Li Xuanye in Dongsheng Kingdom will easily make the Zhou dynasty and Daiyu state entrenched in the north and south feel threatened. Dongsheng Kingdom is weak and has no threat at all in front of these 2 powerful countries. But Li Xuanye's growth rate is too fast. If he is allowed to grow, sooner or later he will have an impact on these 2 powerful countries and strangle Li Xuanye in the cradle in advance. In fact, from the standpoints of both parties, it is quite wise. Choose. After searching Ding Quang's body, Li Xianye found some poisonous herbs and a letter that had been damaged by the bomb. He opened the letter and read it. Although the content could not be discerned clearly, it turned out to be Daiyu State text. This is really a bit troublesome. Hailu City is located in the south of Dongsheng Kingdom, close to Daiyu State. The Luoying mountain range extends southward and will lead to the territory of Daiyu State. If Daiyu State sends more troops with so many killers coming, my situation is still very worrying. Li Xuanye felt a bit of pressure, no longer hesitated, and continued towards the center of the mountain range to the west. He would not place his hope on others. If he wanted to save his life, he could only continue to improve his own strength. After half a day, Li Xuanye finally arrived at the giant beast plain. The giant beast plain was not originally a plain, but a steep mountainous area in the Luoying Mountains. However, due to the large number of giant monsters that occupied it, it was trampled and destroyed day after day, and was eventually razed to the ground. The entire plain is very vast, with a diameter of almost 300 to 400 miles. There is no end as far as the eye can see. There are vegetation everywhere, and the field of vision is very poor. However, this does not affect Li Xuanye. His treasure chest radar has a range of 1,000 miles. Domi, he can detect any monster that appears within this range immediately. 4th level saber-toothed beast? Trash. 5th level rattle scorpion? I heard that its venom attack is very powerful, but it's also rubbish. 6th level purple feathered fire stork? This one is a bit powerful. You can get it. Practice your skills. The purple feathered fire stork is a solitary monster, and it is a relatively rare monster among martial spirit level monsters that can control the vitality of heaven and earth. It can spit out wind blades and fan fire to attack its prey. Wherever it appears, it is surrounded by it was basically charred black, and not even a blade of grass could grow. The combat effectiveness of this powerful monster is very fierce, and it is not even much inferior to the warriors of the 7th level of martial arts. Generally, warriors at the martial arts level will stay away from this kind of monster when encountering it in the wild. Without using any skills or taking out weapons, Li Xuanye found a purple feathered fire stork with his bare hands and started fighting hand to hand. After a fierce battle, Li Xuanye was slightly defeated and his clothes were burned to charcoal. He didn't mind, but got excited. After a rest, he rushed over again shirtless, and kept fighting with the purple feathered storks until dark. Purple feathers were scattered on the ground. In the end, both the stork and the stork lay down exhausted. On the ground, unable to move. Brother stork, are you excited or not? Hoo hoo. The purple feathered fire stork has the intention to kill people. I was just passing by here, and suddenly a guy from unknown origins popped up and pestered me to fight. I stayed there for most of the day and even pulled off many of my beautiful feathers. How could I go home to see my wife? Warcraft of this level already have a certain amount of intelligence. Usually when they encounter an opponent that they cannot defeat or are difficult to deal with, they will choose to run away. However, Li Xuanye was too difficult to deal with and did not give him a chance to escape at all. The arms were hard. Okay, look at how cowardly you are, go back now, I won't kill you. Wow wow. As if he understood what Li Xuanye said, the purple feathered fire stork stood up angrily and flapped its wings again. Get into a fight with Li Xuanye. Although I am a monster, I am also a warrior. I have dignity. Half an hour later. A bright bonfire rose on the grassland, and above the crackling fire, a pile of fragrant golden barbecue was set up. Ding, open the black iron treasure box and get the prop Hummer military off-road vehicle X 1-inch with a bang. An off-road vehicle with dazzling metallic black light appeared in front of Li Xuanye. Li Xuanye was stunned and confused. This tough body shape, ultra-thick bulletproof metal shell and bulletproof glass, and heavy explosion-proof tires. Li Xuanye, who was a car fan in his previous life, had no ability to resist this kind of super-domineering off-road vehicle. It's a pity that he was a pauper in his previous life and could only enjoy looking at pictures. Who would have thought that today, he just opened a black iron treasure box and his wish came true? There is no limit to the types of props that can be found in treasure chests. Theoretically, as long as you are lucky enough, everything in the world has a chance to be found, and it is not completely limited to Wanjie continent. Li Xuanye had previously fired high-explosive grenades and flame bombs on Lizard Island, and now it was not unacceptable to fire a Hummer. With indescribable feelings, Li Xuanye took out his keys, opened the door, and sat in the spacious and comfortable driver's seat of the Hummer. Buzzing. The surging sound of the engine made Li Xuanye furious. He stepped on the accelerator and drove the Hummer quickly on the grassland. No, this speed was too slow. Li Xuanye suddenly realized that this was not the Earth. His current physique would definitely be like a Superman on the Earth. The speed of a Hummer is only more than 200 kilometers, but here, even a warrior with a little bit of strength can't do it. I can run this speed with my legs. Li Xuanye's speed is even more exaggerated. He has adapted to this speed. Now that he is driving a Hummer, he feels that this guy is too bulky and slow as a snail. Apart from being more comfortable, it has no practicality at all. But it's not bad. Li Xuanye put on the sunglasses placed on the front of the car, opened the roof window, blew in the comfortable warm wind of the prairie, and started a pleasant self-driving tour while humming a little tune. Bang! Before he could feel refreshed for a while, the front of the car plunged sharply. Li Xuanye jumped out of the car with a curse, and when he looked forward, he discovered that there was a cave hidden in the grass. Looking at the smashed front of the car, Li Xuanye put the car on the props list with great distress, and jumped down into the cave to investigate. What the hell is this? After walking for a while, Li Xuanye came to a dusty cave. There seemed to be traces of someone living inside. There were a large number of bones scattered on the ground, including the bones of wild beasts. There are some thick humanoid bones. Judging from the size, these should be the bones of the orcs. The bones of the orcs are very strong, and some of the bones are inlaid with gems and metals. This is the tradition of the orcs. Some orcs will even pour molten metal into the bones. Liquid metal, which is said to strengthen bones and enhance strength. However, those who can do this are all strong men among the orcs. Li Xuanye did not find any traces of iron being poured into the bones of the orcs here. It seems that only ordinary orcs died. The giant beast plain is originally the territory where the orcs move. Although it is rare, it is not a strange thing to encounter. Moreover, this cave has a long history and has been quiet for hundreds of years, so it is not worth Li Xuanye's fuss. He continued to walk inside the cave. When he encountered a fork in the road, he didn't think much about it. He randomly chose a wider one and got in. He followed the twists and turns of the cave and walked more than 10 miles. Li Xian, there was nothing new to discover in the night. The road came to an end, and there was a glimmer of light. This is an underground cave with a small lake inside. It looks like no one has been there for a long time. The water in the lake is so clear that not even a small shrimp can be seen. Looking up, it is a sinkhole tens of meters deep. The top of the pit was covered with tall shrubs, with countless vines hanging down from all sides. Li Xuanye climbed up a vine and planned to take a look. Suddenly he saw a strange plant growing on the rock wall, which was shining brightly and had a bunch of grape-like fruits hanging on it. It was very bright red, as if it were blood. The most peculiar thing is that the fruit is still beating and making popping sounds, as if there is a small heart inside the fruit. There are also some meridians-like textures on the outside of the fruit. Li Xuanye knew at a glance that this fruit must be a rare thing. Bloodberry, a spiritual fruit that absorbs the essence of earth veins. It has the effect of strengthening the power of blood veins. It is regarded as a holy fruit by the orcs. It is actually a bloodberry. Li Xuanye probably knew something. When the relationship between the orcs and the humans was relatively harmonious, they often conducted trade, and bloodberries were one of the most valuable trading items that the orcs could produce. Since the orcs and the humans had some conflicts, after breaking off diplomatic relations, bloodberries rarely appear in the human kingdom. Bloodberries can be taken directly. The effect is similar to the blood melting pill. It can strengthen qi in blood, greatly improve physical fitness, and has a good effect on warriors under the martial lord. Nowadays, you can only see bloodberries in some old black markets in Dongxing Kingdom, and they are worth a lot of money. One piece can cost tens of millions of crystals. It is impossible to buy them without the connections in background. The bunch of bloodberries in front of Li Xuanye's eyes included 40 or 50 at least, that's 4 to 5 billion. Moreover, bloodberries are also useful to Li Xuanye now. Although his physical fitness is not weak, there is still a lot of room for improvement due to lack of exercise. With his mind moving, Li Xuanye didn't even bother to go out to explore. He directly picked the bloodberries, returned to the cave, drank one, and started refining it. It took a whole day for Li Xuanye to refine 20 bloodberries. His whole body was glowing with red light, which was a sign that his energy and blood had reached the limit. Li Xuanye stood up, took a deep breath and spit out. A white mist spurted out, like a white giant python. The increase in the power of qi and blood made his body temperature rise a lot, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. He hurriedly checked his attributes and was pleasantly surprised to find that his attribute points had increased a lot, especially his endurance, which had increased by more than 30 points and directly exceeded the 300-point mark. Not bad, but unfortunately my body has become resistant to bloodberries. Taking it again will not have any effect. Let's take the rest back to Sister Xian. Li Xuanye thought to himself, Kong Lingshuan's bloodline has great potential. The effect of this bloodberry on her will be more obvious. After stretching his stiff body, Li Xuanye walked to the clear water lake and soaked for a while to lower his body temperature. He felt energetic and excited, and even Xiaoye became a little uncontrollable and went berserk. Great supplement. After exercising for a while to calm down, Li Xuanye gathered his thoughts and continued to climb up the vines. After a while, he came to the surface. After patrolling the radar map for a while, he discovered a large number of warcraft. This is probably the hinterland of the giant beast plains and the location of the monster's lair. There are so many monsters, I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of them. What a great place to spawn monsters and level up. Li Xuanye was a little excited. He still had a 20-fold experience bonus card that was useless. Although the number of Warcraft here was far less than that of Lizard Island, the Warcraft were very powerful and the total number was small. But if it could be wiped out, the experience would definitely be very scary. We try hard, but if we can't kill you, we can't run away. Gritting his teeth, Li Xuanye planned to do something big. He carefully checked the terrain in this area. The dense and tall grass and shrubs were very suitable for hiding. As long as he was careful, he would not attract a large number of monsters at once. With 10,000 magical beasts and 20 hours of experience bonus cards, Li Xuanye needs to deal with 500 magical beasts in an average hour, and 8 monsters in a minute. It seems to be very difficult, but basically the monsters below the 5th level are instantly killed when encountering Li Xuanye. However, Li Xuanye made a cursory observation and found that there are not many powerful monsters here, and the average strength is less than the 5th level of Wuling. The task is a bit more difficult, but there is still a chance. Taking a deep breath, Li Xuanye turned on the serious mode, prepared the healing pills and rejuvenation pills, chose a bush on higher ground, and pressed his back against the rock wall. He took out Lingxi Wanyue and shot several arrows. First leading a group of monsters came. 20 times the experience bonus card, use it. Li Xuanye looked solemn and began to kill. The first batch of monsters that rushed towards him were all average in strength. Li Xuanye held the black knife and slashed it like rice. Pass, the battle ends instantly. Ding, kill the iron-skinned rhinoceros, experience plus 2456 ding, kill the unicorn, experience plus 1957 ding. Li Xuanye was slightly startled by the system prompt. He has so little experience? Is this still the effect after a 20-fold bonus? When he opened the attributes and took a look, he discovered that after breaking through the martial spirit level, all the upgrade experience had been cleared and recalculated. His current experience required for upgrading is 16458/1000000. This discovery surprised Li Xuanye. 1 million experience points may seem like a lot to upgrade, but with his current monster spawning efficiency, upgrading is actually very fast. Here there are 10,000 monsters, and if one contributes 2,000 experience points on average, there are still 20 million. If you're lucky, you might be able to break through to the 4th or even 5th level of martial arts today. What a pleasure! Putting his mind away, Li Xuanye began to attract the second wave of monsters. After several attempts, Li Xuanye probably mastered the most efficient way to spawn monsters. He first used Lingxi Wanyue to attract monsters. He could easily attract about 10 monsters at a time. Solve. The speed of attracting monsters can be controlled to about 30 seconds. The speed of monsters is actually very fast. If the interval between attracting monsters is less than 20 seconds, it is easy to be attacked by 2 waves of monsters at the same time. Although facing 30 or 40 monsters at the same time is not a problem for Li Xuanye, it may disrupt his rhythm and cause his physical strength to decline too quickly. After all, this is a protracted battle, lasting 20 hours. The most important thing for uninterrupted monster spawning is to control the rhythm. Only by maintaining the rhythm can the efficiency of spawning monsters be the fastest. However, this rhythm is not completely constant. The Warcraft lair is very large. Although the attack range of Yuan Nangyaro can cover the entire Warcraft lair, Li Xuanye may not be able to find Li Xuanye after being attacked by a Warcraft that is too far away, so Li Xuanye needs to continuously push the distance. Then the direction in which he spawns monsters cannot be changed from time to time. He needs to start from the corner and move forward bit by bit, annihilating from the outside first, and moving closer to the inside at a spiral pace. It sounds complicated to say, but it is not that difficult to actually do it. Basically, you only need to keep the number of Warcraft within the field of vision to no more than 200. Of course, there is another point that requires Li Xuanye to adapt to changes. After all, Warcraft is not a living target and will not stand still all the time. Warcraft will also go out to hunt and come back to rest when it gets dark. It is always in a mobile state. But Li Xuanye still has a great advantage, because he can constantly observe the movements of the entire group of monsters through the radar map, thereby adjusting his path to spawn monsters. I can't believe that I am actually a king of positioning. Li Xuanye lamented that his potential was indeed forced out, while he raised his knife to harvest the lives of each monster. The experience points continued to accumulate, and soon he breaking through 1 million, successfully upgraded to the 3rd level of Wuling. After the attribute increases, the efficiency of killing monsters becomes much faster. However, this upgrade requires 5 million experience, so the time is not so fast. Unconsciously, the sky had darkened. Li Xuanye had been fighting continuously for more than 7 hours, and his experience value was close to breaking through the 4th level. However, after dark, his vision was not good and his efficiency was slightly reduced. Moreover, at this time, there were many more monsters returning to their nest nearby, and they were scattered widely. Among them were some relatively powerful monsters, which had a great influence on Li Xuanye's rhythm. However, the situation soon reversed. The monsters under the night habitually gathered in groups and rested together. This made Li Xuanye directly omit the step of attracting monsters, and specifically looked for the group of monsters to attack. Some monsters he died in his sleep and turned into experience points. A few more hours passed. Li Xuanye was almost numb from the killing, and his arms were sore. Haidouai, known as the greatest black sword, had a lot of cracks. After this battle, Haidouai was probably going to retire honorably. After drinking a bottle of rejuvenation pill, Li Xuanye cheered up and charged into battle again, fighting a path. This reminded Li Xuanye of when he was in college. He and a few bad friends in the dormitory climbed over the wall in the middle of the night to go to the internet cafe for a night. They worked all night for a week. Memory. You can't survive without being crazy. When killing becomes an instinctive habit flowing in your blood, the road to becoming strong is not far away. I don't know how long it took, but the first ray of light in the morning fell on the grassland full of blood. Li Xuanye, who was in a pool of blood, could no longer see a single magical beast. The demonic beasts had long since been frightened and scattered like birds and beasts, leaving only one person between heaven and earth. His body is not tall and straight, there is deep tiredness in his brows, and his arms are shaking involuntarily. The Black Knife Knight is full of cracks and will collapse when the wind blows. But at this moment, Li Xuanye is undoubtedly the embodiment of invincibility. 5th level of martial arts. At the last moment, Li Xuanye broke through to the 5th level, and the 20-fold experience bonus card completely disappeared. Li Xuanye, 5th level of martial arts. Strength 430, Endurance 457, Agility 432, Spirit 441, Luck value? +1 Charm? +2 Skills, Treasure Chest Radar, Junior Lockpicking, Cloud Palm, Small Phaseless Kung Fu, Meat Kick, Insight Technique, 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Baji Collapse Fist, Junior Turtle Style Qigong Wave, Titanium Golden Body, Vajra Finger, Unified Fist, Flowing Fire Armor. Equipment, Charm Ring, Paralysis Ring, Lucky Ring, Blessing Ring, Queen's Boots, Black Blade Knight, Lynxy Moonwatching, Soft Protective Armor, Lizard Skin Gloves, Queen's Socks, Invisibility Talisman, Flowing Fire Pendant. Attributes skyrocketed. After 20 hours of hard work, the results were remarkable. At this moment, Li Xuanye was truly out of the rookie stage and promoted to the rank of master. If he met Ding Quang again now, Li Xuanye would not have to work hard at all. He would be able to defeat Ding Quang with just one hand. Crush him to death. Hurry, we will soon reach the plains of giant beasts. Who dares to be so bold and go to the territory of our beast tribe to kill people is simply asking for death. Who cares who he is? Anyone who offends our beast tribe will be punished with death. Let's speed up. Lord Hu Lai will catch up soon. If we can catch the murderer before Lord Hu Lai, we will definitely make a mark. Just as Li Xuanye was cleaning up the mess, a group of beasts came out. The warriors of the tribe are rushing in from the depths of the Luoying Mountains. This group of orcs is of various types, including jackals, tigers, and leopards. They are all wearing animal skin coats and are burly and strong. The tallest orc is 20 years old. It was 10 feet tall, nearly 2 stories high, and the ground roared as it ran, like a mobile bunker. Before Li Xuanye dragged his tired body out of the giant beast plains, he noticed the arrival of these strong orcs, and his face suddenly showed a solemn look. Through the radar map, Li Xuanye observed that there were a total of 12 strong beasts coming from the opposite side. He cast out his insight technique and found that 3 of them were stronger than the 7th level of Wuling. The weakest was also the 3rd level of Wuling. In his current state, it might be difficult to escape from the pursuit of these powerful orcs. Seeing that 12 powerful beastmen were about to arrive, Li Xuanye was more than willing but not strong enough. He gritted his teeth and took out the invisibility charm and chose to use it directly. Suddenly, Li Xuanye's figure began to dim, gradually becoming transparent, until he completely disappeared without even a trace of breath remaining. It's a pity. I originally planned to save this invisibility charm until the Jaimu conference held next month. Now I can only use it in advance to save my life. Just after Li Xuanye became invisible, in less than half a minute, 12 people, the masters of the beast race, came in a mighty force. Seeing the surging momentum of this group of people from a distance, Li Xuanye knew that his choice was very correct. The orcs are born as a fighting race. Every orc is born and inherits the fighting instinct of the previous generation through blood inheritance. Under the same realm, the strength of human cultivators is actually far inferior to that of the orcs. The Dongxing kingdom relied on its huge population advantage to contain the invasion of the beasts. However, when the Dongxing kingdom was first established, the population was not rich. At that time, it was suppressed by the beasts very miserably, and they were almost wiped out. It was a very dark period. It is precisely because of this that the Dongxing kingdom and the orcs within it were incompatible with each other in the later period. Although they were harmonious for a period of time, it was also because of this humiliating history that people never had a negative attitude toward the orcs. A heart of acceptance. Now that the Dongxing kingdom has an advantage in strength, the orcs will retreat into the depths of the Luoying mountains. But even so, in some remote villages and towns, orcs invade and plunder from time to time. Where is this person? Where did he go? He killed so many people of our beast clan. What is the origin of this person? How cruel is he? The blood is not cold yet, the murderer must not be far away, let's go separately. Chase. Just when Li Xuanye was about to leave quietly, he found that the 12 orc masters actually dispersed, and he stopped immediately. This is a God-given opportunity. It would be extremely difficult for Li Xuanye to deal with 12 masters of the beast race at the same time, but the opponents actually took the initiative to disperse. Didn't it give him a chance to defeat them one by one? Except for the giant orc who was 2 stories tall and whose body seemed to be covered in iron ore, none of the other 11 orcs could individually pose a threat to Li Xuanye. After a quick calculation in his mind, Li Xuanye felt that it was feasible, not to mention that he was still invisible, so he was most suitable for a sneak attack and assassination. Li Xuanye doesn't have a good impression of the Beast Clan. He also knows very well how the Beast Clan exploited and slaughtered the people of Dongxing Kingdom. Compared with the threat of the Sea Clan, the Beast Clan is more cruel. They not only like to kill people, but also like to torture countless people. The tragedy was clearly recorded in the history books of Dongxing Kingdom. Making up his mind, Li Xuanye walked like wind and took the lead in finding a lone orc master through the radar map. He quietly walked around behind it and broke the orc's neck in an instant without even making a cry. He died of anger. Following the law, Li Xuanye was dexterous and moved among the grass. In just a few minutes, he defeated 7 beast masters. At this time, the orc warriors also noticed the abnormality, shouted loudly, and quickly gathered closer. Li Xuanye immediately speeded up and took the opportunity to deal with 2 more beast warriors. At this moment, there were only 3 beast warriors left, and the weakest were all at the 7th level of martial arts. What the hell is this? Why can't you even see the shadow of the enemy? Don't panic, giant rock. Use your seismic waves to detect the surroundings. Roar! The giant beast beat its chest and let out a deafening roar. It clasped its fists tightly and jumped up suddenly. The moment it fell, its huge fist slammed hard towards the ground. This punch even triggered the power of the earth's veins, causing the earth to tremble within a radius of hundreds of meters, as if the world was falling apart and the end was coming. Li Xuanye was not afraid at all, but the invisibility charm only had 3 minutes left, so he had to hurry up and solve the problem. Brother Xiaoma, recharge me. In order to succeed in one blow, Li Xuanye once again spent tens of millions of crystals, and his attributes instantly increased by 40%. After breaking through the 5th level, Li Xuanye's comprehensive attributes were close to 450. This increased by 40%, directly exceeding 600 points. Attributes close to the 10th level of martial arts. Unify the fist. Without hesitation, Li Xuanye followed the punch and blasted at a Tauron with a devastating attitude, crushing him directly with force. The opponent didn't even have room to parry, and was directly blasted through the chest, killing him. But at the same time, Li Xuanye's position was also exposed. The giant stone orc jumped up with a ferocious smile and pounced on Li Xuanye with the force of a mountain. Unify the fist. Li Xuanye stood proudly and punched out in the air. The speed of the punch was so fast that the friction between the arm and the air produced high-temperature flames. It even broke the sound barrier in an instant, causing a thin layer of fire to rise. Sonic boom cloud. The boulder shattered, was blasted high into the sky, and exploded into a ball of fireworks. Beast blood madness. Seeing that the situation was not good, the last orc strongman tried his best to activate all the beast blood and entered the madness state. His strength almost reached the peak of the 10th level. He opened his mouth and looked at him like a bloodthirsty hyena. Li Xuanye came to bite him. Boom. Li Xuanye squeezed out the last bit of mental energy and fired out a blow from the turtle-style qigong, settling the battle. He was also completely exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Roar! At this moment, a tiger roar that resounded throughout the world came from a distance. This breath. Li Xuanye opened his eyelids with difficulty and saw the rapidly moving black dots on the radar map, and his insight skills quickly threw them away. Hu Lai, Level 1 Martial Master. A strong martial master. An unprecedented crisis. On Li Xuanye's side, although he was still in the state of invisibility and recharge bonus, there was only about a minute left in the state, but the other party was actually a genuine martial arts expert. Even if Li Xuanye is at his peak, with all his firepower, he will never be a match for a martial lord. What's more, Li Xuanye himself is weak at the moment, and there is no way he can parry in front of a strong martial lord. 36 strategies are the best. Using his last strength, Li Xuanye took advantage of the invisibility state and ran towards the nearest mountain forest. Just after Li Xuanye ran away, Hu Lai had also arrived at the giant beast plain. He walked through the air, crossed the void, and arrived at the monster's lair in the blink of an eye. He saw the body parts scattered on the ground, and the corpses of his subordinates were suddenly furious. As if they had sensed something, their vertical pupils looked directly at the direction Li Xuanye was escaping from, and flew away. Human, you can't escape. Feeling Hu Lai's aura approaching, Li Xuanye ran quickly without saying a word, poured bottle after bottle of rejuvenation pills into his mouth, and continued to use the wind sprint. After the recharge skill ended, spend another 10 million to recharge to maintain sufficient speed. The recharged agility attribute is close to the 10th level, and coupled with the bonus effect of the gale sprint, he can barely keep the distance from Hu Lai. Although the consumption is staggering, tens of millions of crystals will be spent in a few minutes, but at the moment of life and death, Li Xuanye, I don't care about this at all. The problem is that Li Xuanye only has tens of millions of crystals left on him. If he cannot get rid of Hu Lai within half an hour, the situation will become unpredictable. When Li Xuanye ran away, Hu Lai couldn't help but frown. He could feel that Li Xuanye's strength was far inferior to his own, but this guy's speed was too fast. He chased at full speed and failed to close the distance. Is it really as fast as a martial spirit level? Could it be? Hu Lai suddenly remembered that a peerless genius had recently appeared in Dongsheng Kingdom. His talent was extremely amazing, and he was also from Hailu City. This generation happened to be close to Hailu City. As far as he knew, there was no such thing in Hailu City. For such a powerful man, could this young man be the peerless genius? It's a pity that you met me. The emergence of a peerless genius in Dongsheng Kingdom will definitely have an impact on the orcs. Recently, the orcs' base camp was still discussing countermeasures. Unexpectedly, this guy actually took the initiative to send it to his own territory. As long as he takes his head and brings it back to the base camp, Lord Nine-Tailed Fox will definitely praise him. Licking his lips excitedly, Hu Lai let out an earth-shattering roar, and transformed into a giant black tiger in vain. He stepped on the clouds and mist, and chased after him at lightning speed, closing the distance in an instant. Not good. Li Xuanye was shocked. He still underestimated the strength of a strong martial artist. His idea of relying on speed to get rid of him was simply too naive. Fortunately, after a while of running wildly, Li Xuanye had arrived at the edge of the giant beast plains. He jumped straight into the dense jungle. With the cover of the jungle, Hu Lai could catch up with him. It becomes a lot more difficult. But Li Xuanye relied on the radar map to be able to grasp Hu Lai's movements at any time. At this time, any advantage must be firmly grasped. After entering the jungle, Hu Lai's speed obviously dropped a lot, but Li Xuanye relied on his dexterity to keep climbing over the woods, moving like a rabbit on the run. Not only did his speed not slow down much, but it actually increased, and he and Hu Lai once again create distance. I swear, as an orc warrior, even if I wipe out the entire Hailu City, I will kill you to death. Seeing Li Xuanye's aura getting farther and farther, it was almost impossible to catch it, and there was already Luo Ying in front of him. The outer area of the mountain range belongs to the territory of Dongsheng Kingdom. Hu Lai knew that he could not catch up with Li Xuanye. If he forced his way into Dongsheng Kingdom, he might also attract the attention of Tang Qian. He was Tang Qian's old enemy. To him, he knew very clearly that on the territory of Dongsheng Kingdom, he was no match for him single-handedly. Ha! After running wildly for half an hour, Li Xuanye ran at least 300 miles away. He could already see the outline of Hailu City's wall from a distance. Li Xuanye immediately lay on the ground and took a deep breath. He knew that he had finally saved his life. It was too dangerous. It was simply unbelievable to escape from a strong martial artist. It seemed that Hu Lai was not good at speed. If he were a master from the Leopard clan, Li Xuanye would be in even greater danger. After resting for a while and recovering a little strength, Li Xuanye walked hard towards Hailu City. Before he reached the city gate, he was exhausted, his eyes darkened and he passed out. When Li Xuanye opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to Li Mansion and was lying on his bed. His mother Bai Suiying was standing by with a worried look on her face. Seeing Li Xuanye wake up, she quickly grabbing his hand, he said angrily and worriedly, "You kid, why are you still so reckless? The giant beast plains is the place you can go now. Even the powerful warriors of the beast clan are alarmed. It's God's blessing that you can come back alive this time. Please stay at home for a few days and you are not allowed to go anywhere." Li Xuanye smiled helplessly. What the mother taught me is that the child has realized his mistake. To be honest, this time, although the encounter was extremely thrilling, Li Xuanye found it very exciting. If time could be repeated, Li Xuanye felt that he might not be timid. The surging passion generated under extreme pressure made Li Xuanye quite intoxicated. Could it be that I was born with a masochistic constitution? Shaking his head, Li Xuanye was too lazy to think about it. Li Wuji and others also rushed over quickly and brought doctors to check on Li Xuanye's injuries. Even the royal arbitrator Tang Xian came to visit in person and said that Hu Lai's strength is very impressive. I once fought with him. He has fought several times, but he can't say that he can win completely. Mr. Li is really good. He can escape from his hands. It's amazing. As he said that, Tang Xian changed the subject and said, but Mr. Li still wants to do it. Be careful, the orcs are cruel and aggressive by nature. Mr. Li has killed so many monsters this time, which will inevitably arouse the anger of the orcs. However, I have seconded a group of masters from the military department to protect Hailu City. As long as Mr. Li does not leaving the city, I can ensure that Mr. Li is safe and sound. Li Xuanye fell into a coma for 2 days after he came back. In the past 2 days, Tang Qian had investigated the matter clearly. Although he didn't say it, he was shocked by the monster Li Xuanye in his heart, especially after learning that Li Xuanye it was even more difficult to calm down when the news came that he alone had solved tens of thousands of monsters in the giant beast plains. Li Xuanye was worthy of being a peerless genius of Yuanling Dharma. His combat power was simply terrifying. Moreover, Tang Qian was shocked to discover that Li Xuanye's strength actually broke through to the 5th level of Wuling. You must know that when this boy came back a few days ago, he only had the strength of the 2nd level of martial arts. Li Xuanye had a clear understanding of Tang Qian's show of kindness and was not disgusted with it. This guy is a veteran, and it is impossible to have any real friendship with him, but as long as the interests are consistent, becoming an ally with him will still be very helpful to Li Xuanye. If you have resources, you must make good use of them. If you have the title of a peerless genius, you cannot completely ignore it. Li Xuanye is not a pretentious person. If you do things that are beneficial to you, as long as they do not violate your inner bottom line, even if the other party is no matter how different people are from different religions, they can still have fun together. What's more, Tang Qian's status is not ordinary. Although he has no status in the royal family, he is still a prominent figure outside. To a certain extent, being cunning and cunning can also be used as a compliment. As for what Tang Qian wanted in him, Li Xuanye didn't want to know and didn't bother to guess. It wasn't important to him. After Tang Qian left, Kong Lingxian rushed over again. After learning what Li Xuanye had done in the past few days, she felt quite dumbfounded and said, "It's a good thing that you are motivated, but honing your strength does not happen overnight. Pure killing will only bring hostility." Kong Lingxian's sincere tone gave people the impression of a stern big sister, and Li Xuanye lowered his head involuntarily, with an expression of humility. However, Kong Lingxian's words are reasonable. After killing so many monsters, Li Xuanye's combat experience has increased tremendously, but the hostility in his heart has indeed increased a lot. Although it has not reached the level of bloodthirsty, in the long run, this parrot is detrimental to your own mental growth. Well, you rest at home for a while first. In a few days, I will go to sea to practice in a place. The environment there is quite special. It can help you remove the hostility from your body and soothe the restless vitality in your body. It is also very suitable. Cultivation, you can come with me for a while and experience it. Where? Li Xuanye asked curiously. Babel Tower. Ding, open the black iron treasure chest, or treasure map fragment X1. Treasure map fragment X1. The coordinates of a gold treasure chest are recorded on the treasure map. Collect all 3. The treasure map fragments can awaken a golden key. 2 of them have been collected so far. Oh, that's good. Time flies. Li Xuanye has been living at home for less than half a month, and his injuries have long since recovered. During this time, he was forced by his mother to read and write at home all day long. It is called cultivating the state of mind, and he does not even eat meat. 3 meals a day are vegetarian, and I can't help but feel like an ostrich in my mouth. Since I can't get out, I haven't opened many treasure chests, but I'm lucky today. Another wave of treasure chests came out from Li's house, and Li's house also opened a lot of treasure chests. Xian Yi opened a treasure map fragment. This thing is a good thing. If you get another one, you can open a golden treasure chest. Li Xuanyi also roughly figured out the method of refreshing the treasure chest. There are about the number of treasure chests in a map. There are around 30 to 50. Judging from the area of Li's mansion, there is a treasure chest within about 100 square meters. However, it will be gone after opening it. It will take more than a month before it can be refreshed. However, after the refresh, the number of treasure chests will be very small. In the past few days, Li Xuanya has detected at most 2 treasure chests each time, and they are basically bronze treasure chests. Today, he was lucky enough to encounter a black iron one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the hidden rules of the system. You will be rewarded with 1 special treasure box summoning card. Li Xuanya. Special treasure box summoning card. You can randomly summon a special treasure box. After thinking a lot, there is nothing wrong with it. Back in the room, Li Xuanya directly used the special treasure box summoning card. With a flash of light, a beautifully shaped metal box landed at his feet. This treasure box was different from what Li Xuanya had seen before. Its workmanship was so fine. It is hollowed out and carved with lifelike patterns, and the overall color is also very pleasant, as if it is flowing with radiance and radiance. Ding! You have successfully summoned the God-given treasure box. After opening it, you will randomly get a piece of divine equipment. Gudong! Li Xuanya swallowed subconsciously, he was so excited. He quickly opened the God-given treasure box, and with a flash of divine light, a simple-looking sword that looked like a children's toy on a roadside stall appeared in Li Xuanya's hand. This is too low grade, right? Is this just equipment containing divinity? But when he saw the attributes, Li Xuanya was completely stunned. 6 paths and 8 desolations Tianqian sword, ancient divine sword, seal level 1, strength plus 50, additional status sudden death, disaster, starfall, God's punishment. This sword has 9 levels of seals. When the host's strength increases, it can release the next seal. Good stuff. Li Xuanya felt like he was overjoyed from the sky. Just by listening to the name, he knew that the 6 paths and 8 desolations Tianqian sword was not an ordinary person. He just unlocked the first seal, and his attributes exploded like this. The direct strength increased by 50, which was equivalent to nothing. It has raised Li Xuanya's combat effectiveness to another level. And these 4 additional states sound very powerful. It happened that Black Blade Knight had been damaged and Li Xuanya was worried about having no use for the weapon, so the system gave him such a big benefit. He quickly equipped the Tianqian sword and felt the surging sword intent on the Tianqian sword. Even his aura was affected and became uncontrollably restless. It seemed that there were tiny sword intents wandering freely in his meridians. Just holding on for a moment, Li Xuanya's palms and wrists were cut with hundreds of tiny blood marks. Awesome! It seems that Li Xuanya is still unable to fully control the Tianqian sword. He needs to adapt for a while before he can truly use this divine sword. That's it. Looking at the Tianqian sword, Li Xuanya smiled bitterly and said, "This style is too low. It is a divine sword after all, so why can't it be made more stylish? Or is it true that returning to nature is the most awesome thing?" Li Xuanya felt that even children would despise him when he went walking on the street with the Tianqian sword. The attributes of the Tianqian sword are awesome, but its appearance is actually a bit casual. Not to mention the crookedness. How does the sword work? There are still rough edges on the blade, and the hilt is cracked and peeling. Is it because Tianqian sword is in a sealed state, suppressing its true appearance? Forget it, this is actually not bad, at least it can confuse the opponent. After all, if this junk is thrown on the street, no one would be willing to bend down to pick it up. Brother Yi, are you ready? Let's set off from kitchen tonight. Kong Lingxian suddenly knocked on the door and came in, and said to Li Xuanya. Li Xuanya put away the Tianqian sword and said with a grin, "Okay, Sister Xian, go say goodbye to our parents first, and we'll leave right away. The sunset is late, and the rainbow is like singing." After bidding farewell to Li Wuji and Bai Suiying, Li Xuanya and Kong Lingxian came to the port and took a newly purchased titanium heavy ship of the Li family towards the deep sea. This heavy ship is very good. The whole body is made of titanium. The builder is also a weapons master. Although it is not a treasure, some of the mechanism designs are still much more exquisite than ordinary ships. Not only is the speed extremely fast, but the hull is also the defense is also quite powerful. Even if you are entangled by a large sea monster, you don't have to panic at all. Kong Lingxian stroked the cold metal shell on the deck and praised it. Li Xuanya smiled and said, "This titanium heavy ship seems to be produced only in the imperial capital. The predetermined price is as high as 100 million spar. The construction period will take a full 3 years. Naturally, you get what you pay for. There is no difference. Where to go? Of course, the Li family didn't buy this boat, but the Hai family ordered it that year. It was just delivered to Hailu City. Hai Longue handed it over without even touching it. Li family. I have to say that Hai Longue is quite courageous. With his strength, it is not too difficult to maintain the status of the Hai family even if he does not buy Li Xuanye's account. It can only be said that he has deep thoughts and knows that Li Xuanye the potential is endless. It is better to lower your face now to please Li Xuanye and the Li family than to raise the Hai family to the ground when the Li family becomes completely powerful in the future. Kong Lingxian couldn't help but laugh and said, Hai Longue was so brave at first, but you were so frightened that he was willing to become a minister of the Li family. I heard that the Hai family entrusted the most important medicinal material business to the Li family. Hai Longue is not like that. Silly, the more benefits you give away now, the more benefits you will get in the future. Although the wallflower cannot be reused, this old guy can be shameless. He is shameless enough. On the contrary, he can express himself better than some sanctimonious guys. Utilization value. Li Xuanye commented. Kong Lingxian smiled bitterly and said, You are not very young, but you can see people very clearly. Li Xuanye chuckled and said, I can not only see men, but also women. Sister Xian, do you want me to see it? Don't be ridiculous, we are about to go out to the seabed and enter the deep sea. Be careful and watch the situation. Kong Lingxian slapped Li Xuanye angrily and turned around to patrol the deck. Li Xuanye shrugged, this god-sister is good at everything, but she is too aloof. The area within 200 miles from the coastline is a shallow sea area, which is relatively safe and is also the area where most commercial and fishing vessels sail. However, after passing the continental shelf, you will directly enter the deep sea range. The water here is bottomless, even at the deepest place. It is difficult for even the strong warrior saints to enter, and it is also the most dangerous area in the sea. There are even some sea beasts that are larger than the king whale. However, this giant sea beast has adapted to life in the deep sea and rarely comes up to look for food. Basically, there is no need to consider it. The most important thing to pay attention to is the Sea Clan guards. Due to the Sea Clan's hatred of humans, human ships that enter the deep sea area without authorization will be killed. Under direct attack. Although Li Xuanye and Kong Lingxian are both strong, they should not easily make enemies on their territory. By the way, Babel Tower is not the holy land of the Yunling clan. Can we go there without permission? Kong Lingxian explained, the Tongtian Tower has many floors. The bottom 2 floors are open areas that can be entered by everyone. The Ten Sea Alliance, and even the martial arts masters of the Great Zhou dynasty and Dayu state, if they are strong enough, if you are confident and want to seek opportunities, you will basically go to the Babel Tower to try your luck. The rewards for conquering the Babel Tower are quite generous. As long as you can reach the 2nd floor, you can basically return with a full load. If you are lucky enough to enter the 3rd floor, the rewards will be huge. It's even more astonishing. We, the 3 kingdoms of Blue Sea, once established a Babel ranking. This Babel ranking is dedicated to counting the progress of warriors entering the Babel Tower strategy, and thus formulating rankings. Those who can rank in the top 100 of the Babel ranking are basically famous. The great masters of Jinfeng, who are ranked in the top 10, are even more famous. Several people from our Dongxing kingdom have entered the top 10 of the Tongtian ranking. The most dazzling one is Lin Chanmo 3,000 years ago. When he was at his peak, he conquered the 6-story Tongtian Tower ranked 7th on the Tongtian list. It is also the only one in our Dongxing kingdom that ranks among the top 10 on the Tongtian list. The tower is truly extraordinary. Is it true that as the legend records, one can reach the divine realm outside the world through the Tower of Babel? Kong Lingxian said with a smile, it is difficult to tell whether the legend is true or false, but the history of the Tower of Babel is very long, and the oldest record can be traced back to 100,000 years ago. The legend it may have been built by the powerful people in the sacred realm at the center of the 10,000 Realms continent. It is unknown whether it can lead to the divine realm. The Babel Tower is said to have hundreds of floors, but so far, no one has been able to conquer it and reach the 10th level. The 9th level is already the limit. Even the martial saint cannot enter, even the Yuanling level powerhouse has a narrow escape. Up to now, the first place on the Tongtian ranking is still occupied by Tang Ke, the founding emperor of Dongxing Kingdom. His name has been occupied for 7,000 years, and no one can surpass it. Although the late emperor has left and his whereabouts are unknown, this coercion still remains to this day. To a large extent, Dongxing Kingdom relies on this former majesty to succeed. One of the reasons why he is qualified to enjoy peace under the power of tigers and wolves from the north and south. The great Emperor Tang Ke. A truly legendary figure founded the Dongxing kingdom casually, but even such an extraordinary existence failed to enter the 10th floor of the Babel Tower. The origin of this Babel Tower is probably very astonishing. While the two were discussing, they suddenly saw a cluster of flames burning high on the sea in the distance, accompanied by a roaring and deafening explosion. The turbulent airflow set off huge waves, and the huge waves were like a tsunami in all directions. Ripples, even the clouds in the sky were shaken and shattered into pieces. What's going on? The submarine volcano erupted? Li Xuanye was shocked. The two quickly came to the lookout, used their eyes to inspect the past, and suddenly discovered that two warships were fighting. One of them had turned into blazing flames, and the other warship was huge. The entire warship was round. There are undulating buildings on it, and there are even towering peaks. It is simply a mobile fortress on the sea. No, that's the Manhwa, Empress Jianghua's battleship. In this sea area, she is a more formidable opponent than the Hai clan. Kong Lingxian said with a solemn expression. She often travels overseas and is very clear about the opponents that cannot be provoked in this sea. Empress Jianghua is definitely a taboo-like existence. She is powerful and moody. She still has a chance to escape when she encounters a strong person from the Shanghai clan, but once the Empress Jianghua is provoked, she will definitely fall into an endless pursuit. Dongxing Kingdom has been pursuing the Empress Jianghua with all its strength for so many years. The bounty has been raised to a terrifying figure, but there is still nothing that can be done against this female devil. Empress Jianhua? Li Xuanye was slightly startled. Isn't that his future concubine? It was a joke, but Li Xuanye didn't dare to take it seriously. Even if he has the Empress suit, he has only collected 2 of the 10 pieces so far, and his favorability score is only 20 points if he has a full set. What is the concept of favorability level 20? Is it just a little more pleasing to the eyes than passers-by? Those with a favorability score of less than 60 are basically undefendable. A favorability score of 80 is at most the level of a little girl. A person with a favorability score of 90 or above is considered to have achieved a positive result. A perfect score of 100 is a level that will last forever until death. Li Xuanye didn't think that based on his current favorability, Empress Jianhua would look at him with admiration or secretly promise him. That was unrealistic. But having said that, a favorability score of 20 is much better than no favorability at all. As long as Li Xuanye doesn't take the initiative to provoke the Empress Jianhua, maybe she won't take the initiative to embarrass Li Xuanye. Sister Xian, don't worry. If we turn around and run away now, we may arouse the murderous intention of Empress Jianhua. Instead of doing this, it is better to just maintain the route and continue the prospects, just pretend that we are passing by to make soy sauce. Anyway, our titanium heavy ship is suspended. It's the flag of my Li family company, not an official one. With Empress Jianghua's character of only taking action against the stewardship, she shouldn't pay much attention to us, Li Xuanye comforted Kong Lingxian. Kong Lingxian thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. Moreover, the speed of the Jianhua was extremely fast, and the speed of the titanium heavy ship was not advantageous. It would be very difficult to slip away from the nose of the Empress Jianhua. It will be self-defeating. Brother Yi is right, I lacked consideration. Kong Lingxian had a correct attitude and agreed with Li Xuanye's decision. The two of them took their time and continued to sail forward on the titanium heavy ship, maintaining a safe distance from the Jianhua. Unexpectedly, the Jianhua also started to move slowly, and it happened to be on the same route as the titanium heavy ship, heading towards the deep waters of the Blue Sea. This route is the only way to the Babel Tower. Does it mean that the Empress Jianhua also wants to go to the Babel Tower? At this moment, Li Xuanye noticed a black shadow flying over the Jianhua. It was an owl with huge wings, much larger than the bald eagle in the mountains. With its wings fully extended, it was a full 10 meters tall. Domi soon flew over the titanium heavy ship and dropped a wooden barrel full of wine and fruits. The barrel landed heavily on the deck with a clang, and a piece of white paper flew out. Li Xuanye looked up and saw that the owl had flown away. He curiously took the white paper, but there was no text written on it, only a bright lip print. Hiss. No, are you teasing me? Is a favorability score of 20 so powerful? Or, is this Empress Jianhua a wild woman? That's right, a pirate empress who rules thousands of miles of sea and is domineering, obviously cannot be a gentle and gentlewoman like Xia Jiaobiyu. Li Xuanye was instantly disappointed. He didn't like women who were too open about their private lives. I was thinking about how to get the Empress suit together before, but now it seems that Li Xuanye can save the worry. At the same time, on the towering peak of the Manhwa, a young and extremely young woman was sitting on the windowsill, looking at the titanium-heavy ship in the distance with a blushing face. Her eyes were like fire, and she seemed to be able to travel through space. Barrier, I saw Li Xuanye's every move. Oh, I'm so shy, but I just can't help it. Who would have thought that this beautiful woman with a shy face, like a pregnant girl, is the feared Empress Changhua who roams the blue sea? Miss, you are so strange today. You usually say that no man in the world is good, but today you actually took the initiative to show your kindness to a stranger. This is not the style you should have. The maid, Green Granny, looked surprised. Said, she has served Empress Changhua for many years and has never seen such a little woman's attitude on her master's face. Could it be that Empress Changhua, who was known as ruthless and desireless, has also enlightened? Changhua covered his face in shame and said, I don't know why. The moment I saw him, I felt like a deer was jumping around in my heart. This is an experience I have never had. If I guessed yes, this should be love. Love. When she heard these two words from Empress Changhua's mouth, Granny Green felt like the world was spinning, as if the whole world was about to collapse. Miss, do you want me to help you capture that man? Empress Changhua shook her head quickly. Don't. I'm afraid of scaring him. I remember that what was hanging on his boat was the flag of the Li family's business in Hailu City. After all, I know his origin, and it won't be too late to get in touch with him later. Granny Green felt dizzy again. Oh my god, the murderous Empress Changhua would actually be scared because of worry. I dare not show my face to others. Is this the power of love? After a huge wave, the Changhua gradually disappeared from the sight of Li Xuanye and Li Xuanye. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not targeted by Empress Changhua. It's just. Kong Lingxian looked at the lip prints on the paper and said in surprise, I never expected that Empress Changhua would be such an indiscreet woman. Brother Yi, you can't be fooled by this woman or be kidnapped by her. Make noodles and squeeze them out. Li Xuanye was ashamed. He didn't expect that Kong Lingxian was an experienced driver and knew so much. After several days of sailing, the Tower of Babel was finally in sight. From a distance, the Tower of Babel was very spectacular. It was so huge that it far exceeded Li Xuanye's imagination. It was like a giant reaching straight into the sky, and even extending to the stars in the sky. However, this place is obscured by thick clouds and fog all year round, making it difficult to see the entire Tower of Babel. As the titanium-heavy ship continued to approach, Li Xuanye gradually felt the greatness of the Tower of Babel. There are a total of 124 entrances on the first floor of Babel Tower. No matter how large a ship is, it can sail directly into the interior of Babel Tower. The size of the first floor of Babel Tower alone is unpredictable. Moreover, the internal space of the Babel Tower seems to have a unique extension, like a maze, with no end at all. Legend has it that someone once spent 20 years exploring the first floor of the Babel Tower, but could not reach every step. A corner. The titanium-heavy ship slowly sailed into a headland and followed the current into the Babel Tower. After entering, there was a small bay with some ships docked. Some seemed to have just arrived a few days ago, and some were docked. It seems that I have been here for several years or even longer. The Tower of Babel is full of dangers. Some warriors with insufficient strength have always tried to dig for gold, but in the end they have lost their lives. At least 1,000 ships have sunk under this bay alone. Those who are interested do not need to enter the Tower of Babel. Just in the salvaging the sunken ship can make a fortune. This was not the first time for Kong Lingxian to come here. She was very clear about the rules in the Babel Tower and knew the dangers here. However, today is different from the past. Kong Lingxian has broken through the martial spirit level, and Li Xuanye is a strong person at the 5th level of martial spirit. With the strength of the two, the first level of Babel Tower is obviously not a concern. Their goal is to enter the second level. Help! Help! As soon as the titanium-heavy ship docked, Li Xuanye heard a cry for help coming from the jungle ahead. Following the sound, he saw several young warriors in ragged clothes heading out. Running wildly, followed closely by a figure covered in black smoke. The figure had a pair of devil-like horns on his head, and his aura was very evil. It's a cultivator who accidentally entered the demon's territory and was demonized. Kong Lingxuan's expression changed, and she ran forward first. Her footwork was dexterous, like a breeze passing by, and she quickly passed over the few fleeing warriors. The palm blasted the demonized warrior dozens of meters away. Saved. Thank you so much, heroine, for saving your life. Our cultivators from Yaoguang City, I have recorded your kindness today, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Several frightened warriors hurriedly shouted after passing through the passage. He stumbled towards a warship, quickly turned the rudder and left the Tower of Babel. Li Xuanya then walked up to Kong Lingxian and said curiously, "These weaklings dare to come to Babel Tower. Aren't they clearly willing to die? Cultivation itself is not easy. People without family backgrounds, if they want to gain more cultivation, if you have resources, you must continue to take risks. Although countless people die every year in the Tower of Babel, there will eventually be some people who are lucky enough to get huge opportunities and embark on the path of becoming strong." Kong Lingxian took this very lightly. She had previously done so. Before breaking through to the martial spirit level, she had been to the Tower of Babel several times and had a lot of opportunities. The movement skill she was proud of, shifting light step, was acquired in the Tower of Babel. Just as the two were about to enter the jungle, there was a sudden roar from the promontory behind them. The warship that had just left exploded into a ball of flames and scattered around the bay. In the smoke and dust, an armored warship came through the waves. The momentum is fierce. A red-haired man standing on the deck snorted with disdain and said, "The ants from Dongsheng Kingdom dare to block my way. They don't care about life or death." He jumped in the air, stepped on the flowing fireworks, and soared into the air with meteoric strides, flying straight towards the depths of the Tower of Babel. At the same time, several figures flew out of the armored battleship, each with a stern expression and a fierce and domineering aura. They followed closely in the footsteps of the red-haired man and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Li Xuanya frowned deeply. What a strong aura! 7 powerful martial masters actually appeared at once. Where did these people come from? Kong Lingxuan's dark eyebrows raised slightly, and she said, "If what I saw is right, they have the greenwood tattoo as the totem of Dayu state. Judging from the appearance of the greenwood, he is probably a disciple of the state religion of Dayu state. There is an everlasting green tree in Dayu state, which is the holy place of the cultivation world of Dayu state and the origin of Dayu state. The greenwood totem is the status symbol of Dayu state. The greenwood totem has thousands of shapes, different sizes, and represents different identities. This basic information is recorded in books, but few people take the trouble to memorize it. Li Xuanya has also read it, but has no impression at all. But Kong Lingxian can guess 8 things about the identity of the other party with just one glance. Li Xuanya really admires this ingenuity and inseparability. State religion. That's no wonder. Dayu state believes in the Greenwood sect, which is also known as the state religion. It has an extremely lofty status and is a place that all cultivators in Dayu state aspire to. Only the truly talented and powerful, only then are you qualified to join a state religion. The power of the 7 martial masters is so huge that only an institution like the national religion can handle it. Obviously, they are also here to challenge the Babel Tower. They may have the opportunity to encounter Li Xuanya, and they must be careful. One strong martial master can drive them to a dead end, let alone 7 of them. Strange, Tongtian Tower is not so lively on weekdays, but today it seems that many forces have arrived one after another. First the Empress Manhwa, and now even the state religion masters from Dayu province are here. Could it be that there is some rare treasure in Tongtian Tower? Kong Lingxian asked doubtfully. Li Xuanya didn't care. There is a treasure that we can't get involved with now. There is no need to follow and get involved. That's right. Let's go too. I'll take you to a good place before going to the 2nd floor. Kong Lingxian said the best place is a small secret place she discovered the last time she came to Babel Tower. The secret realm can be regarded as a small alien space. There are many secret realms scattered in the Tower of Babel, some large and some small. Each secret realm contains a lot of value. The secret realm discovered by Kong Lingxian is called Mountain of Swords and Sea of Fire. This is a very strange secret realm. In this secret realm, the physical body of the cultivator will not die, but he will experience torture like purgatory in mountains of swords and seas of fire, which will greatly test and temper the spiritual will of the cultivator. Of course, the effect of this secret realm is not only torture, but its greatest value is that it can enhance the strength of a person's soul. The soul is the source of mental power and the power of will. It is very difficult to exercise the soul, but once it is exercised, the benefits are self-evident. But no matter how many benefits there are, it can't change the fact that you need to be abused. Li Xuanya looked at Kong Lingxian with a strange look on his face. Sister Xian, have you practiced in this secret realm? Kong Lingxuan's delicate body trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed inexplicably, and she nodded. Although I only persisted for 1 day, but the effect is very significant. This time I have made a breakthrough in strength. I want to try to see if I can last longer. Li Xuanya was even more surprised. Why did he think Kong Lingxuan's expression was a little excited when she recalled this experience? Maybe I'm overthinking it. When he arrived at the secret realm of Knife Mountain and Sea of Fire, Li Xuanya found that the space here was very restless, and there were many things like glass shards in the void. This was a sign of unstable space. Kong Lingxian pulled Li Xuanye and directly entered a space crack. When Li Xuanye opened his eyes again, he found that he was split into two and became two Li Xuanye. One stood with his eyes closed. Standing motionless on the spot, I felt that my body was light and fluttery, as if it would fly away if the wind blew. Just when he was curious, Kong Lingxian also flew over in two parts, pulling Li Xuanye into the sky with ease. A huge mountain peak boiling with flames appeared in front of his eyes. The entire mountain peak was actually made of sharp weed-ons, made of stacked blades. The blade, burned by the flames, turned into a shower of fire and flew towards Li Xuanye and Li Xuanye. Don't panic. Attacks on your soul state will not leave any injuries. Just relax your mind and experience the pain. Feel the pain. Are you sure the news is reliable? In the bay on the first floor of Babel Tower, a group of black-robed warriors appeared quietly. The leader of the black-robed warrior had a deep aura and was a strong man of the second level of martial arts. His name is Zhu Etienne, and he is a retainer of the Yuchi family. This time he appeared in Babel Tower with his face hidden, and he had only one purpose, which was to assassinate Li Xuanye. Don't worry, sir. The information is indeed correct. It was obtained from the insider we bribed in the Li family. A subordinate replied. Although there are not many people, there are also 8th level martial arts warriors with the lowest strength. They are used to assassinate a martial artist. This is more than enough for young practitioners at the spiritual level. Zhu Etienne frowned. Don't be careless. This mission was entrusted to us by the lady herself. We can only succeed and not fail. Moreover, it is the time when the secret realm of Sword Tomb is open. All powerful people from all over the world gather here. We need to be more careful and evacuate immediately after killing Li Xuanye without leaving any traces. Soon, a group of people appeared outside the secret realm of Daoshan and Sea of Fire. Zhu Etienne used a secret method to detect Li Xuanye's approximate location. Knowing that Li Xuanye had entered the secret realm, he was immediately overjoyed. Very good, Li Xuanye is practicing in the secret realm. As long as we kill his body, his soul will naturally collapse. Really? Zhang Zhu Etienne. When they were about to enter the secret realm, a cold and angry voice came from behind everyone. The powerful aura hit his face, and cold sweat instantly broke out on Zhu Tian's forehead. He looked back with difficulty, only to see a figure of unparalleled youth fly by. Silently, several powerful men, including Zhu Tian, were seen with their heads in separate places, and the ground was stained with blood. The figure of Empress Xianghua floated to the ground at this moment. She stood with her hands behind her back, and there was a deep anger between her heroic brows. Granny Green followed closely behind, shaking her head helplessly. Miss, now is a good opportunity. You can enter the secret realm to find Li Xuanye. Now that you are kind to him, it is a good opportunity to catch him. No. Stop talking nonsense, I'm not mentally prepared yet. Xiaohua's expression changed, and she instantly turned into a cold and arrogant empress. She turned into a weak girl who was too shy to show herself to others, and ran away with her face covered in small steps. Oh my god, how many lifetimes has this boy been blessed with? A capable lady likes him so much. Grandma Green said with emotion, shaking her head helplessly and following Xiaohua's footsteps. What is real pain? Li Xuanye didn't know it at first, but now he finally understands. It was a tremor coming from the depths of the soul, it was lifting the iron plate with bare feet, it was the toothpick being pierced under the fingernails, it was the egg being caught in the zipper, it was the hope of survival but no way to die. Fainting again and again, waking up again and again, swept by mountains of swords and seas of fire, Li Xuanye's soul suffered unimaginable torture, and death became a luxury at this moment. A day and a half. Li Xuanye tried his best, but only lasted half a day in the secret realm of mountains of swords and seas of fire. However, in Li Xuanye's consciousness, this day and a half seemed like half a century had passed. When his soul returned to his body, the accumulated pain burst out again, and his whole body was instantly soaked in cold sweat. When the sweat was gone, blood even oozed from his body. His eyes were red, bloodshot threads were struggling and squirming, and his chest was heaving. A gasping sound came from his throat like a broken bellows. That's good. After entering the secret realm of the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire for the first time, I was able to last for a day and a half. Yi Di's soul strength has far exceeded that of ordinary people. Kong Lingxian also left the secret realm immediately. Compared with Li Xuanye's embarrassed appearance, although it was much better, it was also very wasteful. The white dress on her body was soaked and wet with sweat. Her wet hair was still dripping with crystal fragrant sweat. Her breathing was slightly heavy, and her chest kept rising and falling. This was a wonderful scene, but Li Xuanye didn't even have the strength to move his eyelids at this moment. He was lying on the ground and didn't even notice the bones scattered around him. These bones seem to be still fresh. They have just been gnawed by wild beasts and have not been completely eaten. Kong Lingxian frowned slightly, realizing that something must have happened outside in the past 2 days, but she didn't pay too much attention to it. The tower is surrounded by dangers, and unscrupulous warriors who dare to enter deeply are in danger of losing their lives at any time. Death is the most common thing here. After resting for a long time, Li Xuanye regained consciousness. He opened his eyelids with difficulty, only to find that he was lying on Kong Lingxuan's fragrant back, leading him on a rugged road. Walking through the stone forest. Before Li Xuanye could realize what was going on, there was a fierce crash behind him, and a huge golden-haired ape was running towards the two of them. What's going on? Li Xuanye was dumbfounded and quickly drank a few bottles of rejuvenation pills to adjust his aura. Kong Lingxian walked lightly. Although she could not get rid of the golden-haired ape, she could barely keep a safe distance. She explained, "That is the giant ape on the second floor of the Tongtian Tower. It may have been expelled by the masters who went to the upper level. Now the entire Tongtian Tower, the whole first floor of the tower is in chaos, and countless monsters are wreaking havoc." Li Xuanye took a deep breath, immediately summoned the 6 Paths and 8 Desolations Tianqian sword, and raised his sword to slash at the giant spiritual ape, which was a 7th-level martial spirit. The monster had no ability to resist at all. Its body was cut off at the waist, and its blood and internal organs were poured onto the ground. At this time, Li Xuanye got off Kong Lingxuan's back and said with a wry smile, "Sister Xian, you should wake me up earlier." Kong Lingxian smiled and said, "Seeing you sleeping so soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake you up." Then, Kong Lingxuan's eyes fell on the Tianqian sword, and she said with a strange expression, "What kind of weapon is this? It looks so simple, but it is so sharp." The giant spirit ape is a magical beast known for its defense, but it can't stop the power of this sword. Li Xuanye said casually, "I picked it up on the roadside." "Then you found a treasure." Kong Lingxian was speechless for a while. This guy was really lucky. The ancient divine sword is not a treasure. Before he could rest for a moment, another roar of monsters came from the distant mountains and forests. It seemed that a cultivator was being attacked, and the screams became a chorus. Li Xuanye frowned and said, "Are those masters clearing the area on the second floor? What is the purpose of expelling so many magical beasts?" "I did some research, and it seems that there is a special secret realm opening on the 3rd floor of the Babel Tower. The secret realm on the 3rd floor is very rare. Many powerful warriors have gathered there. In order to keep the secret realm open, they will drive away the monsters. The 3rd floor of the Babel Tower is a place that only warriors of at least the martial lord level are qualified to set foot in. If you are not at the martial lord level, you will die if you go there." Although Li Xuanye is extremely curious, he also knows that he is not capable now and cannot go. Blended. "Let's go, let's try our luck on the 2nd floor. If we can find another secret realm, it will be a worthwhile trip," Kong Lingxian said. The terrain inside the Tongtian Tower is quite complicated, with high mountains, Gobi Desert, and even some special terrain that is difficult to see outside, such as the suspended lake that Li Xuanye encountered now. The water in this suspended lake is rootless water and is not bound by gravity. It contains a special kind of mucus. This mucus can increase the fusion of metals and improve the forging process. It is deeply loved by weapon refiners. Under the suspended lake, the light shone through the lake in colorful colors, and the light was blurred like a dream. Li Xuanye even saw many strange fish swimming in the lake. These fish had no scales, but their surfaces were covered with a layer of a shiny metal shell. It is obvious that rootless water can create this unique creature. The environment creates the ecology. The natural resources of Wanjie continent are so rich. Many cherished resources seem to be found everywhere here, especially in places like the Tower of Babel. When you walk here, you will always make new discoveries. If this place were not full of dangers, it could be used as a rare resort. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely take down this Tower of Babel and use it as my private garden. Li Xuanye thought ambitiously, and soon followed Kong Lingxian to the entrance ladder on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Babel. This ladder spirals upward and is made of white jade without any connection support. Each piece of white jade seems to be directly locked by the space, neatly arranged and motionless in the air. Li Xuanye even knocked it with Tianqian sword, but he couldn't leave even a trace. Climbing up the ladder, Li Xuanye and the two struggled to climb up. After climbing thousands of steps, they could faintly see the top of the tower above the clouds. Of course, this was only the top of the 1st floor of the Babel Tower. Finally arriving at the 2nd floor, Li Xuanye took a deep breath and clearly felt that the vitality of heaven and earth here was much richer than below. It is no wonder that countless monks risked their lives to come here one after another. Apart from anything else, just this concentration of vitality is very beneficial to practitioners. If you stay here to practice for a long time, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. By the way, the treasure chest hasn't been opened yet today. Let's try our luck on the second floor of Babel Tower. With a thought, Li Xuanye turned on the treasure chest radar directly. Ding! Found a silver treasure chest X5, a secret treasure chest X1, 5 silver treasure chests? And there's also a special treasure chest. Li Xuanye was overjoyed. This was indeed a blessed place. Sister Xian, let's split up and look for the whereabouts of the secret realm. We'll meet here in an hour. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xuanye plunged into the jungle. Kong Lingxian shook her head helplessly. This guy was still frizzy, a little bit. I don't know how powerful the Tower of Babel is. However, Kong Lingxian was not worried when she thought of the Tianqian sword in Li Xuanye's hand. There would be no martial lord level monsters on the second floor of Babel Tower. There were not many in Wuling territory that could pose a threat to Li Xuanye. It has only been less than a month since Brother Yi came back from Chenyang City, but he has already broken through to the 5th level of martial arts. The speed of this breakthrough is unprecedented. I don't know if it is a blessing or a curse. Ding! Successfully opened the silver treasure chest and obtained the return to heaven pill X1. Hui Tian Dan, instantly restore full status after taking it, and clear negative status. Permanent negative status cannot be cleared. Ding! Opening the silver treasure chest failed. Ding! Opening the silver treasure chest failed. Ding! Opening the silver treasure chest failed. Ding! You successfully opened the silver treasure chest and obtained the equipment Emperor's Knee Pads. Emperor's Knee Pads, one of the Queen sets, Endurance +9, Agility +5, with the skilled Dragon Hoof, and a damage bonus of 100 when using leg martial arts. Additional status, Heart of the Empress, Favorability of Empress Jianghua +10" 5 silver treasure chests, failed to open 3 times and succeeded twice. The luck is SOSO, and both items are pretty good. This time the Tiandan is a powerful life-saving item. If you take one when you are dying, you will be resurrected immediately. As for the Empress suit, Li Xuanye's mood is quite complicated. He has no intention of continuing to collect the Empress suit, but he has to admit that this piece of equipment is really good. Although the attribute bonus is not much, the skill of Leaping Dragon Hoof is quite good. Powerful, the damage effect is directly doubled. Although it is limited to leg martial arts, as long as it is used well, it can also be used as a powerful killing move. Li Xuanye's current close combat ability is still relatively lacking. Cloud Palm, Meat Kick, Diamond Finger, and Unified Fist are all upper body martial arts. The leg martial arts only has a low-level Meat Kick, which is not good enough. Upgraded. However, with the skill of Jumping Dragon Hoof, Li Xuanye's melee strength can be comprehensively averaged, and he is really unwilling to give up. Forget it, just 30 points of favorability shouldn't mean anything. Let's equip it first. After putting on the Empress knee pads, Li Xuanye took the opportunity to check his current attributes. Li Xuanye, 5th level of martial arts. Strength 485, Endurance 466, Agility 439, Spirit 477, Luck value? +1 Charm? +2 Skills, Treasure Chest Radar, Junior Lock Opening, Cloud Palm, Small Phaseless Kung Fu, Meat Kick, Insight Technique, 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Baji Collapse Fist, Junior Turtle Style Qigong Wave, Titanium Golden Body, Vajra Finger, Unification Fists, Flowing Fire Armor, Leaping Dragon Hooves. Equipment, Charm Ring, Paralysis Ring, Lucky Ring, Blessing Ring, Queen's Boots, Lingxi Moonwatcher, Soft Protective Armor, Lizard Skin Gloves, Queen's Socks, Flowing Fire Pendant, Queen's Knee Pads, 6 Pads and 8 Desolation Sky Sword. The sudden increase in strength is due to the effect of equipping the Tianqian sword, and the mental power has increased so quickly, but it is because of the previous training in the secret realm of the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire, or the result of torture. The strength of the soul has been tempered, and the mental power will naturally increase with the tide. Now Li Xuanye's comprehensive attributes have exceeded 450, reaching a level close to the 8th level of Wu Ling. However, even if he uses recharge skills, there is still a considerable gap between him and Wu Ling. The reason why Wu Zun is powerful is not only because his physical fitness has improved dramatically, but more importantly, Wu Zun's control over the vitality of heaven and earth has reached the primary stage. Whether he can control the vitality of heaven and earth will have a huge impact on his strength. Unless his attributes can crush, otherwise even if the attributes are equal to those of Wu Zun, it will be difficult for him to be an opponent of the strong Wu Zun. Arriving at the last secret treasure chest, Li Xuanye opened it curiously. Ding! Open the secret treasure chest and discover the secret realm, the Bone Dojo. The Secret Realm of the White Bone Dojo, a challenging secret realm. You can team up with multiple members to enter and challenge the boss White Bone Demon. If you succeed in the challenge, you will receive generous rewards. If you fail, you can challenge again. If you die, the secret realm will be closed. This secret treasure chest is somewhat similar to a trap box, but the secret treasure chest is more like a pure combat instance. When you come up, you can meet the boss directly. If you succeed, you can fight. If you fail, you can escape. Anyway, you can clean up and start over. This is quite suitable for Li Xuanya. Go ask Sister Xian to come over and try it together. It's strange, where did Sister Xian go? It's already past the agreed time to meet. Li Xuanya returned to the place, but did not see Kong Lingxuan's figure, and he felt inexplicably nervous. The second floor of Babel Tower is dangerous and unpredictable. Could it be that Kong Lingxian encountered some trouble? Go, find your master. Li Xuanya suddenly thought and sacrificed the peacock feather that Kong Lingxian had given him. The peacock feather had a spiritual connection with Kong Lingxian and should be able to sense Kong Lingxuan's location. Following peacock feather, Li Xuanya quickly walked through the mountains and forests, and soon came to a swamp filled with black mist. He saw 3 figures fighting in the distance. It turned out that 2 martial arts level warriors, a man and a woman, were practicing attacks. Kong Lingxian. Kong Lingxian is worthy of being the descendant of Queen Peacock Ming. She is a peerless genius with the blood of the Holy Clan. Even if she fights 1 against 2, she is not far behind. However, the 2 opponents are not vegetarians. Although their strength is average, they cooperate with each other tacitly, like well-trained warriors. Every move is full of killing and viciousness. If it goes on for a long time, Kong Lingxian will probably suffer. Li Xuanya was furious and was about to rush forward to help, but Kong Lingxian said quickly, "Brother Yi, don't worry about me for now, go grab that 5-spirit ginseng." Li Xuanya looked at the situation, and then realized that in the dark on the foggy swamp, a snow-white ginseng grew. This ginseng seemed to have transformed into an elf. It actually grew legs and ran wildly on the swamp. Although the posture was a bit funny, it brought Li Xuanya a lot of joy. A big shock. It's actually a psychic medicine. The Wanjia continent is rich in resources, and all kinds of precious medicinal materials are scattered all over the mountains and plains. Ordinary elixirs are nothing at all. As long as you have money, you can buy them. However, psychic elixirs that give birth to spiritual wisdom and can be cultivated into essence are very rare. No wonder Kong Lingxian cares so much. After assessing that Kong Lingxian was not in danger for the time being, Li Xuanya was also unambiguous. He rushed towards the psychic treasure with a strong wind sprint. His speed was so terrifying. In the state of the strong wind sprint, the whole person turned into an afterimage. After a few breaths, he quickly caught up with Wu Lingxian and grabbed him. But before Li Xuanya could stand firm, 2 more martial arts masters came from the black mist and surrounded Li Xuanya from front to back. "Boy, put down the precious medicine and I will spare your life. We are disciples of the state religion of Dayu State. If you don't want to die, just..." Before he finished speaking, Li Xuanya's sword slashed out instantly, sending their heads flying high. "Brother!" When the 2 men who were fighting Kong Lingxian saw this, they exclaimed in panic. Regardless of Kong Lingxian, they attacked Li Xuanya one after another, with ferocious faces, like crazy demons. Death! Li Xuanya's eyes remained calm, and he lowered his sword again, cutting the 2 men in half. The male warrior died suddenly on the spot. The female warrior still breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Li Xuanya in disbelief. "We are disciples of the national religion of Dayu State. How dare you kill us?" As soon as he finished speaking, he died, fell in a pool of blood. Kong Lingxian also rushed over at this time. Seeing Li Xuanya defeating 4 martial arts masters so easily, her eyes were full of amazement. "Brother Yi, you are too strong. I originally thought that I still had hope of catching up with you, it seems difficult now." Kong Lingxuan's words came completely from the heart. He almost witnessed Li Xuanya's gradual improvement in strength. The 2 met for the first time in the martial arts hall competition more than 2 months ago. At that time, Li Xuanya was just a desperate person in front of Kong Lingxian. The little guy couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes with all his strength, but just 2 months later, Li Xuanya's strength already required Kong Lingxian to look up to him. Her pride in her own strength was no longer worth mentioning in front of Li Xuanya. Li Xuanya shook off the blood on the sword blade and said with a grin, "Sister Xian, there is no need to belittle yourself. With your qualifications and talents, you will definitely catch up with me very quickly." With that, Li Xuanya handed over the 5-spirit ginseng in his hand. "I met Kong Lingxian and asked about what happened. I learned that it was Kong Lingxian who discovered the 5-spirit ginseng first, but was intercepted by the disciples of the Dayu state national religion who came out halfway, and even tried to kill people and seize wealth. Are all the cultivators in Dayu province so self-righteous? Li Xuanye frowned slightly, looking unkind. Kong Lingxian said helplessly, the cultivation community of Dongxing Kingdom is weak and has never been taken seriously by the cultivators of Yuzhou and the Great Zhou dynasty. Especially in a place with no rules like Babel Tower, the cultivators of Dongxing Kingdom have always been in a weak position. There are countless cases of people being robbed of their wealth and killed. It is the same no matter where you are when you are weak and bullied. By the way, Sister Xian, I found a secret realm. We can try to explore it. Okay, we must leave here quickly to avoid being discovered by other disciples of the national religion and causing trouble. Kong Lingxian nodded, and the person left immediately. Back at the entrance of the secret realm, Li Xuanye suddenly thought of something. He took out the bloodberries he had obtained in the giant beast plains and gave them to Kong Lingxian. He said, Sister Xian, this secret realm is more difficult. You might as well use bloodberries and 5 spirits first. If you can improve your strength, if you can break through the second level, the risk of challenging the secret realm will be reduced a lot. Kong Lingxian naturally knows that the precious bloodberries are very helpful for improving her bloodline power, as well as what she just said. It was only because of Li Xuanye that she had the opportunity to obtain the 5-spirit ginseng. Kong Lingxian found it difficult to accepting these 2 treasures for nothing. Li Xuanye smiled and said, we are all a family. Why should Sister Xian be polite to me? If you are really embarrassed, then kiss me in return. You are a mouthful. Kong Lingxian knocked on Li angrily. Xian Yi started practicing with bloodberries and 5-spirit ginseng in his head. Li Xuanye shook his head helplessly. It's pitiful that I, the little prince, had all the tricks to seduce girls, but he happened to meet a cold goddess who didn't accept her move at all. Less than 2 days later, Kong Lingxian completely refined the bloodberries and 5-spirit ginseng, and her strength broke through to the 3rd level of martial arts in one go. 2 levels in a row was not an exaggeration for Kong Lingxian's qualifications, let alone the psychic medicine. Help! After spending another day consolidating their strength, on the 3rd day the 2 finally entered the secret realm of the Bone Dojo. Time and space switched, and the 2 of them landed directly in a palace filled with bones. More than tens of thousands of skeletons appeared at the feet of the 2 of them, surrounded by ghostly fire and poison. Before they even took a step forward, corrosive poisonous gas invaded them. Li Xuanye took out some detoxification pills, healing pills and rejuvenation pills and gave them to Kong Lingxian. After all preparations, he headed towards the depths of the palace. Soon he saw a giant skeleton sleeping in the center of the hall. It should be the White Bone Dojo. The boss is dead. What kind of monster is this? I've never heard of it. Kong Lingxian was very knowledgeable, but she couldn't recognize the origin of this white bone demon. Whatever, let's take it apart first. Li Xuanye was always straightforward, rolling up his sleeves and getting to work. The moment Li Xuanye showed his murderous intent, the Bone Dojo was also activated. A dark will-o'-the-wisp flashed out from the huge skeleton, and was even accompanied by a low howl of ghosts and wolves. A sinister wind blew around him, and the candlelight flickered on and off. It would be more interesting if it was paired with some background music. Li Xuanye grinned, took out the Tianqian sword and rushed forward first, slashing at the skeleton demon's long and thick legs. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere. Li Xuanye's mouth was numb, and he was forcefully knocked away. So thick and hard. Li Xuanye took a breath. The Tianqian sword was so sharp that it didn't even leave a trace on the bones. How could he fight like this? Rumble! The white bone demon started to move. Senbai stepped out with the sole of his foot, crushing the bones on the ground. It picked up a bone stick more than 10 meters long from somewhere and smashed it towards Li Xuanye's head. Bang! Li Xuanye still wanted to escape, but he couldn't resist the astonishing speed of this white bone spirit. In desperation, he simply used his titanium body and raised his arms to block. With a violent tremor, Li Xuanye felt as if he was enlightened. Stars appeared in front of his eyes, and half of his body was blasted into the ground. Brother Yi! Kong Lingxian was shocked and used her light-shifting step to rush over instantly and rescue Li Xuanye. If you can't do it, retreat first. Li Xuanye chose to retreat without hesitation, and the 2 of them fled all the way and left the secret realm of the Bone Dojo. Hoo! Li Xuanye lay on the ground and took a few deep breaths. Looking at Kong Lingxian's pale face, he smiled bitterly and said, "This white bone spirit is too powerful. Not only does its defense be amazing, but its attack speed is so fast. Look at it. It's time to find another countermeasure." Kong Lingxian smiled. "I didn't expect such a dangerous secret realm to appear on the 2nd floor of Babel Tower. I'm afraid this bone dojo is already one of the most dangerous secret realms on the second floor. If we can defeat this white bone demon, we will definitely win. There will be amazing gains. Even so, the two of them had no idea how to defeat the white bone demon. No matter what, prepare to go in and try again. At least test out the specific strength of this white bone spirit first, so that you can better formulate tactics. Li Xuanya looked dissatisfied, and after a short rest, he rushed into the white bone dojo again. This time, Li Xuanya learned the lesson well. He directly recharged Brother Ma with 1 million crystal stones as soon as he entered. His colleague used the titanium extreme golden body, and the Xiao Wuxiang Gong was also raised to the extreme. He maintained his peak state and rushed towards the white bone demon. 10 seconds later, the two of them escaped from the white bone Dao palace again, panting. If you don't accept it, continue. The third challenge lasted for half a minute. I can still fight. The fourth challenge lasted for less than a minute. With the cooperation of the two, they finally left a shallow sword mark on the white bone demon's body. Find a way to him hard. Exited after a minute and a half. I have a feeling. This time I attack from behind. As long as it enters the body of the white bone demon, it will be stable. This time, Li Xuanya exited with his whole body burnt black. Miscalculation. I didn't expect this will-o'-the-wisp to be so powerful. It almost cooked me. I'll try attacking the skull this time. After the seventh challenge, he finally achieved a staged victory. Li Xuanya cut off one of the white bone demon's thumbs. However, Li Xuanya also paid a heavy price and got a big hit on his head. The two people, with bruises and swollen faces, stood by the stream outside the secret realm and washed their faces. They looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Li Xuanya was slightly startled. This was the first time he saw such a wonderful smile on Kong Lingxuan's face. Although her hair had become messy and her clothes were extremely messy, she no longer looked like a cold goddess. In this way, it would be easier for Li Xuanya to feel close to him. The two of them lay in the grass, resting and recovering their strength while discussing the battle plan for the next challenge. Su was too tired, so while talking, the two of them held hands and fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, but Li Xuanya was awakened by a cry. Great, it seems that we are right not to interfere with the secret realm of Sword Tomb. I didn't expect to find a high-level secret realm on the second floor. It is such a blessing. And it is a rare secret realm guarded by powerful monsters. There must be good things in it. As long as we take this secret realm, we may gain more than we did in the Sword Tomb secret realm. Shoo! Li Xuanya was about to stand up, but Kong Lingxian turned over and suppressed him, making a hissing gesture. She leaned close to Li Xuanya's ear and whispered, "They are cultivators from the Zhou dynasty. There are 5 of them in total, 4 of them are not enough to prove, but their leader has a high level of cultivation, probably reaching the 10th level of martial arts. Don't act rashly for the time being. Let them enter the secret realm first before making any plans." Feeling the fragrance of Lan Ruo from Kong Lingxuan's lips and teeth, Li Xuanya felt his ears itching and subconsciously moved his head, but unexpectedly, he was leaning against Kong Lingxian. On the lips, the earlobe happened to touch Kong Lingxuan's pink lips. At first glance, it seemed that Kong Lingxian took the initiative to kiss her. Suddenly, Kong Lingxuan's attention was focused on the cultivator not far away, and she passively kissed Li Xuanya. Her face was quite speechless, and she pinched Li Xuanya's arm angrily and twisted it hard. You did it on purpose." Hiss. "Why do women like to play this trick? My conscience, Sister Xian, this is really an accident." "Hush, they are starting to go in." Li Xuanya also hurriedly calmed down and waited until 5 cultivators entered the bone dojo one after another before his head emerged from the grass. Fortunately, there were spatial fluctuations near the entrance of the secret realm, which would hinder the cultivator's sensing ability. Otherwise, the distance would be he was discovered so recently. Before the 5 people entered the secret realm, Li Xuanya took the opportunity to use his insight technique. Just as Kong Lingxian expected, these 5 people were indeed cultivators from the Zhou dynasty, but came from the same cultivation sect, Lingbo Cave. The cultivation world of the Great Zhou dynasty was very strong, represented by the 6 cave and 3 mountains, each of which was a famous and long-standing cultivation sect. Although Li Xuanya had not learned much about it, he had also heard of Lingbo Cave. Name: this is a cultivation sect entrenched in the southeast of the Great Zhou dynasty. It has thousands of disciples. The cave master of Lingbo Cave is even a strong martial artist. He once represented the Great Zhou royal family to visit Dongsheng Kingdom, and he was arrogant and domineering. But if you dare to the secret realm from Li Xuanya, you must pay a price. Although their strength is good, if they enter the bone dojo for the first time, they will definitely be crushed by the bone demon without any preparation. We will guard the exit of the secret realm and kill them as soon as they come out. Li Xuanye, he gritted his teeth. Although Kong Lingxian is not a warlike person, she has been working hard for a long time and is about to see the results. At this time, she will definitely be unhappy if she is intercepted halfway. Even if she agrees with Li Xuanye's strategy, she will ambush her. What kind of secret realm is this? The monsters are so powerful. If it hadn't been for Senior Brother Yang's secret technique, we would have suffered in the secret realm this time. Thank you, Senior Brother Yang, for saving your life. Yang Chao also looked frightened. With an expression on his face, he yelled, "This white-bone spirit is so powerful. It's a pity that all the masters from Lingbo Cave have gone to the Sword Tomb secret realm. It would be great if other senior brothers were here. With their strength, they can definitely kill this white-bone spirit instantly." Shaking his head, Yang Chao sighed, "Go out first, lest the bone demon catches up with you later." As soon as he stepped out of the secret realm, before he could stand firm, a sword light suddenly roared towards Yang Chao's throat. No! Yang Chao was shocked. He took a sharp breath, and a layer of bright light swayed on his body. A jade bead hanging around his neck shattered instantly, but he blocked Li Xuanye on behalf of Yang Chao. A sure kill sword. Thanks to being a disciple of a large sect, he actually has such a means of registration, but so what, if you have the ability, take my sword. Li Xuanye raised his brows, struck hard again, and thrust out the sword. Even this broken sword wants to hurt me. It's just wishful thinking. The incident happened suddenly and Yang Chao couldn't react. Now he saw that Li Xuanye was actually holding a broken long sword in his hand and couldn't help but he sneered, wanting to hurt himself even with this kind of rubbish. As soon as the idea came to his mind, Yang Chao's field of vision suddenly spun rapidly. What the hell is that? At the last second before his consciousness dissipated, Yang Chao vaguely saw a headless corpse. Wasn't that himself? Senior Brother Yang. As soon as the other 4 Lingbo Cave disciples walked out of the secret realm, they saw the corpses of Yang Chao separated. They immediately shouted with a pale face. Kong Lingxian, who was waiting for the opportunity, also took action at the same time, completing a perfect 4 kills. Li Xuanye smiled. He admired Kong Lingxian's no-nonsense style, and she was never merciful towards the enemy. Throw the corpses into the secret realm, so that even if they are discovered by people from the Zhou dynasty, they will only think that they died in the secret realm and will not raise any suspicion. Kong Lingxian said expressionlessly, and Li Xian was shocked by what he said. He fell to the ground in admiration. My sister is amazing. It happened that the 2 of them had also discussed the plan for the next challenge to the Bone Demon, and immediately transferred the body into the secret realm to start the crusade against the Bone Demon again. This challenge is about stability. Don't rush to attack first. Prioritize the consumption of the White Bone Demon's physical strength and find weaknesses. Kong Lingxian used the light step to attract the White Bone Demon's attention. She carried the White Bone Demon around the palace like flying a kite. The White Bone Demon's attack speed is indeed very fast, but it is too big, and the space in the palace is a bit narrow compared to its body shape. Kong Lingxuan's light-shifting step is very sensitive, and is most suitable for dragging monsters in such narrow terrain. Taking advantage of Kong Lingxuan's opportunity to draw hatred, Li Xuanye quietly walked around behind the Bone Demon and fired continuously with the 6 Meridian's divine sword, all aimed at the flickering will-o'-the-wisp in the Bone Demon's chest. Li Xuanye had accumulated a lot of experience in the previous battles and knew that the will-o'-the-wisp was the power source of the White Bone Demon. Only after defeating the will-o'-the-wisp could his attack break through the White Bone Demon's defense. This is impossible to know without many attempts. And simply attacking is not enough, otherwise it will draw back the hatred of the Bone Demon. He must boil the frog in warm water to kill the power of the will-o'-the-wisp. After many attempts, Li Xuanye found that the destructive power of the 6 Meridian's divine sword is most suitable for attacking. The will-o'-the-wisp is not so lethal that it attracts the attention of the Bone Demon, nor is it so weak that it cannot destroy the will-o'-the-wisp. The last time Li Xuanye used Lingxi Wainua's Yuan energy arrow to destroy the will-o'-the-wisp, the power was slightly inferior. Before he could destroy the will-o'-the-wisp, it aroused the White Bone Demon's anger. But even so, less than 3 minutes later, the White Bone Demon's hatred was transferred to Li Xuanye. I'll pull the monsters. Sister Xian, come on. Li Xuanye changed his strategy instantly and asked Kong Lingxian to take over and pull the monsters himself. His physical skills were not as good as Kong Lingxuan's, but his speed was very advantageous. From time to time, he would turn around and strike with his sword a few times, firmly locking the White Bone Demon's hatred and creating a great opportunity for Kong Lingxian. Almost. Seeing that the will-o'-the-wisp started to dim, Li Xuanye immediately called Kong Lingxian back, and with a burst of turtle qigong, he stepped forward to finish the attack, and finally destroyed the white bone spirits will-o'-the-wisp with a roar. Woo! A deafening howl of ghosts and wolves swept over. Li Xuanye pulled Kong Lingxian and quickly retreated behind the stone pillar. He saw the white bone spirit going crazy and destroying everything around it. Its bones began to fall off. Under the surface of the forest white bones, it actually hides a pair of more radiant and white jade bones. It's not easy. We have finally come this far. Jade bone essence. This is the true form of the white bones. Only the white bone essence in this form can be destroyed. However, at the same time, the strength and speed of the white bone essence in the jade bone state will increase greatly, and it is always in a state of madness. The two of them had cooperated to achieve the jade bone essence state once before, but due to insufficient preparation and excessive physical exertion, they were unable to defeat the jade bone essence. But this time the two of them were lucky. They managed to enter the jade bone essence form with almost no effort, greatly improving their chances of winning. It seems that this time there is hope that the challenge will be successful. Looking at each other, Li Xuanye and Kong Lingxian dispersed according to the pre-arranged routine, and launched a fierce attack on the jade bone essence one after another. Li Xuanye directly consumed tens of millions of crystals to recharge the 4-minute bonus state, holding the 6 paths and 8 desolations Tianqian sword slashed violently. He held the sword in his right hand and blasted out the turtle-style qigong in his left hand. His mental power of nearly 700 was different from what it used to be. The turtle-style qigong could continuously attack without stopping for a period of time. Kong Lingxian was also quite powerful, directly activating the Yuanling Dharma appearance and controlling the white peacock Dharma appearance behind her to attack. The white feathers brushed off, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to collapse. The power was astonishing. Blow it up! After 2.5 minutes of intense attack, the jade bone spirit finally couldn't withstand it and collapsed suddenly, his bones scattered on the ground. After struggling for a few times, he couldn't get up again. Rumble! Behind the palace, a bright golden door opened at the same time. Li Xuanye and Kong Lingxian supported each other and prepared to go and harvest the spoils. System prompts also sounded in Li Xuanye's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully challenging the secret realm of the White Bone Dojo. No reward? Li Xuanye was slightly stunned. After walking through the Golden Gate, he realized that the reward was waiting here. 1, 2, 3 treasure boxes were waiting for Li Xuanye in front, a silver treasure box, a red welfare treasure box, and a white treasure box that he had never seen before. However, Kong Lingxian seemed unable to see these 3 treasure chests, but she was still amazed and said, "There are many polycrystals, as well as secret books recording the skills, and there is actually a treasure phantom." While Kong Lingxian went to check, Li Xuanye took the opportunity to check the treasure chests. 3 treasure chests were opened. A bottle of Ichi pill was opened in the silver treasure chest, which was not worth mentioning. The welfare treasure chest was what Li Xuanye looked forward to most. Ding! Open the welfare treasure box and get the prop goddess summoning card. Goddess summoning card, you can randomly summon a 2-dimensional goddess. Note, the summoned goddess cannot enter the real space, and is only allowed to appear in private space, and all pre-summoning memories will be cleared. Is this a goddess? Interesting. The last made summoning card summoned the dragon maid Thor. I don't know what powerful character will be summoned this time, but Li Xuanye is also very sad. Although it is a welfare treasure box, the welfare is not given in a formal way, so it can only appear. What is the value of a goddess in a private space? She can only be displayed as a vase. But it would be nice to add the atmosphere of a private space. Thor would be too boring to be alone in there, so she could find a companion for her. After accepting the goddess summoning card, Li Xuanye walked to the white box again, and found strangely that the texture of the treasure box seemed to be somewhat similar to the bones of the jade bone essence outside, but there was no attribute introduction, and the insight technique could not reveal any information. Forget it, just open it. Ding! Open the challenge treasure box and get the equipment White Bone Token. White Bone Token, transformed from white bones, it is the key to the ancient city of the undead. After equipped, all attributes are plus 20, and comes with the skill summoning the Bone Lady. Li Xuanye's expression, "I'm overjoyed, this equipment is pretty good, adding 20 to all attributes is powerful enough, and it actually comes with a summoning skill, but what the hell is Lady Bones? Could it be that white bone spirit outside?" If Kong Lingxian hadn't been present, Li Xuanye would have really wanted to see what the summoned Lady Bones looked like. Also, in addition to being a piece of equipment, the Bone Token is also the key to the ancient city of the undead. Li Xuanye has never heard of the ancient city of the undead. It is probably very far away from Dongxing Kingdom, so there is no need to think about it for the time being. Question. Sister Xian, is there anything good to gain? After putting away the bone order, Li Xuanye walked to Con Lingxian and asked. She made some statistics and said, "This harvest is really good. There are 5 3-color crystals and more than 22-color crystals. The total value is estimated to be hundreds of millions of crystals. In addition, there is this book. I took a look at the spiritual technique Wind Spirit Palm and its power is quite good. The last one is the Blue Jade Sword, which is actually a top-grade magic sword that can absorb the vitality of the world and store it. It is very powerful." Li Xuanye took a look at it and found that they were indeed good things, but they were of no use to him. He didn't have time to learn the techniques. It would be more convenient for the system to instill them in him directly. He didn't need the Blue Jade Sword either. The power of the Tianqian sword was temporary. Although it is not as powerful as the Blue Jade Sword, it can grow after all and has amazing potential in the future. "Sister Xian, I don't have any use for the techniques or weapons. You can take them all and I'll keep these yuan jings. How about that? Recharging skills consumes too much money." Li Xuanye was considered a small rich man before, but he ended up a few times. After recharging, his wallet is almost at its bottom. How can he become stronger without money to recharge? Okay. Kong Lingxian was not polite to Li Xuanye and immediately nodded in agreement. After putting away the loot, the two left the secret realm of bones with satisfaction. However, the secret realm did not disappear, but except for a pile of bones and 5 corpses, there was nothing valuable inside. Not long after the two left, another group of Lingbo Cave disciples came over and found the bodies of Yang Chao and several others in the secret realm. He was immediately furious and sent a large number of experts to search for them. However, all traces had been cleared by Li Xuanye. It was clean. No matter how much they searched, it would be in vain. After all, in a place like Babel Tower, it is quite normal for a few people to die. In the next few days, Li Xuanye and Kong Lingxian wandered around the 2nd floor of the Babel Tower. During this period, they encountered 2 small secret areas, but they were all looted and not even an egg could be found. However, a lot of messy things were looted, especially some elixirs and ores. Things that are very rare in the outside world are everywhere here. Although they are not worth a lot of money, Li Xuanye scraped the ground with the spirit of scraping the ground style, forcefully stuffing a bunch of items into his personal space. He hasn't used the goddess summoning card yet, so he can find something for Thor to do. Dragons like bright gems, so Li Xuanye especially collected a bunch of colorful gems for her to decorate Thor's dragon nest. Boom! On the 10th day after entering the Babel Tower, loud noises came from the dome. Countless rocks fell from above, causing the ground to tremble violently. Li Xuanye and Kong Lingxian quickly found a cave to hide. He looked at the dome and muttered, "Are those guys fighting up there?" Only a melee at the level of a warrior could brew such destructive power, or perhaps some powerful monster appeared on the 3rd floor of the Babel Tower. Although Kong Lingxian is curious, she also knows that with their strength, they still cannot go to the 3rd floor. Just encountering a martial lord level monster is enough for them to drink a pot. In this case, no matter how fierce the fight above is, they will not be able to go to the 3rd floor. Destined to only listen, not even qualified to watch. Another day later, Wu Zun from Dongxing Kingdom came down from the 3rd floor. He was extremely frightened and brought shocking news. Empress Jianghua showed her power and killed all the disciples of the state religion in Diyu province. Hiss! This woman is desperate for her life. When Li Xuanye heard the news, he was shocked. The power of the state religion in Diyu state is so huge, and there are countless masters and powerful people behind it. Empress Jianghua went on a killing spree in the Tongtian Tower, slaughtering all the disciples of the state religion. Will the masters of Diyu state sit back and ignore it, and just give up? Definitely not. Empress Jianghua is indeed powerful, but after all she is just a low-class pirate leader. Although she has recruited many strong men under her command, she is simply dwarfed by the state religion of Diyu state. Even the royal family of Dongxing Kingdom cannot hold their heads high in front of the state religion of Diyu state. Empress Jianghua is looking for trouble for herself. I didn't expect this unruly woman to have some backbone. Unfortunately, she was too reckless after all. It seems it's time for us to leave here. When the strong men from Diyu province arrive, it will be difficult for us to leave, Kong Lingxian said. Li Xuanye nodded, and the two of them left the Babel Tower that day and returned to the Blue Sea. At the same time, an earth-shattering thunder burst from the south. The blue thunderbolts and fires were like a natural disaster coming to the world, hanging in the clouds with a mighty momentum. The pressure of the sea currents was reversed, and the wind and waves rolled wildly. What a strong momentum! Li Xuanye could feel the ferocity of the thunder from dozens of miles away. He saw the thunder blast straight into the Tower of Babel before disappearing. That should be the crazy thunder priest Leijin, one of the 7 members of the great Yuzhou state religion. He is a genuine martial saint. I didn't expect him to come so quickly. It seems that Empress Manhwa is doomed this time. Li Xuanye couldn't help but there was 3 seconds of silence. It has been 3 days since we returned to Hailu City. Li Xuanye didn't know what happened next in the Tontian Tower, but the powerful martial saints were dispatched. Empress Manhwa was probably doomed. Although Li Xuanye was not cold to Empress Manhwa, he still had some sympathy in his heart. Blue Sky Seaport. Kong Lingxian said goodbye to Li Xuanye and left. She was going back to the martial arts hall to stay for a while and concentrate on practicing Wind Spirit Palm. A spiritual skill was quite rare. Kong Lingxian wanted to master Wind Spirit Palm as soon as possible to improve her combat effectiveness. Perhaps stimulated by Li Xuanye's incredible breakthrough speed, Kong Lingxian's enthusiasm for cultivation became even stronger than before. After bidding farewell to Kong Lingxian, Li Xuanye went straight back to Li Mansion. He happened to meet Hai Longgui, who came to Li Mansion to pay homage to Li Wuji. Facing Li Wuji, who was not as powerful as him, Hai Longgui kept his attitude low and even looked flattering. He would subconsciously bow his body when he spoke. I have to say that this guy is very scheming. The garden he promised to build for Li Xuanye has been basically completed. This time he came here to hand over the garden to the Li family. Li Xuanye immediately asked Hai Longgui to lead the way and went to his garden to take a look. The environment was really good. It was built on a piece of geomantic omen in the south of Hailu City. It faced the sea to the east and mountains to the west. The terrain was extremely high. Standing in the garden you can overlook most of Hailu City. The decoration in the garden is also unique. Although it is not luxurious, it is full of nobility. The most amazing thing is that there is a huge Haiyuan tree growing in the center of the garden. This Haiyuan tree is a very rare spiritual tree. It is huge. The vitality condenses into mist on the tree crown, which is naturally capable of absorbing vitality and nourishing the earth. Li Xuanye's house is built under the Haiyuan tree, and the vitality he breathes is at least 10 times that in the city. Not only is it a good place to live, it is also a treasured place for practicing feng shui. Yes, Hai Longgui, are you really willing to give this garden to me? Li Xuanye asked with a smile. Hai Longgui lowered his head respectfully. Apart from Mr. Li, who else in the huge Hailu city is qualified to live here? Li Xuanye took advantage of this flattery. Okay, for the sake of your filial piety, I will forget about the past affairs of the Hai family. Just don't let me see your 2 useless sons again. From now on, I will follow the Li family and do things honestly. It will be of great benefit to you. Li Xuanye waved his hand and dismissed Hai Longgui. Hai Long returned home as if he had received an amnesty, and stepped back with gratitude. Li Xuanye went back to the Li mansion again, planning to ask his parents to come and stay in the garden, otherwise he would be very lonely living there alone. However, Li Wuji was busy with the Li family's property and had no time to enjoy life, so he only asked Bai Suyin to stay with him. Li Xuanye went to live with him. Li Xuanye took Xiora with him and moved to the garden with his mother. Of course, there were also a large number of servants and maids. Such a large garden would be difficult to take care of without 100 or 80 people to take care of it. My year is really becoming more and more promising. Mother is very pleased. She will stay with her to sleep with her tonight. Mother hasn't talked to Year for a long time. Bai Suiying liked her son more and more the more she looked at her. She held his hand and refused to let go. Li Xuanye couldn't laugh or cry. Oh my god, I'm 17 years old, and I'm not a child. In my mother's eyes, you are just a child who has not grown up. What's wrong? You have a strong bone. How dare you disobey me? If so? Bai Suiying's sullen expression was quite majestic and domineering. Li Xuanye's head shrank. Don't dare, don't dare. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This mother is good at everything, but she is too doting on her son. As a last resort, Li Xuanye could only pretend to be a good boy and accompany Bai Suiying to talk until late at night. During this period, Bai Suiying talked about many things that she would not usually mention to Li Xuanye, such as things about Baihua village. Before this, although Li Xuanye knew that Bai Suiying came from Baihua village, he had no impression of what Baihua village was and had never been there. But tonight, from Bai Suiying's words, he had a clear understanding of Baihua village. Baihua village is not in Dongshan Kingdom, but is located deep in the western inland. You have to go through the desert, cross the Jiujiang and 12 rivers, and reach Jinjiating to find Baihua village. Li Xuanye somewhat knew where the Jingyaoting was. It was one of the holy lands of the demon clan. It was home to countless powerful demons. Its overall strength was very powerful, and could not be compared to the Dongxing kingdom in a remote place. The Zhou dynasty and the Yuzhou were both distant cousins among younger brothers in front of Jingyaoting. In fact, the three kingdoms of the Blue Sea all fall under the jurisdiction of the Quiet Demon Ting. Every 10 years, they must make offerings to the Quiet Demon Ting in order to seek the protection of the Demon Clan, so that the weather will be smooth and the country will be healthy. The Monster Clan is not the Beast Clan. There is a huge gap between the two. To be precise, the Beast Clan is just a small branch of the Monster Clan. The real Monster Clan is not an evil existence. They are born with powerful blood and their souls are more powerful than humans, has a stronger integration with the vitality of heaven and earth, and therefore, the strength level of demon cultivators far exceeds that of human beings. It's just that true pureblood demon clans are very rare, otherwise the Demon Clan would have a chance to become the most powerful clan in the 10,000 Realms continent. Bai Suiying comes from the Demon Clan. Li Xuanye knew a little bit, but not in detail, and had never asked carefully. Now that Bai Suiying personally admitted it, he was more or less shocked. However, Li Xuanye only knew one thing but not the other. Bai Suiying was indeed a demon clan, but she was not pure blood. She was a half-blood demon clan, and half of her body was human blood. It was precisely because of this that Bai Suiying originally Inkai had no choice but to leave Jingyaoting and came to Dongxing Kingdom, where he met Li Wuji and got married. However, Li Xuanye did not inherit the slightest bit of demon blood, because demon blood can only be inherited once. Non-pure blood monsters cannot inherit the blood of the monsters. This is also the reason why the number of pure blood monsters is rare. Although this bloodline is powerful, it also has disadvantages, that is, it is very easy to be fused with foreign blood. Only pure-blood monsters can only after combining with a pure-blooded demon clan can a pure-blooded demon clan be born. Even if the bloodline is a little bit impure, the next generation will not be able to inherit the pure demon clan bloodline and will be replaced by other bloodlines. In half a year's time, the 10,000 Demons Conference of the Quiet Demon Court will begin. Although my mother is not a pure-blood demon clan, she was once a saint of Baihua village. According to regulations, she needs to represent Baihua village to attend the 10,000 Demons Conference. In a few days, my mother is about to leave for Jingyaoting. The journey is far away and it will take a year just to go back and forth. Bai Suiying gently held Li Xuanye in her arms and said with tears in her eyes, "Mother can't bear to leave. You have to go to the 10,000 Demons Conference. During the period when mother is away, you must take good care of yourself. There are too many dangers in this world, and no one can really trust other than family members." Sleepless night. Bai Suiying told Li Xuanye a lot, including her past as a saint in Baihua village, her many experiences after being forced to leave the Jingyao court, and being lost in the desert for thousands of miles, until she met Li Wuji and was attracted by his honest nature. She was sincere and moved by her perseverance to pursue her identity as a witch. It was not until she went through all the hard work that Li Xuanye was able to be born safely into this world. Word by word, the picture of Bai Suiying's life was slowly unfolded like thick ink in color, and Li Xuanye was able to. While Xianyi sighed, he felt inexplicably guilty in his heart. After all, he was not the dandy eldest son of the Li family after his soul traveled through time. How could he be qualified to be so favored by Bai Suiying? Perhaps, only by working hard to become stronger and doing everything possible to protect the peace of the Li family can we repay this flesh and blood love. Li Xuanye secretly made up his mind to make the Li family truly strong and become an existence that no one could shake on the shores of this blue ocean. And he is also confident that he has this ability. In the next few days, Li Xuanye was always around his mother, trying his best to act like a good boy. The sun was warm that day, and everyone in the Li family escorted Bai Suiying to the avenue outside Beicheng. After Li Wuji and Bai Suiying reluctantly parted, Li Xuanye found Bai Suiying again and gave Bai Suiying a ring and a bunch of pills. "Mother, it's a long journey and I can't afford to send my child off. Please take these elixirs to prepare for emergencies. I also got this ring by chance. When I wear it to attack the enemy, it will cause a certain amount of paralysis to the enemy. The effect is very useful." Feeling Li Xuanye's filial piety, Bai Suiying nodded with a smile, but only accepted the elixir and did not take the paralysis ring. She touched Li Xuanye's head and said with a smile, "Don't underestimate your mother's strength. After all, your mother was also a strong martial artist back then. Although your strength plummeted when you were born, your strength has recovered a lot over the years. There are not many things that can threaten your mother." Li Xuanye didn't force it, and said, "Mother, have a good trip. Don't worry, when you come back, mother will bring back the most beautiful girl from Baihua village to be your wife. Farewell." Bai Suiying, Li Xuanye and Li Wuji returned to the city and came to the Li family's auction house. Li Xuanye checked the situation of the auction house and found that the scale of the auction house had increased a lot recently. It not only merged the Hai family's properties, but also he made a lot of money in the real estate market and started to run some other businesses. The overall strength of the Li family is growing rapidly. After having some spare money, Li Wuji even recruited a group of warriors to form a Li family guard team. Now the number of the guard team has increased to more than 100, and the average strength is almost as high as martial arts. Approximately the 8th level. This is already a considerable force in Hailu City, not much worse than the previous Hai family city lord's mansion team. But in Li Xuanye's view, this is still far from enough. The foundation of the Li family is still too weak, and it is useless to be the king and hegemon in Hailu City. Not to mention the behemoths like the Yuchi family and the Lin family, even in the Ten Seas Alliance, it is an inconspicuous existence. Father, the warriors recruited from outside don't have much sense of belonging to the Li family after all. In my opinion, our family's financial resources are now rich enough. We should take the opportunity to recruit a group of young practitioners with potential and have our Li family fund their training. This way only when they grow up can they truly become the mainstay of the Li family. Li Xuanye's idea was highly agreed with by Li Wuji, but Li Wuji also had his own worries. The cost of training cultivators is quite staggering, including various medicinal materials, elixirs, etc. The cost of martial arts is incalculable. The key is that it is too difficult to find talents with real potential, and given the conditions of my Li family, it is impractical to attract real talents to join. Father, have you forgotten, I am a golden sign. Year means. Li Wuji glanced at Li Xuanye, and suddenly his mind brightened. Yes, our Li family has a peerless genius of Yuanling Dharma, and he will be at least one in the future. A strong martial saint, this alone is enough to attract people. In fact, the Li family is indeed very popular now, and everyone is proud to have a relationship with the Li family. However, the time is still short, and Li Wuji has not yet adjusted his mentality. With the golden name of Li Xuanye in charge of the Li family, why worry about not attracting talented and powerful people from all over the world to join? Not only within Hailu City, but also externally, we can make slogans and invite people with lofty ideals from all over to join us. With my reputation, we don't even need to pay too much. There will definitely be countless people who will squeeze out their scalps. You want to join my Li family? Li Xuanye chuckled. Although he was suspected of boasting, it would be a waste not to make good use of the title of a peerless genius. Yes, your idea is correct. I will start to make arrangements now. Although the Li family cannot be called a big family now, if it compares with the potential in the future, there will be no second family in the entire Dongxing kingdom. Now the current situation is not that we beg others to join, but that others beg us to give us a chance to leap over the Dragon's Gate, Li Wuji said with great excitement. Seeing that Li Wuji had regained consciousness, Li Xuanye felt relieved. What his mother said was really good. Although Li Wuji was a little naive, his understanding and mobility were still very good. After bidding farewell to Li Wuji, Li Xuanye returned to the Li garden. Finally having some free time, he quickly entered his private space and prepared to welcome the new goddess. Goddess summoning card, use it. As Li Xuanye shouted, petals rained down in the private space, clouds surged overhead, colorful rays of light fell from the sky, and a blue figure fell from the sky. Her skin was whiter than snow, and she was graceful, with a head of water. Her long blue hair was fluttering in the wind, her slightly stern mouth seemed to be a bit compassionate, and her eyes were filled with the holiness of a god. The goddess slowly landed on the ground, looked at Li Xuanye's red lips and said softly, "My loyal believer, welcome to join the Axis cult. My name is Aqua, and I am the goddess of water believed in by the Axis cult." Li Xuanye stared. Aqua, the mentally retarded goddess? How could I win this thing? This must be the most unreliable existence in the goddess world. Goddess Aqua, high priest of the Axis order, the goddess of water. She has super auxiliary skills and can easily purify the dead and resurrect the dead. Apart from her weak IQ, she is a perfect goddess, goddess level S, super rare type, and extremely easy to tame. Feeding it appropriately will have better effects. Wait. What does it mean to deprive me of my divine status? You want me to follow this mortal and be his exclusive goddess? Hey, don't make such a joke. My tens of thousands of believers will be angry. Oh. What? No, father, I was wrong. I just stole your cake. Such a punishment is too inhumane. It was as if she was contacting someone, and then she showed a bit of anger as if someone had hung up the phone. Her aqua blue hair was windless, and her heart was filled with anger. The mentally retarded goddess squatted on the ground angrily, drawing circles. Li Xuanye patted his forehead with a look of despair. It doesn't matter if there is any goddess, why is she a retarded one? Walking up to Aqua, Li Xuanye also squatted down. Aqua, are you okay? Although she is a mentally retarded goddess, aside from this, Aqua's abilities and the appearance is exquisite, and it is definitely more than enough to be used as a vase or something in a private space. Anyway, once you get it, you can't return it. Li Xuanye feels that it is necessary to have a good relationship with this mentally retarded goddess. I'm hungry, give me something to eat, Aqua said while wiping away her tears, her aqua blue eyes flashing with a crystal clear yet slightly downcast and sad light. Li Xuanye summoned Thor and asked her to prepare a big meal for Aqua. Aqua immediately put away her tears, puffed up her cheeks and started to wolf down the food. After a gluttonous meal, it seemed that the anger in her heart had almost been vented. Yes, a smart smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. My only believer, it seems that you have a pretty good character, tell me your name quickly. Ding, Aqua's favorability towards you is plus 50. Li Xuanye was speechless for a while. Isn't it too easy to defeat this goddess? Can you gain 50 points with just one meal? The stray dogs picked up on the roadside are not so easy to coax. Call me Li Xuanye, and I'm not your believer. As soon as he finished speaking, Aqua jumped up, threw herself at Li Xuanye's feet, hugged his thigh tightly and cried, "No, Master Xian Yi, a goddess without believers will be ridiculed by others. Even if she is just pretending to coax me, I beg you to join the Axis Order." As he prayed with tears, Li Xuanye felt speechless for a while, and suddenly he was stunned. Wait, how can you touch my body? He was in the state of his soul now. Of course, I'm a goddess. Ah, Master Xian Yi, why are you staring at me like this? No, I'm so embarrassed. Ahem. Li Xuanye quickly settled. After calming down, he wanted to die, but he actually had some ill-intentioned thoughts towards the mentally retarded goddess in an instant. This shouldn't be the case. After all, it is illegal to abduct a mentally retarded person. Forget it, get up. I can have a name in your religious order, but it's limited to here. That's great, Master Xian Yi. Aqua was overjoyed and rushed towards Li Xian enthusiastically. Yi rubbed Li Xuanye's forehead hard with her tender cheeks, as if a koala was wrapped around him. Being sandwiched between Aqua's slender legs, Li Xuanye said it was very exciting. He couldn't help but turn his eyes to Aqua's blue gauze skirt. Legend has it that Aqua never wore underwear. Li Xuanye had been curious about this for a long time. Now that he had the opportunity, shouldn't he take the opportunity to verify it? Although Aqua's joining did not bring any practical benefits to Li Xuanye, the private space became lively and joyful because of it. Thor's character was relatively quiet, but Aqua was different. This retarded goddess is a little expert at making jokes. With her around, the private space is bustling 24 hours a day. In order to share the mental pressure with Thor, Li Xuanye had to capture some magical beasts to entertain Aqua. Things on Aqua's side were finally settled. Li Xuanye took out the bone token again and summoned Lady Bones. In Li Xuanye's bedroom, the floor shook, black mist surged, and a red and pink skull slowly got up with a stiff friction sound in its joints. This is Mrs. White Bones? They are obviously red bones, okay. Li Xuanye was slightly startled, and cast an insight technique on the motionless red and pink skeleton in front of him. Mrs. White Bones, the immortal spiritual tribe had Yuanling level strength during their lifetime. After death, their strength dropped to the first level of martial arts. They can continuously awaken their strength by feeding them blood. Good guy, this Bones lady is actually a Yuanling level powerhouse. But that happened in her lifetime, and now the Bone Lady, who has turned into a bunch of red and pink skeletons, is only at the first level of a warrior, only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, and is completely useless. However, the Bone Lady can be upgraded by feeding blood, but I don't know how efficient it is. Li Xuanye suddenly thought about it and went to the garden to catch a pheasant, put a bowl of blood in it and handed it to Mrs. Bones. The indifferent Lady Bones finally moved. She put her pink translucent fingers into the blood, and the blood was absorbed by Lady Bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Xuanye cast another insight technique and was surprised to find that Madame White Bone's strength had been directly upgraded to the second level of martial arts. It seems that the efficiency is not bad and it is worth cultivating. Li Xuanye immediately called the housekeeper and asked him to take his servants to major live poultry markets to buy Warcraft blood. Low-level magical beasts can also be used as food. The price is slightly higher than that of sea beasts, but there are many on the market. The blood of magical beasts contains elemental power, and warriors can enhance the power of chi and blood if they eat it. Li Xuanye plans to get more to strengthen it. Mrs. Bones. After the instructions were given, in less than half a day, all the Warcraft blood from the major live poultry markets in Hailu City was purchased and delivered to the garden on horse-drawn carriages. There were more than 1,500 barrels in total, sourced from dozens of species. Warcraft. Warcraft is huge and seems to be able to supply a lot of blood, but in fact, it is not the case. What is sold in the market is Warcraft's heart blood, which is the purest blood in the heart and contains the strongest vitality. A bucket of such heart blood, it requires the hearts of 10 monsters. These 1,500 barrels mean that there are 15,000 monsters behind it. Of course, many of them are low-level monsters that have been raised and domesticated and used exclusively as meat. If it is a wild monster captured from the wild, the price will be even higher. Li Xuanye dug a large pool and poured all the blood of the monsters into it. He also found a pharmacist and mixed powder to prevent blood coagulation into the blood pool. After everyone left, he summoned Madame Bones again and asked her to soak directly into the blood pool. It wasn't until the next morning that Li Xuanye got up and found that the blood pool had been completely absorbed. Madame White Bones was sitting cross-legged in the blood pool, with a strange deep red color emanating from her bones. With a flick of the insight technique, Li Xuanye was surprised to find that Madame White Bones' strength had actually broken through to the second level of martial arts. A few days later, under Li Xuanye's dedicated training, Madame White Bones' strength had reached the 10th level of the martial spirit. At this time, Lady White Bones had a perfect ruby luster emanating from her whole body, and her agate-like bones were warm to the touch. Although her movements were still a little clumsy and slow, and she could not execute Li Xuanye's orders very smoothly, in terms of defense and their strength is outstanding, not weaker than any warrior of the 10th level of martial spirit, and even surpassing it. Unfortunately, after breaking through to the 10th level of martial arts, Madame White Bones can no longer absorb the blood of ordinary monsters. Li Xuanye estimates that the level of ordinary magic beast blood is too low to have a strengthening effect on Lady White Bones. What it needs now is martial spirit or even martial lord level monster blood. This is difficult to do, so Li Xuanye can only give up temporarily. Anyway, with the current strength of Madame Bone, it is enough to come in handy. Cousin, someone from the Li family in Shenyang City is here. Just after opening the treasure box and harvesting a few bottles of elixirs, Li Xuanye's cousin Li Menkong ran over in a hurry, her chest rising and falling like a tsunami. Really eye-catching. Why are you panicking? Come as soon as you come, no big deal. Li Xuanye said calmly. Li Menkong stuck out his tongue playfully and said, that's right. The Zong family has never sent anyone to Hailu City. This sudden visit must be because of my cousin. Our Li family is different now. These days, wherever I go in the college, there are people fawning over me. Even the children from big families who didn't look at me in the past now want to call me sister. Li Xuanye smiled as he touched Li Menkong's little head. Said, the Li family will become more and more powerful. Little girl, you have to work hard to improve your strength, otherwise you will be laughed at. I know, cousin. By the way, cousin, can I move to your place? The vitality here is so abundant, I will definitely get twice the result with half the effort if I come here to practice. Li Menkong blinked his big eyes and prayed to Li Xuanye. Okay, go find Xiao and arrange a vacant room for you. You can stay there as long as you want. The little girl suddenly beamed with joy and started looking for a house in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, she forgot about the guests from the Zong family. Li Xuanye had no intention of meeting the guests and walked to the Haiyuan tree to practice. Night falls. Li Mansion, guest room. Elder Changfeng, this guy Li Xuanye is so shameless. He dared to turn us away in Shenyang City. Now that we have come to visit him in person, he doesn't even have the intention of coming down the mountain to see us. What a villain, too arrogant. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes paced back and forth in the room, saying with an indignant look. The old man sitting aside drinking tea said with no expression on his face, young people who are ambitious have their own frivolousness. Li Xuanye is a peerless genius of Yuanling Dharma who has not been born for 1,000 years. Even the third prince regards him as the trump card to seize the throne. If this were changed, if you do it, your eyes will probably fly to the sky. Li Qi coughed twice with an embarrassed look on his face. Li Changfeng, don't just talk about me. This time you specifically asked the head of the family for orders. Isn't it just to take the opportunity to curry favor with Li Xuanye? I think your wishful thinking is to its empty. This guy Li Xuanye doesn't even bother to see us. I guess he has been instigated by Li Wuji and has a grudge against our clan. Back then, Li Wuji fell in love with Bai Suiying, but because of Bai Suiying's identity as a witch, he was attacked. Because of the Li family's strong opposition, Li Wuji angrily left the Li family and brought his own people to Hailu City to take root. Although he did not leave the Li family in name, he would still have a grudge against him. Li Xuanye was born in Hailu City and had no sense of belonging to the clan in Shenyang City. Under such circumstances, it was really difficult to expect Li Xuanye to have any good impressions of them. Li Changfeng sighed helplessly. For the present plan, we can only understand it with reason and move it with emotion. After all, the relationship of blood and family is inescapable. Try to repair it with the Li family in Hailu City. The purpose of our visit this time, we are just paving the way. Try to coax Li Wuji as much as possible before the master of the family arrives in person next month. When the master of the family comes to visit in person, I think that even if Li Xuanye is arrogant, the relationship will not be too tense. Hey, hope it goes well. Ding, successfully opened the silver treasure chest and obtained the treasure map fragment X 1-inch. Ding, successfully collected 3 treasure map fragments and obtained the complete treasure map X1 golden treasure box treasure map. It records the coordinates of a gold treasure chest and can be used as a key to open the gold treasure chest. The successive system prompts made Li Xuanye excited. The gold treasure chest has no idea what kind of harvest it will bring. He quickly checked the coordinates of the gold treasure chest and was shocked to find that the gold treasure chest was on Lizard Island, which he had visited before. The distance was not far, and Li Xuanye decided to leave immediately. Without going to Sky Blue Harbor, Li Xuanye went directly down the mountain path behind the garden and followed a green path to the foot of the West Mountain. After walking for a while, he came to the coast. There was a deep water bay here. A small private dock was also built here to accommodate several ships and submarines. These were all contributions from the Hai family. Li Xuanye picked one at random and went straight to the sea to Lizard Island. Soon Li Xuanye arrived at Lizard Island. Less than 2 months later, Lizard Island was already blooming with vitality again. There were a large number of lizards lying on the beach, lazily turning up their bellies and basking in the sun. Li Xuanye's arrival woke up many lizards, but they seemed completely unaware that the man in front of them was the culprit who almost wiped out all the Lizard Island not long ago. A few bold lizards even ran over and looked at this person curiously. Strange visitor. You little guy who doesn't understand the world. Li Xuanye suddenly remembered that lizards and the Western Dragon clan should be close relatives. Thinking that Thor would be happy to take in a few lizards as playmates, he grabbed a few and threw them in private space. I took the opportunity to go into the private room and take a look. Thor was decorating his cave tirelessly, and Aqua was muttering to Xiaomao and Era, seemingly planning to develop the two of them into Axie. The new believer of the Sri Lankan sect, Brother Ma, was not to be outdone. He kept trying to trick Aqua into recharging money, while Era was just minding his own business, sticking out his neck and sticking out his tongue to act stupid. What a harmony! Leaving his private space with a look of relief, Li Xuanye opened the treasure map and walked towards the coordinates of the golden treasure chest. He came to the coast of the East Island and entered a hidden cave. Before he walked in, Li Xuanye saw a bright golden light, which reflected the surrounding rock walls into a golden hue. After swallowing, Li Xuanye ran up excitedly, but suddenly tripped over something. Looking back, he was shocked to find a pale-faced, wet woman lying on the ground. Wow, it's haunted. Li Xuanye was startled, and after taking a closer look, he realized that it was not a female ghost, but a beautiful woman who was dying. He quickly turned the woman up and pushed her long wet hair away. He saw that her facial features were like a painting, and she was not as beautiful as a mortal. However, her face was pale, her breath was intermittent, she was almost on the verge of death, and there were countless tiny slits on her body. The scars and blood soaked through the rocks on the ground. The injury is so serious. Li Xuanye was shocked and quickly took out several bottles of healing pills and drank them for her, but the injury did not improve at all. What should we do? Although we don't know each other, it's still a human life. We can't just die without saving it. Seeing that the woman was dying, Li Xuanye suddenly remembered that, by the way, Aqua's healing skills are quite powerful. It is easy to resurrect the dead, why not let Aqua try it? Thinking of this, Li Xuanye tore off a piece of rag from the woman's body, blindfolded her and sent her into a private space. You can save people, but your private space is not easily exposed. Take her out immediately after rescuing her. Aqua! I shouted, but there was no response. Li Xuanye had no choice but to shout again, Goddess Aqua. Here you are. Aqua raised her hands proudly, ran to Li Xuanye's side and asked, My devout believer Xin Yi, tell me your wish. Li Xuanye patted his forehead and pointed at the half-dead woman beside him and said, Can you cure her? It's a piece of cake. Aqua looked relaxed. Said, even a dead person can be resurrected easily by Aqua. A minor injury like this can be solved in the blink of an eye. As he said that, Aqua walked up to the woman and exuded a soft blue light. The light fainted and enveloped the injured woman, but just when she was about to use the healing technique, the light was suddenly bounced away, and Aqua was also bounced several meters away and fell to the ground. She looked surprised and said in disbelief, How could this happen? My magic power is actually rejected by the rules of the world here, and I cannot use healing techniques on her. Li Xuanye frowned slightly. Aqua's ability actually failed? That's not right. She has demonstrated the power of magic in a private space these days, and even competed with Thor on her strength. There is no reason why she can't use it on an injured woman. Could it be that there are different rule systems in different worlds? Although private space is a neutral zone and can accept life under all world rules, people in different world systems cannot interact with each other? Ding, congratulations! The host discovered the hidden rules of the system and was rewarded with a skill advancement card. Is there no way to save this woman? Wait a minute, although there are restrictions in the rules of the world, what if the treatment is indirect? Aqua's ability should not be limited to magic. As a majestic goddess, it should not be difficult to refine some advanced healing drugs. Li Xuanye immediately asked Aqua. Aqua thought for a moment and suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, Sir Xuanye, please wait for me. She ran to Thor's cave in a hurry. After a while, he ran back with a big dark green tail. Li Xuanye was speechless. How did you pull Thor's tail off? Thor lent it to me. Aqua didn't explain much, and directly activated her magic power to cover the dragon's tail. The tail was immediately broken down into pieces as fine as smoke by a magical power. She took out some medicinal materials and began to condense them with the dragon's tail. After a while, it formed a dark mass with a strange smell. Ointment. Aqua opened the injured woman's mouth and poured the dark ointment in one go. Standing up and clapping her hands, Aqua said proudly, Don't worry, Mr. Xuanye, there is no problem anymore. Li Xuanye also sensed that the woman's injuries were improving rapidly. The wounds on her body began to heal almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her face, the color of blood, gradually returned to his body. The effect is good, but why do I always feel that this mentally retarded goddess is unreliable? After praising Aqua, Li Xuanye took the woman out of the private space. Before the woman woke up, Li Xuanye quickly opened the gold treasure chest. Ding, open the golden treasure chest and get the spear of Longinus. The light flashed past, and what appeared in Li Xuanye's hand was a blood-red spear more than 3 meters long. The shape of this spear was relatively unique. It is a double-pronged gun, a bit like the small plastic fork that comes with the cake. It is scarlet as if stained with blood, and exudes 2 auras of holiness and evil at the same time, which is very weird. Isn't this the legendary god-killing gun that killed Jesus on the cross? Li Xuanye exclaimed and hurriedly used his insight skill. The spear of Longinus, it was originally the weapon of the jailer Longinus. It is of ordinary quality, but as the weapon used to kill Jesus Christ, it was endowed with the power of killing gods. It is also known as the Spear of Gods, a throwing weapon, attacking speed plus 1000%, attack power 1000 to 2000, attack range 10,000 meters, additional status God-killing blow increases the attack power of the gods by 1000%, charging period is 10 days, note, weapons containing the power of killing gods cannot be bound. Recognize the owner, please recycle it as soon as possible after use. Li Xuanye couldn't help but take a breath when he saw the information sent back by the insight technique. Fortunately, it was the equipment obtained from the golden treasure chest, not ordinary awesome. 10 times the attack speed is very powerful. If Li Xuanye goes all out now, it will not be a problem to throw an object at the speed of sound. If it is replaced by Longinus's gun, it will have an attack speed 10 times the speed of sound. It is almost amazing. This is the first time Li Xuanye has seen the attribute of attack power from equipment. This means that the Spear of Longinus has a fixed damage value, with a minimum of 1000. It should be judged according to the strength attribute. 1000 points of strength is already equivalent to a martial master. The level of a strong person. Calculated based on the fact that the attributes of the martial lord level increase by 200 points for each stage of breakthrough, the maximum attack power of 2000 points means that the lethality of Longinus's spear is effective against the martial lord warriors of levels 1 to 5. The attack range of 10,000 meters is even more powerful. When encountering the Spear of Longinus, it is extremely difficult to escape. The attack power against the gods has been increased tenfold, but this seems to be of little use. After all, the gods in Wanjie continent are too powerful. 10 days of charging time is acceptable. This kind of killer weapon will definitely not be used often, as long as it can be used at critical moments. Generally speaking, the Spear of Longinus is definitely Li Xuanye's most powerful weapon at present. Although the Tianqian sword has amazing potential, it is far less powerful than the Spear of Longinus until more seals are unlocked. The Spear of Longinus is a good thing. With it, if Li Xuanye encounters a powerful martial artist again, he will not be helpless to fight back. But it is not easy to kill a powerful warrior with the Spear of Longinus. It requires the right time, place in people. After all, a powerful warrior is not a target, he will stand and let you shoot. Ahem. Seeing that the woman was about to wake up, Li Xuanya put away the Longinus spear, turned around and walked to the woman to help her up. It suddenly occurred to him that this woman appeared here alone, seriously injured and dying, and she didn't know who she was. What the hell? He took the opportunity to throw another insight spell at her. Empress Manhwa, Martial Lord 9th level? Li Xuanya subconsciously threw the woman he had just helped back to the cold ground, jumped a few steps and backed away. Isn't it such a coincidence? Didn't Empress Manhwa die in the Tower of Babel? After all, the state religion of Dayu province even sent out powerful martial saints. Unexpectedly, she didn't die. Oh, actually it was almost the same, if Li Xuanya Club hadn't happened to open the door. The fragments of the treasure map, and the golden treasure chest happened to be here again. If no one came to help, it would be really difficult for Empress Manhwa to survive today. This is a bit of a joke. It hurts. The woman opened her eyes with difficulty and let out a coquettish murmur. She stretched out her hand to rub the back of her head that had just hit the stone, and cursed angrily. Who doesn't know how to cherish the beauty of a woman? I don't care. He's so injured, but he still has the heart to do it. As she spoke, Empress Manhwa's eyes also fell on Li Xuanya. She pursed her lips, her eyes filled with waves, and she blushed inexplicably. Young master, we are really destined. Did you heal my injury? No, you got the wrong person. I just passed by here just for fun. You go find your savior and ignore it. Me. Li Xuanya shook his head and waved his hands, leaning aside to leave. He really didn't want to get involved with such a woman. Not to mention the nature of the Empress Manhwa, just because she offended the state religion of Dayu state, it would be no good to have anything to do with her. The master knew that he had saved the Empress Manhwa, so he might be hunted down by a powerful martial saint. No matter how confident Li Xuanya was, he did not think that he would have any chance of survival in front of a powerful martial saint. Moreover, after saving the life of Empress Manhwa, Li Xuanya received more than 100 blessing points, which was considered a reward. He did not intend to gain any benefits from Empress Manhwa, so it would be wiser to leave as soon as possible. Young master, can you bear to leave me alone like this? As soon as Li Xuanya took a step forward, a pair of cold arms suddenly hugged his thighs. Empress Manhwa just fell to the ground, holding onto him and not letting go. On one side, he still showed a pitiful expression, and there were even tears in the corners of his eyes. At first glance, it really made people feel a bit pity. But how could Li Xuanya waver? He raised his leg and kicked the Empress Manhwa over and walked away. You are still a man. Manhwa cried like a sad girl who was always abandoned by others, but Li Xuanya turned a deaf ear and ran straight out of Lizard Island, sailing away in a hurry. There was no trace. After docking the boat and returning to the garden, Li Xuanya finally breathed a sigh of relief. A smart man like me should make a decisive decision and never be bewitched by a woman. I'm so tired. Sharo, come here and make a complete set of big swords for the young master. The news that the Empress Pirates group collapsed and fell apart under the pressure of the strong men of Dayu province spread quickly throughout the next few days. After arriving in Dongxing Kingdom, people cheered and cheered, but they also felt deeply fearful of the strength of the strong men of the national religion of Dayu state. Especially in the past few days, many powerful men from Dayu province have appeared in the waters of Dongxing Kingdom, searching the Empress Manhwa and her remnants indiscriminately, and even sank a large number of fishing and merchant ships indiscriminately, causing people to panic. Fishermen did not dare to go to sea, and major ports were shut down. What is even more outrageous and dare not speak out is that the strong men of the state religion in Dayu state even landed on the coast and walked in and out of major cities at will, issuing orders like hosts, asking all forces to help capture the Empress Manhwa. Even Hailu City has ushered in a group of state religion masters from Dayu province, who are eager to dig deep into the ground. They are making trouble and everyone is in danger. Even the Li family's business has been investigated and losses have been incurred. Not small. It's too much to bully people. The state religion of Dayu state is powerful, but you can't do whatever you want on the territory of our Dongxing kingdom without permission. Those who don't know better think that our Dongxing kingdom is his vassal state of Dayu state. Mr. Tang Xian, you have to take care of this matter. If they continue to make trouble like this, will we continue to do business? In the meeting hall of the city lord's mansion, prominent figures in Hailu City gathered together to discuss countermeasures. It was Li Wuji who spoke at this moment. The new city lord Chu Bailang sat aside with his head curled up and said nothing. He was just an acting city lord and had not officially taken the position. Besides, Tang Xian was still here, so he had no right to speak. Everyone looked at Li Wuji with envy. How could they have the guts to talk to Tang Chen like this? That is to say, the Li family only has this qualification now. Don't look at the smile on Tang Qian's face now. If these words come from other people's mouth, there's no telling how angry he will be. Brother Wuji, don't get angry. I don't want to see this either, but you also know that the state religion of Dayu state has always been so strong. After all, their strength and background are there, let alone the leader of the state religion. Even the 7 disciples are all strong martial saints, but our Dongsheng kingdom's martial saints, including His Majesty the Emperor, are only 3, they are not strong in fists, and they are not even qualified to speak. Tang Qian smiled sarcastically. His brows were also full of helplessness. How could he, a majestic martial arts master, be willing to be ridden on his body to show off his power? Among the disciples of the national religion who came to Hailu City this time, the strongest ones were only at the 10th level of martial arts. But what he can do is not to greet the other party respectfully. After all, behind them is the extremely powerful national religion. How can he afford to offend the masters of the national religion if he is a little careless? There is nothing you can do if you feel aggrieved. If you are inferior to others, you can only shrink your head and act like a turtle. Hey, it's sad that a country is weak and has no dignity. Li Wuji shook his head helplessly. Seeing that everyone had nothing to say, Tang Xiandao, for the current plan, we can only lower our heads and let the national religion disciples search. As long as no movement is found, they can only leave. Chu Bailang, you send more troops and follow the national religion disciples. The disciples are conducting a thorough search in the city at the same time. Yes, Chu Bailang nodded repeatedly. Li Xuanye didn't know what was going on in Hailu City. After he came back, he stayed on the Haiyuan tree to practice, and even built himself a wooden house on the tree with great interest. The Ichi pill combined with the vitality of Haiyuan tree is really efficient in practice. Although it is not worth mentioning compared to killing monsters and upgrading, this kind of step-by-step practice makes people more at ease. Li Xuanye was the same before. Although the person who breaks through by rocket is fast, he lacks the foundation and sense of security, so he plans to calm down and practice hard for a while. But on the other hand, the rewards from opening treasure chests every day are a bit pitiful. I don't know if it's an illusion. Since Li Xuanye broke through the martial arts level, the rewards from opening bronze treasure chests are basically dregs. Even the pills are much less and tattered. I have accumulated a lot of stuff. Even the black iron treasure chest is hard to find anything decent. At present, the silver treasure chest has the most impressive harvest, but he still has a half chance of failure when opening the silver treasure chest, and the refresh rate of the silver treasure chest is not high. On average, only one came out in 2 days. Could it be that the rewards from the treasure chest are also related to one's own strength, just like the experience gained from killing low-level monsters will be reduced, but there will be an experience bonus for killing high-level monsters? Ding, congratulations to the host for discovering the hidden rules of the system, and you will be rewarded with a silver key X1. Li Xuanye was really fooled. The system's reminder suddenly reminded Li Xuanye that he still had a useless skill upgrade card. It was all the fault of the Empress Chonghua. Li Xuanye was confused after she made such a fuss. What skill should I upgrade? Turtle-style Qigong? Li Xuanye thought about it carefully and felt that upgrading turtle-style Qigong should be the most cost-effective. Although Xiao Wuxian Gong can also be upgraded, for now, Xiao Wuxian Qigong the level of Gong is enough, but it lacks truly powerful skills. Just choose turtle-style Qigong. Ding, consume a skill upgrade card, and the turtle Qigong wave will be upgraded to a spiritual technique. Li Xuanye hurriedly went out to test it, and the effect was indeed good. The diameter of the Qigong wave was doubled, and the agitated energy was amazing. The lethality increased by at least 3 times. However, as he expected, the mental power consumed doubled. One use would consume about 100 mental power. With Li Xuanye's current mental power attributes, it would only be enough to support 5 consecutive releases without taking the rejuvenation pill. Just times. But having said that, the intermediate turtle-style Qigong is not as strong as I expected. It is far from the level of hitting the moon with one blow. Sure enough, the combat power in the comics is too exaggerated and cannot be used as a reference for real combat power. Right now. At that time, Li Xian heard a shout from outside the garden. Looking for death, this is Mr. Li Xuanye's residence. How can I allow you to break in without notification? Li Xuanye leaned out of the window and saw the guards of the garden gathered together to fend off several young people. After entering, Li Xuanye was a little surprised when he saw the greenwood totems on those young people. Why did the disciples of Daizu's national religion come here? Li Xuanye walked down from Haiyuan Tree and asked Xiao to find out what happened in Hailu City recently. He didn't expect that the people of Dayu State were so rampant and started searching the territory of Dongxing Kingdom with great fanfare, seeking death. With a cold snort, smoke and dust filled the air outside the door. The guards of the Li family were blown away and fell to pieces. One guard even fell to Li Xuanye's feet, vomited blood, and fainted. Past it, you dare to hit people on my territory. Li Xuanye took out the healing pill and poured it on the guard, and immediately walked out of the garden. He saw a young man in white on the opposite side with a frivolous look on his face, and said with a sneer, "Just a martial artist. Even a in this realm dares to block my way." Li Xuanye was furious. Although he didn't want to provoke Daizu, how could he endure it since the other party came to provoke him? "Are you that peerless genius, Li Xuanye? Humph, how dare a rubbish from Dongxing Kingdom claim to be a genius? It's really making a fool of Feng. You." Before he finished speaking, Li Xuanye's figure flashed past and appeared in white clothes. In front of the young man, he raised his hand unexpectedly and punched out, leaving a deep punch mark directly on the chest of the young man in white. Before the shock on his face could show, his whole body was blown away like a sandbag, and he fell to the ground and died. Several other disciples of the Daejuo state religion looked horrified. "Oh my god, you actually killed senior brother Lu. Do you know what you are doing?" Li Xuanye shook the blood on his fists with an indifferent expression. "You're a clown. It's not a pity to die. Let's go together and let him know the strength of my Daizu warrior." Several disciples of the national religion rushed forward like crazy. Li Xuanye had no scruples and struck out with 3 punches and 2 kicks. After all the opponents were eliminated, a pile of corpses lay on the ground in the blink of an eye. "Year, hurry up. Stop." This was when Li Wuji, Tang Xian, and others rushed over. Before they finished speaking, they saw a pile of corpses in front of Li Xuanye, and they couldn't help but look horrified. Tang Xian had a broken expression on his face. "Master Li was impulsive. You were impulsive. We killed the disciples of the national religion of Dayu State. This is a huge disaster. Li Xuanye, how could you do this? Reckless, now not only the Li family will be dragged down by you, but the lives and fortunes of tens of millions of people in Hailu City may be at your mercy." Shu Bailang howled with a mournful face. "Father, there is no need to panic. We will kill them all. They are just a few ants. Just throw their bodies into the sea. Dayu State will not notice," Li Xuanye said calmly. Li Wuji was speechless. How could this kid be so calm? Tang Xian had a complicated expression on his face, but he also understood that now was not the time to pursue the case. He quickly said to Chu Bailang, "Go to the foot of the mountain and stop all the people going up the mountain. The others will move the body with me, throw it into the sea, and pretend." After finding traces of revenge by Empress Jianghua's subordinates, they immediately went to notify the people of Dayu province, saying that they were ambushed by pirates when they went to sea and were killed in a sneak attack. They asked the people of Dayu province to come to investigate. They must seize the time. If it takes too long, they will be killed. Under suspicion. As a powerful warrior, Tang Xian was dignified and at ease. After he gave the order, everyone started to take action. Li Xuanye looked at Tang Xian in surprise. This guy is really a talent. He can think of solutions in a flash. He is worthy of being an old man. Li Xuanye is not a reckless person. Of course he knows the consequences of provoking the state religion of Dayu State, so he kills them, directly resulting in the lives of these disciples of the state religion. The so-called death without evidence is because Dayu State sent people to come. Investigation, but no clues can be found. The reason is very simple. Li Xuanye has never met these disciples of the state religion before, and he has no grudges against the state religion. People who don't know what happened can't think of any motive for Li Xuanye's murder, so he directly blames the Empress Qiong. Hua's men will not arouse any suspicion. The deaths of several disciples of the state religion did not cause too much trouble. Now the attention of the disciples of the state religion is focused on the Empress Qianghua. In addition, Tang Xian reported in time and covered up the traces flawlessly. As the powerful warrior of the state religion of Dayu State, when they arrived, they did not raise any suspicions, but became furious and asked Hailu City to send troops to sea to hunt down the remaining men of the Empress Qianghua. Chu Bailang, after being instructed by Tang Xian, naturally cooperated with all his strength. A storm did not have any impact on Li Xuanye and was transferred to the sea. As for whether the murderer could be caught, it was not Li Xuanye. Matter of concern. Year, you were too reckless this time. Next time you encounter a situation like this, you must think twice before acting. Li Wuji said to Li Xuanwu in a serious voice. Li Xuanye nodded humbly. After bidding farewell to his father, he returned to the garden and comforted several injured guards. Returning to the treehouse, Xiaoro clapped her chest and said with a panicked expression, "Master, you really scared me to death just now." Fortunately, the experts from Dayu province didn't investigate carefully, otherwise we would be in danger. Li Xuanye scratched his head in a funny way. He scratched the little girl's nose and said, "What are you afraid of? If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. So what if I'm discovered? It's just a warrior. I can kill a few more." With the gun of Longinus in hand, even if it's facing the powerful martial Saint Li Xuanye, he had sufficient confidence to attack and assassinate him when he was unable to do so. No matter how strong the state religion of Dayu state was, this was the territory of the Dongxing kingdom after all. Unless the martial saint came in person, there was no need to be too nervous. What's more, the strong warriors of the martial saint will not take action easily. Li Xuanye also insisted on this before letting go. In fact, if he hadn't considered the safety of the Li family, Li Xuanye would have really wanted to test the power of the Longinus spear with that powerful Yuzhou martial master. "Master, you started bragging again. This is not a good habit," Xiaoro said with a smile. Li Xuanye shook his head and continued to practice. Several days passed in a flash, during which news continued to come from the sea. Under the sweep of the strong men of the national religion of Dayu state, the remaining members of the Empress pirate group were almost completely wiped out. The entire sea area was also slaughtered by chickens and dogs. In the past, there was an endless flow of various people. It is now difficult to see even a single ship on the major routes. However, the figure of Empress Manhwa was never discovered. After searching for several days, the strong men of Dayu province refused to leave. In addition, the royal family of Dongxing kingdom also began to negotiate, and they finally began to leave one after another. Li Xuanye ignored what was going on outside the window and concentrated on staying in the wooden house to practice hard. Although his comprehensive attributes improved slowly, he would gain something every day. After a period of time, his strength had reached the peak of the 5th level, and he would soon be able to breaking through the 6th level. I stayed in seclusion for another 2 days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 6th level of martial arts. Since the host relies on his own cultivation for the first time to achieve a breakthrough, the additional reward is plus 50 for all attributes. Ha! Walking out of the wooden house, Li Xuanye felt happy. He never thought that a breakthrough in cultivation would have such benefits. After reaching the 6th level of cultivation, his comprehensive attributes have increased by about 50 points. Now the system has given another 50 points in vain. Breaking through one level is equivalent to the effect of others breaking through 2 levels. Li Xuanye, 6th level of martial arts. Strength 605, Endurance 616, Agility 589, Spirit 597, Luck value? +1 Charm? +2 Skills, Treasure Chest Radar, Elementary Unlocking, Cloud Palm, Small Phaseless Kung Fu, Flesh Kick, Insight Technique, 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Baji Collapse Fist, Intermediate Turtle Style Qigong Wave, Titanium Golden Body, Vajra Finger, Unification Fists, Flowing Fire Armor, Leaping Dragon Hooves. Equipment, Charm Ring, Paralysis Ring, Lucky Ring, Blessing Ring, Queen's Boots, Consonant Moonwatcher, Soft Protective Armor, Lizard Skin Gloves, Queen's Socks, Flowing Fire Pendant, Queen's Knee Pads, 6 Pads and 8 Desolation Sky Sword, White Bone Token, Langgun of Gynus. The comprehensive attributes exceed 600. Not counting anything else, Li Xuanye's physical fitness alone has reached the level of the 10th level of martial arts. Although some attributes are enhanced by equipment, even if the equipment is removed, his comprehensive attributes are far higher than those of the same level. But Li Xuanye was not satisfied with this. I wonder how Aqua is preparing. Li Xuanye has not forgotten Aqua. Although she is mentally retarded, her reputation as a goddess is not in vain. Last time Aqua practiced it casually. The prepared medicine cured the dying Empress Manhwa. Li Xuanye became interested in Aqua's medicine-making ability at that time. Before retreating into seclusion, he specially obtained a large number of elixirs that were native to the Wanjie continent, and gave them all to Aqua, asking her to help refine them into elixirs. It has been so long, and it is estimated that they should be almost the same. Come on. As soon as his mind moved, Li Xuanye appeared in the private space. After not coming in for a while, he found that the place had changed greatly. The entire private space was well organized, and the ground was paved with a smooth and clean stone slab. Although you can see the end at a glance, the environment is still a bit monotonous, but it is much better than the previous unplanned appearance. Lord Xin Yi, I've prepared all the medicines you want me to refine for you. Aqua ran over holding a bunch of medicine bottles, her raised corners of her mouth seeming to say, come on, come on. Praise me. What kind of medicine are they? Li Xuanye asked curiously. Aqua began to introduce herself as if she was boasting. This is a medicine that can help a man have a baby. This is a medicine that can prevent him from dreaming forever. This is a medicine that can stop him from sleeping for 10 days just by smelling it. This, that, and that. Listening to Aqua's introduction, Li Xuanye frowned more and more, and couldn't help but said angrily, "What the hell are you doing? If I can increase my strength, pill." He slapped his forehead hard. Oh my god, am I too naive to choose to believe Aqua even though I know she is unreliable? Aqua stuck out her tongue like an idiot, trying to cover up the fact that she was mentally retarded. Li Xuanye lost his temper completely and sighed. You don't need to pay for the medicinal materials? I'm raising you here to live and eat for free, so why don't you pay attention to me? You're not a goddess, show some courage like a goddess. Hey, humble human being, you actually dare to question the authority of the goddess, then let this goddess show you the true power of the gods. Aqua raised the corner of her mouth, showing an evil and sly smile, stretched her hand to her chest, fumbled for a long time and took out a glass bottle filled with clear liquid, and waved it. Dang, 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 genuine female sacred water, but it's a good thing that I rack my brains to research. Goddess holy water? Li Xuanye thought of something bad and asked, what's the use of it? You'll know after you drink it. You are stupid, I am in the state of my soul now. No, no, no. Aqua shook the white jade and pointed. How can the goddess's masterpiece be ordinary? This holy water can directly act on the soul, so please feel free to be bold. Drink it. Full of doubts, Li Xuanye chose to trust Aqua again, opened the cork of the bottle, and drank the pure liquid in one gulp. What Aqua said is true. This holy water can indeed directly affect the soul. After Li Xuanye drank it, the holy water directly turned into rays of light and filled his soul consciousness, making Li Xuanye's whole body feel numb. Bursts of light emitted, and an unspeakable feeling stirred deep in the soul. Ding, take the body fluid of God, and your mental power will be plus 200. Ding, your Godhead will be awakened, and you will receive the inheritance of the primary Godhead, and all attributes will be plus 100. Li Xuanye was surprised by the successive improvements. The effect was so amazing. My mental power has soared by 300 points, and other attributes have also increased by 100 points. The key is, what does this primary Godhead mean? Have I become a god? Wait, what's going on with the bodily fluids of God? Could this bottle of holy water come from Aqua? Your sister, please tell me what this holy water is. Li Xuanye rushed forward angrily and grabbed Aqua's long aqua hair. Under the coercion of the unscrupulous master, Aqua soon cried and confessed. It turned out that the so-called holy water was actually